really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. And Strolix win it.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the Grand Finals. It's Norby!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
It's a true champion stage here for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2023 World Championship, because now we have whittled it down to 24 players. However, every single one of them extreme caliber of craftsmanship in their play, accuracy and precision. We have got ourselves what is to be the group stage beginning today here for day number 2 of Katowice, and we are excited to get it going here for all 24 of these players. My name is Kalaris, your host here. Joining me to my left-hand side to start things off for day number 2, it's ZG and Pig to talk about all of the things, all the happenings, everything going on. However, let's take a look back at what occurred yesterday, of course, because we rounded things out with banger after banger after banger. We had some great qualification matches, Pig, to really get things going into the tournament as a whole.
Yeah, Spirit decided day 1 was going to be remembered. He decided day 1 was going to be epic. I mean, the match versus Kyo was legendary. And I think I'm not alone in thinking that he would be a little bit defeated after letting that one slip away, being reversaled in such close games. But no, we ended up with another 5-set absolutely crazy match, and Spirit pulled it out at the end of the night. I think it was about, 12:30, 1 a.m. when that finished.
Yeah,
that was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we had 2 Korean players, 2 Polish players advancing on through here. ZG, are those the names that you expected, or were you a little bit surprised?
Well, I think everyone is surprised, particularly by Zaun, right? Zaun was kind of one of the hot topics. A couple of pros even said that they considered him the shoe-in as opposed to maybe Cure.
Yeah.
And for him to actually get knocked out is certainly the biggest surprise. Some of those surprises are how maybe quickly or harshly other players were knocked out. But as far as who actually made it, I don't think people were necessarily guessing 2 non-Koreans.
Right.
And they certainly weren't guessing that it wasn't going to be Zaun.
Well, there you go, there you go. Let's take a look back at yesterday, see what happened, and check out those games. We are back. It's the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2023, the World Championship for StarCraft 2. It's time for the StarCraft Festival to begin.
Prism still warping in as we do have ourselves the Colossus that could maybe be safe. It's going to die to a Spore Crawler. Stalkers over here were hitting a hatchery, but this army of Allays is completely gone. His supply is in the gutter, as they say, and Classic has the victory.
Vikings landing over there to try and get something done, but this is this is actually a monstrosity of a fight. Cure demolishes Spirit, who tries to take that fight by sieging up in the middle of the fight, landing the Vikings. GG, Cure is going to advance on to the group stages.
Oh no, oh no. Oh man, this is so, and look, even Frozen runs away.
That is
a laser.
So annoying.
Oh, he's doing so much nasty stuff right now. And the Lings breach the natural at the same time. This is impossible. The numbers just aren't there. It doesn't matter if each one of those Marines are Arnold Schwarzenegger. You just can't hang on when there's that many units for the Zerg, man.
We've got more units heading towards that 6 o'clock base as well. Spirit made it into the group stage last year at IEM Katowice, and it seems like it is back-to-back appearances for this man from Poland. As the Oracle falls to the Widowmine, more probes will fall, and that will do it. Spirit qualifies for the round of 24.
That's right, some great games coming in yesterday, and a wise man once said that it was a festival of StarCraft. No, today begins the extravaganza of StarCraft. We've got plenty more on the way here for the round of 24. And bringing that extravaganza is, of course, Monster Energy here, one of our main sponsors. So thank you very much to them for joining us here for the World Championship and supporting these gamers, fueling them to the best of their ability. But now, let's look at the groups here, because we have 24 players still remaining, and we have also allocated 4 players from yesterday going into those groups. So that was Cure, Spirit, Laser, and Classic joining in on those groups. But what groups we have to talk about? We can maybe briefly skip over Group A, I'm going to say, because we're going to be starting with that today, so we can dive into that a little bit more later. Let's start things with Group B then. We've got Reina, Estrella, Creator, Showtime, Gumiho, and Spirit joining that group. ZG, what do you think of the makeup of that group? Anybody in particular you want to talk about?
Well, I think you got to talk about Reina, right? He's going to be the favorite coming into it, just with the actual seeding, but then also what we know that he can do, and being the back-to-back-to-back appearing world champion. Finals, of course, he didn't manage to beat Sarah last year, but he is actually going to be the #1 talked about, right? He's probably going to get #1. Everyone else, it's really up in the air. I would say most up in the air, maybe out of the all of the groups.
I would agree.
Especially now that Spirit is in there.
Yes.
You know, it might have been different if it was Cure, for instance, but now it's just like I really don't know who's going to get 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, Pig, your thoughts, MB?
Yeah, it's so fascinating, man. Like, what Creator shows up. Creator, he's made it to GSL finals, and he's looked fantastic there against Rogue, of all people. He's shown that he can be amazing. We've seen him cheer and shout and scream at his monitor well before the game's even nearly done. I hope that, you know, super hyped Creator shows up, but there's also questions around Estrella, who can be such a creative genius and so good in the PvP matchup. But I feel like you've got just odd mismatches of styles. Gumiho, the creative mech player, the guy who regularly upsets these Protoss players with these creative new styles. And now you've got a wild card with Spirit getting thrown in there, who's shown he can play with the big dogs.
Proper tenacity he showed yesterday, for sure. Let's take a look at Group C as well and run down some of the names that are going to be representing in there, because of course you have the defending world champion in Serral in there, now on Basilisk, not on Ents. Hero, Solar, DRG, Special, and a Laser will join them. ZG, your thoughts?
Got to talk about #1 and #2 for this group, right? Hero and Serral. So yeah, Serral's coming in as our reigning world champion, but Hero's coming in as our most recent, I suppose, DreamHack champion. Also basically the hero of Protoss. So he's you know, it's going to be the most talked about matchup when it happens. Certainly I think we'll be covering that particular best of 3. And then 3rd is kind of open. Solar actually, you know, I think he was a little bit extreme. He was maybe joking a little bit, but he was kind of down on himself when he talked about his chances in this group. So while many people are like, yeah, Solar's got this, he'll beat the other guys, it maybe is kind of weird for him. I don't know his actual opinion. And then a Laser joining in that group after making it through the bracket actually really does throw a wrench into a lot of people's plans because of the now even more extended ZVZ.
Yes.
So that is just, again, the matchup that no one really knows what they want to do, or they know what they want to do, but they don't know how the matchup overall is going to play out.
Especially since a Laser can be a bit of a firecracker in that matchup. He can bring some tricky things and try and put you off edge a little bit.
Dude, it was already going to be a bit of a kind of, you know, bunch of interesting matches, and I feel like a Laser is just a Viper that's been thrown into the grass because he's so good at Zerg versus Zerg. He's even said yesterday in an interview, he's like, you know, I don't think I'm that good versus Protoss anymore, but I actually think I've kind of accidentally become almost a Zerg versus Zerg sniper because I just do really well. I'm really confident in that matchup.
Yeah.
And he's shown he can do it before. Think of his run at Valencia. He was just steamrolling until, I think it was like Dark or someone that he ran into and finally stopped him, but obviously eventual winner of the tournament. Until then, I think he beat 3 top Zergs in a row without dropping a map. It was like dominating, just crushing victories. So a Laser really complicates things. I think Special is fascinating because we know he likes to build mech and weird builds and all sorts of creative stuff. And there has been, of course, the talk about mech where the Zergs are complaining about the Cyclones and the Banshees being great. You know, basically saying they're not sure they have an answer to it with the new patch changes and the new wide open map. So Special, I definitely see he can take down DRG. It's tough for him to get past Solar and a Laser though.
Yeah, there's some big names there. It's going to be difficult, but we'll see how that plays out. Let's check in with Group D then as well, our final group. And I was so hoping Cure would end up in this group, but it was not to be. We have Classic going into the group here. So actually, it adds a little bit of extra flair here because a Protoss in the mix now amongst all the Terrans, Lambo, will shake things up a little bit.
Yeah, it's actually not the Protoss that some, I guess, were hoping for, actually. I know Kier Marine said that he would have actually been okay with Zaun. Again, one of those expected guys to make it through because he can beat anyone, but then Heerman can kind of beat him. I wonder if he feels the same about Classic, actually. I'm not sure, though, because I feel like Classic against all these top-tier Terrans, Maru, Bunny, Beyond, he's going to have some trouble. But yeah, you're pretty much the only person that wanted Cure to actually make it into this group. I don't think Cure wanted to be in this group. Yeah. I don't think any of the other Terrans wanted more Korean Terrans to face. So thankfully, we've now mixed it up a little bit.
Yeah, that's fair. I think Wardy framed it nicely yesterday in Classic in terms of it was kind of his addition. How was he going to fare in that bracket stage? And to be fair, Classic looked really good in that audition. So it's going to be exciting to see how he fares in this group.
You know, I would say just one addendum on Classic. I think he's actually really good, can take any of them down, but he needs to have reworked his style. He was really turtly pre-patch, and that's not going to work on the new map pool, the new maps, and especially against these guys. If he gets onto some of those wider maps, he's just going to struggle with the mobility of those three Terrans. There's going to be Doom Drops picking him apart.
Yeah, it won't surprise me considering the power in those. Of course, you've got Maru there, and well, eventually when we get to our cards, I'm excited to see what some stats might be for someone like Maru. We're looking forward to the Serral card. We're looking forward to the Reyna card. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of exciting things to look forward to, not just in the games, but also in the stats that all the players have voted on. Who do you think anyone's going to get 100? There's no way somebody gets 100, right?
No.
No. No, not at all. Not at all.
I mean, that would require every player to give them 100, right? There's always going to be one naysayer. I mean, there's been a few stats out there that I think I might disagree with a little bit so far.
Yeah. That's understandable. That's understandable. All right. Well, let's focus on our first couple of matches, but especially what we have going on in Group A. This is the first matches that we're going to have here, and it will be consisting of members from here. Clem, Dark, Ragnarok, Neeb, Oliveira, and Cure. Oliveira, of course, being the previous time, having changed his name. I don't like it, but I liked time. But then again, it makes that easier for all the commentators that don't have to say time.
Do you know what it was like, time?
I know.
That's a word. It's hard to use synonyms for time. Like I'm sitting there casting the Chinese region with my thesaurus open. I'm like, oh, the period where this attack is going to work is closing. I'm like, this is just does not work.
Perfect.
This is bad.
Apparently, people from, I guess he named it after like an MMA fighter or something like that. They're very upset with how we're going to be pronouncing Oliveira.
Oh, so, brilliant.
Sorry in advance, guys.
Okay, well, I'll try my best as well. So we've got Clem in here as well. One of the hopefuls for a lot of people, I think, is fair to say, Pig, when you look at him. Again, you know, when I was talking to Roddy, I felt like it's been a little bit quiet for Clem recently. What are you thinking for Clem coming into this group?
Clem is the king of Europe. He has dominated the European region in the last few years. In the regionals, he is unstoppable. I mean, he wins like 2 out of 3 at least out of the 3 big tournaments each year. But you can see that there are clear weaknesses. He's got great speed, great multitasking, great offense.
94.
I think those are accurate stats. I think the players have actually been giving him very fair ratings. If you let him get going and just be multi-dropping you and just hitting you in multiple places, he's going to overwhelm pretty much any other player. But defense, versatility, his build orders and anticipating his opponent's attacks are his weak points, and the players in this group are very, very tricky. So he's going to have to watch out for them catching him off guard and not letting him get into that aggressive momentum.
All right, well, I'm getting word that we are actually almost ready for the game, so we're going to talk about Cure and Dark here, because that is the first match coming up. ZG, Cure and Dark. It's a big fixture, to be honest, to start things off in Group A.
It sounds like an amazing TVZ, and then you look at their stats. Not these stats. You look at their history, and Dark is incredibly favored. I think watching some of Cure's TVZ as well against other Zergs doesn't exactly inspire me. He has been trying to do some late game, and then has not really been doing particularly well, so unless he's been able to change that up in preparation for Katowice, while also preparing for that really grueling round of 36 bracket, then this will continue to be a very difficult matchup for him.
Pig, I just want to get your thoughts quickly before we head on over about this game. What are you thinking?
6 series in a row, Dark has won. You don't beat Cure 7 times in a row, mate. No. They were weekly cups. He didn't care about that online stuff. He's out here ready to say, you know what? Beyond's been leading the kind of crew and showing the Terrans how to beat Dark, because he's been taking him on online. I think Cure's going to draw inspiration from that. He always has very close matches with Dark. Today is when he's going to add that little spice in there and he's going to finish them off.
Okay, well, rapidity is the name of the game apparently for today. Let's get into it as we head over to the commentators for the first series of the day here. Wody and Loco, bring us the game.
Thank you very much, James. Guys, it's time for the very first series of day 2 of this particular tournament. And we're starting with an absolute banger. I mean, Cure versus Dark, that's one of those games that, I mean, it could easily be a round of 8, right?
Very easily, right? When Cure's on fire and Cure's feeling it, you know, he can go on a deep run and he can really take down the majority of players. And do I expect him to be able to take down like a bunch of the top guys in a row? That's unlikely, but it's totally possible. Cure can, you know, come into this group and cause upsets. And when I saw Cure in this group, I was a bit upset almost, because I was like, oh man, like, to me, Cure can cause chaos in this group. And this was already a very chaotic group. That's obviously fun on one hand. On the other hand, I'm like a little bit scared for some of the other favorites that we might want to see in the playoffs. So very excited to see how he starts his performance today. Day 2 of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. It's always exciting. We've got so many matches. Just StarCraft all day long, and it starts right here. In the bottom right-hand corner of the map, Neo Humanity, our Red Terran player from Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Cure.
And his opponent and teammate, playing here with the Blue Zerg drones, we're looking at Dark's main hatchery.
Cure's like, teammate, how about my proxy racks made? SCVs on the map. Neo Humanity is a weird map, and as talking to some of the pros, they in general feel like this map pool is actually most balanced in TVZ. They think this is a matchup which, especially in best of 3, you get a Terran map, you get a Zerg map, and you get a very even map. Neo Humanity is a bit of a weird one. It can be very campy, it can go very late game, and that can benefit different players depending on how they like to play. And Cure's just like, you know what? I just want to get out here. I want to put some pressure on, and I want to catch you off guard, you know, coming straight in with this proxy racks. And there's so many places you can proxy on this map. It's so hard for Dark to get lucky with that first Overlord and truly spot this. We'll see what he can do, because, I mean, this is going to be an extremely late scout, if anything. And even then, I mean, the best you can do here as Dark is, hey, I'm going to see it's 2 racks and not 3 racks, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. This Overlord, at the very least, seems to be heading in the right direction. I do think he's going to catch the tail end of one of those 2 barracks. It's important that he figures this out, though, since he did go for a hatchery first. First Marine, however, is already coming up. Dark at this point, well, he finally figures it out. He's going to have to fire up a couple of defensive units here as well.
Yeah, he doesn't get confirmation of anything bar the fact that the first Rax is there. Whoa, he's going to pull a lot of drones to fight against this. So he wants to hardcore shut this down. Against a 2 Rax, obviously the Terran player back at home will typically take a gas, get a factory. They have a more decent macro follow-up. He's hidden the drones so he can come in for the surround, and now this Marine doesn't have an easy way out. Well, that's very cute, because you've just separated the first Marine from its friends, and obviously that's so much harder to then play. It's a lot of lost mine time for Dark. This needs to be a full shutdown, and so far, it's looking just like that.
Yeah, he wants to prevent that bunker from coming up. The Marine also not going to be able to escape, but this is also about a dozen drones that aren't mining at this phase of the game, and no cancel. Yeah, so those minerals are now gone. Significant income advantage here for Cure for now, but the most important thing here for Dark is that he holds this with minimal losses, right? Those drones can go back to mining eventually. Now, he needs to not forget about that Overlord. Make sure that you don't end up losing that.
There's a lot of dead air space there, though, right? So
yeah, he's going to be able to fly straight through the main.
Yeah. Gonna get scouting straight through here as well, so Dark confirms, hey, there's a factory, there's a gas, this is just 2 racks. As the Marines will start a pressure, but the Queen can go back and forth, and you just don't want to let this bunker get up. It's unnecessary to let it go up. If the Marines can force this to come up, then that's brilliant. Here come the drones to make sure we can cancel this one. As the SCV goes down, that should be all we need. Pull the drones back, there's no threat of this getting finished, and as soon as that's the case, again, you don't need to keep those drones pulled off the lines.
First Queen, by the way, not laying down a tumor, not injecting, but there's only a single Queen available, so not a lot of transfusions. A couple more drones end up going down here. Additional Zerglings do pop out of the cocoons. Good control here, though, from Cure.
I'm starting to wonder if, you know, maybe that early kind of drone pull was a bit too much, because the Marines are doing well. That was even a decent fight from Dark. He went in from the left as the units spawned from the right. It looks as though he is just about going to keep this under control, but he has to keep rebuilding Lings. And every time you're rebuilding Lings, that's less drones that you're building. It's less, you know, security you're creating for yourself, and Cure gets a better chance to follow up. The Kira who is just now getting ready to build an expansion on the low ground, and he is going to choose to go low ground. He knows that Dark's committed a lot early, so he can't possibly have mined gas. So it's a really smart kind of move from Kira, because this isn't just a, oh, I hope he doesn't have speed. He knows he can't have speed with the amount of drones he pulled to defend initially.
All right, so I think this game is going to slow down for at least a little bit, as now those two barracks are flying all the way back home as well. You know what I find kind of funny? Most of the pro players over the last couple of weeks have been hiding as many games as possible. A lot of the pro players don't want to share any strategies leading into the World Championships, but for some reason, Dark's been almost farming online tournaments. I've been seeing him in practically everything. There are tons of games available where he's also opening up with a spawning pool first. Right, so it's a little bit of a gamble in game number 1 right here from Cure. Ended up working out, I would say, decently well. Probably not exactly what he was hoping for. But if it would have been a pool first, right, that would have been a disaster.
Yeah, pool first has got shut down so heavily as we have the attempted delay of a third base here. The Queen does have a transfusion available, so it is kept alive. And obviously, again, you're just taking advantage of the fact that you know he can't have link speed yet. So you're on the map, you're active, you're just trying to force things, slow things down on the Zerg side. The more you can do that as the Terran, the better of a position you're in. That's a very late third base for the Zerg, and that's where you're going to catch up a little bit, right? Your natural is late, their third is late. The 8-ish worker difference once the double mule is online is not too big of a deal. So overall, I think Cure's done a good enough job of keeping this game close despite not breaking through that natural in the early stages.
Yeah, we'll have to see what he decides to do on the back of this. He's going for a lot of Hellions. There's not that many Queens available just yet, at least he scouts right now that there are...
Armor.
Well,
What if he just drops an armory and goes for like a little bit of a cheeky Hellbat?
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily mind it.
Yes, 2 more barracks. I didn't see the 2 more barracks on the... Well, obviously, they were just freaking flying home.
Yeah, so
cancel the armory logo. That's a terrible idea.
Well, I mean, he could still mix it in if he really wants to, but it would be like, it would
really catch Dark off guard, but obviously it slows down because you're soon ready to start stim, and that's so much gas investment, which obviously then an armory would just take away from, so.
Yep.
Yeah, obviously the T-Rex going home means you can essentially just make this into a 2-1-1 instead, and with a 2-1-1, there's a lot of power in that.
That does mean, however, that for the time being, it's just going to be a couple of those Hellions driving around. Maybe a little bit of Liberator harassment as well, but none of these things aren't things that Dark has dealt with literally thousands of times. So he's happily macroing up right now, looking to take his 4th base as well as he's mining out those golden minerals in the back of his natural expansion. This is a relatively safe base to take, and well, a lot of players have been mentioning that it's incredibly difficult to properly attack on a map like Neo-Humanity. We'll have to see if Cure can figure something out here.
It is interesting because the initial bases you take as Dark are quite set back, you know, especially the 4th base he's taken. It's quite hard to get up there as a Terran player. It's good harassment, get some drones. The problem is, taking bases further down the line, you do start to expand forward, and that's where the Terran can push into you much more easily. And of course, if your base is set back, it's the same for the Terran player. The Terran player can sit back and, you know, have that defensive setup to just build up into later game if they want to. Or the Terran can push their base very aggressively forward and be like, cool, a starting point for all of my attacks, which is also something Terrans like. So it's a weird map, and I often think that weird maps actually benefit Terrans in a lot of ways because they have that utility. Lib goes down, at least claims the life of another Queen, and 3 more drones died, so it's been a good killing of workers so far. And I really feel like this upcoming attack from Cure has got potential to do something, right? I mean, extra racks going down, engineering base.
There's no, the lair just started up, but there's obviously no Bingling speed, there's no 1-1 upgrades. It's just going to be Zerglings and Queens here. Now, they can certainly clean this sort of attack up, but you need to make sure you have enough of them.
Yeah, but you've got 53 to 24 army supply with Hellions as well. Like, if this was just a baseline 2-1-1, Lings, Queens, brilliant. And look at Dark, a little bit panicked, double Baneling Nest going down. This is going to be really difficult. If Cure just goes with these first Medivacs and Marines and he has the Hellions to back it up, even with a few slow Banelings, like, there's not necessarily what you need here to defend. Cure has a massive timing on his hands, and he's starting to move across the map to take advantage of it. There's even a siege tank mixed in here. This looks so good for Cure, even just with Stim being his only upgrade.
And this is a complete misread as well from Dark, who went for a 4th base, but on top of that also a macro hatchery. He's still making drones, and now suddenly Cure pulls the trigger. He's certainly going to be able to take out this base, but I don't think he's going to, well, I don't hope at least that he's going to drive back home after this, because he really can get more work done. Question is, does he realize it?
He needs to ask himself, hey, why was this so easy to kill?
Yes.
Do you not really have anything? And he needs to test the waters a little bit because he has such a timing on his hands. Yeah, okay, denying the 4th base is great and denies some of the drones that Dark has built here. But in general, there's just more to be done. He's on an army supply lead. This Banelings are slow for a while longer. The upgrades are still 0-0 apiece. I'd love to see Kira just stay on the offensive just that little while longer, but maybe he just goes back, regroups, and then goes with 1-1 and hits with that timing instead.
Yeah, maybe you're also a little bit concerned at this point for like a full-on counter-attack here from Dark, and at this point I think he's been relaxing for a little too long, right? I mean, if he's camping out here for too much longer,
yeah, but
at some point he's going to get surrounded.
That's true, but also this map's quite nice for like continuing the push in slowly because there's a lot of kind of different ledges. Now one of these Baneling nests goes down.
That is Baneling nest too, by the way,
200
yes.
IQ! He'll never expect me to still have Baneling speed.
Actually insane. This could be a misread. Zerglings, I think, should be setting themselves up for a surround here. No, instead they're going to go across the map. This can certainly do a lot of damage. There are reinforcements in that wall. Medevac over here gets pushed back as well. Dark is still Dark, man. This guy's dangerous.
The thing is, right now, Dark knows straight-up fight isn't good for him. But by killing the economy of Kira, you slow him down, you really hinder him, and you give yourself a chance to stay in this, because your own economy is great if you just survive long enough and keep Kira busy.
Yeah, I wonder if Kira at this point assumes that Baneling speed is ever going to finish, man. Like, you would not expect it for another couple minutes. This could actually blind fire him pretty badly.
I'd be so like annoyed if I'm Kira, like I'm taking this fight and suddenly Baneling speed kicks in like halfway through. I killed the freaking Baneling nest, bro. That's not fair.
You thought it was a mistake, Wardy. You thought he was panicking. I can't believe this. 2-2 even so fired up as well, by the way, for Dark, who is playing this like he's in a comfortable position, right? But I've got a feeling he's up with his back against the wall. Yet his economy is killer. If he can stabilize here for a couple more minutes, he's going to be fine.
Hive on the way, man. Like, he is. He's not slowing down, like you say. He does not feel as though he's got his back up against the wall. And if he didn't get to that Hive, especially in, one Viper or two, maybe get rid of some of the tank play, he should crush this army realistically, as long as he doesn't get overwhelmed before then. And that is the threat. You put too much money into tech, and that means that Kira can obviously punish from there. Yeah, cool. The 10.5-minute help at time made up into the natural expansion.
I actually like it, though. Like, those Hellions, super helpful. A couple of them do get cleaned up. But those Banelings on the other side of the map. Okay, I was going to see it. Did they get dealt with? A massive Zergling counter-attack as well. Good defense here so far from Kira, considering he didn't see this until the last second.
That's kind of what he needs. Like, he does lose 7 SCVs, but getting rid of a lot of that Ling Bane efficiently and not letting it run away at least makes Dark pay for that attack and pay for that damage, and that gives him the chance to still maybe overwhelm with army across the other side. Big thing, I think, by the way, as well, yeah.
I was wondering about that, if he was going to go Viper or 2, or if he was going to go straight into Ultras. When the Terran player is still stuck on just mostly Marines and Siege tanks, the Ultras are actually amazing. And it's not a unit I don't think that Kira is going to expect for at least another few minutes.
And 2-2 upgrades as well, by the way. Faster for Dark, which will help him to hold on to get to those Ultras as well, right? So something else just to keep in mind, and I really feel like, the difficulty of just continuing to get across the map here for Kira is now really backfiring. And the supplies don't look great for Dark. A lot of the time you expect it to be a bit better for the Zerg in terms of army, right? They have a bit more, they trade inefficiently. But the moment he hits Ultras is the moment that this is, like you say, just completely one-sided.
And Kira has also been on 3CC this entire time. His 4th command center just about to finish up, but that is, relatively late in the grand scheme of things here. A couple of Vipers in the air, Adrenal Glands that's going to make those Zerglings attack even faster. Things are starting to look worse and worse right here for Kira, despite the fact that the supply count has been fine for him. Just hasn't been able to get critical amounts of damage done, right? I thought maybe those Hellbats can roast the mineral line. Maybe the drop on the left side can kill the base. But in the end, Dark cleaned all of those attacks up with relative ease, and he even dealt, a little bit of counterattack damage.
He's going to be seeing the Adrenal Glands finishing as well, which makes those Lings even more killer, really. And I'm a little bit worried for Kira, which this is what Dark does, though, right? Like, it's like, oh, you didn't kill me? Cool. Well, welcome to my game now. And even though I feel like a lot of the earlier stages were like very much so about Kira, just those few counterattacks that Dark had successfully going off does so much for him. And by no means is Kira out, but really, I'm worried about all these Ultra upgrades, the Adrenal Glands. He's still playing a mid-game where Dark is absolutely taking the stepping stone to the next level. Yeah, in another 2 minutes, Dark is going to be pretty much unstoppable. Well, in his mind, he already is, as he throws down a parasitic bomb on both of those medevacs, and they end up going down. The thing is, though, at this point, oh my god, he gets a huge surround as well in that bio army. I was going to say, even if he kills that base, he can transfer those drones to another location. And now the Ultras should be joining the battlefield very shortly as well, and there's no answer. Yeah, he's starting to build Marauders, right? Which is for the first time. Yeah. So maybe there's... But ideally, you want to start moving towards some Ghosts or so. It's just expensive to get to Ghosts when you've only just got the 4th base set up. This army should get wiped out right now. The Viper's taking a while to get the Blinding Clouds down. Those Marines are stuck. They can't micro the other way since they're under the Blinding Cloud here.
Dark absolutely smashes this army, and that's even before I feel like he's really out of control, right? I mean, now the Ultras are coming, now 3-3 Adrenal is coming up. I mean, yeah, it's only going to get worse from here.
Q, the one thing Q is doing is at least maintaining an army supply lead, so if Dark just takes one bad fight into a large army, which is totally portable, the counterattack is very powerful from Q still. Now, Dark actually has a ton of money ready to go as well, so reinforcements can be a big thing as well. But Q is not like, you know, at least he's got a 4th base, he's starting up a 5th, so he's thinking about the longer game. It's not like Dark is the most teched up player we've ever seen.
Well, that is true. Okay, so I think Dark is soon going to be sending, though, his massive army towards the other side of the map. Ultralisk have popped out of their cocoons, and even though they were put on a little diet, it actually makes them a little bit stronger in this particular matchup, because they can actually get into the battle already dealing a bunch of damage.
Yep, some mines going up, just going to be seeing these Marines over here. This is the sort of fight you want as Q, though, right? I mean, you get a bunch of lanes right away. The Widow Mines start doing it kind of decently, but they blow up a bunch of Terran as well. We run to the corners. These Marines such low HP. The Balins are going to get good connections, and Q's army gets wiped on this right side. The Medevacs are hurting as well, because the parasitic bombs are just cleaving through them. And this army is now going to kite away on the left as Dark really is taking a better handle on this game. And Dark hitting into Infestors as well.
Yeah.
You just know that Dark's great with those Infestors. He uses them quite reliably in his games compared to a lot of other Zergs. And it's the perfect addition right now, because the one thing the Terran has is the ability to kite. The Infestors and Fungal Growth completely removes that from the Terran player. And then Dark obviously can take full advantage.
Yeah, Dark, one of those guys that whenever he's in a comfortable game, right? This hasn't been a comfortable game for him, but whenever he's in a pretty sweet macro spot, he will pretty much always mix in at least 2 Infestors, right? He'll just queue them up as soon as he gets the Infestation Pit, and oftentimes it gets a lot of damage done. This time around, he's not going to be able to get them that early, but he's going to be able to transition. Now, speaking of transitions, though, Cure is now getting Ghosts out, and those are absolutely critical to deal with those Ultras.
We are entering a new phase of this game where Dark is going to become the aggressor on Cure's side of the map instead of Cure being the aggressor on Dark's side. Here comes this first attack from Dark as he moves in. He wants to reset the economy. He wants to keep Cure from being able to build into that tech force. Let's see what he can do. The Ultras come crashing on forward. SCVs are falling all over the place. It's expensive on the Ultra camp, but the Blinding Clouds are helping them to stay in range a little while longer. We lose the base to the right-hand side, and a few of these Ultras are going to run away and come back for seconds a little later down the line.
Yeah, you brought up the resource count that Dark has, right? He's going to be able to remax really easily as he's got nearly 4,000 minerals in the bank. He's going to rinse and repeat this. And while Cure is slowly advancing as far as his tech goes, whenever he loses a base like that, well, he's obviously going to be slowing down quite a bit. And I've got a feeling that Dark is feeling a lot more comfortable right now. This game has been very hectic for like the first 15 minutes of it, but Dark seems to have stabilized.
Yeah, like I say, it's really like that swing of the Terran fights, attacks, aggressors, and now it's really Dark's turn because he wants to be across the map, able to take down the economy and slow Cure from rebuilding and slow Cure from ever being able to get to that ultra, late game army. We're going to see Dark has the choices as well on this map to go around, counterattack. I mean, this is the thing. This map becomes very small when you take this forward bases, Cure. You lose this planetary here, and then you can turn this even to a flank if you want to. He's got the Fungal to support. It was looking to be big, and it is big. We get a few snipes down, but that army is hurting, and these medevacs are out of energy already, so there's not a lot of healing going on. If Dark attacks in the next minute, he's fighting into like a less than half HP bio army.
Yeah, there's probably going to be a parasitic bomb as well to finish off all of those medevacs. Well, he's looking to get it. Cure, however, kiting backwards, trying to make the best out of the situation. There's the parasitic bombs as well, taking down a lot of the medevacs, and well, this is now Cure, forced to GG out of this game. As game number 1 in his best of 3 series goes in favor of the Zerg.
You know what that Fungal is like? Usually you see a Fungal go down, then all the Banes and you'll just crash in. It's like, oh, the Fungal won the game. It's a
retreating Fungal.
Yeah, exactly. This was a Fungal that won the game. As he's retreating, he's like, oh, and there's no healing. So like actually 30 seconds down the line when I fight, you just have no way to actually battle that or combat that. A game that looked so good for Cure, and honestly, this is one of the things. It's like you don't expect Dark to be so underprepared, and you're just like, cool, I'll take down a 4th base and stuff, but then you stop. And the problem with stopping at that point is you were set up to steamroll him. And why was that? Because he's being greedy. So all of a sudden, by slowing it down, Dark gets that full opportunity to just sort of reset and take advantage of everything he didn't put into units. And then as Cure, it's like, oh, 1 or 2 bad run-bys, and actually I'm completely resetting this game. We're playing on a large map. Dark's able to do very well. And Q, I mean, that's one of those replays where you're like, man, I could have actually just A-clicked into his natural, and he had nothing.
Yeah. Dark, though, always looking very scary in these games, right? Even when he seems down and out, he's a fighter. He doesn't really give up, and well, it's very easy as a StarCraft player to feel like you only have like maybe like a 1 in 10 chance to win a game, but Dark never gives that sort of situation up. He's pretty much always trying to come up with solutions, and apparently in the previous game, the solution was to be greedy.
Well, that's why he's got one of the highest scores here.
93.
Yeah, it's high, man. It's obviously...
I feel like it's fair as well.
I think it's fair too. I cannot wait for later today because I feel like the community is going to be up in arms about some of the scores. I'm very ready to.
I know who you're talking about.
You know what as well?
So just to clarify for those of you watching, those scores that you see on the screen, they are
voted by the players.
Yes. So the players got to vote what the ranking of the other players are.
I've already heard some counter arguments to this, though. You know, I've heard certain European players saying it's not fair because more Koreans are voted than.
Well, maybe they should have voted.
Well, that's what I said. I turned around, I was like, "Well, did you vote?" He's like, "Well, no." It's like, well, what did you expect? Regional bias coming in from the players. Turns out it's not just the, the community that's sometimes a little bit biased to say.
Are you suggesting the Koreans just added like 5 points in every rating to every one of their friends?
Yeah, Koreans are the best, man. As in the bottom right-hand side, having a tough time in this series. It is going to be our Red Terran player looking to bounce back. Cure.
And his opponent in the opposite corner of Gresvan, winning game number 1, he is Dark. What do you think of this map, Wardy?
So when I first saw this map, I was like, man, this map is so big. But actually, like bases to bases, this map is not so bad. So this one actually comes out to be quite nice for Terrans, being able to push up through the middle, hard for the Zergs to flank sometimes. Because at first sight, I'm like, big Zerg, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like the bases also feel spaced out, right?
Yes, but realistically, it's actually quite hard, I think, to take further bases as Zerg. Like I say, if you position well on this map, you can just do a lot, and there's not really like a ton of open space for the Zerg to really like wrap around and surround you. You know, you've got to go like a very long way out of your way to set up a surround, and if you're active as the Terran, that's not easy. But if you have the information as to where the Zerg is moving to, where they're trying to flank you from, you have a lot of time to prep and set up and take advantage of that even. So, yeah, this map definitely, I think, would probably have been Cure's pick, I would say, coming into map number 2.
I would imagine Neo-Humanity was definitely Dark's.
Yes. So it's kind of interesting because obviously you've got, certain maps that are great for Terran, like Babylon and Dragon Scales. Royal Blood is kind of in there as well. Not quite.
Here's an honorable Terran.
Yeah.
You love to see it.
So, yeah, you come down and we'll probably see map 3 be one of Dragon Scales and, Royal Blood if we get there. So, yeah, this is what I mean by this map pool, because I feel like going from Neo-Humanity to Gresvan to, like, a Dragon Scales or so doesn't really feel bad on either side, right? Like, I don't feel like we're like, oh, yeah, the Zerg map as much as, like, we have been in the past. In best of 3s especially, I feel like this map pool really, honestly, pretty okay for the TVZ matchup.
Yeah, so of course, in a best of 3, both players get to have 2 vetoes. They take turns, and then eventually end up with 3 maps, since we have 7 maps in the tournament map pool. Either way, nothing all too crazy right here in the early game, as Dark is setting himself up for a nice little macro game, and the same can be said for Cure, who's now building 2 orbital commands.
Yeah, he went CC first, right? So, why not? Sometimes
we've seen quite a few 2-base pushes, right? Which is
well, yeah, because you're basically just being as greedy as possible, and that powers up the 2 bases that tiny bit more.
I wonder if that's what he's gonna do. Was it Cure that did that yesterday? Actually, I believe so.
Who did he play? He beat Spirit. Who did he beat before Spirit?
Cure. I'm gonna have to look it up real quick. Either way, we did have a nice 2-base push yesterday as well, and
you know what's crazy? Because it's like, when we did the recap of the day, I was like, it was like classical Liz. I was like, oh, I casted that one. It's like, man, that was like the last time I was on camera yesterday. And it was like halfway through the day. It was crazy how long
those Spirit games were for forever. Yes. If you guys did not see some of the Spirit matches yesterday, there were a lot of battle cruisers. There were double base races. There were some insane Spirit matches as he took on Cure, as well as, of course, Zaun, that allowed him to qualify later on.
So this build's pretty standard so far. After the CC first, we are going to play double gas, which means we're not going to rush into a 3rd CC, so you'll have a little bit of harassment opportunity following up from this. And Dark is going to put down a Ro24, which a lot of the time...
that doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, because a lot of the time you'd be like, oh my god, a Ro24, but this is just Dark. It's like, this is part of his build order, and you can probably see this by Cure going Cloak already, and maybe setting up for Banshee after this. it's just such a good thing to do against Dark as well. The Italians don't get in, and they will try and get some drones here. We will get 2, potential for 3, I think.
Well, now we're definitely going to see Banshees, though, because he scouted that Roach Warren. That is huge. The thing is, I wouldn't be surprised at all if Dark ends up, like, cancel. Did he just cancel it? Make me sound smart, Dark. Oh, my God, he did.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
Yeah, this is not all too surprising, right? Because now you know there's definitely going to be Banshees. I mean, there's going to be a counter against the Roaches. Early game units for Zerg that shoot up are the Queen. Yeah. Corrosive Vials, maybe?
This was never going to be like a huge commitment to Roaches from Dark, though, right? Like, you don't have the gas to build like a ton. What is painful right now is the supply block. 6 Overlords were on the way for a moment there, and just trying to dig his way out of that. Plus, then you're going to have Banshee damage, and then your Baneling Nest is maybe a bit later than it usually is, and suddenly everything's a little bit weird, right? Because you're going Baneling Nest early, and then you kind of probably need to go Lair, but then your Bane speed's not going to be starting to away.
He doesn't care.
I actually think this is one of those scenarios where the Banshee just picks up 5 or 6 kills, and then Cure can just hit with the timing and do very well, even just with like the first stim or so. I think there's a lot of potential for Cure just off this opening already being weird, and Dog doing what he does best sometimes, which is shooting himself in the foot by kind of doing weird things with his build. And don't get me wrong, he's got the Roach Rowan scouted.
Look at that little dance in the natural right there. Those Zorklings are having a grand old time.
Yes,
that is the shortest really little rally point right over there. Anyways, Banshee number 1 ready to come in as... Oh, that's a Viking, actually. Where'd the Banshee go? Oh, why did it fly back home? Interesting.
He's afraid of Roaches.
Yeah, I guess so.
He misses them, right?
Yeah.
You miss the Roach coming across the map, your Banshee's on the wrong side, it ain't so fun, so...
I've had a look at a lot of Dark replays over the years, right? So if you compare, for example, Dark to, for example, a Serral, right? Serral will be very methodical and very strict with a lot of his building timings and his building placement. I feel like Dark is always the kind of guy who's like, yep, right about right now sounds good for a Roach Warren and a Baneling Nest. If you compare like a dozen of his replays, his timings are always going to be ever so slightly different. It seems that he knows the rules very well, but then he's like, okay, you know what? Now that I've learned the rules of StarCraft 2 and I know all of the build orders, I'm just going to do what feels right. And it's very few players that actually play the game like that.
Well, it's just a very different way of playing, right? Instead of being like, oh, at 4:35 I make my Baneling Nest, he's like, it feels like Baneling Nest time, you know? Which is, difficult to do because it's so easy to be wrong. If you try to do that
below the pro level, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a disaster.
I don't know, look, I win a lot of my games just by making up the timings.
Yeah?
I might lose about 50% of them too, but...
Oh, well, there you go. A little bit of Viking harassment. Who needs a Banshee? There you go. Sick move right there by that Viking.
Viking gets more than the Banshees.
Okay, well, the Banshees are now moving in together since they didn't see any Roaches. Right now, though, there was enough time for Dark to get that Lair done, and because of that, there's going to be mobile detection as well. Not a whole lot of damage done here for Cure, but, I mean, he's got the 4th Command Center coming up way earlier than in the previous game. There's that 2nd factory coming up as well. 1-1 upgrades are going to finish up momentarily. Got a feeling this is a comfortable game for both players so far. Then again, I'm always... I don't know. Whenever I see Dark in his comfort zone, I feel like he's extra scary.
Yeah. Do you feel like... Yeah, I guess all the upgrades are going to finish up just about in time for Dark. I was worried initially, like, you know, first push of Cure could have been quite scary, but he just doesn't quite have the edge. So it's just going to be these kind of drops, which, you know, clean out creep and everything, that's obviously fantastic. That does a lot for you. That puts you into a good spot. He's going to do the same with the Banshees over here. You can see this is clearly his goal. It's all he's really paying attention to right now. Clean up some of this creep and make it easier for him to push across the map later on as well. So just going to continue to attack these active creep teamer pathways, and yeah, just do what he can. Just gets the active one here, but that's enough because it forces the Queen to come forwards and everything, so it does just slow it down that little bit.
7.5 minute hive here coming up as well for Dark, who's not mixing in the Infestors. At least he spots these Banelings though. Cure, that is, on the retreat.
That was such a fun first minutes review because this is how I deal with Banelings. It's like, my base is under attack. It's either 20 workers are dead or I accidentally left units there, you know? And that was one of those moments where the preparation beforehand probably allowed him to be a bit more lax on the mini-map watching. And so obviously the Banelings kind of run into the tanks before he actually notices them.
Okay, he's going to take the 4th base right there on the right side, and then he's got that, well, that 5th base location that is very obvious, right? Like right in between the 4th and the 3rd. He'll probably be heading in that direction shortly. A little bit of a drop here in the bottom left-hand corner. Like you said, though, this is mostly just for cleaning up that creep.
You know, this map is obviously very good for playing split map on, so if Cure just believes in kind of playing later game, which against Dark, you know, I'm not convinced about per se, but
yeah,
you know, if you feel good in like a later game split map, then this is not a bad map to do that on. You've got a lot of defensive ledges and positions to hold.
Yeah, there's no shared expansion either, right?
And I mean, he's just basically playing into like CC after CC, so he is just saying, I want to play a big macro game, and Dark's going to accept that, but if Q is saying that, that kind of tells you how good a map it is to kind of sit back and turtle up on a little bit.
We have those Vipers underway as well. Even though Dark likes to go for early game aggression, he's obviously a very strong late game player as well. We're going to be able to see that coming out here very shortly. Yeah, Cure probably just going to take that style that Maru has perfected over the last year, right? Try to...
last years, right?
Well, yeah, exactly. Like the defensive style where you're mostly sitting back and morphing in those planetary fortresses in clever locations as you mess up ghosts and maybe even eventually go into mech. There's the Ultra Cavern once again, though, from Dark. A lot of Zerg seem to be favoring that Lurker play still, but yeah, Ultras are pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's one of those scenarios here where it's like, what you're gonna... If you go Lurkers, you basically have to be aggressive with Lurkers. Like, there's no need for defense because Q is not attacking you very much, right?
Yeah, true.
So just gonna go into the Ultras. That can deal if Q just tries to play big off the 2-2, which it doesn't seem like he's gonna do. And then the Ultras are obviously great to have to be able to run into bases and try and bust bases down and take, halt the economy of Q, basically. I imagine that's where this is going to go. It's definitely set up to be a long game. We get rid of a couple queens here, looking for a third, forcing a lot of the transfusions to come through. Waste the energy that could have been put into Cryptumers.
And there's the additional factories coming up here as well for Cure. So generally speaking, Terran players like to start off with that Marine Marauder infantry-based army. Then they get those ghosts going as well, and then usually, eventually, we see a transition towards Terran mech. This time around, though, we don't have... How many ghosts do we have? Do we have any?
We have the Ghost Academy just came up, right? So
96 SCVs as well, by the way. So this is a big mech for a game.
Which means that as well, like, Q got to be careful with having trades, right? Because Q will be able to rebuild, but his army's never going to be huge. Dog obviously trying to really push through his choke. I don't know if you like this. I really don't think I did, because he was basically fighting through like a 2-depot gap this entire time. And yeah, when you have 95 SCVs as Q, you probably look at this and say, well, that was a great fight for me despite a smaller army. And now I have money to rebuild with.
Yeah. And most importantly, supply as well, right? He doesn't necessarily mind using those factories right now that he put together. Either way, he's going to leave that mech transition for apparently a little bit later in this game. Well, he's going to find out a couple. He's going to find out about a couple of those burrowed Zerglings here as he tried making a command center.
Yeah. That's kind of cute, right? Just burrow, maybe you get a couple SCVs later. You have that burrow, may as well make use of it in some way, shape, or form. So,
but this is what you were talking about,
too, right? It tells you when people move forward and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. But this is what you were talking about at the beginning of this particular game, where that bottom right-hand corner, it's very difficult to break for Cure, and it's 5 command centers for Terran that he can comfortably mine. Expanding from here is a little bit trickier. So either Cure is going to go up north from this position, or he's going to take that base down south. For Zerg, of course, you can just, well, connect all of the bases with Creep and just mine wherever you like.
Well, you make it sound like Zerg has it easier.
Yeah, I mean, I can't play Terran for the life of me. I've tried playing Terran, it does not work for me. Zerg, though, it works a little bit easier.
That Spire starts up from Dark, by the way, so he's going to go straight into just extra kind of tech. Obviously, at some point when you play this style as Dark, you want a big switch into like Broods just to have that one push where maybe the Terran's not prepared for them and maybe you can get a bit more done. Because the one thing the Lingbane Ultra Army will never really be able to do is end the game a lot of the time, right? Like, that's just so difficult to actually... It's just so difficult to actually finish the game on this. So being able to be like, oh, this is my moment, bam, 10 Broodlords, you don't really have an answer, you've been on the ropes.
Oh, here we go again. He's ready to fight with that massive army of his. Planetary Fortress is set up over here, and that's obviously a beautiful thing that you have here as Terran. A couple of the siege tanks do fall. The Planetary Fortress also does go down. Yeah, I like this fight a little bit better than the previous one, maybe, but that's still a ton of Zerg units going down.
What's the production tab like? Because it's hard to see what was actually lost without seeing the production tab and what's been replaced, right? 90 Lings, 120 Lings, and 4 Ultras. So a lot went down. Dark supply never shifted, but he did spend a lot of money in getting set to go again. The thing is, as long as QS stays around that supply, which is at now, like 180-ish, 170-ish, is very easy to bounce back from. And that's basically going to be the name of this game, right? This is TVZ. We know what late game TVZ looks like. The Zerg tries to break the Terran, and hopefully they shut down enough economy and deny the bases long enough that they can overwhelm, and the Terran eventually one time can't rebuild. Meanwhile, the Zerg on the Terran side is just a survival game, right? Survive SimCity, make it difficult for the Zerg, and just keep rebuilding and hoping that you can make the fights as efficient as possible, perfect your composition, and go from there.
Yeah, it's like a campaign mission right now, right?
Yeah.
Survive the Zerg onslaught for 30 minutes. Might end up winning the game. I would have liked this style a little bit better from Dark if it was 4cc Terran, but at this point, look at that Planetary Fortress set up right next to that third base command center. A lot of Banelings, though, rolling into a mineral line, and that is going to be an expensive set of losses right there for the Terran. but he's got so many orbital commands that he can easily replace this.
I actually don't even mind it that much for Kira, right?
No.
Because that was a lot of Balin's used, and he does lose 37 SCVs, which is a lot, but he still has 60, and he had a bit of money in the bank, so he's not immediately in trouble, and he'll have a chance to replace a few SCVs if he deems that necessary, which apparently he does right now. It was an expensive one for Doc. You know, resource loss is going to be stacking up against him, and again, that's just kind of how this matchup works, but these fights all kind of lead into each other as we're just going to go again. This is nice because there's a lot of tanks that are just on their own, so the Link should do decently here.
Yep.
So Hellbat's trying to get involved. No, not going to attack. Okay, cool. All right, guys. It's okay. I mean, 16 more SCVs down. At this point as well, I actually kind of like just the orbital commands on like the outer bases because you can just lift them up against the Balin so they don't get blown up as well. It's kind of nice. I mean, obviously maybe this one's nice so just a few Lings don't hit it, but yeah, kind of fun as Kua, as he loses SCVs, obviously can build even more army than before too, which makes it even harder for Dark to attack into him.
Yeah, so the reason why Dark can currently just replenish this army so easily and keep remaking it is because he's sitting at 100 drones here for some time already. Obviously, the minerals on this map are not infinite, but Dark is not looking to run out anytime soon. And you already brought up that Brute Lord transition, right? He's going for Infestors right now. I think we are going to be seeing those coming up here very shortly for the Zerg. Obviously, the Ghosts are going to be pretty good, but ideally you do want to mix in a couple of Thors as well and make sure you have something a little more reliable against those Brutes.
Something that can just stand there and take a few Broodling shots especially and just kind of put some damage out. Really goes a long way.
Accidental Swarm Host still using that one as well.
Yeah, just gonna force some friendly fire on some SCVs, you know? Yeah, I saw that coming up in reduction alongside 4 Infestors. It's like, well, we're gonna see everything this
If you have 600 APM, you may as well.
It's just incredible how frequently the accidental Swarm Host is made. Like, I feel like we never see like an accidental anything else, just the Swarm Host.
Yeah.
And just the one, like we never hold the key down long enough to make more than one either.
These guys have very, very fast key repeat rates, right? So you'd imagine you accidentally make like 7. That'd be kind of rough, right? At least we'd be talking about it a lot more at that point. But I like the fact that he's still utilizing a little mistake that he's made. Anyways, Cure. He can now start contesting these bases, right? Since they essentially became next-door neighbors here. The Brute Lords are coming up, but this expansion at the very least is now somewhat harassable.
Dog doesn't really have much of a bank, which is kind of scary because if he takes a fight right now, rebuilding is not really on the cards. You can see Kira is the one with more of a bank ready to rebuild with. With the larger army, I mean, to me this is all stacked up against Dark. Here are the Brood Lords though, and this is kind of his play, right? Like, are you prepped for Brood Lords, Kira? A couple Thors on production, not here yet. The Ghosts are going to cloak up. We've got the Infestors to try and keep the Ghosts away. And so far, it's doing a good job of keeping the Ghosts back. And now the Balins get to engage in, and these Ghosts have not had a chance to snipe at all. Kira pulling back, but Dark, the one losing supply, and again, rebuilding is tough for him. He doesn't have, especially gas in the bank at the moment.
You see the missile turret guy getting a Brute Lord?
Yeah, man.
That guy is a legend. There's the Ghost, though, sniping a couple of those Brutes as well on the retreat. Getting quite a bit of damage done as well. But yeah, these fights are starting to look better and better for Cure as time goes on. Now, don't get me wrong, there's still a chance, of course, that he's going to accidentally miss-micro this and can become a disaster, but things are starting to look up right here for the Terran.
Balin's going to crush down this upper right base, but honestly, I mean, only 4 SCVs, and that base goes down, sure, but it was kind of a lot of Balins. Yeah, again, it's the expense that Dark is spending to be able to do all of this, and this is just a balancing act of, you know, resources. Now,
free Ghost.
Obviously, one of the big things is that Dark essentially has one of Cure's bases, right? Because he's got this top right base and the bottom left base on the other side of the map. Cure can't really let Dark mine from both of those because then an entire base that was not just meant to be yours, but is then mined by Dark. Like, it's fair enough if you don't mine a base, but if Dark mines that base, that's like a 2-base differential in the game. It's very hard to trade that well. So there's going to be a focus of Q, and obviously it's going to be happening up here because this way he's trying to defend other bases too. As he's just on the run. Thor's just continue to pull on back, trying to get towards other siege tanks, get the Liberators set up as well. The Balin's just about reaching the Ghost, but not enough of them to get any kills. And now it's the Brood Lords that will go on the retreat as Q comes back forward.
Man, the Terran versus Zerg matchup can be so insane, right? We're now 18 minutes into this game. Dark has been attacking for the last 13 minutes, at least that's what it feels like. And yet, we don't really have a very obvious advantage here for either of these two players. I like this position better for Dark earlier, but as time goes by, I think this position gets, well, better and better for Cure, although he needs to be very careful. He doesn't have a lot of money. He's now lost that command center up there like 7 times, it feels like, and he just does not have that much to actually replenish this army with.
I feel like I liked it a bit more for Q like a minute or two ago because he had the bank and the army. And now Dark has like a bit of a similar bank, but it's always scary just not to see the Zerg with truly a bank setup, right? Like, he's not in full control of this game with like 3k, 2k at any point in time. Oh, it is a case of just trying to rebuild as these spores are pushing forward to try and push the lives back. And he is denying this top right base, which is a problem for Q. If he can't mine from that for a long period of time, that is something that could potentially lose in the game.
Yeah, we saw that snipe right there getting cancelled because the Ultralisk ran out of range a couple of times.
Yeah, new patch, man.
Yeah, that definitely makes a difference right here for Dark, who would have lost like another 2 or 3 Ultras here.
I actually feel like that's one of the most noticeable changes of the patch set.
Yeah.
And it's funny because it's like, it looks so natural as well. It's like, that makes sense. The Dark is hunting! Oh my god, Q. Yeah, well played. That's obviously so dangerous if the neural parasite EMP goes off, right?
We're only at 6 Broodlords, by the way. 6 Broodlords versus 6 Thors is not a bad fight for Terran whatsoever, and I love this. He knows that there's going to be more and more bases mining on the left side of the map as well, and we haven't really seen a lot of aggression in this direction. Drones end up getting sniped. We should be able to continue harassing here for a little bit longer.
Just force Dark to send some units down there as well, right? It's been so much about where Dark wants to fight. Now Q is like, hey, at least, you know, pay attention to other places and all of that as well. I think that's an important part of this.
Okay, he's going to try and slow push this forward with the Spore Crawlers. Right now, though, we have a little bit of aggression here as well at the 3rd base of the Terran. Maybe not necessarily the most important mining base, but still important as far as the position on the map goes, as Dark is now setting up a surround right here on the right side once again.
Yes, he is, but these Ultras are kind of getting sniped down. He is killing 18 SCVs. That's very important. Yeah, the Ultra on the picture going wild, by the way. He's like, I'm going to do everything. I'm going to burn this orbital down before the Liberator gets me. Important to get rid of SCVs, slow down Q's ability to rebuild. And what's happened as well is that Q has not lost SCVs and been able to replenish the army fully. Because if Q is on like 140, 150 army supply right now, it's like, oh man, is that just the point where he can just push and never stop? But he's at a low work count with not quite that overwhelming army. And I think that's why this game starts to turn more and more in favor of Dark, as he's up in resources as well, banked up already.
Controlling all of these different Zerg units very, very nicely. Trying his best at least to keep all of them alive and get a lot of value out of them.
Okay, this push is good though. Yeah, right? He's
exactly.
Gonna get the brutes.
There's a lot of Ultras on the back of this, and now he's mixing in a few more Corruptors too, I guess to morph those into Broodlords, but it's been a mix of both, and even though that can be a little bit tricky here for Cure to deal with, he's also making both Siege Tanks as well as Thors, so he's not falling for the bait. Have you ever, by the way, seen a Nidus Worm in this game? He made that
he built it, but he's never used it.
Yeah.
I think it's just so difficult. There's a Sense Tower to the left side of the main, and Kira's obviously being positioned up the right side, so where do you really go with that?
I like that Sensor Tower there a lot, actually. That is a funny position, but yeah.
It makes perfect sense.
The
anti-Nidus Worm, right?
Yep. Yeah, only just now, actually. 3-3 coming up as well for Dark.
Yeah, just going into those flyer upgrades, right? So just improving there as he was about to hit +3 vehicle playing. I do worry that, again, Dark's composition is maybe not good for taking a big fight, and as he loses this base especially, the big thing is not necessarily the mining he loses there. He can mine off the bottom left. It's the fact that Kua gets to mine this new base as well, right? And you saw the mule farm. Kua's like, I'm not wasting any time at all. Give me those minerals and just try and let me have a bit more to play with you, because it buys him so much more time to then stay in this game compared to what he previously had. Because if that base didn't go up, he was starting to run out of money to rebuild, and Dark was so close to then finishing out.
Yeah, Cure needs that base really, really badly right now. He has honestly not really had a lot of cash here for, well, the last few minutes, it seems, but he's been holding on. If he can secure this base right here at the top, the one that Dark has been attempting to mine for some time, I think he can actually, really come back into this very smoothly. I mean, it really feels like he's been defending for the entirety of the game, and he's been, like, very close to losing many times. But he's still hanging in there, and Dark has been throwing away such a large amount of units. Can we look at the... Yeah, there you go. The units lost. That difference is massive. So even though Dark is mining way more, sure, he had 3 digits worth of drones earlier, he's just not... Like, even these trades, they're not cost-efficient at all.
Yeah. No, it's expensive, man. Think about how many resources on a base as well. It's like, you're talking about... We're getting to the point where it's almost like a base of resources difference, and... Like I say, if Dark mines out one of Q's bases as well, then it's really tough for Q to do that. But then one base of difference, it's 100% possible because Q is going to start mining himself here.
Yeah, so one problem you do run into with moves like this, though, as Cure, is that well, his natural and his main, where most of his production is located, it's on the other side of the map, right? So he can secure this location, those 2 mining bases that are so important. But now, yeah, Dark can start thinking about potentially harassing the main and the natural instead, and that could trigger a base race.
Oh yeah, no, it absolutely could if you just want to start hitting the other side. And that's why it's important for Q to leave some amount of units over there to at least make it expensive for Dark to enter there, or at least to dissuade him from even committing in, because then Dark's not 100% sure how much lies in wait. That's why I'm more
like he's just casually scratching his face right there, Dark on the camera.
It's one of them games, man, 25 minutes. It's like, huh, you know, one of these games again. First game of the tournament, or first match of the tournament. It's like, man, I'm in for some long days. Bonus for these guys, of course, one of the changes is that they only play 2 best-of-3s a day now. You know, it used to be you sat down and you were there for 5 hours and that was your tournament. You know, for a lot of these guys, like that was just it. And now it gets spread over a few more days. Kind of like that, you know.
That is a lot of brute force though this time around, a lot more than we saw previously. Now those siege tanks can actually hinder you as well. Blinding clouds, fungal growths. Wouldn't even be surprised to see a parasitic bomb there as well. Dark pushes back that Terran arm.
The Ghosts get a few snipes off as Mineral Income, by the way, favoring Q with the triple arrow on the bottom of the screen for a few moments. So some mules are putting in work.
He needs some gas now.
Yes, he does need some gases. Look at the power of the mules, man. Just denying all the income lead that we've had. Q's work account itself is actually pretty good compared to before too, right? He's back up to 60. Dog's only at 70, right, as well. So it's also a factor, man, how many workers you have, how big your armies can be, so how much you're setting up to rebuild with as the 4 leads out.
I thought at the very least it was going to get 1 Ultralisk there, but no, not quite. Now he's setting up a static defense around almost, right? That's not something we very frequently see here. But Dark coming in from a slightly different angle. You got to be careful about that concave. There's the abduction. Maybe not as strong as it once was, but still plenty powerful.
I was going to say, I think it's important that Q, actually, this base down here he just scanned is one that he keeps some attention to, because again, that's essentially meant to be his base.
Yes.
And Dark's already mined the base similar to that one on his side of the map for a long time, because he was even pushing a base further than that, right? The one that Q now owns. So this is mined out. So it's not like Q can be like, oh, I'm just going to own the top of the map. I don't think he can get away with letting Dark mine out this bottom side. And yeah, I mean, as soon as he sees that Dark is seriously trying to mine here, it's a serious commitment, because he knows he can't let that position go and, you know.
But splitting up your mech army is so difficult, right? Since Dark can put all of his units in one place if he wants to within like 20 seconds, Kjorn needs to move for a long time before he grips everything up. At this point, Dark is still split up, and it seems like he's okay with a couple of neural parasites right now coming down as well, as the Thors and the Liberator, they change sides temporarily. Now they're gunning down one another.
Yeah, Thor action here. TVT to a whole new level as we do eventually push this back. I mean, this is also a tough part of what Q is doing when you split that army. It's hard to track where the spellcasters are going to be, right? You're not always able to scan ahead on both locations, so again, the kind of initiative is on Q to do something, but Dark has a lot of tools to make that extremely difficult.
Okay, there's the EMPs coming down, though. Can he actually grab those ghosts on the way out? He does get the follow-up fungal as well, and this is getting expensive right here for Cure. He does have some money in the bank. I hope he put those SCVs and those gas guys, those refineries we saw earlier. Because he definitely, he did, okay.
I think Doc's running out of gas mining, by the way.
Yeah.
As Q starts to mine this base, the gas income, it was obviously triple arrows for Doc. Now it was for a moment there, kind of like 1 arrow, now it's back to 2, so maybe Doc's not in too much trouble.
Not yet, anyways.
Not yet, but it is something to keep in mind. If he runs out of gas, then what can you really do with like minerals? It's like Lings, Queens, well, that doesn't trade well enough against this army. To the point where a lot of players even like introducing some Lings at this sort of stage as well, but Doc is kind of doing, right? He's keeping a Ling being count up.
Yeah, he knows where this is headed.
Yeah, so you can spend the minerals early so that it's not like, oh, all I can build at the end of the game is Lings. It's like you've already introduced them when they can still be more effective.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. We've seen that many times in the past where a Zerg ends with 6,000 minerals, but absolutely no gas. And Queens can be pretty good, Zerglings can be pretty good, but they're not going to be amazing at this stage in the game. For counterattacks, though, they can still be very helpful.
Yep. That's a nice little one, as we do have gas to mine here from Kira, and Kira is, you know, without a gas bank, really. So that's something to keep in mind, as this base also has been under heavy attack, just trying to stop these last few workers from mining. Just trying to make, you know, Q pay to basically mine, right? Just trying to get some value.
Oh, fungals as well from the low ground, grabbing a bunch of those ghosts once again. This is obviously a stamina game at this point as well, right? Dark seems to still be very comfortable. Cure is starting to lose and slip up a little bit here and there.
It's going to be seeing, I mean, I still feel like that 6 o'clock base is an issue for Q. I mean, look at Dog's bank, right? All of a sudden...
That's where the money is coming from, too.
Yeah, and also some of these fights have not been as good for Q. We're talking about, what, like 15k now? It's only a 10k resource loss difference. So it's nowhere near as kind of, you know, playable as it was for Q. Like, his army's still very good, but Dark really has a bank now. He's been trading that a little bit better. And it really sets him up to potentially close out this game, too. He is up 1-0.
A little bit of Liberator harassment on that base would be nice to see, right?
He's tried it, though, and the Skulls just come and deal with it, I think.
What about technical nukes in that direction?
Could be. I wonder if he's just not got the money. Like, he's so low on gas, and, you know, the nuke is a little... It's not expensive for what it can do. But if you just want to, like, spam nukes, it is some... You know, it is a way to, like, give up resources. And maybe if he got, like, the top right bases earlier, we would have seen a little bit of that. Because it's always been a struggle for him to get the next base along. Maybe he just doesn't feel like it's quite worthwhile.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. He needs to deal with that base somehow, some way, though. But just in his mind, all he needs to do is max out one time with a huge army, and he may very well be there right now. Does he have enough, though, to kill this entire Zerg force? The brute lord count is so high.
Yeah, it is. Those Thors are actually putting in some good work on the bottom left of your screen.
Oh, the Banelings?
You see the Banes are going to get towards all of the Ghosts. Now, Dark Supply drops a lot, but don't forget he has the rebuild and instantly pack up to 200 here. A Neural Parasite to help out against the Thors on the bottom, and we just need a few moments here for Dark to kind of get resettled. I feel like these brutes should keep on moving back, because the Thors, if they hunt them down, can obviously do a lot. This is a big
11 Ultras. How do you feel about the Ultras at this point? There's still so many Thors and Siege Tanks left over.
I actually don't think I like them, right?
No. Like, he needs energy on those Infestors more so than anything.
Maybe the ability to split the Ultras up and around could be very good, and they can overwhelm and they can move, you know, where the Thors are not. But there's actually current army of Q looks very good, but it is kind of the last army. Like, he's more or less out of gas. His mining is obviously very limited, and he's pushing so far into creep that there's going to be a fight here that if Q wins, Dark will never be able to reinforce again because he'll just get picked off as he builds. And if Dark wins, then he's going to kill absolutely everything. Q can't afford to rebuild absolutely everything.
No, for sure. So, yeah, Zerglings are still a helpful reinforcing tool in this sort of battle. Cure, I think he needs to march a little bit deeper, right? Anyways, now the Ultras, though, are crashing in on a couple of the reinforcing Terran units as well. That is incredibly helpful right here for Dark.
You know,
if he buys enough time for more Neural Parasites, this is going to be a disaster, I think, for the Terran.
The Ultra is obviously something as well where it's like, you know, you mentioned before, the top side of the map is where you're mining, but the bottom side is your production. That's what the Ultras can really punish as well, because if you really do over-defend one, the Ultras can just punish the other.
Yeah.
And then they're fast enough to get back and fight, where the mech army is not fast enough to really, you know what I mean? So,
yeah.
Definitely also, I mean, Dog's just got so much money. It's really hard to imagine this game doesn't go his way. He has to, basically, Q has to win one fight with an army that just doesn't die and then just keep going and basically be unkillable. I just think that's a big ask, because these Ghosts do get decent snipes, but they're out of energy, man, so they don't have the energy to keep on sniping. They deny a base from the bottom side, but Dark is set up with 7k, 3k.
Yeah, you hate to see Ghosts dying to the unit they're supposed to counter. Those Ultras kill quite a few of their friends. At least they're going to be able to kill one of them on the way out. The base at the bottom of the map has been dealt with, so that's, I guess, something. Maybe an Orc Command can take that position, but yeah, he needs to... the longer he waits, the more Infestor energy there's going to be, right? And Infestors can just buy so much time against his army. Dark is happy to just remax on, well, whatever army he pleases. The only unit we haven't seen, I guess, is Lurkers, but... yeah.
At this point, the Banelings are cool as well, right? Because it's just getting to that stage where the Banelings can be very cost efficient. Kira is not mining. We know 10 workers. You know, denying this base was great, but then he lost 2 bases in the process. And the moment you try and kind of come back down the bottom, Dog's going to try and long distance mine elsewhere. A few Lings over here are going to be able to get on top of those mules, just denying some of the extra income Kira is trying to grab. And all Kira is really building is a handful of Hellbats, because he has no access to gas easily at the moment. So... yeah, what you're adding in is basically not a lot of stuff, and he can barely afford to repair an orbital as well. So Dark is poised, I think, to potentially close this out, but he still needs to take this final fight. 150 versus 150 army supplies. These next few moments will tell us whether Cure can pull off a miracle.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the army supply here is still huge for Cure. Maybe the supply count can be a little bit deceiving because of the amount of drones that Dark still has. He seems to be winning all of the small battles, but can he win the war? Because that Terran army is looking dangerous.
14 Infestors, by the way, so if they all get EMP'd, then actually, very easy for Q to potentially swing this fight. But if these Infestors just come a couple at a time and do stuff like this is exactly where you can do very well. And you more or less go a Thor, very low HP. I mean, again, Q can't exactly afford to repair, so for once, actually damaging the Terran units is really, seriously, 100% guaranteed damage.
Yes. Viper's also happy to accumulate a little bit of energy once again. Keep in mind, there's a huge Zerg force on the back of this as well, hiding on the left side of the screen. I wouldn't mind seeing a split on those Infestors, though, because that is like the only thing that could really bother him here.
Yeah, I honestly think the only way you win is you EMP every Infestor, and then without any spellcasting, like the army of Dog does kind of just fall over, but the spellcasters are the powerhouse, and as long as they are active, you can just see what they can do. They basically held off this entire army thus far, and you just did it with a few Infestors and, Vipers, and they're getting their energy back to go again, and then these Ultras are going to come down the right side. And
I love how he still has those units out there. He's like, yep, I don't need my entire army for this battle. That would be insane. Just trying to buy as much time here, using those spellcasters and those brutes. Now finally the Ghosts do get the snipes in, but that also triggers those Banelings to start rolling through. Neural Parasites? Yep, that's going to be the next move right here for Dark, as he takes control of the entirety of that Terran army. And that is going to be all she wrote right here. In game number 1.
Yes, it is.
Well, match number
2.
1.
Match number 1. Yeah. Dark going to get a 2-0 against his teammate here, and he is going to start off Katowice. He is one of the favorites coming into this tournament, and he shows us why. A couple of games that had a bit of adversity for him, perhaps early on, and a lot of Terran pressure. He really stood strong throughout all of that.
Yeah, he's looking incredible here.
Yeah, and just comes out on the other side. I mean, you look at him in this late game, it's like, man, Q had some good positions. He had some good chances to push forward. He got the bases he kind of needed to stay in the game a long time.
This is the get out of my game, no.
Get out of here. Neural absolutely everything possible. Dark picks up a 2-0, start off his career here in the Katowice 2023 Championship. And he is going to be happy with that as he says GG's to his teammates. And that is going to be Dark. Open up, just like that.
Yeah, honestly, a very impressive series right there from Dark.
All right, well, we are going to go over to the desk and analyze that first series with Kalaris.
The Kalaris, we're back. That was a brawl and a half here for game number 2. Cure valiantly holding on, but not enough, Pig.
A little disappointed personally. When I see Dark come out there, I'm keen for some Roaches, and he didn't deliver in that series, so a little upset about that personally as a fan of the Dark Roach, but despite that, he shows he's still very, very good at late game. He can hammer you with Ultras and Banes for 30 minutes, and then he'll still transition to the Spellcasters, and he shows he can play that game just as well.
Yeah, pretty relentless, like overbearing. Always kind of on your doorstep here is Dark ZG, especially in that last game. Cure, I will say, did hold on really well for a long time, but Dark kind of just whittled him down.
I mean, he has had some decent practice with this Supreme late game style.
Yeah.
Some other Terrans, it's kind of just like refusing to even get to that stage, but it does seem to be more of the same ultimately. But to be fair, it's more the same because he is facing one of the world's best Zergs.
Right.
All right, like if he did the same thing versus number 5 or number 6, he probably wins not just the second game, but also the first game, which that T-Rex got a little weird. But Dark is really quite a well-rounded player. I mean, there was a point maybe where he was too into the Roaches, which Pig liked, but I don't know. I've never really had that complaint in the last year, 2, 3 years. I don't know what it is.
Well, I mean, moving 7 Roaches across the map and falling behind every game, maybe not the best strategy.
Exactly. But now he's just, he gets to get everything. He's got the comeback mechanics. He's got, I think, control over the patch and the maps, and he certainly has some pretty good TVZ, so able to close that one out even after it started to look a little dicey.
And he's the most handsome as well with his lovely facial hair, which I fully approve of.
Yeah.
But we've got, as we look into this game number 2 as well, just constantly little bits of pressure with these Broodlords as these fights are going on, and an overbearing amount of Banelings being able to push this back constantly. And he kept this line going here, Pig, for what felt like, it felt like 20 minutes. It was about 10 overall, but it was very strong.
Well, and he did that for a long time, but then he swapped into the very technical Spellcaster army. What I love about Dark is, I really feel like pretending that you're humble is overrated, and Dark never does that. Like, honestly, like I remember an interview maybe a few months ago, and we were just asking him questions, and he's like, oh, we're like, how do you feel? You're pretty good with your Infestors. He's like, oh, no, I'm undoubtedly the best Spellcaster user in the entire world.
Okay.
And I was like, I love it. A lot of players won't say something, but he's just he's confident, and the number of times he's neuraled people's ghosts, EMP'd their other ghosts, uses disruptors and High Templar to feedback and storm things. He's very, very good at just adjusting to that super late game, and it feels like he smoothly goes from just a hyper-aggressive mid-game to an overwhelming late game.
Is the 93 justified on the Dark card? That's a high number. 93.
Higher than Cyril.
Why isn't that is it?
Yeah, I think Sarah had 92.
Oh.
Yeah, he might have 92, yeah.
Yeah. Which
Crazy.
I think everyone's in chat is really happy now. They're like, yeah, Cyril is overrated.
We will see. We will see. There were other games going on while this one was happening as well. Pig, you were taking a cheeky look at Ragnarok versus Neeb, correct?
Yeah, I was kind of keeping my eye on all the games. Ragnarok Neeb was... I feel like Neeb actually came out quite tight on his builds. Unfortunately for him, Ragnarok is a master of aggression and getting in there just before the Protoss is ready. Neeb was doing a lot of Blink Stalkers. But the Roach Ling Ravager aggression kept getting him just off guard. Lots of like Lings getting in and slowing down his third base. And it felt like Neeb was always on the cusp of stabilizing. And he did actually win the second game in some late game. But at the end of the day, just a bit too quick and cheeky is Ragnarok. Mutas was surprising him. Roach Ravager was overwhelming his army just before he'd get all the spellcasters and that sort of stuff up. So Ragnarok starts off the group looking really good.
All right, well, thank you very much, guys. Let's head on over to the interview now as Dark wins his first series 2-0 here in Group A.
Thank you very much, James. Dark, congratulations with your first win of the tournament. Were you concerned at all going into that particular best of three?
이제 박영호 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 이제 첫 번째 경기를 승리로 장식하게 되셨는데 이번 매치업이 조금 걱정이 혹시 되지 않으셨는지 좀 궁금합니다.
우선 대진표를 자고 일어나서 봤거든요. 근데 이제 도욱이 형을 가장 피하고 싶었는데 하필 도욱이 형이 A조로 와서 팀킬이니까 무조건 첫 번째로 한다는 것도 알고 있었고 상당히 어려운 매치업인데 2대0으로 이겨서 기분이 되게 좋습니다.
So he says, I've seen the groups after I got up, and I really wanted to avoid Cure because he's also a teammate, and we also do team kills like firsthand. So when I saw Cure did on Group A, went on Group A, I think I'm gonna have a really tough match, but I feel good that I beat him 2-0.
Okay, so I'm curious to hear his thoughts on his chances, because he's of course one of the favorites going into this particular tournament. He ended up winning BlizzCon as well a couple of years ago. He seems to be in good form right now. He seems to be in shape. How is he, guessing about his, or he's estimating his own chances?
이제 아무래도 이 조에서 그래도 박영호 선수가 이제 우승 경력도 굉장히 많으시고 아무래도 지금 굉장히 폼도 좋으셔서 확실히 좀 올라가실 수 있다고 일단은 생각이 되는데 박영호 선수는 지금 이 조에 대해서 좀 어떻게 생각하시는지 궁금합니다. 예.
저는 좀 개인적으로 굉장히 어려운 조라 생각하고 있고 근데 뭐 제 컨디션만 좋으면 충분히 올라갈 수 있다는 생각을 갖고 있는데 오늘 사실 컨디션이 그렇게 좋지는 않아요. 좋지 않을 뿐만 아니라 그냥 안 좋아요. 근데 이제 새벽 5시쯤에 잠에 깨가지고 핸드폰을 딱 보니까 병무청에서 연락이 와 있더라고요. 설마 또 그거겠어 했는데 입영 통지서가 날아왔더라고요. 그래서 왜 대회날만 되면 이렇게 날아올까, 진짜 되는 게 하나도 없구나라는 생각을 좀 했는데 멘탈 잘 추스리고 이제 나머지 경기 임해봐야죠.
He says this group is really tough. Honestly, well, I don't feel well as well because I didn't really sleep well this morning. But when I woke up like 5 a.m. in the morning, there was a letter came up. It was actually from our country. He has to go to the military, and he had some of the mails from his military service quite a while, but this one hit me hard because it was in the middle of the tournament and I got the letter to join the army like very soon. So it was really a tough moment for me, but still I'll try to manage and hope for the best, get some good results.
Yeah, I can imagine that's very difficult. So does that mean that this is likely his at least for now final international tournament?
이제 그러면은 아무래도 영장이 날아왔다 보니까 이제 마지막 어떻게 보면 박영호 선수의 마지막 이제 국제 토너먼트가 될 수도 있을 것 같은데 혹시 다음에 만약 국제 토너먼트에 서게 될 자리가 있을지 그것도 좀 이제 궁금하기도 하고. 예.
일단 내년은 어떻게 될지 모르겠고요. 저는 개인적으로 있으면 좋겠는데 있다면 아마 최선을 다해서 참여해보도록 할 거고 만약에 제 운명이 어떻게 될지 모르겠지만 일단 뭐 최선을 다해서 이제 남은 토너먼트부터 집중해서 최선을 다해서 다 임할 것 같습니다.
So he says, I really have no idea. I mean, I obviously want to play more, but it depends on. I don't know. It depends on how the fate gives him. gives me. So I'm gonna try all the best, all my best in all the tournaments I'm gonna go. And if I have more chances, then I'm gonna try my best to save it.
Okay, well, fair enough. Congratulations again, Dark, with a great start in this particular tournament. We've got a lot more StarCraft 2 coming your way, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Dark is the overwhelming favorite in Group A. He comes in as the guy who has so much experience performing on the biggest stage, and he is head and shoulders above everyone else. Group A is kind of wide open past that point. I think Clem comes in as such a big fan favorite from Europe, but this is a very tricky group for him. All of these players are very, very interesting styles, and historically they've given him a lot of issues.
I think Group A is a bit of the mystery group coming into this year's edition of the Intel Extreme Masters. Clem, we always have high hopes and we know that he can do it. He is one of the very best Terran players in the world, without a shadow of a doubt. He proves it time and time again, but now the big question is, can Clem prove it when the lights shine the brightest here at the Intel Extreme Masters?
A lot of players out there play stock standard, but Ragnarok is going to come in with a lot of prepared builds, sniping down his opponents. If he's figured out the new patch and the new maps, we might learn some really cool styles from watching him play.
Time and Neep are honestly a bit of a mystery at the moment. We don't get to see too many games of them. We don't know how much they have been practicing, but we do know they have the skills to show up in a tournament like this. So Dark might be the favorite, but Group A is honestly very open.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
Just wish we could record those things, but here you go. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Intel Extreme Masters World Championship 2023. We are now well in the midst of Group A. And joining me, ZG, as well as Loco, here to talk about our next match coming up. It's going to be Clem going up against Ragnarok. So let's do the lay of the land here for these two players coming into this matchup. ZG, right now, Ragnarok has won his first match. Clem has not.
Yeah, we didn't really get to go into the fact that Clem lost against Oliveira again previously time. The fact that he lost against him is not so concerning. It's the way that it happened.
Okay.
He kind of threw a lead in the first game. And, I mean, he's not really said that he has such a problem mentality-wise when it comes to offline performances, but I do think that there is always that idea that if I could just get the momentum going, then I could be in a good spirit. So even though he's coming into one of his favorite matchups, TVZ. If he's letting that last game weigh him down, then this could be perhaps tougher than it's supposed to be. Not that Ragnarok's not tough, but even tougher for Clem.
I mean, Ragnarok is always in this weird place at the moment where, yes, you made a GSL finals, but I still think there's so many people that underestimate what he could potentially do on a stage like this, Loco, because, yes, you did make a GSL finals. It's just a shame you met Maru in that finals.
Yeah, you can see it on the scoreboard right here as well, right? How you... Yeah, you can really tell that the other pro gamers are rating them very high. 82 points right there in total for Ragnarok. I mean, I don't think anyone is surprised to see Clem very high up there, but Ragnarok definitely not a weak player whatsoever. Taking out Neep earlier, 2-1, which is not a bad start.
Yeah, not a bad start. I mean, some people could argue that that was one of the easier games just because Neep has...
That just shows how stacked these groups are, yeah?
It's honestly what it is because Neep hasn't been practicing.
Right.
Like, it's not something we can necessarily hide. He has been at university.
Yes.
So the fact that he played so well is still really nice to see, and Neep can, has a lot of talent, a lot of hard work, but... yeah, Ragnarok is, he's fortunate enough to win. He's got the momentum. It doesn't matter who won, I guess. So he's going to be feeling well, and he most recently did beat Clem. So
early days in this group, but it would be nice to go up 2-0 in the group to start things off. Thank you very much, guys. We're now going to head over to the commentators to bring you this one. It will be Pig and Wardy for the TVZ.
Thank you very much, James. And it is going to be yet another Zerg versus Terran. And it makes sense. I mean, these are good matches. We just watched Dark and Cure have a very fun back and forth match. Dark came out on top, but now going into one which I think stylistically is completely different.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Dark and Cure, when you go into, you expect them to kind of be like back and forth, probably end up in a longer game at least here and there. You know Clem is not going to try and accept that. He's going to drop. He's going to be way more active on the map. He's not going to accept the late game from the very start like Cure did in that second map against Dark. And Ragnarok, he can be very aggressive himself, right?
Yeah.
A lot of timing, focus, and obviously Dark kind of does that in his own way, but Ragnarok is very almost straightforward sometimes with what he likes to do in this matchup.
He makes it look simple. I always talk about how I draw inspiration when I watch Ragnarok play because I think it's not as fancy and unattainable as some of the blitzing speed other players do, but it is very tricky and well-planned. And that's why this player down here may be a little paranoid going into this match, representing Team Liquid, the bottom left side, the Red Terran. It's Clem.
And we do have in the top right-hand corner our blue Zerg from Alpha X, Ragnarok.
Yeah, so this is going to be interesting to see exactly how he kind of plays it through, because Ragnarok did so many roach pushes in that last season and of the map pool, but it's a bigger map pool, number one. Number two, whenever I asked European players about why they didn't try Ragnarok's builds, they said, doesn't work on Clem. He's too good. His micro is too good. He doesn't need to see it coming. He'll pull up that ramp, he'll micro his heart out, and the roaches just won't get the damage.
Yeah, Clem is such a difficult player to play against in that aspect because he is able to just negate sometimes a lack of scouting, sometimes that lack of information. He's just able to react so well in the moment, and again, that control is really just there. So, tough player to play against, and I do think, especially on LAN, we talk a lot about kind of Clem. TVZ used to be like the best, right? I mean, it's definitely, taking a bit of a hit here and there. He's not unbeatable anymore.
Yeah.
But I feel like you put Clem on LAN, on TVZ, and especially against the Koreans, his chances do go up a bit because it's such a micro-focused style that is punished a little bit when they have to play on North America,
Absolutely. Historically, his problem has always been when players backstab him, don't let him get going. We've seen it Protoss. I remember when the first time we saw Clem have the biggest hopes on his shoulders a couple of years ago, I think it was 2021 Katowice, where Zest stopped him in the round of 8. And it felt like Clem, whenever they were on an even footing, was doing really well. But Zest was like just, Observer would see him move out, big Zealot backstab comes in. Observer sees him moves out, comes in with DT backstab. And it was those sort of moves in all the matchups, like Dark, massive win rate versus Clem. He was the one who ended Clem's dominant streak in TVZ. He won like 50 best of series in a row. And then Dark figured that out. So I don't think Ragnarok's just going to be doing roach shoves this game. I think he's going to be doing a lot of like backstabs and trying to kind of be greedy if he can get Clem to overreact and turtle up a little bit.
Absolutely, as we start up on Royal Blood as well, and there's going to be seeing our Reaper now here to start dancing with those first few Zerglings. Of course, this was absent from the first TVZ of the day. A 2-Rax, CC first. First little bit of Reaper versus Ling action, and Clem and Ragnarok both micro it very well. Ling's hiding up the ramp, they take quite a few shots. The Reaper takes pretty much all the damage it can, and just trying to check the front, see if there's anything extra.
He goes for the front third base, does Ragnarok. I do imagine he takes the fourth up to the left, but he could do that, you know, older style where you just kind of expand down the right side of the map, really focus on pushing the creep there as much as you can. And behind it, Clem, this is a big surprise. He's building a third command center, Wardy. Who would have ever thought? The build Clem does almost every single game.
The Clem build, no way. Yeah, he really does just love, like, you know, versatility's not his thing in this matchup because it doesn't need to be. He's so confident in just multitasking and getting set up well. And once he's set up well to multitask, he just multitasks and tries to win the game that way. So maybe one of the things he lacks is sometimes the aggression. But sometimes it feels like when he's aggressive, it's like, oh, that doesn't work. Clem, why didn't you just try to play the macro game? Why didn't you just get the economy to be awesome, you know?
You know, I kind of like there's a bit of a correlation between when he stopped playing Widow Mines every game and also when his TVZ stopped being quite as intimidating. Because I think if you play a Biomine style, yeah, it's obviously, you know, you can't defend certain attacks as well. People were catching him out with big roach shoves. But there was a period where he went so tank-focused for such a long period, and it felt like it didn't give him the same ability to out-multitask his opponents because those tanks just lack the mobility. You're often doing a single push rather than pushing 2 flanks of the map at the same time. So I would like to see him start this series off with Widow Mines and really get back into that mode.
Yeah, no, I'm absolutely with you. I feel like that would just be very just set up everywhere, right? Be everywhere and make it difficult for Ragnarok to stay on top of absolutely everything. I think I'm 100% with you there. There's just going to be Banshee to start. Obviously, what Clem likes to do because it keeps him safe. It guarantees him that opportunity. And he's so good. I always say, like, retention of units, right? Whether it's a medevac drop, whether it's a Liberator, whether it's Cloak Banshees, he's so good at keeping these alive. Even if they don't do a lot early, they can put some pressure on a 4th base. They can show up way later in the game and deny a run by some creep spread. You know, it's not bad for Clem to open Banshees here. Even if there isn't anything immediately aggressive coming, they're still going to be great for him.
And Zergs like to shut those units down. You know, you build 20 Zerglings, surround the Hellions when they dive, bam, snap over, get to focus on my macro again. A Terran that does that is very annoying to play against. And just poking around, seeing if he can find an opening. We do see Stim, double engineering bay behind it. So he will be heading on into the bio play. Banshee's not finding any damage just yet. Ragnarok's defense has been near perfect so far. A very good start for him. Hellions going to dive in, grabbing just 2 drones, getting on in and then out very quickly. I like this, just calm, kind of respect from both sides. Now, personally, I do think Mutalisks are quite good on the new map pool, but because the Hydra has, of course, just taken center stage, we haven't seen a lot of Mutalisk play. But Ragnarok, he's very capable of pulling that one out in this series, so something to keep our eye on maybe 1 or 2 minutes from now is if Ragnarok's thinking about Aspire.
Do you like the mutas against Clem? Like, as a, you know, with the way that Clem plays?
If the map's big enough, or he's playing siege tanks, I think it's fine. I think if the push path is below a certain distance and he's playing Widow Mines, it's a death sentence. Yeah. I think he'll get the parade going and you'll just never get a chance to really harass and use the mobility of the Mutalisks. But if it's a bit of a longer map, I think there's chances to really do some damage with it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I feel like sometimes when you get the kind of the heads up against Clem as well, right, you're able to kind of stop a drop or so and then get some damage, then still get back to defend if that, like you said, rush distance long enough, as these Lings are going to be able to grab the Hellions. How many Lings can we get?
Ouch.
Yeah. Painful to lose the Hellions, really.
Yeah, that I think it always, even when you get 1 or 2 good volleys off, you're kind of like, there goes me map control for the moment. On the other hand, Stim's done, Medevac's popping out, so it's not a big window. I think the most dangerous thing is to leave a large window. Wow, good cloak timing, gets a cancel on the 4th. But yeah, if you have another cancel as well, Clem. All right, he's starting to feel himself a little bit, getting loose.
These Queens went back to the Banshees, blocked the hatchery again. This has been like a 20-second delay now and a bunch of minerals wasted. We finally get it down, and this time it might actually stick. But yeah, those Banshees finding a way to just be really meaningful. I mean, delaying the 4th base, that's, you know, twice over. Ragnarok even just going to double expand, going to take one off to the right side of the map as well. As you mentioned, the Medevacs, the Stim, our first real push of Clem beyond the Hellions is now on the map.
Taking a 5th gas, going Hydra Den. This does not seem, in my opinion, I think it's kind of dangerous to play this style against Clem, where you're sitting back and letting him take map control because of what we see him do whenever he's in these positions. On the other hand, he's going siege tanks, not Widow Mines, but the first 2 tank pushes over here on the left side of the map. Baneling speed is done. Ragnarok, I think he's got a run by in the natural, actually. Don't know if too much is getting done there, but yeah, seems like at the end of the day, that tank barely survived it.
Yeah, if you're watching that picture-in-picture, Clem having some fun pick-up micro, but needs to focus back over here. These Banelings just got too much of a jump on these Marines. He finally gets rid of them, and now he can re-engage with the 2 tanks still alive. Ling's coming from the other side, but are there enough Marines any longer? Probably not. So Clem will be pushed back. That was just Ragnarok getting a bit of a jump. If Clem had pulled back just a moment sooner, I think he completely overruns that army. The Banes getting close enough was nice. Of course, still nice for Clem overall.
Got to watch out for those flanks. Zerg players getting really good at setting those up to deal with those tank pushes. Of course, an armory coming in there for Clem very late, which means the upgrades are going to get ahead for Ragnarok. That's massive delay on his 2-2. His 4th command center is slowed down as well. He's got more and more tanks and Marines coming across them. This is an interesting style because Clem clearly wants to keep fighting, but if you keep throwing your tanks away just 1 or 2 at a time, it can get nasty. Clem's first-person view, guys, seizure warning, you may get one. He is fast.
Yeah, watching Clem's stream is dizzying. It's not a stream I can stick around on for long because it is just all over the place. And he's going to start showing us that here right as he gets ready to go and gets powered up. We see a little stim forward, some creep will go down. We're setting him for a bigger fight, and tanks, you can see him already. We're setting them up and getting them in the positions, the corners that he wants them in, the ledges he's going to try and utilize in his favor. And right now, Clem's just doing what Clem does, which is just take that slight supply lead in TVT because of his multitasking thus far, and is now going to try and pressure that issue further.
Yeah, he is playing the siege tank style, but I like that he's got a reactor on the 2nd factory, so he's going a mix, and I like that. I think this is not used enough. The tank Widowmine mix. Ooh, bit of a misclick there for Clem, but luckily he saves it at the last second, pulling most of those Marines back. These Banshees so good for stopping the run-bys. Keeping those Banshees alive is the most annoying thing. Zerg players hate playing against a Terran that keeps those alive.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I said earlier, retention of units. Clem's one of the very best at it, and what gives him so much success sometimes in these matchups. And Clem has these Lings absolutely cornered. There was no way out for them. He's going to get so many for free. I mean, Ragnarok tried to escape upwards, left, right, and every single way Clem was there. And that's just massive, right? 20 or so Lings go down, and it just weakens the defenses for this next Clem push.
Really nice, especially when you think about how much that 4th was delayed earlier. Good catch, though. Gets a tank. Widowmine not getting... Oh, 2nd Widowmine gets a pretty good hit off, though. Banshees on the high ground helping out. Got to be careful. Clem should definitely send those Banshees back, doing a much better job on the defense. These Marines running in with no medevacs nearby. A few of them get saved at the last second. You can see Clem there, lots of mouse movement. It's all about the speed, the mechanics, the multitasking for this one.
Those medevacs were actually pretty awesome, though. They actually killed 15 Banelings on the right side before they moved up, so they actually did very well before they actually got shut down. So a little awkward in the end, but actually finding some good value off screen while obviously another major fight was happening. Just so much happening on the map, which is what we expect when Clem's playing. As we see the Lings trying to come in from 2 sides, a little out of sync. This is where the medevacs can just give you that evacuation option. And so Clem just doesn't take it, man. He's going to stand and fight until the very end, then gets up, then does get out, and again, just maximizing every single unit he has access to.
You know, Clem famously said a few years ago that he thinks the difference between a great Terran player and a good Terran player is the ability to take fights that people don't expect you to take, to stand your ground and fight when most Terrans would just back away. So he's definitely known for taking risky engagements. Sometimes it does bite him in the butt. You know, he overextends a little bit, but there's other times you go, oh my gosh, who has the bravery to stand in front of those Banelings and gun them down? And, well, he does. He's been moving. I love the right side, left side push angles that he's been doing. The Widow Mines are here, but oh, Trader Mine!
Yeah, he was signed up to the Zerg army as he went right dead center in the middle of that Bioforce. So a little bit of a win there for Ragnarok. And Ragnarok with a bit of momentum going to come across the map, going to keep the fight going. We're going to see Widowmine trying to layer into this Zerg army initially, and Clem kind of on 2 different fronts is going to end up potentially coming back around the top side, but apparently doesn't quite have the numbers there. And Clem just needs some reinforcements here to be able to shut this down. This base is in trouble. He's got mines not really doing much elsewhere too. And yeah, Clem's just kind of falling apart in a swift second, and Ragnarok gonna really lay siege to this base.
Dude, he's laying siege so bad. I mean, damn, he's already rammed the door down. He's in the 3rd, he's in the natural as well. The depot's going down. What a sudden turnaround. It felt like Clem was playing his game and Ragnarok was maybe struggling a little to keep up, but Ragnarok found the catch on some units, and so quickly did he counterattack across the map.
Man, when you play like Clem, you have to be so perfect, right? Because it's such a fragile setup that when one moment goes wrong for you, all of a sudden, everything falls apart. And I mean, this is a frustrating day for Clem. I mean, he's 0-2 in the first match, and he's looking good. You know, matchup he likes and game, you know, second match of the day. It's finally looking good. He's like, okay, this is good. And then boom, Ragnarok gets that one fight, and all of a sudden, you know, 60 seconds later, the game's over.
It's all about the internal battle right now. I mean, you can see he's visibly frustrated and shaking his head, just trying to let it out a little bit. It's something where this is a turning point, because Clem already lost to Oliveira, which was always going to be a tough match.
Yes.
But if he loses to Ragnarok, I mean, he's still got to play Dark. He's still got to play against Cure. He's got to play against these absolute monsters. So this match is basically non-negotiable. He needs to win these next 2 maps, or chances of him getting out of the group are incredibly low.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's really tough, right? I mean, every matchup within this group is going to be hard, but you think about Clem's TVT against Koreans, he's got Cure to come, then Dark has sometimes been his nemesis in ZVT as well. To me, you know, against Neeb Ragnarok time, he can lose one of those matches.
Yeah.
Losing 2 really is like a death sentence in a group like this, so big match, big time to turn it around here for Clem. He needs to pick it up, and we're going on to Grezvan, which is map number 2, and I feel like Grezvan doesn't suit Clem's style quite as much as Royal Blood does.
I definitely want to see Widow Mines once again to open, because I think it's such a long map, it's hard to get tanks across, and there's not any super killer tank positions early on. So, that's an adorable photo, by the way. But yeah, I'd like to see the mobility and just work that hard out, because he added the Widow Mines there, and he was doing a good job of being somewhat mobile, but I definitely feel like it brings a different pace, especially if you can start Widowmine dropping the back while working the medevac drops down the flanks of the map. You can usually do that before Hydras hit the field, and it just adds a different sort of pace. One where Clem, for a normal Terran who's even in mechanics, I'm like, I don't know if it's that great a strategy, but it's just like it leans into his strengths as a player so hard, and that's why I'd love to see it.
Well, let's see what gets going here for game number 2. We'll be in a moment. Just want to mention as well, obviously, we're not really talked about it yet, but map scores are a big thing here as well. So even, you know, a 2-1 over a 2-0 could further down the line be very impactful in these round-robin groups.
Yeah, something players like Uthermal and a few others know very well, who, you know, had many years where they barely missed out because of a single map difference. So every map going to matter for this man from now on. He's got to win the next 2 games in a row to win this series. In the top left side of the map, representing Team Liquid, it's Clem.
And the bottom right-hand side, he 180'd that last game in a matter of seconds. From Alpha X, it's Ragnarok.
Yeah, Ragnarok's so scary when he makes those mass banelings in the mid-game, man. Like, the guy that will almost inevitably in every single Zerg versus Terran roll 50 banelings into a Terran army, and if you're not perfectly kind of spread out and organized and stuff, then things can go wrong really, really quickly.
It really, really can as our first overlook comes out. Hatchery first. Obviously, Clem is not known for playing any sort of proxy racks any amount of the time in like big serious events, so
I'd say it's like 1 in 23 maps.
1 in 23, yeah.
It's actually something where I've criticized him for it, because if you look historically at all the great Terran champions throughout StarCraft 2's history, they all have a very high percentage of proxy barracks and all-in builds mixed in. Maru, MVP, these guys in clutch tournament situations, it would always be like 1 in 3 maps, something like that. They would do a proxy racks push, and it made their opponents very nervous. There was a lot of pool first openings versus them, a lot of drone scouts. People play against Clem, and they're already thinking about 3 command centers 7 minutes into the game. It's almost a given that you're going to get to that point.
Yeah, it's about giving you the edge, right? Like, overall in the series, being able to kind of have your opponent convinced that you might do it, and then they play differently against you, as this is just going to be a bit of a copy of the first game. Reaper Expand out of Clem. He'll get that across the map. And he will SCV Scout too, just making sure this is a hatchery first. He can send his Reaper across the map safely. There's no reason to hold back and to just, you know, refrain from bringing this Reaper onto the other side.
Just 4 lings so far for Ragnarok. I like that he hasn't been building 6-lings. A lot of the players love to build the 6-lings, but Ragnarok's shown that with 4 lings, he never loses a drone. You're just good enough in your opening. You get 1 extra worker out, and he's going to look for that front third on the triangle base once again. A base which is very vulnerable to the kind of direct push path through the middle of the map. It's great to still take that base early, though, because you want to get your creep out in front of it. So it's almost like a launch pad for you getting map control into the center of the map.
Yeah. No, it's definitely one of these maps where if you can get control of the center, it's really quite easy to keep it. But if you don't, then there's a lot of ledges you've got to work against, and very tough to then kind of do that. So that's one of the things we might see Clem take advantage of further down the line is, yeah, surprise, surprise pick. We're back to that 3cc.
It's a pretty long map, so he might not be too worried about roaches or anything. I wouldn't mind seeing a Hellion Lib.
Yep.
I do think the Liberator is now 25 gas cheaper, and it was always one of Clem's best units. The number of times I've seen him reposition that Lib 4 or 5 times, goes home in red, repairs it up, comes back, and does way more damage. Like, he's had some ridiculous Liberators in his Terran vs. Zerg matches.
Yeah, no, absolutely. As the Ro24 is on the way, though, from Ragnarok, so maybe this is a great call from Ragnarok, right? Bit of a longer rush distance, and you're like, well, guess what? Gonna go Roaches. You went Banshees last game. If you don't do it again, he could just be in for a quick 2-0 victory.
Could even hide them on this map. There's so many paths, so you could take like a long way across, which obviously weakens the timing you hit at, but if they don't see you coming with the Hellions and the Reaper, then those Roaches can be devastating. And skipping out Ling speed, so this doesn't have to be a super committed push from Ragnarok. You know, he's gone up to 35 workers. It's all just on one gas, which is a Ragnarok special. You know, don't pull off gas at all, skip Ling speed, get 7 or 8 Roaches, and then just go back to droning behind it. It's a pressure which, unfortunately for him, Clem is playing safe and building a Banshee.
Yeah, Clem is getting that Banshee up, Cloak on the way. I mean, Clem is just making sure he's not going to fall to something like this. And we'll see what he does with that first Banshee again to recall the earlier series. This was again Cure, realizing that Dark could send Roaches so many different ways, so he kept the Banshee back. Clem confirms the Roaches with these Hellions as well, so gets that confirmation is great. Even going to get a full scout on the numbers, so knows exactly what's coming his way, roughly what direction they're heading in. That actually gives him somewhere to get that Banshee to.
There is still a scenario here where the Banshees move out, get halfway across the map as the Roaches arrive. It's unlikely, as the Roaches have been spotted. The bunker is on the way. The second Banshee's already on the way, so it seems like this is timing out rather well for Clem. Ragnarok already building more workers behind it, and he's just going to back straight off. But a very good start for Clem here, who can now cancel that bunker if he chooses to. Did lose 2 Hellions, a little sloppy for Clem.
I was going to say, the idea of coming forward and being aggressive and like getting more damage on the Roaches is nice, but losing 2 Hellions is so unnecessary because you could have got those hurt ones back, you could have repaired them, or just kept them in the back even. Yeah, for Clem, who we really praised the micro of, that's something which shouldn't have happened.
Oh, he's playing mech. He's got 2 more factories already.
Okay.
Oh, we're finally seeing it. People have been complaining so much. This is a long map where Bio struggles, but mech actually enjoys big maps. The more space you have to kite with your Cyclones, the more effective they are. You know what's funny is Ragnarok's gone Lair and Baneling Nest. Doesn't even have Ling speed started yet, mate.
Man, I mean, you can count the number of times Clem's played mech on like one hand, I feel like sometimes. You know, he played against Reynold that one time in the ESL Europe. Like, it's just not a common thing. He's going to go Hyperflight Rotors as well, and Clem. Man, to me, this just says that the Cyclones really are something that these guys believe in, and Clem's like, man, I'm in a little bit of trouble in this event. You know, time to stop bringing out anything and everything, and yeah, happy to mech it up, apparently.
Spire before Ling speed. Ragnarok built a few more Roaches, helped defend those Hellions. And he's going to try and go Mutas. Now, I've been waiting because nobody has shown the Mutas really in the games I've seen versus the Cyclone, Hellion Banshee battle mech. The differences for those who haven't been following the patch changes, hold that thought, roasty toasty.
Okay, 5 workers, not so bad. Of course, Hellions are more expendable right now when you're playing mech, but you don't want to make it obvious either because Ragnarok's still a little in the dark. Well, he sees an extra Banshee now, that might tip him off.
Yeah, definitely might. Roach speed starts up, Ling speed, Evo Chamber, and the Spire on the way. So the difference is the Cyclones will automatically prioritize locking onto air units that are capable of attacking them over ground units. So in the past, you'd always accidentally waste all your lock-ons on the Zerglings, and the Mutas would just kill all your Cyclones. So it felt really bad because it was an issue with the AI of the units, essentially. You also have 0.5 bonus Cyclone lock-on range. Just that little bit of extra Cyclone lock-on range makes them much more annoying to deal with.
Yep, absolutely, as these Banshees going to back it up through the center, and the Hellions go back around the other side. Our Spire's about to be done, and Ragnarok is about to be able to set his Mutas onto the map. But yeah, I feel like Clem's going to be fairly well set against this. Cyclone count's coming up, Magfield's on the way in. I'm just excited to see this, man. It's not something we've really seen a lot of. We saw a lot of people trying this stuff out, you know, in the pre-patch and the balance mod and everything, but I feel like it's something that the Terrans have hidden away just a little bit in that little lead up to Katowice.
Yeah, very curious to see how it goes. The Cyclones kill Ravagers, Queens, and Mutalisks a little bit faster now, as Magfield is going to be kicking in a few seconds and giving them a big boost to that damage, and already starting to get up front. The Mutas are coming out as well. Banshee's going to try and fly in, but of course Mutas will be able to deal with them pretty effectively. It's just hard to chase them down because they outrun Overseers.
Yeah, they're so fast. And he's going to sneak away here, so a few drones get away, and Clem's is going to try and keep leveraging this into his favor as the Cyclones with the Magfield will be able to keep pushing at the front. The Hellions to buff for them. And of course, they don't do as well against Roaches as, counterattack's going to catch a couple Cyclones. Units not in high enough numbers here defensively for Clem. And these Roaches, with their speed, able to start getting on top. But maybe that was a bit of a mistake as they're not quite winning out. And finally, we're going to see Ragnarok get onto that mineral line. Probably could have done that a bit sooner, but was busy. Mutas hit the main base. No turret preparation. Clem still unaware of these. and he is just not ready for this, so this could add up, and this could put him extremely far behind.
Ragnarok is just so cheeky. The way he moves his units, he's so good at surprising his opponents. I feel like on paper, Ragnarok is often not in an amazing position, but it's the way he hides his units, strikes at the exact correct position where his opponent's not ready for it, and he turns disadvantage to advantage. He plays it so very nicely. The Muta's getting 11 worker kills and slowing down all those factories. This puts Clem in a bit of a corner, and I wonder what the follow-up is for Ragnarok. He seems to not be continuing Muta production. Uh-oh, big push coming here for Clem. He wants to join his army up and actually take the fight to the Zerg side of the map.
Interesting choice. I mean, these Mutas are starting to get shot down. There was never a load of them, so losing 2 or 3 is actually pretty significant to Ragnarok's efforts with them. The Banshee's going straight across, and let's see if they can find an opportunity, because the Mutas obviously won't be able to deflect them. So a good chance for the Mutas, for the Banshees. The Mutas will still be just as annoying as they can be. Try and force Clem to pull back a little. We'll see where else Clem's army is at very soon. There it is, dead center. They're going to start getting some lock-ons and trading out.
He needs scans, and Ragnarok just needs to buy time. He needs Vipers desperately. Parasitic Bomb, Abduct, of course, to deal with Cyclones and the Banshees is amazing. He's trying to go into Hydralisk tech. Potentially Lurkers will come in as well, which are very good versus this comp. But he's not there yet. Just Roaches, Ravagers, and Queens. And you can see those Cyclone lock-ons doing very good damage, as will the Banshees. Picking off the Ravagers. Nice focus fire for Clem.
Yeah, getting rid of those, getting rid of the potential corrosive bars. Less for him to micro against, of course, as he's going to do the same again. Gets that last Ravager here, and that's just expensive for Ragnarok. Instant cancel on this base, and Clem just poking in and out and getting a lot done. Rallying across the map still just Hellion Cyclone. Not looking to anything else. No siege tank backline. Just these aggressive battle mech focused units.
Which is actually the right way to play, because with Vipers on the way, they do even better versus things like tanks or Thors. But as it is, the Cyclone Hellion trading really aggressively. This is exactly what Clem needs to do. He doesn't know the Vipers are on the way, but he can assume that there are better units on the way. And right now is a window where he has the tech advantage. He's getting good trades. He's got to keep it up. Once the Vipers start abducting, Ragnarok is going to get super cost efficient. But right now, Clem is the one in the driver's seat.
Yes, he is. The Banshees are just keeping persistent damage out on the left side as well. They're going to rotate around away from the Queens a little bit, maybe get some extra shots on these Roaches, and again, just the Cyclones are always up in the face of those Roaches. And Clem with the supply lead at the moment. We've got Hydras coming up. I don't feel like the Hydras are immediately going to do too much. Obviously, they can be used against the Banshees, but not going to help anymore against the Cyclones, and really the Roaches are.
Knocked back to 4 bases is Ragnarok. The scans come out, and a couple barracks starting. So Clem wants to go into Ghosts, EMPs to deal with the Vipers. A very clever idea. Banshees, though, very low right now. He's going to look for some more trades. Catching those Queens is big.
Getting rid of a bunch of those, and again, we do have the Vipers out, and this is the first time we're going to see them, so Abducts on the Cyclones. Finally, Ragnarok can deny some of the efficiency that has really been a staple of Clem throughout the last few minutes, and that's going to be now a constant for Ragnarok. Those Abducts have so much potential against the Cyclones. We're going to fight here. We're just going to commit in. Wow, big move from Ragnarok. Continue to chase up, and Clem's happy to take it.
Yeah, he does lose quite a few Cyclones, but with the energy depleted on the Vipers, definitely wanting to pull back for the moment is Ragnarok. 2-2s on the way, as well as Hydralisk movement speed, building more Roaches and Hydras. A rather simple core to his army, but the Vipers, of course, being the big game changers. Clem is now adding tanks in, as well as the double armory. You might wonder, why is that so late? But of course, most of his damage has been from Cyclones, and their lock-on does not benefit from upgrades. So the delayed upgrades only after he's on 5 base, a really clever play from Clem to try and maximize what he could get done with the early momentum.
Yep, here's Ragnarok's first-person view for a few moments as he repowers the Vipers. He's basically getting set, having to deal with some of this harassment, getting his units positioned. And just seeing, not as much flicking around the screen as when we, jumped into Clem earlier, but still pretty fast with those clicks and just really focusing on that army where he wants to position it. You can really see he's limited on vision in a big way as well. Like, he only really sees his bases, and a couple of bases aren't really up yet, so he doesn't have a lot of vision up in that top right side. So yeah, Clem's gotten quite constrained on the map for Zerg.
Indeed. Ghosts and tanks coming in now. Tanks annihilate this army if you can protect them from the Vipers. And the Ghosts are coming out. Roach Hydra in a big mass. Not the highest tech army for either side. Mass Cyclone Alien versus Mass Roach Hydra. Greatest Spire getting ready, as well as Broodlords can also be quite effective. And that Banshee just going to pick off a bunch of drones, forces a Parasitic Bomb out before it does go down. 85 workers to 85. Both sides with a bit of bank building up and a lot of money coming in.
Yeah, Clem gets a tank here. We'll have the Cyclones to help chase these Roaches down. And like you say, with the Ghost coming in, I'm really excited because obviously for Clem, that's going to be a real big staple of his army composition now. And again, another massive window to just finding so many good trades.
Here we go, Cyclone Hellion chasing on the north side. Roaches going down. Lots of them are falling, and this is, of course, what happens whenever you get chased down by Battleback. That Spirit mobility is good, but of course, if you ever get caught by the sandwich, the Cyclone Hellion can just get absolutely crushed. And there we go, Ragnarok's coming in from the left side. He's going to close in on this. There's no retreat for Clem. That army's going to get taken out.
I mean, Clem is running onto Creep to try and find an escape. That's how bad it is for him. But he is also in the bottom left-hand side of the map. He's got a massive position over here. So Ragnarok makes a great move on one side. Clem makes a great move on another, denies this base. He's got Hellions that end up in this mineral line for a few drones as well. So that attack turned into something. And he's still got one that's just going to roast away at a few extra drones. So damage being dealt. And Clem's bottom left-hand army is now getting away, so it goes untouched on the escape.
Oh, man. Oh, damn. Anyone call for some barbecue? That's a bit of extra damage Ragnarok cannot afford. He keeps losing bases as well. Blinding Clouds coming in. Those Ghosts not quite able to get the EMPs out initially. But extra Blinding Clouds coming in from behind as well. It's a lot of Hydras closing on this position. Clem's supply is dropping right now. He's in trouble.
He has just had a horrible fight. Ragnarok actually surrounded this army. It looked like Clem was away free up this left side, but he hesitated. He stopped. He thought maybe I can go again. And Ragnarok jumps on him. No EMPs landed. The tanks weren't sieged up preemptively, and when they did siege, obviously, what happens? Blinding Cloud shuts them down completely. And now you've got a bit of a push going as Ragnarok, as Clem gets reset, and rebuilding his mech is slow and steady.
He's built some Thors now, going Thor, tank, Hellbat, Ghost, so it's going to be more of a generic Ghost mech late game that Clem's swapping to. I like that he swapped off the Cyclones now. That is a good move, but of course, being outsupplied right now can cause him some issues. Ragnarok, he's adding Banelings to bust through planetaries and defensive positions. It's not the most cost-efficient army, though, and Ragnarok's income, dude, it's not that high. Losing these bases that keep dropping for him, he's got no bank. Clem's Remax. I feel like Banelings are just not a cost-efficient composition, and because of that, I'm worried. No melee upgrades, that he's actually going to be losing the trades if he starts throwing 50 Banelings away just to do an attack.
That's a very interesting part of this, as we do see, well, here we go, one attack up this right side, going to aim for this orbital. Tanks will be able to start sieging up. The Ghosts would love to get some leading EMPs on those Vipers. That's why the Vipers are lurking back, and yeah, a bit of back and forth, because then the Banelings push the Ghosts back, and in the end, the Vipers don't really get to do anything at all. Feels like Ragnarok just loses out here, and of course Clem still has that chase potential as Ragnarok retreats.
That was really good that only 6 SCVs went down, didn't lose any command centers. Clem is locking on some of these units. Ragnarok's a scrappy player, though. Remember, whenever he stepped into Ragnarok's territory, there's always the chance Ragnarok turns around and makes it very difficult for him. No Banelings, though. Banelings are so good against the Ghost Hellbat clumped up. You need Banelings. You get Banelings in the middle of that, and you will smash. He's making 36 more right now, but a lot of Hydraling already went down. I worry he doesn't have enough Hydras left after that fight. He's given up too much ground. The Banelings coming in.
They're going to come in from the bottom left, rolling on through. Blinding Clouds to stop the tanks from shutting them down, and he is going to have a choice of what he connects on. Kind of just lingering, doesn't go onto the Ghost in the back, which I'm kind of surprised about. He doesn't have enough at all, so Clem just cleans it up. I feel like those Banes maybe could have killed some Ghosts, but probably wouldn't have made the difference at the end of the day, as Clem makes it happen with some mech on Gresvan, bringing this series back to 1-1.
Oh, I love to see it. I feel like even when it's versus mech, Ragnarok does his trademark move, which is to build a Ragnarok of Banelings. Yeah. How many is a Ragnarok, you may ask? It's too many. He will always make the most obscene balls of Banelings and just roll them in, and sometimes it wipes the opponent out. Sometimes, like in that last scenario, too many units spreading out too well, no supporting army, and the Banelings just can't get it done on their own.
Man, just like 2 minutes ago, we also had that fight where it's like, oh my god, Clem lost so much, right? And those Hydras were surrounding, but Clem able to turn it around there, and we get into a Game 3, and man, a massive Game 3 already here in Group A. It feels like this could be, you know, 2 players that potentially battle for 3rd place in this group, right? Depending on other results. Clem's already had some adversity. Ragnarok got through knee, but there's a long way to go. It feels like this one's so important for these guys to have a good future in the next couple of days of group stages.
It really is, Wardy. I mean, he's the king of Europe. He's so consistent at taking down Big Gabe, Showtime, you know, Reina, Serral, these absolute monsters. But it's a monkey on his shoulder, is the inability to turn that into a big premier tournament, you know, win when you've got the best of the best in the overall world there. These Korean players especially have traditionally been the thorn in his side, right? It's the tricky guys like Ragnarok, some of those clever Protoss builds he runs into, not to mention the Korean TVTs that are probably his biggest nemesis of all.
Absolutely, I was just watching the camera on Clem do it.
You can't look at him for too long. It's like the sun, he shines too bright. You'll go blind if you look at him for too long.
He's damaging the camera lens. Quick turn away, reset. Alright, get us in game, guys, before these cameras break due to the sheer power of the micro this man contains. On the bottom right-hand side, it's Dragon Scales to round out this series. A red Terran player from Team Liquid is Clem.
And it's opponent in the bot in the top left of Dragon Scales, representing Alpha X. He's a very creative Zerg. It's Ragnarok. You know, finally making that GSL Finals versus Maru was such a momentous occasion for him. And it was, on paper, the worst matchup possible. Yeah. He made a decent account of himself in some of those games, but still making a GSL Finals in of itself is, of course, a fantastic achievement. And Ragnarok is still being underestimated by a lot of players out there. They're still saying, you know, not that worried about him, but I think Game 1 is a huge confidence booster for his form going into this tournament.
Yeah.
He dealt with a lot of aggression, a lot of multi-prong, things were getting messy, and he maintained pace and overwhelmed Clem.
You know, one of my gripes with Ragnarok a lot of the time was his consistency, right? And some days he looked great, and then other days it's like, oh god, what are we doing? And lately the consistency has gone up from him, right? He's been able to come to event after event, bringing a very good form, just very solid builds, having a good idea of what he wanted to do, and executing very well in general. So, yeah, really glad to see him kind of being able to up the ante in that regard, and see if he can keep it going here, of course. Big match, we've talked about it a lot already, and it's not changed since Game 1 or 2.
It's so stressful maintaining that level of consistency, you know, at such a peak of performance because everybody's studying each other. All your builds are out there public and, you know, you're kind of trying to just randomize what you do so you can't be predicted, but you're also trying to study your opponents and counter them. And, you know, for some players, you're just trying to basically overwhelm them with the raw force of your ability at the game, which is, of course, a bit more what Clem kind of factors in. He's a little bit more of the overwhelm you with, as you said, the sheer might of his micro.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's the one thing about Clem, right? He is kind of predictable at least what sort of style he's going to play. Maybe sometimes, you know, he switches up a bit. I mean, the mech is probably the biggest switch up we've seen from Clem in months upon months.
I mean, I've always said it's so scary if you don't know if a Terran's going to play bio or mech, right? Like, Gumiho is not that great at bio, a lot of players would say, but he still wins a lot of games with bio because, you know, the other half of the games is like mech, in the past at least anyway. So it's really interesting to see if Clem can add this depth to his play by threatening that. Could be very effective and gets a Zergling kill, not too bad. I wonder, is this a good map for mech? It's long, generally pretty good for mech, but a lot of choke points and stuff where maybe it's a little harder to close in with the Cyclones and the base is not quite as spread out, I believe, as Gressman. So I don't really know what the pro players' kind of view is on which maps are good for it, which ones are bad. But I imagine Gressman and Altitude are probably the two main maps where the Terrans are going to be going for the battle mech.
Altitude's just a map I think you insta-veto though, right? I guess if you have to play it, sure, but yeah, that is not one you really want to end up on a lot of the time.
I mean, I think it kind of plays to the strengths of it though. Like, so
for mech
for the battle mech, because there's so much
it's very open.
Yeah, yeah.
Lots of space to work with.
Yeah, which kind of favors the more mobile, aggressive player.
Could be very interesting then if Mech is going to make a big thing of this tournament. Is Clem going to do something he does sometimes, which is trying to get some drones early? Now let's see what he can do, because, you know, giving up these early Hellions is a commitment. You need, what, 3-4 workers at least to be happy with this, and it looks as though he's easily going to get 3, and obviously potential for 4.
You already got
Hellion runs
a few Zerglings as well, so I think overall that's worth it. You know, an Evo chamber as well, right? Like, it was a cancel, but still. Oh, and he's going to keep driving in. Whoa. Okay, this might be a little overly aggressive. Let's see how Ragnarok handles it.
Yeah, if he turned around a moment sooner and didn't lose that one Hellion, he just gets an extra drone pull. I like it, but the extra Hellion going down is a bit painful. Probably a move he makes based on the fact that, hey, I killed a few Lings, right? So you maybe aren't ready for the next 2 Hellions. But yeah, the Queens are able to deal with it.
As it is, I think it's alright. He's continuing Hellion and Banshee production behind it. And of course, those Banshees already popping onto the field. Stim is on the way here. And is that Stim before 3rd Command Center? Interesting.
Yeah. That's a bit of a funky one, isn't it? It's a Clem. Going to be able to be a bit more aggressive a little bit earlier in the game, right? Maybe take some momentum and then expand off the back of that one. We'll see how the Banshees do as well, as they'll be into play soon. And the 3rd CC going to come down in that wall off. You don't see that a lot for Clem because, again, he's so used to just taking that 3rd CC super quickly.
It's a much slower build-up for him, so he kind of needs to get more damage than in the previous games with this. Needs to at least force more of a response out of Ragnarok. Lings are well positioned, the Queens are split, and it's a very fast lair. I think Ragnarok really wants to play Mutalisks here.
Yeah, I could see that, right? I mean, what else are you going to do with this fast of a lair? Spire seems to be the obvious option, and obviously it covers you well in case he's trying to go into a lot of Banshees. But against someone who has stim so quickly, against those mutas, if he gets a good amount of Marines up, it could be quite scary if Ragnarok puts all of his eggs into that Spire. The defensive capabilities of Ragnarok really takes a big tumble as Clem very aggressive, and he's going to get punished hard.
Yeah, 2-3 Hellions going down. Really nice moves there by Ragnarok, just setting up the trap and then springing it when Clem steps in too deep in his territory. Spire does go down behind that, and Ragnarok wants to play that Mutiling Bane. I think it's a great way to do this, because remember what I said? It's not great if it's a small map. This is a long map. It's not great if he's going Widow Mines. He's going tanks. And this is something that's kind of predictable with Clem in the last 6 months of play. He loves to open siege tanks. He very rarely opens Widow Mines anymore. Mutas are fantastic against this opening.
Yes, they really are. Just able to shut down the Banshees, able to deal with the medevacs and the tanks very easily. Let's see if he can just make sure he has enough ready to go for the first wave, because that first wave oftentimes is going to be the big difficulty here. Is Clem really depowering himself by losing these Hellions. If he has 6 Hellions against that first wave of Lings and stuff, when there's not as many Lings because it's more about the mutas, could be quite scary on the ground, but he has just been losing out on units pretty much throughout this game.
Baneling speed starting up there behind that as well. Fourth base is, of course, on the way as the Terran third is floating on out there. Clem, I mean, there's two things this can go terribly wrong for him. One is if basically he does a big push and obviously the mutas, just pick off the tanks and backstab and do damage. The other one that I'm a bit more scared of is if he loses his first medevacs and Marines because he doesn't know the Spire and the mutas are coming.
Yeah. He's going to try for the fourth base here, and he is going to be able to get a cancel on that easily. Overlord to the left side goes down as well. He spots the Spire with the Banshee. So that one Banshee that left itself alive got into the main big. Here's a counterattack. If you have the Hellion still, this wouldn't be as much of a factor, but something Ragnarok can do better than usual. He still has been losing drones. His mutas are scouted, so Clem has turrets to prepare, and it means he won't leave his army exposed on the map.
100%. I mean, this is so much better for him, right? He's got the damage done on the other side as well with those drones. Losing your fourth, it stops your ability to explode behind these 9 mutas in terms of economy. And I think this is a fantastic position for Clem to be in. 3 more barracks going down at the front. Mutas do turn around and take a good fight. I love the pullback on the weak Mutalist. Nice micro by Ragnarok. But a Clem that is in no way surprised by this and has cancelled your fourth base is a Clem who is no doubt setting up to really kick butt in this scenario. I think we'll be seeing Widow Mines and Thors added into the mix. Is it just mass Mutiling Bane? Is there Balro added in? Does he try to transition to Lurkers? I wonder if there's any special source with this.
Yeah, there's obviously just different ways to kind of play this out here still as Ragnarok as he's going hunting for these SCVs, slowing down this barracks production. We're just going to be seeing Clem was through the middle of the map, has turned around a little bit, so these mutas are doing their job, getting SCVs, slowing Clem's aggression down. The idea with these mutas is obviously do as much as he can here, but still get back in time to deal with the main force. And man, he's getting a lot of these Marines. He's really committing through for them. Some mutas will go down, but Clem's main army actually came back home to deal with this threat.
Yeah, nice move by Ragnarok. Yes, 3 Mutalisks died, but I think it's worth it in that scenario. Oh, another muta goes down. Good focus fire. Clem grabbing those Marines as they pop and getting them. Same time, the tank goes down to the high ground. That was the safety anchor there. And Clem is building more tanks. Not only that, he built those 8 barracks at the third in vision of Ragnarok. So Ragnarok is very aware of the fact that Clem would like to just shove across the map and kill him.
Oh, and Clem's just letting a few years go here and there, so that's a little bit scary. A few Marines coming around the side. Got to be careful, man. If a few Lings show up right now, then these Marines are just dead, and there they are, coming from the north side. They do get back to the rest of the force, though. Clem's going to have a fight here. The tanks will get siege. They need to do well against these Balins. He gets a good first shot off. The Banes will not reach any of the Marines, and Clem takes a big fight with 1-1 in his favor.
Both tanks survive just barely as well. 2-2's on the way. Clem's found the new fourth base in the top right, and after losing all those units, Clem realizes he can take it out. Ragnarok has to give it up. Ragnarok is in a tough position. He's down in the upgrades. He's lost quite a lot of his units there. He's got to keep using his mobility. I want to see more Ling backstabs, not just mutas harassing, but also Lings rolling in. He's going to need to use the mobility to his advantage.
Clem recognizing as well that this was not going to be an attempt to bust his army, so he can go fully onto that base, left some of his reinforcements at home, and was able to push those mutas away for now. And Clem taking a supply lead at a critical moment when you're just building the momentum up with these 8 racks. And Clem, something he does a lot more than others when you hate racks, this is the faster fourth base, right? Like, It's not fast, but it's something that Clem puts down before anyone else would.
Yeah, a lot of people use this more like an all-in. It's like 3 base or die trying. Clem is like, no, we'll take a fourth. I'll add a second factory. I will work my way into a more normal game. I'm just using this momentum to deny your bases in your economy. Ragnarok on 88 workers, but only on 4 bases, so he doesn't really have enough mineral patches to mine from effectively with them. This is a nice move, though.
Yeah, there's a lot of lane muter, and obviously only a few unprotected Marines over here. The SCV's even trying to add to this fight. Now they're going to have to go running, but Clem is across the map, and he's going to get himself a lot of drones, overlords, and that base, so this is going to turn into a weird scenario. Ragnarok, does he have any Banelings ready? He's morphing in 4, but honestly, he's got 18, and yeah, there they are.
He shouldn't chase the right side. Good pullback by Ragnarok. If he chases into the tanks, then Clem's open to just dive into his base and finish it. But Ragnarok's playing so smart, going for the 3rd command center, keeping his Baneling count up at home. He's rebuilding Overlord, so a little unfortunate they got a supply block. Nice repair for Clem. He saves the command center. That is absolutely crucial.
And he gets Marines in the natural, going to force the Ling Bane to run through the siege tanks to be able to come and defend against these Marines now, so that's going to be a big deal. The mutas probably have to come back and deal with these tanks. There's a lot of Marines here though still, and Clem is set up to take this fight. It is 2-2 to 1-1. That will help Clem out here as Ragnarok needs to find a way to dislodge this position. He can't let Clem keep dealing damage the way he is right now. The mutas went back across the map though, and he's just going to lose out on them. Clem defends that, and these drones are stuck in the corner. Natural expansion down, and Clem in fantastic position if he can just keep holding on to this location.
Those tanks are actually very exposed. I'd like to see Ragnarok dive on them, but he doesn't seem to realize that the Marines are so far back behind. I think he could have removed this position by now, but he's been so intimidated by Clem's presence and the pace of the action. He's going for the backstab, but Clem's already there as well. And Clem scouting those mutas early, going into the 8 barracks. He has driven this wedge in between Ragnarok's economy. He also killed his lair as well. His tech is getting taken out. Ragnarok's going to have to pull the trigger, but he doesn't have the numbers.
I know. I really just disagree with how he did this right. The mutas came back. He's like, actually, no, I'm going to go back to harass. And he just ping-ponged one side of the map to the other way too often. And Clem just won on every single side. Clem comes back from a tough first game loss, takes 2 in a row with mech and bio, more versatility than we've seen from him in a long time, and gets himself a massive win to really keep the Katowice hopes alive after day 1.
Sort of frustrated sigh there as he kind of goes, oh, I got through, just barely. But, you know, we got through. We're 1-1 now in matches. And that's, of course, looking like he can still turn this around and get himself going into a very good position in this group. Still anyone's game, but this was definitely a match which, if he lost, he would have been starting off day 1 of the groups in a very bad position.
Even getting some love from Reno there for a couple of moments. You know, good job, buddy. Took down the Korean Zerg. You know, make sure we know the European Zergs are the toughest over here. Clem takes down Ragnarok 2-1. We're going to go to the desk to see what they have to say.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, a great recovery overall here for Clem to be able to round out that series, even though a hard-fought one against Ragnarok. But Clem will go 2-1 in this one. Joining me, ZG, as well as Loco. ZG, this was Clem. You know, I did say it halfway through that series. I was watching Clem and I was like, he does not look good. Like,
no.
Physically, he's like, oh, he looks a bit sad about these things, but he did recover very nicely.
Yeah, we were all worried. It was Clem wavering, right? But it was really good of him, I think, to mix it up and go into that battle mech. So the rumor has started only within a week, guys. That battle mech is suddenly all good. Literally a week ago, I was talking to Clem and he said it's not good. All right, so it was like a drastic change.
Okay.
So the thing is that I think just by doing that, it wasn't even necessarily about whether or not battle mech was actually overpowered. I think it just maybe helped like dislodge like mentality, right? Like he was able to play a slightly different way and force Ragnarok to play a slightly different way against it as well. So in the 3rd game, he did go back into bio and he did look like that better performing Clem in the mid-game TVZ. Very exciting game, very close series overall, but kudos to Clem for basically mentally recovering, because I think we were all worried for that.
Yeah, when we saw him on camera in between the games, it looked like he was ready to step out of the venue and just give up entirely, right? Yeah. Like he was really, I haven't seen him like that before. Yeah, he definitely did seem very defeated there, but it's nice to see him coming back, and especially playing that mass Banshee, battle mech style. It's a lot of fun. We haven't seen it over the last couple of years all too often. The new patch, a couple of small adjustments with that unit composition in particular. I've seen Hero Marine play it a bunch and a couple of other Terrans as well, and I mean, to see Clem bringing it out at a premier tournament like this one, that's awesome.
do I get to see the era of the Cyclone begin? Is that why I'm... Do I get to see that? Is that...
Begin
are
again.
They cool?
We were
cool
there in the
now?
past once upon a time.
We need it to happen again and again and again because
Yes.
I'm like it's gonna be a bamboozle. 2020, Solar literally said Mech was unbeatable leading up to Katowice, and then literally no one played it.
Yeah, and then you got nuked, and there was an older story, but
It's so fun though. Like we see like infantry-based armies basically all the time, and then we see it like going from that bio ball into Ghost, and eventually Terran Mech. But it's nice to see a little bit of variety, right?
Yeah, very cool.
I just agree.
Very cool, very cool.
Very good, Nico, very good.
Seeing the final moments here as well, Clem just being able to power this back off. Unfortunately for Ragnarok, he does fall down, but now that kind of leaves us in an interesting spot in the group where we've got multiple players already kind of having one win, one loss, so it's going to be a bit of an even group to get things going through the middle ground.
Yeah, not only do I want to talk about the group standings, I mean, it's still early on, but I did also want to touch on how the group works out, right? Because the format of the actual scheduling is different than previous years, which I did, talk to people and say, talk to people and say, like, do you prefer something like this, And some of them said, well, I'm very momentum driven, so if I win the first game, I just want to play everything out.
You mean like the amount of games they play?
Well, the fact that they're playing over multiple days instead of all of their group in one day, right? And one of Clem's points about how like maybe the lower bracket helps them. And a lot of these major tournaments, these premier tournaments, don't have like a lower bracket.
Right.
And then if you do play in the groups, you all play it on the same day. And I was saying, I was thinking if he did continue to spiral downward, at least that would be something to work for. But I am interested now, like which player is thinking, I'm glad tomorrow is a different day.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Maybe we could have gone and asked them at some point here whilst this day continues on. But Loco, just actually before we do go to a break, we actually had another match going on over by you. You had Dark versus Oliveira.
So before we started this little disc segment, Dark was winning a game pretty heavily. And now at the 38-minute mark, I looked away for a couple minutes and I see Oliveira on the winning screen right here. So apparently, he managed to even up the score 1-1. It was another one of those incredibly long matches on Grassvan like we had earlier today as well. This time around, rather than playing with Ultralisk, he decided to go into, Vipers and Lurkers.
Roddy did?
Sorry?
You said Rotterdam.
Roddy?
Was he playing in that match?
Is that what I said?
Is he over there?
I think I said rather, or I don't know.
Maybe.
Okay, sorry.
Are you making fun of the foreigner right now, guys?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, sorry.
Very disrespectful.
No,
but it's cool to see a variety of playstyles, and at least a couple minutes ago, I could have sworn he would have won that game, but yeah.
Well, there you go. Of course, that will continue on. And actually, these are our last matches for Group A for now. So thanks very much. We're going to go to a short break. When we return, we are moving over to Group B. We're going to watch a few matches from there and see how they're going to fare. So stay tuned for more Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. We'll be right back.
The Ghost, 100%. Yeah, that unit is embarrassing. But they nerfed it, so it's unplayable now for the Terran. Cope.
The Mothership, because it's actually very frustrating to play against. It's super hard to play against if a good player plays it. And also the community, for some reason, thinks it's bad anyway, so no one will care.
I feel like I've heard that question like a billion times already. I can't really think of one. I would guess I go with like either the Baneling or the Queen, because they are the best units.
That's an easy question. If I were to remove one unit, it would definitely be the Broodlord. That's the most boring unit to play against, I think, for any race.
Maybe I would remove the Disruptor so that they would force Protoss to make some changes so that it would still be viable. I think it'd make Protoss a more interesting race because a lot of the game balances around the Disruptor, so they would have to make a lot of changes which would make the game more interesting, I think.
저는 그 옛날 모선액 조그맣게 떠다니던 시절에 그걸 절대 다시 보고 싶지 않아요. 그때 너무 힘들었어가지고 그것 때문에. 네.
如果我想去除一个单位的话，我最想把飞蛇取消掉吧，因为这个东西现在真的太厉害了，然后又便宜又不占人口又厉害，我们现在人族真的拿它没有什么办法。
If I had to remove one unit, I would remove the DT or the Disruptor, one of the two, because I feel like they're a little bit annoying to play against.
안 좋아해가지고 고위기사 없었으면 좋겠어요.
If I could remove one unit, I would get rid of the Widowmine. It's just, it keeps blowing up my probes like year after year, and I'm just sick of it.
Welcome to Katowice, city of 300,000 inhabitants. The capital of esports, where the Intel Extreme Masters takes place.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
Welcome back here. We have concluded our games for Group A here today. Of course, that will continue on tomorrow. However, now we're going to be moving on to Group B. But before we do that, here I have to my left-hand side Fear Dragon as well as Wardy, and we can show you the results of what's happened here in Group A throughout the day. And it's actually been a little bit more even than I was really expecting here for Group A to kick things off. Fear Dragon, there is only one current victim in Group A. How are you feeling?
Is that really what you're going to throw to me to talk about? I was like,
yes.
It's like, Ravi, what is the thing that you're in the most pain about today? Tell me more about those emotions that you're feeling. I'm like, yes, I know. Neve has not been doing very well in Group A. I would say Ragnarok had a really pretty dominant series against him, and then he actually kind of just got bopped really badly by Cure. Cure was doing like some aggressive proxy marauder strategies and things like that, and even just like a forward two-base kind of all-in, and Neve just has not been handling it well. It's a little disappointing for Neve to start the group down 0-2, but I have to say, Cure, really great to see him playing actually so well right now, given that he was playing so well yesterday and also very late yesterday.
Yeah, true. It was quite the grueling stratagems that he had to bring out yesterday. But Clem, nice recovery from him in that last series. It could have gone really downhill for him, but going 1-1 is very important for his campaign in the group.
Very important for his campaign. I think it's great for just StarCraft in general, because Clem's someone we really look to as like a very fun player, someone we want to see doing well. It's definitely one of the storylines in this event as well, that you kind of want Clem to come through to do well. I think everyone in Group A being competitive is extremely fun, and obviously the more players we have, kind of being 1-1, maybe 2-2 at the end of tomorrow, going into that final day of groups is just super exciting.
And as you may well be aware, Dark and Oliveira are still ongoing here, so we do not have the full result for that just yet. But we have Ragnarok, Neeb, Clem, all 1-1 at the moment. No, that's incorrect. We have Neeb at 0-2 down towards the bottom. So the Neeb and Cure positions that you see there are reversed at present. So that's how that sits right now. So that's Group A. Let's move on here to Group B and get things going, because there's a lot of exciting players that are going to be taken to the stage here in just a few moments' time. So let's run through the players for Group B to start things off. It will be Reina, Estrella, Creator, Showtime, and then the two Terrans, Gumiho and Spirit, joining them here off the back of yesterday. So, I mean, where do we even begin? I suppose we have to begin here with Reina coming in and second place from last year. A lot of high expectations, once again, as always, Wardy, on Reina's name.
Yeah, you know, just the thing is as well, he just has so much confidence too, right? And he's like, he expects to be able to do well here. I think he loves this group because a lot of this group is just very doable for him. I don't think he sees, many players in this group as like a major threat. Like, yeah, Showtime's scary. Yeah, Estrella's scary. But on average, like on a, any given day for Reino, he's the favorite pretty heavily against most of these guys, right? So I think he likes this group. He's been a great player to watch throughout this year. He's definitely had his ups and downs this year as well. Like, there's definitely been, even recently, some of his series that he's not looked so good in. But if there's one thing that Reino's great at, it's turning it on in the big events. He is absolutely clutch, and he absolutely knows when to power up his practice as he needs to perform in the World Championships. I mean, he is back-to-back-to-back finalist in World Championships.
Yeah. Is that unheard of? That's unparalleled, right?
Pretty sure that's unheard of. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff by him. Of course, other names to be able to go at about this, but do you think Reina can go all the way again? Do you think he'll be in another finals?
I believe he's fully capable. I think one of my sickest enjoyments is every single year, the few months leading up into
Sorry, go on.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the star means that he has the best rating in that category, right?
That's the first we've seen.
Yeah, that's incredible. Speed, right?
Yeah. Yes. Sorry, I've interrupted you. Continue.
Oh, I was just saying, like, my sick enjoyment is every single year, the months or like the month or two leading up to Katowice, everyone's like, Rainer's not looking so good. Ooh. Oh man, he's just like not doing as well in these EPT weeklies. Oh man, he lost to this player.
Spent too much time at Roddy's house.
Yeah, like, is he even taking the game seriously? It feels like he's kind of washed up. And then every single year, he comes into Katowice and just smashes people. Like it's one of my favorite enjoyments now.
Yeah, he's excellent. So we'll be keeping close eyes on him, of course, as well as the rest of the players here in Group B. That brings us neatly on to our first match here in Group B, and it is gonna be Estrella going up against Gumiho. And you know what? With Estrella going up against Gumiho, I've already lambasted Fear Dragon about Neeb's performance so far in Group A. Let's give him his chance with Estrella for Group B. What are you thinking, mate?
I think that my heart is very close to this player. No. But here's the thing. I actually think this is going to be two things. It's going to be a very fun, and I think it's going to be a very chaotic match is what I'm predicting. Because the thing about it is that everyone knows Gumiho loves to play a little bit unorthodox sometimes. He loves to throw out some kind of weirdness or his own kind of take on the game. But I actually think in a very different way, Estrella is pretty similar to that. He also loves to be a little bit more versatile. He loves to kind of have his own take on build orders and is very okay with doing things that are not necessarily 100% meta. So I know I've already talked with him. He's come to Katowice with some kind of pre-prepared strategies and special things for particular players in his group. I really, really think this is going to be a fun series more than anything else.
I feel like Estrella's rise and how good he has gotten, especially over the last 2 years in particular, Wardy, has been a pleasure to watch. Like, when you look at the American region, they've had their usual names, but Estrella has been meteoric in the way he has been able to rise to the top.
It really has been a lot of fun, right? Because it was just a region dominated by Scarlet and Neeb, right? And then Estrella became a challenger, and he became more than a challenger. He became the champion. He went and did it all, you know? And that was really cool to see. I mean, just has been such a fun player to watch because he was always creative. Like, he wasn't necessarily the meta player, and that's why this series is so fun, because you have on the other side of the table Gumiho, who is not the meta player either, right? He comes in so creative. I've got his little card here. He's 87 versatility, just in case you need to know that.
That's high.
And I mean, that's actually a really good point, though, because that's exactly what Gumiho is. He's aggressive, he's versatile. He'll do so many different things. He'll do them consistently, and I think that's what makes Gumiho very tough. I think that's what makes this matchup really cool, because they both have that tendency to play off meta in a very successful way.
And I'd say a guy like Gumiho is a little bit underestimated even in 2022. When you've got these big names dominating the scene and getting to the finals constantly, you forget that a guy like Gumiho, been ever present for years and years and years, he gets to a round of 4 in a GSL, he gets to rounds of 8s in home story cups and things like that, there's just that slight overshadowing of everybody that gets to the finals, but Gumiho is still there, ever present and ever strong.
Yeah, he's just kind of always that player that's been in the background. If you look at his accolades and everything, it's so funny. If you just filter by like, how many premier tournaments has he won? Like, I think he won that one GSL. I think that is actually it. You'd have to go back and double check. But if you go down to like, oh, how about like final appearances? How about semi-final appearances? Like even just top 8 finishes. It's like, oh, Gumiho is everywhere throughout history. And he has so much experience and stuff like that. I think that absolutely adds a lot of value when you go into things like a big group stage where you're trying to plan out how you're going to play versus all these players.
All right, well, let's get to our first match here in Group B. It will be Estrella going up against Gumiho, and we'll have Tasteless and Roddy to break it all down.
Excellent work at the desk, boys. I'm looking forward to this match. Estrella versus Gumiho. Gumiho, a very, very different player, kind of marches to his own beat. He's had some success with that. At the same time, Estrella, this guy has really been practicing. He's been putting the time in. I feel like he's got a really good head on his shoulder as well, the kind of head that you need to really get through a tough tournament like this one.
Absolutely, and I think he's had a lot of LAN success as well over the last 6 months. Twice he was the best performing Protoss at the Home Story Cups. Home Story Cup 21, he made a top 3. Home Story Cup 22, he made it all the way to the Grand Finals. And that's always a great feeling, because it's great if you play nice from home, but then every single time you travel, you feel it's not quite clicking. No, it has been clicking for him at offline events. And now we're going to see if he can actually carry that momentum from those tournaments in Germany over here in Poland. I do agree with everything the boys said at the desk. I think it is going to be a chaotic series, and I'm super interested in the build orders actually, because Gumiho has a couple of very gnarly build orders where he can absolutely end the game at minute 5, and I feel that's kind of Estrella's only weakness in PvT, where sometimes I think he's a bit too greedy or he gets a little bit lost. Past the 10-minute mark, I favor Estrella, but will he get there, Nick?
That's the question. I mean, nobody really plays like Gumiho. There he is with that iconic, not a towel this time, looks like it's like a bandana or something, but over the mouse. You know, he's a guy that, you know, really, it's hard to prepare for, because who do you practice to play against Gumiho? Nobody really plays quite like him. Anyways, let's get into introducing our players. Over here in the upper left, in the red, from the USA, it is Estrella.
And of course, in the bottom right side of Dragon Skills, we are looking at the main base of our Korean Terran player representing that beautiful North American organization, Storm Gaming. This is Gumiho. Dun, 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 dun. Super important series for these guys as well. It's obviously their opening match here in Group B, but Group B is wild. Yes, Rainer is the favorite, but all these other guys, they can all beat each other on any given day, and they will know that as well. So whoever wins here is obviously going to be feeling like they are off to a flying start, because this group, you have 3 Protoss players in it: Showtime, Creator, and Estrella. How those PvPs will play out, nobody knows. Then on top of that, Spirit got into this group as well. And yes, Spirit was amazing yesterday, but all of these guys will feel that, okay, we can probably take out Spirit. You know, they rather play Spirit than they would play against Cure. So the opening best of 3 here is going to be very important for both of them.
Yeah, I think especially when you're in a group like this and you're up against somebody that you could beat, it's so important that you do beat them, right? I mean, the best player in the group, you go up against them. Okay, if you win, it's great, but you know, you're probably mapping this out, expecting to maybe lose to them, and then try to take on the players exposure you could get. So this match is certainly going to be pivotal for these two guys going forward.
And this is so fun, right? Because a lot of them will look at their best of 3 against Reigner. If they take a map, that's awesome. If they win it, that would be absolutely fantastic. But every other series, they'll look at them like, this is doable. I can do it. If I play my A game, I know I can win here. And that's why this is going to be a very fun group. Gumiho is going for a very safe opening. It's command center first on the high ground, but he built it after the probe left there for a split second. So Australia at this point, as far as I know, has no confirmation of this CC. He did scout the 1 gas opening, so that's a little bit of a scout, but this could still kind of make Australia a little bit nervous. I know as a pros player myself, if you see this, you'd be like, okay, I need to make sure that nothing too crazy happens early on, and then I'm going to have a good scout off relatively early in the game. And hey, what better way to scout than with a Stargate?
Yeah, making that CC there, on the outside, you look at that and you think, oh, something might be coming here. I'm going to have to get to the bottom of this. And you're right, he goes for that Stargate here. Of course, Gumiho is actually, playing a very, very kind of macro-oriented game. Not as greedy as if you were to just make that down at the natural, because obviously you'd see it and then you'd know what to do against it. But a cool opening to start things off here from Gumiho.
Yep. Reaper already getting 1 probe kill on the main base is a pretty sweet start for Gumiho. I think that Australia is going to look at that and feel like that should not have happened, but now the Reaper is absolutely, I think, going to fall unless...
Ooh, that was sick, man.
Yeah, but I don't think there's a way out. The Adept should always be able to get 1 more hit off. Yeah, it does, but the Reaper regeneration kicked in. Another Shade has been thrown out, though, and this Shade, I think, will be able to get 1 more hit off. We tried to get the perfect grenade, but that is so hard.
Dude, that was fun to watch, though. Very cool. 1 Phoenix is going to be coming out here, and that will be making a beeline over here into the Terran's main. So kind of a funny start. We were mentioning, I can't remember if it was you or Fear Dragon, Roddy, that mentioned this earlier, but that... Estrella, he's sometimes a little bit weak early on. He does like to cut corners, which is a sign of a good player. But the problem is when you know that there's somebody who does like to play a little bit greedy and kind of focus in on getting into a healthy mid-game spot, sometimes you get punished there. But this is not going to really be one of those games.
Nope. This is a good scout, by the way, for Australia. I think he saw that 1 Widow Mine. This Adept is going to get picked off, but we still have the Phoenix here as well, so he's going to get double scout. It is super important you don't fly your Phoenix into that first Widow Mine, because that would honestly be a bit of a disaster. But that is not going to happen. Gumiho now knows that Phoenix is real because he saw a couple of Marines shoot at it, and the Phoenix did not take double damage like a fake Phoenix would. But he's still actually moving out. I gotta say that's a little bit surprising, but maybe he feels after Australia lost that Adept that he's got a lack of firepower, perhaps?
Yeah, it does seem to be a bit counterintuitive to send the medevac out once you see that there's Phoenixes on the map, but I guess if you were able to slip by that, that would be a different story. The Marines are going to make a beeline up here. Keep in mind there's no medevac here with this, so if he takes a poor engagement, all the Marines are going to die. There's no way to scoop them up and get them back out, especially with the medevac on the other side over here, holding those Widow Mines.
And Australia is not all that greedy this game, because he's still just a 2-base Protoss, and he's even getting a safety shield battery, but he did lose track of this medevac for a split second. If the Phoenixes can find it before that medevac flies into the main base, that would be absolutely fantastic for the American. He's gonna get awfully close. Can Australia get off to a perfect start here?
Oh my god, he just doesn't see it!
To the left, to the left!
Oh my god, where is it? Where is it?
Oh my goodness, that is actually painful.
Okay, there it is. It's gonna get right in and unload, and I don't see those probes moving yet.
Nope, but he does have 3 Phoenixes, and that is enough to lift 2 mines. If that would have been a triple mine drop, this would have been very bad. But it's just a double mine drop, so in the end, this actually still works out in a pretty perfect manner. And look at this start for Australia, man. He's got a Colossus on the way. Now he's going up to 3 bases, and he took absolutely 0 damage against 2 Widow Mines and a medevac. It doesn't get better than this, Tasteless.
Yeah, I mean, that's about as ideal of a situation as you can ever have, is when someone comes at you with harass and you completely shut it down and suffer literally no losses there.
I think we're going to get a double drop in the main base right now. Sorry to interrupt you there, but Stim is done. And I feel that Gumiho is like, you know what? I'm going to try to make some magic happen before the Colossus are out and before the Phoenix give you even more map control. Australia kind of feels like he smells something, but he's still out of position, and these Marines pack a punch. Australia's going to lose a couple of workers here.
Yeah, there was a blind spot there at the main, so he can come right in here, unload everything Stim. And this is a lot of kills, and it seems like the probes are actually stuck up here in the top right. Unfortunate building placement. I think literally every probe is going to be killed. I guess one gets away, but you get what I'm saying. A huge win there. 24 kills. I mean, I knew that was going to do a lot of damage. Even that was shocking.
24 kills, and the pylon that was powering all these gateways. We have a few more Marines. Gumiho is incredibly aggressive here as he's stimming towards the third base, gets the pylon as well. Australia obviously does clean it up, so he got a couple of Marine kills, but that was too much damage. Like, if he would have lost 5 to 10 probes there, but he gets both medevacs, he's still okay. He's still more than happy. But yeah, 25 probes and a pylon, 2 pylons even. And that's a little too much.
It's funny, you know, Gumiho opening up strategically with a cool build, but as we got into mid-game, leaning hard into pure tactics and even some counterintuitive ideas like sending medevacs out when you know there's plenty of Phoenixes hunting for them. He gets in there. That Marine drop was incredible. That made up for the failure with the Widow Mine drop earlier on. And, I mean, this game is far from over, but I will tell you, Estrella is going to be hurting to try to find any opportunities here. He's going to have to get all those probes remade. His tech is coming along okay, but Gumiho is growing very quickly.
Yeah, this is adding up nicely though, right? Getting a Marine, getting a Marauder, getting a Widow Mine, and a medevac as well that just popped out of that starport, but there is another drop. I do think that Australia scouted it. He's got a spotter pylon on the left side. I hope he was actually paying attention though.
He might not have. I thought he was going to maybe recall the Phoenixes or something like that, but he just literally doesn't see this, and he won't until his probes have already been killed. 7 more go down. Another drop over here at the natural. Estrella wise to pull this away in time.
But this is painful as well, because now he lost both probes to a single Widow Mine, so he still needs to worry about that one mine that hasn't fired yet. And at the same time, Gumiho's literally everywhere. One mine didn't fire yet. In the end, it does fire, but 21 additional probes have gone down. Gumiho is relentless here, and is there enough firepower? I think that one mine, no, it will fall in the end, but Australia has now lost over 40 workers in an 8-minute game.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a punishing game. And really, Gumiho, other than, you know, a couple jabs here and there at his side of the map, he hasn't really taken any damage. I mean, he's done a great job. All of this is eventually going to be followed up with a giant push, and I'm wondering if that's going to ultimately be the killing blow here from Gumiho.
He is throwing away a lot of units, right? That's the kind of damage that he has been taking. Obviously, he had a less economic start. Phoenixes have been recalled now, or no, one Colossus, as the Phoenix is just going to hunt this down. It does seem that Gumiho is going to end up losing these medevacs too. So even though Gumiho didn't take any economic damage, other than the 1 or 2 SCVs he lost, he did lose like 4+ medevacs. Australia forgot about one Hero Marine there. Big Gabe is going at it, as Gumiho is just hyper-aggressive in this game. Can we save the Marauder on the team Australia? Nice micro, but in the end, the Colossus does fall.
Yeah, he does scoop up a lot of Marauders that are going to be picked off. Gumiho needs to be careful. He's doing damage, but, you know, there is a point of diminishing returns if you're going to keep sending out small little squads and trading. That being said, he is still very much so ahead of Estrella here, who is continuing to take a beating. If Estrella manages to hold off what will ultimately be the big push that's going to come, I would be blown away.
I don't think that Australia expected this kind of a super fast-paced game, right? Because if you would hide the name tag, I don't think there's a lot of StarCraft fans out there be like, yeah, this feels like a Gumiho game.
This is obviously Gumiho. You're totally right.
He's relentless. He's been so hyper-aggressive, and he's just not giving Australia a single moment to chill while still having good macro at home. But Australia does still have some robot units, so he's got a little bit of hope. Despite all the damage he took in this game, Australia still has a little bit of hope, and especially if Gumiho keeps throwing away medevac after medevac.
Okay, he's going to get the unload off over here with all the mines, but another good catch here from Estrella. Estrella, by the way, I'm very impressed, despite how much he's getting beaten up in this game. I mean, he is really hanging on pretty damn well. Another good swipe comes in here from Gumiho. He's going to chase those probes away.
Yeah, those are expensive losses, though. A couple of ghosts were trailing in the back, and both the ghosts got picked up by these Phoenixes immediately. Gumiho is just not giving Australia a single second to actually chill and get some map control. He just wants to be in his face non-stop. He's 10 workers ahead, but right now, if the armies truly would look at each other, I actually think Australia's army would still do fine with these Phoenixes, with the robo units, because there is no real answer for the 2 Colossus, unless Marauders do actually get in range.
Gumiho's going to loop back around over here, looking for another opportunity, and he's going to try to hit over here on the side. You know, when you have Colossi grouped up like this, one of the problems that you could encounter is that you don't have a very mobile army. If you get hit from 2 or 3 different spots, you know, it's hard to deal with. And so he's actually going to come in here, pull behind, and then he's going to try to get the Colossus. The Colossus could run up onto the high ground. No, it cannot. He did not pull it away in time. Great play over here. The rest of Australia's army is going to come down now. I think Gumiho is eventually going to have to back up.
Yep, Gumiho really using the speed of this Terran army. Australia was a little bit out of position. The couple of the Phoenixes got picked off there as well, and it's super important for Australia to at least maintain some sort of a Phoenix count. Otherwise, Gumiho will be running circles around him. It's impressive that indeed Australia is kind of hanging in there, but he's hanging at the edge of a cliff because it does feel that Gumiho is getting closer and closer to delivering that final blow. And as the observer is showing us, Gumiho's macro is insane. He realizes that all the action is taking place on the top side of the map. Yeah. So what's stopping him from just taking bases at the bottom side of the map on location?
Yeah, we're getting to the point now where Gumiho can start to really just chuck command centers out to different areas of the map. The Phoenixes, which are normally used for harassing, lately they've basically been assists to help defend.
Absolutely, and it's a couple of Widow Mines now being burrowed as well, and of course the armory is finished up, so that means that these Widow Mines are permanently cloaked. Australia needs a few more observers. I don't think that Australia can ever get a 5th base up right now, but if he can just get a little bit closer to maxing out on 4 bases, he will still have a chance, because he does have +2 attack on his Colossus already. He's got an Immortal in the mix. That's a painful one though, as that Widow Mine does connect with the Phoenixes. Gumiho setting up a big old drop on the left side of the map.
Yeah, now the Phoenixes are in position. Are they going to catch this?
Oh, that would be big.
Oh my god, he's got to unload it really fast.
There's a Widow Mine there as well for safety that Gumiho could have flown to. Look at the minimap, there's another army heading towards the top right side. Australia gave himself a tiny bit of a heads up with this Polyp Island. This is a fantastic game taste.
Yeah,
Gumiho has been in his face since minute 5.
Gumiho has been a total beast this game, but I can't believe Australia is still alive. Like, he's still alive, he's still teching, he's still getting his upgrades. Oh, we're going to have a disruption shot come over here. Yeah, I think he wants to try to pin that army to the corner there, force him to lift and catch them with the Phoenixes, but it didn't work out. Meanwhile, another attack over here onto the side, going for the pylon. There's another one in the back, so he can't actually shut down the warp in.
That overcharge was great. Actually kept the cannon alive for a little bit longer and allowed the Zealots to get on top of the bio units as well. Australia just trying to buy some time to get Blink and get a few more Disruptors out. These Zealots don't have any armor upgrades, and that is really going to hurt when the Marines and Marauders have +2. As you can see, these Zealots are disappearing very quickly. Australia needs to send over a couple of these power robo units.
Yeah, we got a Disruptor shot coming out here, and oh my god, it couldn't have been better. But that being said, there's still just too much here from Terran. I think this could be the beginning of the end.
There is another army on the left side for Australia that he really needs to send over now. I don't know how big this army is. We have a couple of Disruptors, one Colossus, one Immortal, but the Immortal falls. There are just no Zealots protecting these robo units, and Gumiho is absolutely playing out of his freaking mind, because I have rarely seen Gumiho play this kind of a style, be this aggressive. This is something we expect from Clem or something like that, but Gumiho being this hyper aggro has been amazing to see, and that was a very promising first game by our Korean Terran.
I mean, that was a lot of fun to cast. That was non-stop action from the very start all the way to the very end. Look, there were 2 big moments, and I actually lost count of how many engagements overall there were in that. But there were 2 moments where we saw around 24 to 27 probes killed.
Yep.
And honestly, I think most of the Protoss players die minutes after that. Not Australia. He is able to keep his cool. He is able to maintain his composure. He continued to tech. He continued to grow. But ultimately, Gumiho just had so many more resources coming in. The upgrades were so clean, and he was able to basically overpower Australia there. But I think that game is an indicator of how exciting the rest of this series is going to be, because I think Australia playing that well while taking a beating that hard is very promising.
And the rest of this group, right? Because now I'm excited to see Gumiho against Creator. I'm excited to see Gumiho against Showtime. But the beautiful thing about Gumiho, and we saw that on the player card as well, right? He had like 80-something for versatility. Gumiho is very comfortable playing many different styles. And he can play a completely different style here in Game 2. And I knew that he could be aggressive, but when I think of Gumiho aggression, I kind of think of a couple of Marines and a tank and a few bunkers at minute 5 at the bottom of your natural.
Right.
That kind of in-your-face aggression. But this was honestly very fast-paced gameplay, super impressive. Australia did what he could, but I think ultimately Gumiho just had a few too many units. And I love the way that Gumi closed out the game as well, right? It wasn't that he grabbed all of his forces at once and he's like, here we go, I hope I end it. No, still 2 armies roaming around the map, making it so hard for Australia to figure out how he should split up his army.
Yeah, you know, it's a great way to play against people that are going to try to accumulate a lot of Colossi. Is to just try to hit different angles, get the Colossus in a spot where you can actually target it and take it out. And eventually you whittle down their army, and they're not as sophisticated, and you get enough of those Marines and Marauders with the Medivacs, and you can just, you know, run them over.
And overall, it was just a very cool opening build order of Gumiho, because if you're Australia and you see a couple of Marines and you see a double mine drop, the last thing that you expect is a minute later, or not even a minute later, 16 Marines with Stim in your main base. It's a very committed opening, of course, from the Terran, because if that didn't do any damage, Gumi would have been in serious trouble, but none of that mattered, because he did do a lot of damage. Let's see what Game 2 has in store for us. In the top right side, the American Protoss, representing Alpha X, down 0-1. This is Australia.
And his opponent down here in the blue, our Terran player from Korea, 1-0 right now in this best of 3. He is Gumiho.
If you are a Terran and you get put into a group with 3 amazing Protoss players, you obviously know that you cannot go for the same opening in potentially 6 or even 8 games in a row. That is just not going to work. So I'm sure that Gumiho has a couple of different builds up his sleeve. Really wonder what he's going to do on this one. This map does feel a little bit larger than Dragon Scales does. I don't know. Maybe we get some heavy 2-base aggression. We saw Coffee have a great build on this map yesterday in the round of 36 with a lot of tanks of 2 bases. Wouldn't hate to see something along those lines from Gumiho.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct about about bringing a bunch of different ideas, a bunch of different techniques and strategies when you're going to have a lot of the same race over and over again in this. And so I think we're going to have a pretty dynamic series. The probe now is going to come all the way down, sent out very early, and it will spot immediately that there's going to be a quick command center here from Gumiho.
Yep, and what it's also going to see is that a Marine is going to pop. And if you see the Marine this early, you obviously know as a top-tier Protoss player that it's impossible. There is a Reaper too. But what will Gumiho do behind this? Is there a chance that we're going to get some good old 3-racks action? I know you're not maybe all that familiar. What are we going to drop, Gumi? Nah, he's got the gas for the factory, so he will drop the factory. So it's Marine into factory, single gas, a CC on the low ground this time around.
Yeah, and we don't really know exactly where this game's going to go. Other than that, he's getting a base up. He is getting his tech. He's not going to do that 3-racks play and try to put any kind of pressure on here. We've got a very fast forge here from Estrella.
That is the quickest forge you're going to see in any PvT. A 2-minute forge. It gives me the idea that Australia is going to go up to 3 bases while playing 1-gate robo. I think that's the only way you could normally really justify something like this. I've seen him do that build in the past. I've also seen Terrans like Gumiho, perhaps even Gumiho specifically, punish that with some very severe 2-base aggression around minute 5 or 5:30. Because if you play this greedy with the quickest ever +1 that you're going to see out of a Protoss, and if he goes up to 3 bases as well, Australia's not going to have a lot of units tasteless for quite some time.
Yeah, this is a kind of cool response to this. It's honestly one I wasn't expecting to see here. But, I mean, the idea is very straightforward. You're just going to start to get your upgrades out as quick as you can. You're going to basically make the bare minimum to hold off whatever they might try to send at you. Gumiho sends out a couple Marines. It looks like he's not going to get much more than a probe as far as kills go. So, not that great, to be honest.
No, it's going to be really confusing if you're Australia as well. Like, why did 3 Marines just walk in?
Yeah.
So, like, what is this all about?
Yeah, I'm not sure what he expected to get away with there. You know there's going to be a stalker. You know the probe's going to run away from the Marines, so...
We have one scouting heli in as well that doesn't really get anything done either. We have a Raven going down on the side of Gumiho. Will Australia, the only thing that I'm kind of missing with his build right now is a third Nexus. Is he just going to stay on 2 bases and drop a very quick Robo Bay? And it starts to look like it. Maybe War Prism speed?
Yeah, you know, I think we might have been wrong about the 3 bases. At least I don't see it happening yet. I guess he might go... He's going to get that upgrade. He can power on 2 bases. He's getting the robotic support bay. I guess Disruptor?
I think it's going to be a Colossus with War Prism speed.
Okay.
Because if we would go Disruptors, it doesn't make too much sense to go for a very quick +1, right? Because the Disruptors don't benefit anything.
Yeah, unless you're just trying to get, you know, for much later on have a bunch of upgrades. But I think you're probably right, yeah.
Let's see. I mean, it's definitely crazy what Australia is doing here. It's very different. We even see a cannon go down right now in the main base. So he's clearly worried about a few things. We have 2 Adepts on the way. I mean, it could still be a lot of different things. This is all very different. It is going to be a Disrupt. He's going to Chronobus it out. So I guess what the Adepts will have, this is actually kind of cool, because Adepts normally 3-shot SCVs. But if you get very quick +1, the Adepts will 2-shot SCVs. So I guess that's the entire strategy.
That's so cool.
Yeah, Gumio is going to be like, what the
Yeah.
hell? Why are your 2 adepts two-shotting my workers?
Oh,
This
that's
doesn't make any
such
sense.
a cool strat.
Yeah, this is very bizarre.
Yeah.
Wait, he canceled the Disruptor, or did it pop already? Okay, it already popped.
Yeah, he's got the Disruptor out. The Colossus is coming next, along with Thermal Lance. And, you know, it's funny, you know, not all harass is you know, as dramatic as like a Widowmine drop or something, but this is like a pretty cool way to try to play this. He needs to make sure not to lose that. He doesn't. You know, you can very cheaply just pick off a couple SCVs. This does kind of keep Terran pinned as well. You don't want to leave your base because you know those Adepts can fly back in with a War Prism and take out more of your workers.
And the nice thing is that obviously now you already have... Oh, we have an observer here. We have a Nova flying forward. But Gumiho is paying attention. That could have been a disaster, but it's not a disaster. Well done by Gumi there, because if he's not paying attention to his army, he loses the majority of his Marines there, and he's in all sorts of trouble. For Marines, the same thing goes. If Marines don't have combat shield, they will also get 2-shotted by Adepts, or if it's 2 Adepts, 1-shotted from a single volley. Really cool, unique strategy that I've honestly not seen before.
Yeah, I've never seen this one. And, well, hold on a second. We've got the push coming up here. What does he actually have to try to fight this? You know, the Raven is ready. He's got the tanks. The tanks are kind of unfortunately clumped. I think that Disruptor Shot only hit one of them, though.
Yep, that is correct. But Australia is not capable of defending this Nexus. The firepower of this Terran army is just a little bit too much. If he had 1 shield battery there, I actually think he would have been able to save that Nexus. But we didn't have a single battery. Blink is almost done, but as long as Blink is not done, it's so hard to get in range of these tanks.
I'm actually surprised that Gumiho's going to go even further here. He's going to set the tanks up here and try to shell the gas area.
Yeah, I think that is indeed a bit crazy, but maybe he feels that if he would have unsieged everything, goes home, that he's going to get chased and he will lose it regardless. But he shouldn't get a whole lot done here other than getting in a simulator at this point. And Nova does connect with the tank. Can we save the Disruptor? The answer is yes. Great save there by Australia.
Yeah, the other tank remains, although I guess there's nothing else that it can actually hit. He's already denied the gas. The 3rd Nexus was canceled. There's another one that's being made over here in the triangle location here on the map. Meanwhile, Gumiho's expanding. I mean, Gumiho is consistently being aggressive with what I would call sometimes a questionable amount of units. Like, it doesn't always feel like it's a guaranteed win, but he is setting up quickly and nicely, and he's taking good fights. He's tactically very strong, and his control is very good.
And the nice thing about this, though, for Gumiho is that he's still making sure that the action takes place on the top right side of the map. So he's just able to get his own 3rd base up and running. He's able to saturate it with a bunch of SCVs. We did have 1 misrallied SCV, but that's no big deal. This Nova tried to get very close, wondering if there are still some Marines left. The answer is yes. Australia's economy is not fantastic, but he does already have +2 on these Colossus and Stalkers, and that is so damn quick. At minute 8, Tasteless, you never see that.
Yeah. It's been interesting to see how the upgrades are developing along with this game and what that can do for him there. He's still not confident, Australia isn't, to come down and deal with that little outpost that is denying the 2nd gas from being built or rebuilt over there. Looks like he's debating trying to get the Disruptor into a position that could be, see, Gumiho's just so on top of it.
Yep, and now there is obviously more medevacs out, right? There's a couple of medevacs at the top left side of the map, or this is a single one. The armory is done, so these Widowmines are going to be permanently cloaked. We still have that 1 cannon from the early game in the main base, but this is going to be annoying. It is really important for Australia to get on top of that army. That army has not been reinforced for a long time. It's really not all that powerful. I know it's in a good defensive spot, but it's time that Australia gets moving. He needs to clean this up. Otherwise, there will just be too many other possibilities for Gumiho to find damage elsewhere.
Yeah, you know, when you still have that position down there, denying that gas, you get moments like this. And now these probes are actually stuck inside there. He does clean that up. But of course, Gumiho is just going to eke out a little bit more damage by dropping in here, taking out more probes. We've had 22 workers killed so far, Roddy.
That means that there was one Widowmine, that one there, that's chilling next to the probes. Can we just take a look at that one Widowmine? Because I think it has a ridiculous amount of kills. 14! Australia had 14 probes clumped up, and a single Widowmine connected with 14 probes, despite the fact that we had a cannon there. A couple of Marauders do get taken out on the top side. Australia still has a good army, but Gumiho is doing such a phenomenal job in dancing around that army. He's never actually fighting the army straight up. He is just finding damage and getting further and further ahead in this game.
This has been just wild. And it's funny how much the ideas of Game 1 are mirrored here in Game 2, where it's just Gumiho is able to get in there, Estrella known for cutting corners from time to time. He's holding his own, but he is going through this game bruised and battered. He is continuing to develop. He is going to have to remake his probes. There is a pretty substantial worker lead right now from Gumiho. But we're going to see another big push come out here.
Yep, +3 is very close to finishing up, so these Colossus absolutely pack a punch, and Stalkers are going to have an easier time blinking forward, sniping medevacs. But Gumiho once more shows up, and the units are a little bit out of position. He can pick up these units and leave again if he wants to, and that will just open the door for that other army that's still out and about on the map to find some damage. But Australia's got a pretty good army split, and don't forget, these Colossus and Stalkers have +3. We fire a Nova forward. The only thing he gets there is a single Widowmine, though. It's honestly somewhat similar to Game 1, right? Where it's like Australia is hanging in there. Now he's finding a little bit of damage with a couple of Zealots on the other side of the map. But Australia just needs to get some more map presence, more map control, and on top of that, find more damage on the other side of the map. And perhaps this War Prism is the way to go.
Yeah, he does send that in there, cancels before the War Prism is going to be gunned down, and pulls back away. This is one of the first engagements we've had on Gumiho's side of the map since those two Adepts came in with +1. Just goes to show you how much of this game has just been the focus of Estrella defending against Gumiho.
One goes, takes a lot of damage from these Zealots, goes obviously expensive. Gumiho does not want to lose them against random Zealot run-bys or Warpins. But Estrella feels that it's his time to shine. He's going to try to make his way to the other side of the map. But Gumiho still has a decent amount of units out on the map where he can find some damage with. But Estrella shows up before this base. This is a planetary fortress, and I want to say that's absolutely perfect timing. Because if he was ever going to get it, this is the moment.
Oh my god, the Disruptor didn't get inside. He's going to be able to pick that off.
Yep, and one Colossus got picked up as well. I actually think that maybe Australia should have stuck around a bit longer there and just force that arm to keep on chasing and try to kite a little bit with these +3 Colossus, but he was too worried that he would lose these expensive Robo units as a Widowmine connects with the War Prism as well. 17 SCVs is nice, but he did lose a couple of key Robo units.
Yeah, and you can see Gumiho was debating actually seesawing the fight once again back over. He's going to look for an opener because that fourth base did seem to be pretty well defended on the high ground in that small area. It looks like Estrella was going to actually pursue this army, and Gumiho decides it's better to try to find a better position to fight on. He has laid some Widowmines down here. There is an observer to spot it, and he can see both, but he's just going to kind of avoid ever having to directly deal with the Colossus.
This is a dangerous spot for Australia to be in, right? Because there's another blue army coming in from the left side. We can see that on the minimap. I think it is time for Australia to sync up his armies as well, because Gumiho already has the surround. He wants to go for it. He wants to fight half the army of Australia. Australia is doing whatever he can to get out of here. Nice zoning Novas, but he's still taking a lot of damage from all these Marauders and Vikings.
And you can see these armies coming in here now. This seems like a bad control group or something. They're actually moving right through that. And another huge engage coming up here. I don't know if Estrella can last much longer. That final Colossus is shot down. The Disruptor is going to be picked off as well. This is going to be a 2-0 with Gumiho crushing Estrella.
Gumiho steams forward one more time, grabs the final few Stalkers, but with 10 probes already falling, that Nexus being completely exposed at this point. I think you're right, Tasteless. The writing is on the wall for this one. Gumiho, honestly, with a spectacular series. He played so well. Australia had an awesome build here in the second game, as we have one more Widowmine connecting with a couple of probes. But Australia just couldn't really get a whole lot of momentum going. It was Gumiho dictating the pace of both games from almost start to finish. And the only thing that Australia could really do was react, try to hang in there, but he never truly stabilized.
Yeah, the supplies are pretty depressing here for Australia. It's 81 to Gumiho's 163. And at this point in time, I think it's going to be one or two more attacks here from Gumiho, and Estrella is going to be flattened. GG, Gumiho wins that 2-0 versus Estrella.
What a series by Gumiho.
Yeah.
What a way to start Group B here. The way he played that first game with the super quick stim, double drop in the main base, finding all that damage, that was fantastic. This second game, he obviously had to react to something very bizarre. He has 2 Adepts in his main base that actually one-shot work, as he's like, what on earth is happening here? But he still felt confident to move out with that relatively small army of 2 tanks, the Raven and the Marines, but that was the clutch move out, because that is what allowed him to get a cancel on the 3rd base, and then he had that outpost there that just dragged on and on for minutes to go.
It was actually insane how long those tanks were there, denying that 4th gas. And you need to have your gas. Like, that does actually change the whole trajectory of your tech and everything else that you have. I got to say, Gumiho looking extremely strong. I was delighted to see that build from Estrella, though. I mean, you can really see he's got some great ideas.
Absolutely. That was a fun series. We enjoyed it. Let's see what Kalaris, Fear Dragon, and Wadi have to say about that amazing TVP from Gumiho.
Thanks, Paul. Yes, and a matchup that is going to be very important here for this group. We see Gumiho looking strong in TVP, taking out Estrella quite handedly. Estrella fighting back here in some of these final moments. Fear Dragon, as I come to you once again to talk about this devastating loss. And unfortunately for Estrella, not able to make it happen against Gumiho.
Yeah, I mean, I think we still got to see a little bit what we were talking about before on the desk, where both of these players are willing to play a little bit outside the norm. We saw a little bit of that kind of creativity from Gumiho, and it definitely ended up paying off. We saw some of the creativity there, especially in that last game from Estrella, as you know, Nick and also Kev were talking about that +1 weapons attack from the Adepts that allows them to two-shot the workers instead of three-shot them, getting in so fast. It was cool to see the fun things like that coming out of these players, but it really did feel like there was no point during this series where Gumiho was in a lot of trouble. There's no point where he was really that worried, it felt like.
Yeah, as much as, like if we were on completely even footing during that second game, the rapidity at which you can actually get those upgrades out now as Protoss Wardy is potentially a little bit scary, actually, but unfortunately Estrella not able to utilize it properly.
You know, it's a cool idea, right? Because it's it hits a bit faster, so it's a bit more accessible. You get the Adepts in a little early. Overall, I think the idea is actually really, really cool.
I think so.
Just, you know, Gumiho in general in this series really kind of played to his strengths. He was all over the place. He was very quick. He was just an aggressive Terran player, which Gumiho so often is.
Yeah.
And he really just played to like his strengths in like a really solid way. I think Roddy said it's like, this is just Gumiho like stepping up, and like moments like this, like he's fine. It's like, oh, is he gonna get cleaned up? Bang! He's just got everything coming the other side. So just good with his movement, good with his positioning. And yeah, just really solid stuff from him. So cool ideas from Estrella, but just wasn't quite able to bring it. Hopefully we see some of those ideas in the other matches, because the potential is there, right? You come in with cool ideas like that, you get some damage done. He has potential to do well in Katowice. And
I suppose when the other Protoss are going to be looking at Gumiho in this group, I mean, if you're looking at Ancient System, for example, you see this double tank push up the right-hand side of the map, trying to push on towards that third and trying to push on towards the second as well. You're going to be keeping your eyes on these kinds of things here, because Gumiho, he's a man of patterns. He's a man of being able to kind of utilize these things in multiple games. So maybe these attacks will come your way as well.
Oh, absolutely. I think you've got to be paying attention, if you're any of the Protoss players in this group, to how Gumiho was playing versus Estrella. I think even beyond that, Gumiho is sometimes a bit of a spiky player in terms of performance. Sometimes he seems like he's actually doing relatively well and will make some deep runs into a tournament. And sometimes, frankly, Gumiho just kind of seems like he's underperforming a bit.
Fantastic stuff. All right, well, and that's how we kind of saw the dispatching in the end here of Estrella. Gumiho looking really, really strong here with the 2-0 to get things going. Some really strong play coming out from Gumiho. Fantastic to see, and that is just the first series here from this group as a whole. Looking elsewhere in Group B, of course, we had other results coming in. What did it have? Spirit versus Reina. We're not going to focus on that just yet, actually, now that I think about it, because Fear Dragon, you had Creator versus Showtime, and actually, it's ongoing.
It is ongoing right now, and a lot has happened since I think this death segment started. So I don't know what has been happening in the last 3 minutes or so, but between those 3 minutes, it went from a really even, close kind of back and forth game to now it seems like Classic is up about 40 supply. So we may very well be seeing the very end of this. As you guys can see over here, I'll kind of just show on the screen behind.
We could probably jump in.
Yeah, if we can jump in, that's ideal. But it looks like this game is about to end as Classic is doing a massive Blink Stalker attack.
It's Creator though, right?
Ta-da!
Did I say someone else?
You said Classic. It says Classic on the screen.
Yeah, it does say Classic. What does
it say? Yeah, okay, that is
they just set them up
It is
wrong.
Creator. It is Creator. Creator had already won game number 1. He actually played really, really well. He put on some DT pressure. He followed up with a good Blink Stalker attack and everything and caught Showtime very off guard. It was just really, really well playing there from Creator. Showtime seemed like he was maybe a little bit rocky at some of the early game stages and stuff, but I have to hand it to Creator that he just played that series really well. 2-0. Damn.
Nice. Very nice indeed. Yeah, I think there's going to be some jostling between all the Protoss in this group to really kind of decide what I think maybe the third place in the end. But thank you very much for that. Wardy, you had Spirit versus Reina. Talk to me.
I did. Reina won 2-0.
Okay.
Honestly, just open pool first, played safe.
Yes.
You know, didn't take any risks, hit him with some run bys. It was honestly a pretty simple series. Reina just played pretty solid, and Spirit wasn't really able to bring anything special enough to break Reina down. Nothing really to show. It was just straight up run bys, killed him.
We were talking before, Fear Dragon. Not too surprised that maybe Spirit might be feeling some fatigue after yesterday.
I did talk with Spirit, and he did kind of say, like, yesterday was grueling. It was really brutal to just go through that entire bracket, to make it to the qualifying match, and to lose barely in that very tense match versus Cure. Then have to play another one of those grueling matches that went pretty late into the day. And, like, amazing that he was able to make it through and stuff, but he did say he was a little bit burnt out and kind of was looking for some recharge. He didn't go into that series, it sounded like, with the highest hopes of beating Raynor, but he kind of said, like, maybe not Raynor, but, like, I'm going to use this time to sort of recharge my batteries and really come back strong in the remaining matches.
All right, well, thanks very much. It's time for a break. When we return, we have more here from Group B from the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice.
If you look at Group B, there is one kid that is the favorite, and that kid is Raynor. He made it to the grand finals of this tournament last year, and he won it all 2 years ago. And on top of that, recently won the Home Story Cup, so he's in good shape, and we know that he's incredibly motivated to lift that trophy in front of an audience, because that is the one thing that he couldn't do when he won it 2 years ago.
On the other hand, Gumiho actually has great historical record at catching Australia out with tricky builds. He loves mech. Mech is really powerful right now, and Gumiho has already said he's excited to take on Raynor and see if he can take him down.
Australia has some of the craziest games out there, and he's just incredibly fun to watch, and he may very well be the best Protoss player outside of Korea at the moment.
The question is always going to be to see if Creator and Showtime can actually show up and bring their A game. When they do that, they're very capable of upsetting these other guys and getting that second or third slot out of the group. I think we're going to see a clash of styles in this group. It's going to be fascinating to see how it plays out.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
Welcome back. We are now well underway here with Group B, getting things done, and we have got ourselves plenty more action to come. But first things first, a big thank you to our sponsors joining us here, Intel at the Intel Extreme Masters. Who would have guessed that they are here once again to support StarCraft 2 and everything that we're doing, so thank you very much to them. But also Blizzard Entertainment, of course, for creating a really cool game that we've just been doing for a little over 12 years. So some people here are very fond of this video game. So first things first, though, thank you very much for joining me here, Fear Dragon and Tasteless. Tasteless, you've just come off the back of a PVT, and guess what we're doing again? Another PVT. Let's get into it with Gumiho again.
Dude, Gumiho played so well. And what's funny about it, and we were talking about this during the broadcast as well, like if you covered up the ID, you wouldn't go like, oh, no, that's Gumiho. That looks like Gumiho playing. He was super aggressive. He never really let down. He took a lot of these moments where it wasn't like a safe amount of units to attack with, but he's going to try to see what he can make work there. And he did it. And honestly, he looks very terrifying from a Protoss player's perspective.
Yeah, as long as you're able to kind of retain those units, if it's going slightly awry for the moment and kind of back off, kind of refill, you're going to be sitting pretty here as Gumiho. But let's focus down in on this here. It is the next match coming up. Showtime versus Gumiho. Showtime has just come off the back of a loss here against Creator, so you don't want to be going down 0-2 in this group as a whole.
No, you definitely don't. And I think this is going to be a very interesting and very telling match for Showtime in the group, because Showtime, he's the king of defense. I mean, if we look at his scorecard, he has a 91 in defense. It's not quite the highest defense score that of all the players or anything, but it's pretty damn high because he is literally known as the wall. He is known as the defender. Sorry, I'm making this as difficult as possible. Try and find it. Okay. But Anyways, Showtime is known as such a good defender, and as actually Nick was just talking about, we saw Gumiho being everywhere. He was being aggressive on multiple different fronts. It was like the Widowmine drops, the kind of multi-pronged aggression. Showtime is the player that is supposed to have a super solid defense to that.
Yeah.
He's the player that currently is not necessarily doing as well in the group to start with. And Gumiho, I think, is not always known as the most mechanical player.
Yeah.
But he is playing really well mechanically. I actually think this is probably Gumiho's best opportunity to beat someone like Showtime.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for getting us into this one. We're ready to head over to the commentators now, as I'll do my best impression of Fear Dragon. It's these guys going head-to-head with each other. Let's head over to the commentators.
All right, thank you very much, guys. I'm Artosis. Next to Loco, we have an excellent match coming up. Loco, how you doing? How you feeling about this match, man?
Yeah, dude, I am excited. It's been a long time since we casted a game together. We were talking about it. It's
years.
It's been like since like 2019 or so.
Yeah.
It's been a little while. So yeah, excited for the game, of course. Excited to be casting it together with you, and at least judging off of the previous PvZ, this should be a really interesting match.
Yeah. I actually really liked what they were saying up there. It was a little bit hard to focus on the numbers on the card.
Yeah.
But
poor camera guy, man.
Yeah, I think it's a great match. You know, Showtime's defense against Gumiho's offense. Although I got to tell you, I keep seeing these. I don't know who Aligulac is, but his predictions suck. 56% Showtime. I'm not saying that, man. I think that Gumiho here, in my opinion, is lightly favored against Showtime. What do you think, Loco?
Yeah, I find it very difficult because it's so it's such an offensive game, right? From Gumiho going up against Showtime, who usually doesn't take a whole lot of damage from that early game aggression, right? So I guess we'll find out in the beginning of this best of 3 series as we find ourselves on Ancient Sister, and then spotting right here in the bottom left-hand corner, we have Gumiho.
There he is, the Towel Terran himself. And in the top right, the greatest defensive Protoss in Europe, it is Showtime. But yeah, that's really kind of the key here, right? Because it's funny, Gumiho like actually reinvents himself pretty regularly. I think he's most thought of and remembered. Yeah, there you go. Most thought of and remembered for all his mech play that got him that one GSL Code S victory. But since he's come back from the military, he has played a very aggressive TVP, and we saw that on display there against Estrella. But definitely Showtime has to be better defensively, right?
Yeah. No, he definitely needs to not take any damage in the early game. So he's already looking around here, but not quite far enough to find that proxy barracks that Gumiho is building, well, really quite conservatively, right? I mean, as far as proxies go, most of the time they're a little bit closer to the Protoss side of the map. This time around, though, Gumiho is... well, he's following it up with double gas as well. So what do you think he's going to go for?
I think probably factory and main base. I would love to see the proxy factory as well. That always becomes a very exciting game. Oh, well, if he's going to be going Tech Lab here, well, I mean, it could be like a proxy martyr, but it's kind of far for that, isn't it?
Yeah, it does feel a little bit funny, that's for sure. I guess we'll find out. It is indeed going to be in the main base, but he obviously needs to get some sort of damage done. Now, Showtime at this point hasn't scouted yet, so he doesn't really know exactly what he's playing against, and that will, of course, make this defense all the while more difficult. And getting a quick 1-0 in this best-of-3 series for Gumi would be a fantastic, of course. Maybe throwing Showtime off of his game a little bit, who really needs to win at this point in the tournament.
Well, you know what? These proxy Marauder rushes are really scary to defend on the low ground with your Nexus. Like, you have to micro perfectly, and a lot of times it's like 2 adepts. We were actually talking about this backstage yesterday, where it's like, how many probes should you really pull? Because some people were making mistakes with that. And the general consensus
Showtime has done the math.
is bring a lot. Yeah. Yeah, don't bring 4. 4 is not it.
No, that is definitely not going to cut it. So Gumiho is going to save up a couple of those Marauders, and well, this is the very first time that we have a Protoss unit going across the map. Luckily for Showtime, he is shading it backwards if he actually commits to that shade.
Uh-oh.
That is very unfortunate for him right here. And that may actually be the reason why Gumiho positioned that structure in the way that he did. Either way, he gets across the map, and, well, so far there's nothing to actually fight here other than a bunch of probes.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be able to get a bit of damage. Now, I love this from Showtime. Look at how many probes he's sending. That is a serious amount. He's taking this very seriously. But in the meantime, we have a bunker going up at that natural. I think it's going to finish. So, I mean, there are possibilities of, for instance, this Nexus going down.
At least a bunch of damage was done right there to that Hellion. Still got a good amount of damage done. One of the Marauders gets surrounded, and it will get sniped as well. But this Nexus might be in a lot of trouble, right? There's a Cyclone on the back of this as well. Gumiho, of course, building that one all the way at home. Even going for the Cyclone upgrade right now. So
yeah,
Gumi is planning on winning this game very quick.
Yeah, I wasn't really expecting to see the mag field, but okay, I'm like totally down for it. Command Center on the way here as well. The Oracle comes out. I love that shuffling of the Marauder. Look at this. He pops in the hurt one and pops out the full health one that's in there. Beautifully executed so far by Gumiho.
Yeah, he might not be able to shoot up at this point, but at the very least, the Oracle is dealt with for now. Now the Adepts are going to try and be as annoying as possible. There's a Void Ray coming too, and there's the Mule drop. Not a bad-mannered Mule, right? Just trying to repair that bunker back up. Does get the lock on, but at the very least the Oracle sneaks away.
The Mule repair drop is so cool. Gumiho is so cool, man. He's like one of my favorite players to watch. Just so creative, so versatile with his play. And he does end up taking down that Nexus. And now with, like, yeah, he's going to have mag field. I mean, it's been changed, guys. It's no longer plus 20 against the armored. It's plus 10 against all. So, you know, maybe in general a better unit, but maybe not as strong against, like, Void Rays and Stalkers.
That was not the best control right there from Showtime, though. Losing that Stalker relatively easily. Now the Adept also gets picked off. Eventually, he's going to be able to push this back, and maybe the counter-attack can get some sort of damage done. In the meantime, though, a Command Center was built for Gumi as well, so he is ready to play the macro game. Oracle goes across the map, however, and well, it at least gets a little bit of damage now.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, he runs out of energy pretty quickly. It was used for some defense back at home. So I think looking at this, no matter which way you cut it, I really do feel like Gumiho has gained a sizable advantage with the opener.
Yeah. No, he's got the second orbital command finishing up right now, right? So maybe the worker count is just fine here for Showtime, at least for now. But income-wise, he's going to start falling behind. So I'm curious to see what he's going to be doing here next. So he decides to go into the Robo facility right now. I mean, it's obviously Showtime, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to sit there and try to macro up. But yeah, sitting back passively here is probably not the best choice.
Yeah, like Gumiho is going to be able to just run circles around him if he doesn't figure out some way to approach this. By the way, the amount of Cyclones that he made, I find this really fascinating. He has 3 or 4 Cyclones right now, which is not that normal in this matchup.
Oh, he gets a scan and actually locks onto that that Void Ray. Luckily, the force field there prevents them from driving into the main, but the Natural might be in some trouble once again. Is there something to deal with that Oracle? Well, I hope so, because there it is.
Yeah, left that 4th Cyclone at home, so he will be able to pop the Oracle, loses 4 workers, but in the meantime, he's going after the Nexus for the 2nd time.
Yeah, if that Nexus falls another time, of course, that would be pretty much the end for Showtime here. Does he get that Void Ray? He will get the Void Ray. At the very least, one of the Cyclones goes down as well. Oracle's going to start chasing this, but these bad boys deal a lot of damage.
Dude, he's just destroying everything with these Cyclones. Oh,
you know what we need like one medevac here. It's coming right now, but it would have been nice to see it earlier. It doesn't matter, though. GG is cold as Gumi wins a very quick game number 1.
Dude, it's funny because Gumiho, like, towards the end of the year in Korea, he did start picking up some steam. He got top 6 in GSL Codas Season 3, but did come in as one of the lowest ranked Korean players in the groups, right? And that being said, I feel like with this patch, the way that it came out, it actually is a very good patch for Gumiho, so that's why I've kind of been excited to watch him. You know, the Cyclone has been changed a bit. You can utilize Speed Banshees a little bit more easily, some things like that. So Gumiho, with his creativity and with his wide skill set of different things that he likes to use and do that's off meta already, I mean, look at that. That was a very different game. Like, we see Marauder Rushes plenty, but with 4 Cyclone follow-up, I've never seen that.
No, that is very true. Curious to see actually what he's doing as well in the Terran versus Zerg matchup, because Cyclones have been very popular there as well. I mean, we saw some of that coming out of Clem earlier today too, with some Mess Banshee play. And I think you're very right. He likes playing the ever so slightly weird stuff, right?
Yeah.
Against the most standard builds, this man on the screen right now, he is very comfortable. But against those off-meta strategies that, at least quote-unquote, are inferior, right?
Yeah.
That's what happens to you when you see those units driving up.
Dude, that's a YouTube thumbnail right there. Yeah, man. That's excellent.
I would subscribe.
Definitely clicking on that video. But Showtime's going to have to clean up his early defense here. Obviously, Gumiho really catching him off guard, and with that off-meta stuff, that's hard to stop, especially if you haven't practiced against it. So we'll see what he's going to do here in game number 2.
I wonder what versatility score Gumiho got from the other players. But it's probably not high enough.
Dude,
That's what I'm
yeah,
guessing.
no, they didn't do a good job of those, to be perfect. Like, the players, I'm like, what are you talking about here? This guy does literally everything. He uses completely different stuff from
You should have a little yellow star right next to versatility.
Right? Yeah, you might.
Alrighty, game number 2, we find ourselves once more on the map of Goresvan. And spawning right here in the top left-hand corner, the man who's currently leading this series 1-0, he is Gumiho. Towel Terran himself.
And his opponent in the bottom right, not having a good start to this tournament so far, losing 3 games in a row. It's showtime. I'm hoping Showtime can make a competitive series. Like, I was actually kind of excited because, you know, if you're playing as a very good defensive Protoss, it feels like that's what should be good against Gumiho, because he's mostly just multitasking with Bio in this matchup, right? Like, he does a lot of harass. He's always hitting 2 places at once.
Yeah.
And he doesn't go as much into the late game stuff that we see some of the other Terrans do, right? Like, he's not like a Spirit or something.
If the game goes to distance, yeah, I think Showtime will probably feel a lot more comfortable.
Yeah.
It's like the first 10 minutes or so of the game that are very deciding, right? And if Gumiho, like, look at him scouting around everywhere. He's like, I do not want to have a barracks in my natural. That would be embarrassing. But yeah, if he once again can throw Showtime off guard, we'd be a little bit scared for the German here.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if he can just have a solid opener, because that's, I think, all you're looking for at this point. He plays a very good reactive PvT. Does go for that cybernetic score, and of course, we're going to go ahead and see him throw down that Nexus next. And it looks like a very standard build here from Gumiho, just a Reaper expand.
Yeah, so this is in Group B of the tournament right now. 3 players move on out of the group, and the players are Raynor, Creator, Gumiho, Estrella, Showtime, and Spirit. So this really is an important match for Showtime.
You're right about that.
Winning against someone like Raynor would be very difficult, of course, and I mean, you're of course going to try your very best.
Yeah.
But you got to make some assumptions as well about how some of those results will likely play out. So this is the kind of match that becomes, critical.
You're very right about that. And it's like the gap has closed a lot between the non-Korean and the Korean players, but at the same time, that's 2 Koreans and Raynor in the group, right?
Yeah.
So that's like, okay, those are 3 very, very, very strong players. So if he can take one of them down, his chances of getting out of the group go up like exponentially.
Starting at opener right here from Showtime, who gets a little bit more space to breathe in this particular game. Nothing all too crazy here coming out of Gumi just yet. Opening up with the quick command center right now on the low ground, following it up with a factory. He didn't scout all too much, did he?
No, not too much yet. You know, I haven't actually seen too many Showtime PBTs lately. Does he like Phoenix or does he like Oracle openers? Do you happen to know?
I'm not exactly sure what he's leaning into right now. I guess we're going to...
Phoenixes have been pretty popular this weekend so far, or this week, I guess.
Yeah, I think he's going to be comfortable playing both of the styles. We'll see what he decides to go for. I mean, Goresvan seems to be the most standard map that we have. Yeah, it's going to be that Oracle. Maybe he'll follow it up with a couple of Phoenixes here. I think Phoenix openers in general are really good. I heard there's another Dutchman at this tournament that also quite likes that unit.
Well, that's for sure. That's an understatement. But, yeah, they've been very popular. So,
yeah,
wouldn't be surprised if he does end up going into that. But the Oracle to open, you know, I always like these Oracle openers. They give you a lot of vision, the potential for some damage, reasonable defense, and he's actually going 3-gate behind it as well.
Yeah, we'll see how much pressure he's going to be able to put onto Gumiho here. Second Oracle right now as well, so definitely looking to get some damage done on the other side of the map. And I think this is the type of game that I prefer Showtime playing, right? Rather than being... I know he likes being the defensive player, but this is almost forcing the Terran player to play a normal game as well, just because you are putting on pressure.
And not just that, with 3 gates and a couple Oracles, you're kind of invincible. Like, nothing Terran does can really... Like, let's say Gumiho wants to get really offensive, it's not likely he's going to really get damage done.
Hellion in the main base being annoying. Okay, getting a couple of kills right there. Not bad at all. I think that's maybe a couple of the Reaper kills as well. That's still going to town in the natural. Nice multitasking here from Gumi, man. Gumi has really been picking up the pace.
Yeah.
We saw it in the previous series too, right? He was playing fast.
Dude, his multitasking is really good. People were saying, you were actually saying that like he has like kind of low APM compared to a lot of players, but it feels like he uses it really well, the way he's jumping around and hitting multiple locations so often.
Yeah, APM is obviously, yeah, it's just a number, right? It's always tricky. A lot of players tend to obsess over APM a lot. Yeah. I remember I did that once upon a time too. I'm like, guys, I gotta get this to triple digits minimum. And then you realize
that's
just
true.
playing.
That's true.
Yeah. But just, yeah, playing completely panicked out of your mind the entire game long may also not be the best way of doing it.
Probably not. And just because you have a high repeat rate while you remake 90 larva doesn't mean you have 1,000 APM.
No, that's very true. Oracle's in the back of the main base right now, and they are going to be able to get in. There's a missile turret coming up, but it's not quite in the right spot, and neither were those Marines. 4 SCVs end up going down.
Yeah, this is some reasonable counter-harassment here from Showtime, and, you know, getting a couple tags as well. He's keeping pretty good tabs on what's going on here. That third Nexus about to finish up, and Blink on the way. Like, everything looking pretty solid for Showtime. I don't dislike his position.
Nope. And this is the type of style that he likes to go for, right? Just... yeah, keep control on the enemy, make sure you understand exactly what they're going for, and just counter them. Oftentimes it comes down to those very, very small, minute differences. Now, there's a pylon snipe over here. That's too bad, but nothing all too crazy.
Yeah, Gumio just being as annoying as he really can figure out how to be at the moment. Looks like the Cybernetics core just going to be rebuilt. Showtime doesn't want to have to deal with this too much. Obviously, if you walk around with your whole army, he can pick up and go into that main base really quickly. So it's like, okay, we want to block the Reaper, but some Terrans will do this to you because of that.
Yeah. It's the eternal dilemma, right, as a Protoss player. It's like, do you really want to block the ground units if, you know, you're the only one that has Zealots, right, that are really hindered by it in the later stage of the game, and you lose some structures. Anyway, Oracle's once again going back into the main base, getting a little bit of damage done. In the meantime, though, there's a big Marine stim.
Yeah, that's pretty big. Gets rid of that battery pylon very, very quickly, dealing a ton of damage. This is a lot of Marines, and Showtime having a hard time. He loses his Robo here as well. Those Marines continue to pour on the damage, and I mean, it seems like Showtime just doesn't have enough here. He's taking a lot of damage. I don't think he'll straight die from it, but it's pretty bad.
Yeah. Battery overcharge could nerf, but I guess it's a little bit worse if you don't have any of it, right?
Yeah.
Definitely a nice ability to have. Getting that Immortal would have been nice, but eventually that Protoss army does clean up the Terran. Okay. Good Blink timing right there.
But losing that much of his army and his tech with the Robo and 12 probes, I mean, he got a little bit done with those Oracles, but that was just a very solid aggressive attack.
Yeah, I don't think the Oracles in the meantime got that much damage in either. They've been trying to do whatever damage they can, but I think most of that was already dealt a little bit earlier on. At least he's got the third Nexus, right? He's going to be able to remake that economy relatively easily. The army from the Terran player at least mostly got reset.
Yeah. Well...
yeah, now it's Marauders, though. Is that really what you want?
Right now, Disruptor coming up, getting that Forge as well. Charge about halfway done. Like, Showtime still, you know, he has that probe advantage. Not a very large army at the moment. And Gumiho going to continue his harassment, dropping off a few mines here over at this third base location. Going to re-pick up a little bit.
Yeah, he's going straight into Disruptors this game, so skipping the Colossi. How do you feel about that?
You know, I like Colossi in a lot of situations, especially with Showtime. Like, I like the consistency of the damage. But sometimes if you're not feeling like that solid, if you don't feel like you have, you know, the actual amount of units to support that Colossi, the Disruptor can change the game quickly, as we all know, right? Like, you get one good Disruptor shot, and you go from behind to ahead.
Yeah, exactly. You have a little bit more potential in that unit. Okay, he's going to be able to clean up those Widow Mines eventually, but... those moves that like cost the Terran player like 4 APM to execute, and you've been spending like a minute trying to deal with it. This point in the game, luckily for Showtime, there's not that much else going on, but it's frustrating, right? Like, none of this is really going exactly the way that he had originally planned, but at least he seems to be in a stable position. Comes down to the next attack from Gumi, right?
Yeah, well, when Gumiho comes in, Showtime really needs to shut it down very cleanly. He does have the double Disruptor, sends one out really, really early there, and doesn't even come close. Gumiho doesn't even have to split. And now here comes Gumiho. He's been very good on his dodging so far. You see him stimming up and away from those force fields. It seems like so far Showtime is okay against this. His army is actually starting to look pretty solid.
I love seeing the first-person view of the you know, the defense right there. It's always cool to see. It's always a little bit scary. I think he was hoping that Terran army was going to wander a little bit further forward. Now a Colossus, by the way, joins in as well, so...
Okay, I like that.
He's going to be able to get some sustained damage now, yeah. But halfway done with a ranged upgrade.
2 disruptors into those Colossus. It's normally, I feel like we see it in the other direction a lot of the time. Like Colossus into disruptor, but that's all right. You know, he's got a good defensive formation here. Disruptor's always fantastic on that defense, forcing Gumiho back a little bit. Has Gumiho gotten the amount of damage that he really needs? Because we're starting to get towards that late game that you were talking about before.
Yeah, well, maybe these Widow Mines can make the difference. He's been so focused.
Man.
I think up until that point, no.
Yeah, right?
Well, now all of a sudden, though, this Terran army is maybe at this point not super duper scary, but yeah, the economy here for Protoss is not exactly where you want it to be. Now even forced to take the base all the way up there.
Well, expanding to the north, that feels a little bit far away for him to defend right now, especially with how Gumiho likes to play this matchup. It feels like you got to kind of keep a core of bases that you can roam between very, very quickly. Does send this little group of Stalkers up and will clean that up, but will he be able to actually hold a base up there?
Yeah, it's a difficult position. I think it's mostly because the Terran army was roaming around that location down south. Did he just kill a lot more work?
Yes, he certainly did.
12 more, okay.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit painful. It feels like he's just not keeping up with the drops, and look at this. A stim in with the EMP on the Nexus, targets it down in a matter of seconds with no splash damage here. Gumiho engages and is doing some serious damage to this army.
Yeah, he's getting pinned against the wall though, but not a whole lot of anti-air available. No way to properly blink behind that either. And Gumiho does sneak away. That now justifies his opener very nicely. At least that medevac also gets cleaned up. Maybe a little bit of an all-army hotkey or something along those lines. In the meantime, Gumiho has made a new expansion as well. He's currently morphing that one into a planetary fortress. Now, will it be done before this Protoss army gets across?
Well, I do like this attack. I think that this is appropriate for Showtime. Yes. He took a lot of damage there. He lost a Nexus, but you know, he did end up killing some army. This might be his best chance to get some damage done on the other side of the map.
Yeah, good EMPs right there, softening up those Zealots right away. It looks like in the middle of the map, 3 Colossus may have been picked up as well. I think those were Colossi legs glowing right there in the corner of the screen. Not exactly sure what that was, but either way, there's the battle. Is there enough though for Terran to clean this up?
I don't know about that. With 3 Colossi, and now he's got the Disruptors coming out. He does target those Disruptors down very, very quickly. Oh my God. Just this arc of Marauders going to be able to take down all the Colossi. GG is called. And Gumiho absolutely slays Showtime. Like, I honestly thought this was going to be a lot closer to Showtime's style, but he was not able to deflect Gumiho for very long.
Yeah, Gumiho going 4-0 so far in this group. All of these players are playing, well, 2 best-of-3s today, and they're playing more tomorrow, of course, as well. Definitely the start you're hoping for, right? He has to play 2 Terran versus Protosses today, and, well, he got it done.
All right, well, that does... Oh, never mind. Yeah, Showtime cannot be feeling too good about this, right? He's 0-4 now. It is against the Korean players, so it's like you still do have a little bit of a chance.
Now
Raynor
is against Raynor. Yeah.
Right? Yeah, it feels like you must beat Raynor because it's hard to imagine Raynor losing to many people in the group. I wouldn't be surprised at all if he won the group. So yeah, it's a very tough spot right now. I think all the players are going to be a little bit frustrated seeing Gumiho open up so strongly because you'd probably look at him as the weakest of the Korean players, right? If he's
he's a bit of a wild card, right? Always difficult to predict.
Yeah,
like not a lot of people would have considered him like top 6 necessarily either, right? In GSL, but sometimes he seems to feel it, and right now that is the case.
Yeah. Well, Showtime going under his desk, maybe to unplug something or to have a little cry. It was a tough match. Gumiho right now just has to be feeling fantastic. You know, even when you look at the map score, he's killing.
Yeah, no, not dropping a map feels pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to see some more Raynor games as well, of course, later on in this event, but now it becomes critical. If Showtime wants to move on in this event, I think for him to take down Raynor. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's what he's going to be thinking of over the next couple of days. Either way, that's going to be it for us for right now. Let's hear what the boys at the desk have to say.
Yes, thank you very much here. Gumiho once again looking fantastic. And it's me here at the desk alongside Fear Dragon, because we have other games actually going on whilst everything's happening here as well. So good for Gumiho on the results as a whole. And that game just finished, Fear Dragon?
No, it did finish, but we're just going to rewind it. No one's going to know what happened. We'll have a nice little surprise result over here, okay? If we can actually check out this game that's going on right behind me, you guys can see over here. This is a banger of a game, number 1, between Spirit and Creator. Spirit managed to do a massive Doom drop into the main base of Creator. He even threw down a nuke over here, so Creator couldn't get back into his main base. Creator effectively just was forced into this very awkward base trade. There's massive numbers of Zealots, there's DTs, there's Tempest involved, there's incredible swells of Liberators are all trying to siege up, but at the end of the day, the Disruptors get okay hits, but a lot of it's just on SCVs. You can see he's just really trying to kill a single planetary, but his supply has already dropped too much. Spirit found this massive Doom drop in the main that just really wasn't counteracted, basically.
Damn, Spirit's playing very well at the moment.
And I'm going to quickly leave the game because I want to hop into game 2.
Oh, yes. Makes sense. Thank you very much for that update there. But yeah, beyond that, Tasteless here as well. I mean, just Gumiho looking like an absolute killer in TVP.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't really expecting him to perform like this well in the matchup, but he clearly has no issues taking on Protoss, basically leaning hard and making the game about the Protoss having to solve the problems. These games, a lot of times, there's not actually that much even happening on a Gumiho's side of the map. It's like just total chaos for the Protoss, where he's hitting so many different locations. And I mean, it's pretty scary. I don't know if there is a Protoss here that could take him on. I guess I'd be interested in seeing how he does against Hero. But yeah, I mean, the big takeaway is that he is a Terran or Protoss killer.
Yeah, I mean, aside from looking great in the mid game, he opens up that game number 1 the way he does against Showtime, and you're like, uh-oh, there's a lot of tools in his belt here that can really kind of bring the power to Protoss.
Yeah, I think that is what scares me about Gumiho right now. For anyone that has to play him, especially versus Protoss, Gumiho, to me, was always just the player that has a lot of the ideas, and his mechanics are not bad, but they're also, if you compare them to like a lot of his counterparts of, say, like a Maru, right? It's an unfair comparison. Let's be real, Gumiho is not like mechanically as gifted as, say, Maru, but he's playing better mechanically than I feel like he has in the past. So now it's like the merging of innovation with mechanics, and this is the best form of Gumiho we could have.
Okay, well, seems like we're still waiting on the interview if Gumiho is going to be coming along for it.
Just to go off what you were saying, I really like that. It's a different style.
Yeah.
You're totally right. I mean, a lot of times, and especially with Gumiho, like when you watch him play, he always has like weird unit comps and his own builds and his own weird timings. You know, I mean, there's something to that because it means he's not just like following what Innovation did or following what Maru did or, you know, this is how TY plays. And that makes it tough for his opponents to play against. But this style seems to be a little bit more traditional, but it has those kind of eccentric Gumiho engagements and a lot of these tactical moments where it could be do or die, but for him, he never dies. He always manages to pull it off.
Yeah.
And it's exciting. It's cool to see him kind of go through this evolution in his play.
He barely broke a sweat. He didn't need that towel by the looks of things to Gumiho for this one. No towel required. All right, well, thank you very much, gents. Time for a break. When we return, we actually have one more match, I do believe, scheduled for Group B. Good to go, as we're going to bring and wheel on Reina to the main stage here. So we'll join you after this for more StarCraft action.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
One more series here for Group B to conclude things for them here today, and then they'll be playing in the next few days as we have ourselves Reina going up against Estrella here in what hopefully will be a banger here on the main stream. I should probably use different things to banger constantly because we've had already quite a few banger matches.
Bit of a barn burner, bit of a hoot nanny.
Bit of a what?
A hoot nanny, mate. We're going to have a party in here. It's going to be a bit of a shindig.
A shindig, I'll take that one.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Wardy as well as Pig joining me for this one to get things rolling. Okay, so I'm sure that a lot of people are very interested to see good old Reina on the main stream. Estrella did not have the easiest of times to start things off, but Reina is now making his way to the stage here, Wardy.
Yeah, no, Reina is having a good day, right? I mean, he got to play against Spirit, a couple of fun openings, some builds that worked out in his favor.
Yes.
Now he gets to fight Estrella, who's very difficult to play against. He's very creative, but Estrella really got kind of, it got it handed to him a little bit by Gumiho, and it's just on the day. These two have had very different experiences, and that alone makes me feel a bit more for Reina, who's already had, the favorite kind of going, he is the favorite going in.
Yes,
I feel like doubles up based on the previous series they just played.
Pig, your thoughts coming in?
Yeah, well, I mean, I can't disagree with that. I was just speaking to Max Estrella, and he said, you know, a bit disappointed with that series. What the hell? Gumiho's meant to do weird, crazy stuff, and he just played standard first. I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, it's kind of like, you can tell that, obviously, we've seen players yesterday especially do crazy aggressive builds. Today, a big mix-up from everyone. I do think this is a cool match, though, because there has been a rivalry developing between these two guys over the last year. I mean, they've played a lot at Home Story Cups, at TSLs, and, you know, Reynor has actually, you know, originally dominated that matchup, but more recently, Estrella has put up a very good fight and even taken some series.
So when you're looking at this here, Wadi, do you think that the pain in this group for Estrella may continue on, or do you think he's got a little thing or two up his sleeve?
I think it should be 3 games at least.
Yeah,
I do favor Reynor. I really believe when Reynor comes into an event like Katowice, he comes in more prepared than he comes into like a Home Story Cup, where Estrella has seen success against him previously.
This is the big stage.
But yeah, this is the biggest. This is where Reynor loves to be. Yeah. And I feel like this is where Estrella still has to prove himself a bit, but he has the potential to take it to 3 games. He has the potential to win the series, right, if things go his way too. It's just, I'm a little worried about the fact he had a shaky start against Gumiho.
Yeah, it's a fixture we've seen recently, even in finals, and it's looking to be a good one here once again. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are going to be heading on over to the stage once again as we go over to our commentators, Fear Dragon and Rotterdam, for this one.
Thank you very much, Colares. I'm Roddy, joined by Fair Dragon, and we are very excited for this upcoming PVZ. Reynor off to a good start. I don't think Estrella off to a bad start, but obviously a 0-2 never feels great. But I think Gumiho just played really well in that series, so then you can just kind of be like, he got the best of me. Still a lot of StarCraft to be played.
Yeah, I think that is definitely going to be hopefully the takeaway Estrella walks away from that with, because I think that he still came in with kind of Estrella-like things. He still came in with his ideas, his sort of style and everything. It didn't really work out versus Gumiho, but I have heard there are some proper memes scheduled for this particular series.
What if I've heard that there are also memes scheduled from the other side?
I would believe you, because I was actually going to bring this up, Roddy. I believe Reynor tweeted on February 2nd, I go to the gym and come out with a new opening in ZVP. Is this normal?
Could very well be normal. Reynor going to the gym, not that normal. From first-hand experience. Got a membership, went once in 3 weeks, but I digress. So let's go ahead and up into our second series of this group. In the bottom right side, we're looking at the main base of the runner-up of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2022. This is Kaizi Gaming's Reynor.
And up here on the top left-hand side of the map, the blue Protoss player, who I believe in his signature series has been seen squatting, so does go to the gym. It is Estrella from Alpha X.
You've made me a very curious boy right now. What kind of memes can I expect from your North American buddy?
So I did not ask for the proper details of things, but he did say there were very map-specific memes, so there's a chance that we may or may not see it coming out in like the first or second game or something. We'll see if things end up going, but so far we already have a good meme starting.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a meme. The funny thing is that some people love Nexus first. I'm one of them. So for a lot of people, this is actually the most standard opening you could possibly go for. But at a pro level, this is not all that common. People are supposed to go Gateway into a fast expand and not Nexus first. And I do gotta say, it seems that Estrella likes to live a little dangerous, because he's not just going Nexus first. Like, that's one thing. But going Nexus first, no scout? I mean, this man loves living on the edge, apparently.
I think it's one of Estrella's, I would say, biggest strengths and sometimes his biggest weakness, is that he has...
No. Sorry. Ravi, this cannot be real.
Is he...
Wrong race, you're not a Zerg player.
Is he going to take a third before Cybercore?
Okay, that is a meme,
That's a proper meme, proper meme. All right. Estrella lives up to the hype on this. Okay, let me ask you, Kev. In what world does the Overlord actually go scout that?
I probably think in this one, because Reynor is going to go ahead and take a look, and Reynor is a very good StarCraft 2 player, and he will realize that the timings are a little bit off, because even if it is Nexus first, that Cybercore is kind of supposed to be done by now. That Cybercore is incredibly late, so Reynor is going to fly the Overlord towards the right side. One of the minerals there did get touched upon briefly, but this is ridiculous. I have seen a lot of things in PvZ, and the Nexus first didn't really scare me, but the triple Nexus? That is ridiculous.
Okay, Roddy, extra question now. When that Nexus finishes up, if Estrella has not been spotted yet. How do you transfer the workers there?
I think he mines out the gold. Like, I think the idea here for Australia is that we kind of get some sort of a full wall off in the natural, and you're definitely going to mine out the gold, right? Otherwise, it's just ridiculous. Then you can't even build workers from your main base or your natural and easily send it towards the third base. And you could obviously go for some sort of a recall, but this is all just very weird. Rainer is going to check for it right now because I think he knows that something does not quite add up here. I want to take a look at the camera to see if there's a reaction, but you know that Rainer is in the zone when he doesn't even react to this. He's like, oh yeah, very quick 3 bases. I guess that's somewhat normal. Like, this is not normal, guys.
Yeah. And I want to also stress that Rainer's third base is the very forward high-yield gas base as well. It is basically in the dead center of the map almost, and that means his attack path is going to be a lot shorter than potentially normal. If he is able to put on some kind of super early pressure over here, is there an opportunity for him to get something done at that third?
The risky thing is, whenever you find yourself in a scenario that you just simply have not practiced, is that the first thing you always want to do is like, I should be aggressive. But there is a very good chance that Australia is expecting Rainer to be aggressive, right? Because he is being way greedier than any pros player should. But reactive aggression is often something that players are looking out for when they are doing something crazy, so they expect to be attacked. So maybe the best thing that Rainer can do is actually not attack and just enjoy that rich Vespian guys, saturate his own 3 bases as quickly as possible and take it from there. Because we all know how Zerg works. If a Zerg player makes too many units of a relatively weak economy, it's incredibly hard for them to then transition into a normal game.
I love the big mind games already starting off with this best of 3 series here in this group. Well, we'll see where things actually end up shaking on out. We have Lairs started up now finally here for Rainer. Everything actually looking pretty normal. Not actually a crazy number of units, or besides the shield battery or anything, there's not a ton of defensive things that Australia's been making so far. In fact, he hasn't really even made any of that kind of semblance of the wall that I think you were kind of hinting at the potential of having at the third. There it is finally starting.
I do think we have to point out something there. I see Overlord speed being researched, and that obviously brings me back to the days of the German taxi. We cannot forget that Rainer has a rich Vespian geyser, so he could morph a couple of extra roaches into Ravagers. I have a feeling that it's going to be incredibly difficult for Australia to deal with a silly amount of roaches, Ravagers, and Queens showing up. The German taxi is a build, and we call it the German taxi because Lambo's kind of the creator of it, where 2 Overlords morph into Dropperlords. They fly to the other side of the map. It kind of fell out of fashion because these days Queens need to be on creep to drop transfuse. But there's obviously still a way around it, right? These drop lords can also start dropping creep, then the queens can still drop a creep tumor, and this is exactly what Rainer is going to do. It's 56 drones, so he's incredibly committed, but look at the army supplies at this point. Rainer is going to have a lot of battle units, and I have no idea how Australia is going to deal with it.
When is Australia going to be able to catch wind of this? Australia's looking to take a 4th base. This madman doesn't know when to stop. And finally, the drop overlords are about to be scouted at the front door of Australia. The creep is already being dropped on out. Shield batteries being thrown down in desperation. Can he actually mount a defense against this?
Well, once Blink Stalkers are ready, then obviously there is a little bit of micro potential. Then you can get some cannons and batteries up. But the cybernetic score is indeed in the front, and you need a cybernetic score to build Stalkers. So at this point, the only thing that Australia can build is 1 Immortal at a time and slow Zealots. And I don't think there is anything worse in this game than slow Zealots versus this many Roaches, Ravagers, and Queens.
Shield battery overcharge gets taken on out. The Corrosive Biles being extremely effective, even knocking out a lot of these Force Seals. The Queens also have used a lot of their transfuse energy, so not that many transfuses left over, but there are just still so many Zerg units left over in this natural of Australia. The wall has been effectively completely broken. The Robo facility also gets depowered, and things are looking grim, but can Australia somehow mount a defense? He still has kept his economy intact, but he just doesn't seem like he has enough producing anymore.
No, there is not that much firepower. There are no shield batteries to blink back to either. Maybe if that Robo can get repowered, he gets an Immortal out. There are a couple of slow Zealots in the mix right now that are soaking up a couple of shots of the Roaches and the Queens, but it does still feel that Rainer, with all the reinforcements that are coming in for the Zerg, should have more than enough here. The Queens obviously not that good once they get at the edge of creep, and I do love the way that Australia is microing these Stalkers all the way to the back of his natural, to the back of the third base. It still feels there should be too much Zerg, but so far Australia is honestly doing a great job.
This is definitely a game that I think a lot of other pros players you'd point to and say they've already lost at this point. Estrella hanging on at this point is already just a miracle, but it feels like the natural being broken is going to be a little bit too much for Estrella to deal with. I don't know if he can bounce back from that one.
Yeah, and these Ravages really utilizing the range, obviously using that corrosive bow ability non-stop. Good job there by Estrella, warping in a couple of units, making sure that he can deal with these Zerglings, but there will be many more Zerglings trying to make their way into the main base. We've got a Dark Shrine on the way, but I have the feeling that by the time the Dark Shrine is going to finish up, Reynor has already found the amount of damage that he's looking for. Right now they're even in workers, but more Zerg units are going to make it into the main base. It was a cool build by Estrella, but Reynor is showing us that some of these Zerg classics are still pretty damn effective in dealing with these weird builds.
Yeah, really nice move there from Reynor to basically say, I've segmented your units over at your third, so they can't really move to your main. So now Estrella is forced to recall over to his main base, but that means that his third base should theoretically be potentially under some fire. Now it seems like Reynor is just going to decide to back off. He loses some of the drop overlords on the retreat.
One thing I wonder about is, like, Reynor definitely saw the Dark Shrine, but did he see it, Fear Dragon? Like, he saw something being brought in, but I don't see any Spore Crawlers. I don't think I've seen a single Overseer so far. So if Estrella warps in a couple of Dark Templars and he spreads them immediately across all 3 or 4 bases, there is a good chance that he's going to find some damage as Reynor knocks down the rocks in the center of the map, and he's going to force these Stalks to blink back. Still no detection at all on the side of Reynor, so Reynor clearly is not aware of the fact that that was a Dark Shrine in the back of the main base of Estrella.
I think one really funny thing too about this situation is that Estrella almost has a bit of a reputation of staying in games maybe when he's fallen a little bit further behind than he could potentially come back from. It's very possible Reynor looks at this game and isn't thinking, Estrella, why are you still in this? He may be thinking, Estrella's doing that Estrella thing. He's kind of staying in the game, see if he can make some magic happen where there is none. And is he going to be ready?
It's very important for Estrella to stay in the face of Reynor. Not because he can get anything done there, but as long as you're in his face with Blink Stalkers, Reynor is not necessarily thinking about Dark Templars. I do believe we just had our first Overseer finish up, but a single Overseer to deal with this many Dark Templars, I mean, Estrella's actually going to find a very decent amount of damage here. No spores in the main, no spores in the natural. This man is a warrior.
And I love it. The DTs actually land at each one of the mineral lines at roughly the same time, which makes it extra difficult. Spore Crawler is going to try and go up inside that main base, but the drones have to all-out retreat. The Overseer does manage to catch a couple of these DTs, so 1 and 2 of them are going to end up falling. 8 workers, not quite as much damage as he was looking for, but I mean, he has still evened up the worker count.
Yep, and it's still just Lairtech Zerg, right? So Estrella definitely finding some time for himself, still busy with these Stalks as well, displaying some of his multitasking abilities. The fact that Estrella has been able to hang in there for that long, well, when this rush started over Reynor, well, he had like 20 army supply, a couple of Stalkers that didn't even have Blink yet. To make matters even worse, he lost his Cybercore at the beginning of the attack. The fact that we are here is impressive, but Estrella is definitely not out of trouble yet. He's still down a lot of army supply. He's going to try to buy some extra time to maybe get a couple of Disruptors out or even Colossus. But I have the feeling that Reynor is ready to pounce once more. This time around, we have Banelings in the mix too.
And it's going to be so tough because it's not even just that Estrella needs to defend. Estrella needs to defend and have enough to do some kind of massive counterattack because he is a 3-base Protoss versus a Zerg that is going up to his 5th base. And Reynor definitely has a lot of other things to fall back to. The Banelings come crashing on forward, though, and somehow Estrella is able to make it up to the choke point and take a slightly cost-efficient trade, but it doesn't matter. Reynor doesn't need cost efficiency right now. He just needs to dominate Estrella's 3rd location.
And he is. He got the Disruptor, he gets the Nexus, he's going to be able to get the Robo as well. And I do think that this will finally do it for this first game that started off in one of the most bizarre ways that I've seen any high-level CVP start off. Nexus first, into a gateway, into another Nexus. Estrella for a full second there went full Zerg. Unfortunately, did not quite work out as Reynor punished him with that good old German taxi build.
Yeah, really, really good response there from Reynor and well-executed attack. Almost a little unfortunate that Estrella delved so deep on that as there's the GG. I think he was, if you'll recall, he was trying to take a 4th base as the German taxi was coming his way. But wow, just really, really show of dominance there in the reaction from Raynor.
Yep, love it. The best thing that Raynor, I think, could have done against this build specifically, because there were a couple of extra gateways going up before Australia had tech. Like, one of the main reasons, other than the fact that Queens can no longer transfuse out of creep, that this build fell out of fashion a little bit, is just that Protoss players got very good in getting up a whole bunch of Blink Stalkers very quickly, a lot of static defenses, and sometimes even Immortals in great spots that are, if they are able to fire at roaches specifically, Immortals are godlike. But Raynor, he knew, because he's like, okay, you're kind of worried probably that I'm going to do some sort of a Link Flood or maybe a silly Link Banal in, so it's very likely that you're going to drop extra gateways before you drop your tech, and if the tech is late, it is so difficult to deal with that many roaches and ravages.
It is so difficult in those kind of situations, so I love the kind of reaction there from Raynor. You were talking also in the beginning of that game how it is tough to sometimes to make the call because there's a lot of those mind games. Your opponent's doing something really greedy, but they're doing something greedy and they probably have practiced and are expecting you to attack. So what do you do? And Raynor, he identified and still managed to come up with a solution that worked perfectly.
Yep, he's like, I'm not going to be aggressive immediately. I'm going to be aggressive with something that's a bit more difficult to defend than just a good old Link Flood or the Link Bane aggression that you probably expect me to do, because that should work, and that would work if Australia would do like one game into Twilight, right? That's when it would work. But Australia was kind of hoping, I think, even that Raynor would go for some sort of a Link Flood, and that's where these extra gateways and that shield battery would come in. I think Raynor made a perfect strategy choice. There was maybe a world where these DTs could have done even a bit more than they ended up doing, because Australia waited quite some time to reveal them, but I think that's also because he wanted to reveal all three at once. Overall, I think a pretty damn fun first game.
Absolutely. This series is living up to exactly what I was hoping it would be, as we are going to be moving into game number 2 on Babylon. Starting up here on the top left-hand side of the map, we have our red Zerg player, the Italian stallion from Kaizi Gaming. He is Raynor.
And in the bottom right side of Babylon here at the rematch of the Home Story Cup 22 Grand Finals, we're looking at the main base of the man hailing from San Diego, California. He's 0-3 today. He really needs to start picking up at least a map win. Representing Alpha X, this is Australia.
That is going to be a 0-3 in map score. Even picking up a single map does make a big difference in these groups. Remember, guys, that it is not just about series score to advance out of the groups. Every map win we've seen time and time again settles the difference in who advances and who doesn't.
Each and every single year, we've seen some top players even being eliminated in the past because they were a map win short. So there's probably not too many people in this group that are even going to get a map win against Raynor. So if Australia can just tie things up here, I think he will already be buzzing, and he's still able to turn this around. We cannot count Australia out. I was kind of frowning a little bit in that preview screen when you were doing your speech, and I saw you look at me. I was frowning at the stats of Australia. I feel like they did him dirty, man.
Okay. So there are a few little addendums I'm going to actually put out on all those stats that I've learned. So first of all is that in the foresight that there might be a little bit of trolling from players on some of the numbers and everything, I believe that like a few of the extreme cases, if it was like a 0 was given across the board for a player or something, like they threw out some of those numbers. So the extreme ends. That being said, Estrella said that I think he said he gave every single player a 10 except for himself, Zaun, and Cyril.
Okay. So maybe he didn't take it all that serious.
I think he was trying to lower his score. Like, I think there was a little bit of memeing and stuff going on, but I still agree. I think his stats are a little bit lower, especially versatility. I think the versatility being as low as it is for Australia is surprising to me.
Offense as well, man. I think he's a great offensive Protoss. Like, you give that man 3-4 bases, he's all over the place. He's never really the Protoss that sticks with one big army. He loves run-bys. He loves multitasking. I think Australia, like, I would have been okay with like an 80 overall, or maybe an 81, 82. I think in the low 70s, I feel like they did him a little dirty. But I digress. Let's go ahead and talk about this very quick robotics facility, because that is once more not all that standard. Australia is doing a lot of openings today that I feel are not very standard.
I think that's kind of the heart of Estrella's style, is to do things that are pretty untypical or atypical and finding some kind of victories there. Oftentimes trying to play against particular Zerg styles or Terran styles or Protoss styles that are in the meta and kind of saying, you are probably going to do A, I'm going to do something that's B. B is not good, in a general sense against any kind of build order, but it's very good against A specifically.
Yeah.
So we're going to see how that's going to pan out as, I mean, this is going to, of course, be something that gets scouted relatively quickly, I imagine.
Probably Speed Prism Disruptor, right? That's kind of like the only thing that truly makes a lot of sense in this matchup. I kind of thought he was going to do that against Gummihyo, but he had a super quick Forge, and he had a very... Wow, we have a second Robo being warped in as well. A second Robo before minute 4.
Is it Colossus then? Or do you think it's still just double Robo Disruptor production?
I'm confused, mate, but we're about to find out.
Is it it's double Robo Immortals with Speed Prism. No.
There is our first Disruptor, but we don't have an upgrade yet coming out of the Robo Bay. And I do kind of feel that normally when we go for this kind of an opening, which once more is not super standard, it's not a go-to. Most of the time we talk about the Stargate or the Twilight. The Robo is different. But if we do see the Robo, I feel like we pretty much always see Warp Prism Speed.
It's actually looking really similar to a build he did, I want to say, over a year ago in Caster Civil War, where he was playing a PvZ. He basically went for lots of disruptors off of double Robo, and I believe he just was flooding out also Adepts or something to support them.
I don't know if you're familiar with the double Rainbow, but I see double Warp Prism over here, Ravi. This is wild, man. Double Warp Prism in a 5-minute game. And Rainer, I do think is actually a bit confused, because you said this is going to get scouted relatively easily. But unless we completely missed it, Rainer has not sent an Overlord at all into the main base, right? Did we miss it?
I didn't really catch one. So that is really an interesting decision. I mean, this is one of those maps where I believe the Overlord Peeper Cliff is a bit further away, so maybe he didn't want to sacrifice it and have to send it that far out. But Warp Prism gets out of the main base without really being spotted. The second one, I mean.
Okay, this is a great build if we were playing Archon mode, okay? You get a Warp Prism with speed, I get a Warp Prism with speed. We're going to be all over the place. This would be absolutely fantastic in Archon mode. But last time I checked, it is just Australia sitting there. So it's going to be incredibly hard to get max value out of 2 Prisms at the same time and 4 Disruptors. But this really is one hell of a build. Rainer has made a couple of Roaches that I don't think were all that useful at first. Rainer is going to see the first Warp Prism with a couple of Disruptors. It's only 2 drones falling. So far that was obviously pretty good for Rainer. But we know that this is just the beginning. There's another Warp Prism out on the map with 2 more Disruptors.
Yeah, and they're going to be heading forward now. The kind of funny thing is, it is going to get spotted immediately by the creep, and it's going to be very obvious that there was no way the Warp Prism could have moved around that quickly. The next 2 shots go out. They managed to connect with 4 workers total. The other 2 Disruptors not finding opportunity to move back in, though.
Rainer is still making a decent amount of Roaches, but at this point he is a 59 drone Zerg. Now 59 drones, 3 base against 46 probes, 2 base is obviously not bad, but this is not a dream Zerg economy, and it's inevitable that even a Zerg like Rainer is going to take some damage from all these Disruptors. As Australia is now sending a couple of units to the other side of the map, he queued up a few Immortals as well. Rainer now goes back into droning, but Australia's all in. This is a 2-base all-in at this point, and Rainer has been confused about units, drones. What on earth is this build? And I love it, Ravi.
It's so good. The full wall off back at home. No counterattack potential. These units are getting in close to the hatchery, but he decides to pull back. He realizes he's about to be flanked. He tries to flank the flank with his own Warp Prism Disruptor army. He's going to be able to find so many of these Roaches. He gets
all of them pretty much.
Oh my god.
But now I do think it's important for Australia to go pedal to the metal, right? Every second that goes by is going to be a great one for Rainer. We do have a couple of links, and Rico has been used.
Probably just a few Stalkers.
Yeah,
right?
that is exactly what it is. A couple of Stalkers. Australia knows that the clock is ticking, and the longer this game goes on, the better it will be for Rainer. The more Ravages will be out, the more Queen energy there will be in all these Queens that are going to help out in the battle. Couple of links running into the main base is very frustrating to deal with, but it really is all about this one big attack.
And these Disruptors are going to be so key if they can land big hits against these Queens. The transfuse energy is not going to matter whatsoever. He's finding some decent connections. He's almost finding a big connection on those Roaches, but there is the big one he was looking for. And it feels like Australia is actually making a lot of good progress here.
Absolutely. Don't forget that Rainer's only a 3-base Zerg. One Disruptor does get picked up there. I believe that's been the second one so far, but look at that hatchery. It is a sneeze away from falling, and in the end that hatchery does fall. And now technically Australia would be allowed to go home. He would be allowed to start building a Nexus himself, but obviously if he feels that his army is still bigger and better than the army of Rainer, why would you go home? Why would you just not continue continue pushing. Reina sending more roaches out on the map, and that's actually for an all-out counterattack by the looks of it, because he's not using them to flank. The wall-off has been recreated. Australia can warp in a couple of units at home. Australia has an army supply advantage with 2 Immortals and 2 Disruptors in the mix against only Roaches and Ravagers.
And of course, it's an army supply advantage with the fact that a bunch of the Roaches are on the other side of the map trying to do counter damage. So if Australia can break into the natural, that will just be a good game for Raynor. But these Roaches on the other side of the map are doing quite a bit of damage to the economy of Australia. They are putting a bit of a timer on him to get something done if he wants to continue. At a minimum, he has to prevent that third from going up. He's got to move around over to that third and, yeah, snipe that off at some point.
And he's already doing that, and there's nothing that Reina can do about it, because this Protoss army is ridiculously big. I believe that was a straight-up kill, no cancel even. I didn't see a drone come out of that hatchery. So Reina loses another 300 minerals, and this army, indeed, that was the second hatch going down. Here come the Novas one more time. The Ravages are trying to buy time, but Australia with one hell of a build, something that I've truly never seen before. I do think he's gonna get his first win of the day. There he goes, Max Angel. What was that? I love it.
Oh my god. Australia looked at his scorecard and said, look, I know I rated myself a little bit lower, but I should have higher multitasking. I should have higher offense. I should have higher mechanics. And I feel like he just made a good case for it. That was a wild build.
Double Robo at minute 4. 4 Disruptors, 2 Warp Prisms, Warp Prism speed, queue up 2 Immortals, run Stalkers to the other side of the map, and a 2 base all in. And you know what was funny? Because the first time that Reina sent a couple of Roaches towards the top right side, Australia was chasing it with his entire army and that flanking Prism. And I was like, I actually feel like this is not the right call, because now Reina's buying time. He's going to get more units out. He's going to be more well prepared for your attack. But obviously Australia was able to land 2 very good Novas, and he got, I think, 8 out of 10 Roaches or something that were running towards the top right side. So that was a perfect call by Australia. And then he obviously realized, okay, that was great, but I still need to do a whole lot more, and he immediately went back to that great spot at the top of the ramp, at the top of the third base of Raynor. That was just a 10 out of 10 build, man.
Yeah, I think the execution is what you're really highlighting there about all these little decisions you have to make, because it's one thing to just really focus in on, big disruptor hits. Yeah, big disruptor hits are going to win the game, but it's a lot of the positioning that he was doing, a lot of the movement of his army and everything to make the most of those units. You were even talking about how you were keeping count of how many disruptors are there left, because there are no reinforcements moving across the map. Australia's fully walled in. He can't do anything outside of warp in additional stalkers. So if he loses those disruptors, the entire push, the entire game is over at that point.
Yep, because the disruptors are the one unit that can really force these Roaches and the Ravagers back, and then he can make up some ground. And the Stalkers and the Immortals are able to get in a little bit deeper and get on top of hatcheries, on top of queens. That was very fun. Obviously, it was a little bit annoying for Raynor that at first he didn't really know what was on about. So he made a couple of Roaches too early, which obviously clearly hindered his own economy. But it seems that the players are going to need a couple of minutes before we hop into Game 3. So I believe we've got an awesome video prepared for you guys. And after that, we'll be back with Game 3 between Australia and Raynor.
On a technical level, having played 20,000 games, well, probably more actually, in my career, I don't know how many games I played. Point is, I have some experience now. I think Zerg Rush is not the best, but maybe I'm a bit biased, you know?
I mean, it's simply not. The Zerg Rush is not the best tactic ever invented, actually. Zerg doesn't really have that many attacks that are good right now, so that's maybe an old thing.
Well, I mean, anything that Zurich does is like pretty good, so don't think there's any negatives.
It's not. I don't know. I mean, Zerg Rush is not particularly good, because if you play Zerg, why wouldn't you just play late game? I don't know. I don't know why you would rush, because it's just not as good as the all-ins from other races.
The Zerg Rush is probably one of the first cheeses ever invented, all the way back in Wings of Liberty, and it's still viable now, so it has longevity, and you could do it at any league and it'll be good.
동의하는 것 같아요. 이게 선수에 따라서 그 러쉬의 강도가 진짜 천차만별이라서 잘하면 진짜 너무 세고 못하면 진짜 형편없는 그 정도라서, 그러니까 선수 파일럿의 기량의 순수히 달려 있는 것 같아서 세다면 진짜 세다고 할 수 있을 것 같아요.
我为什么就是比较同意虫族这个战术，是因为虫族在打你 rush 的同时，他首先有可能一波把你打死，但是他在打不死你的前提下，他还可以补大量的农民去弥补他的经济上的缺陷。
Why is it the best activity ever created? Because then you could type Zerg Rush on Google and then you could like click on the little thingy, the game. You know it?
저그 러쉬도 그 플레이하는 사람 나름이라 가지고 잘하는 사람이 러쉬 오면 당연히 센데 저그 자체가 세진 않아 가지고 제 생각에 그렇게 무섭진 않아요.
The Zerg Rush? I mean, it's just in the spirit of the race, right? There's many units and quickly you go. It's just good, right?
Fun video there, although I do really enjoy Estrella showing his age where he's like, the Zerg Rush, you know, I feel like it's the first cheese that was ever invented way back in StarCraft, Wings of Liberty. I'm like, oh, Max,
There was another game.
There was another game before this. I don't know if you ever looked at the title. It's StarCraft 2.
yeah, that was cute. I feel like a lot of them took it a little too serious. Besides
Neeb.
Well, yeah. No, Neeb took it very serious.
Yeah, that's. No, I thought you were. I thought you were being sarcastic.
I love the way that Gabe went about it. I mean, everything that Gabe says makes me chuckle. All right, we are back in this pretty fun and obviously important best of 3 here of Group B at the Intel Extreme Masters 2023. In the top left side, we're looking at the main base of the man who has just dropped his first map of the tournament. But will he still win the best of 3? Kaizi Gaming's Rainer.
And down here in the bottom right-hand side of the map, busting out meme after meme after meme. He is representing Alpha X, the Blue Protoss player, Estrella.
Looking back at the game, I do think that Rainer will be kicking himself a little bit for not going for the Overlord Scout. I feel like this is one of the very few moments where he was probably just expecting a Twilight or expecting a Stargate, and he's like, I don't really need to send in that Overlord. And the one time you don't, you obviously go up against a very quick Robo, a Robo Bay, and on top of that, a second Robo. Now, I know that Rainer has done his homework and he has prepared for a lot of different builds to be thrown at him in this event, and obviously in all 3 matchups, but I highly doubt that in any of the practice games of the last few weeks that he has played, that he went up against that build specifically.
And not only that, Kev, but I was thinking about, should I ask if you had scouted that, how would you react differently and everything? Because I feel like it's not even worth asking at this point or talking about too much, because how likely is it that Estrella does that again in game number 3? It's a one-off thing.
Not very likely, and to explain it to the people at home, like, why? It was such a good build and it worked in an excellent manner. Why wouldn't you do it again? It's just that the one thing that made the build fantastic, I think, is that Rainer made a lot of roaches pretty early on of a relatively weak economy. He started making roaches of like 40-something drones. Obviously, if Rainer knows that he has to worry about not 1 but 2 War Prisms and just a couple of Disruptors, then he's just going to crank out as many drones as possible. He'll run around with a couple of links, but that's about it. It's the investment in the roaches early on that slowed Rainer down, and it made Estrella's follow-up attack a lot more powerful, because yes, he had a couple of units, but he didn't have an overwhelming amount of units. And if Rainer knows he goes up against something like that specifically, he's going to play a much more macro-oriented game, and he's going to have economy almost twice as big.
And we are going to be seeing a change-up yet again here from Estrella, throwing down that Twilight Council. So game number 1, Nexus, and I think 3rd before Cybercore. Game number 2, Double Robo Disruptor. Game number 3, let's go into the Twilight and see what kind of memes it can unlock there.
Yep, obviously Resonating Glaive adapts is still very good, and the beauty of the glaives is just that there are so many different ways to play it. There are so many different levels of commitments. We're all pretty familiar with the 4-gate, with the Robo as well. Then you can have a War Prism sneak into the main base. The initial adepts can shade towards that War Prism. That's a very strong one. But after that, you can go up to 3 bases quickly if you want. Sometimes we'll even see a double Stargate follow-up. Hero has done it a couple of times, and obviously in the old days it was very popular. But there is also a good chance chance that you just stay on 2 bases and you don't go 4 gates, but you go 6 gates or 7 gates or even 8 gates. So it's obviously still very tricky as a top-tier Zerg player like Reiner to go up against this, because there is not a one standard go-to follow-up, go-to defense, because a lot of the different Protoss follow-ups require very different responses from the Zerg side.
Absolutely. Now, taking a look, we do have 4 gateways, I believe, that we're going to be going up to for the count. Resonating Glaives just gets started and starts getting Chrono boosted out. I don't believe we had any early Stalkers or anything made after those Adepts, so I think the Overlord, if he wanted to move in, would be able to get a pretty decent scout there. There's the Stalker actually in the natural, but not going to probably be able to deny the main base scout.
Nope, that Stalker doesn't have crazy DPS. If only it would stim, man. Imagine how many shots it would be able to get off.
Stim, it only takes shields and we just regenerate them?
Oh, yes. If I was a game designer, Rob.
Now speaking your language. Yep. With a scout on something like this, what are usually going to be the kind of expectations that someone like Reiner would have about how committed this attack is?
Well, I think he will obviously be aware of the fact that it's very important to still have a little bit of map presence on the other side of the map. Is there a Nexus going down? The moment there is a Nexus going down, he knows he can go back into droning. As long as he doesn't see a Nexus, he knows he needs to take this as serious as possible. If the Adepts are committed, obviously you just fight it and you try to clean it up in the cleanest possible manner. If they are kind of just dancing on the edge of creep, after give or take 30 seconds, you're like, I'm going to drop a couple of Spore Crawlers, because that could be a Dark Shrine as a follow-up as well. So it just truly depends on what Reiner sees and how committed Australia is playing with this. I gotta say, that is a lot of Adepts, man. For minute 5, Reiner has a lot of Roaches on the way, but the Roaches are not quite out yet. Is the runner-up of IEM Katowice 2022 in some trouble here, Ravi?
Oh, one of the Queens already got Focus Fire down. Another Queen getting a bit lower on hit points. Zergling's not going to fare that well against Resident Glaive Adepts, and they do manage to shade on out, connecting with some of the reinforcements that just got warped in, but the Roaches are here. Drones have not really fallen, but keep in mind that the worker counts are even right now. Australia still needs to get something done, but this is the money shot there.
Yep, those drones are being transferred back into the natural, but 7 of them go down very quickly. Australia does a recall. I kind of wonder what that Prism was up to. Is that Prism just kind of chilling at the... Oh, that Prism took a lot of damage from Queens by the looks of it. Okay, and we did have a Spore Crawler finish up as well. Did Reiner already confirm that there is a third Nexus? I think those are the first. This is actually the first time that Reiner is going to see it. I do feel that you can always leave 1 or 2 links behind, and that would have maybe made it a bit easier for Reiner to figure out when that Nexus went down. Overall, I think this went pretty decent for Australia, but it could have gone a whole lot better. And I actually think that he could have maybe cancelled that Shade when he was in the main base, because that looked like a very good fight. And if he didn't want to cancel it, I would have still left 2 Adepts behind to just one-shot 4 or 5 additional drones.
Yeah, I actually kind of like what we're seeing right now. You can see how effective even just 2 Adepts, despite the army being there, can just very efficiently and quickly pick off workers. And it looks like he's going to try and continue some of that harassment with the Warp Prism, moving around with some of those Adepts inside of it. But back at home, he is just getting up his own defenses, ensuring that everything looks okay. Here come the Adepts, and oh, that Prism has to be so careful because it does not have a lot of hit points to play around with.
Nope, took a couple of hits there from the Spore Crawler, and the Queen is like suddenly looking at Prism like, that's tempting. Maybe I can get a couple of hits off as well. That is not going to work. Australia's follow-up is the Disruptor that the Robobay just finished up. Reiner trying to spread some creep, Australia preventing it. Not want to give that extra bit of vision to the corner of the main base there. But Australia's army is pretty big and powerful at this point. Reiner has been cranking out a lot of drones, but he needs to go back into units right here, right now. But he makes more drones, Fear Dragon. I actually think that Reiner could be in a bit of trouble here.
I think he's in a lot of trouble right now, and we're going to see the Overlords spotting out those 2 Immortals, spotting out how many of these Adepts have been reinforced with. And these Shades are going to be a little bit scary just in terms of the fact that, yeah, a few of those Adepts could potentially threaten to finish. It doesn't need to be all of them, because even just that, it's still going to be able to force an entire mineral line off of mining right now at a critical moment when Australia is ready to go for a big attack potentially.
Yep, but Australia is still building a lot of probes as well, and that's why he's not truly committing with his entire army. I think he could have maybe pushed the creep back even a bit further, because Reiner clearly sent over a lot of units to deal with the sets of 2 and 3 Adepts there. But in the end, Australia did clean up a bit of creep in the center of the map, and he's working on Blink at this point. He's working on +1. When it comes to the economy, 8 minutes into a game, a Protoss basically being dead even in workers, every Protoss player will look at that and be like, well, how much army supply am I down then? And if the answer is 7 or 4, they're going to be like, I'll take it. I'll take it any day of the week. I don't care what the composition is.
Yeah, I am actually really curious. When you are in this position as a Protoss player, how are you thinking about your army composition and how those Resonant Glaive Adepts really transition into that later game composition that you're trying to go for?
Yeah, they're not fantastic, but they're also not useless, right? Because they're still pretty good against Lings, and Lings are the scariest unit for the Immortals to deal with, and for the Disruptors as well, because it's super frustrating as a Protoss if your Disruptors just get swarmed by Zerglings, and you need to use the shots defensively, so you obviously don't want to start a game-ending fight with 20+ Adepts. That is not ideal, but as long as Reynor is nowhere near maxing out, still having a bunch of Adepts is not bad, but you can also slowly but steady be willing to trade them out. Just kind of 2 at a time, right? Try to find a few more drones here and there.
Yeah, got a little bit scary there, as a lot of those Adepts almost finish a Shade next to some Banelings, but he cancels that Shade. Is just continuing to send in 2 Adepts at a time. I love that Estrella has been so consistently, every minute, he's had at least 2 Adepts going into a mineral line.
And on top of that, he's still active with the Warp Prism on the left side, giving Reynor one more thing to worry about. Australia is playing one hell of a series here. Game 3 has been excellent from the very beginning till we are here. That doesn't mean that he's going to win it, but at this point, it's honestly starting to look very good for him. Reynor is working on +2 melee though, and he does have Baneling speed, and we know that if Baneling speed connects with the Protoss army, Banelings can always be pretty good, even against Stalkers, even against Immortals. If they can get the sweet connections, magic is still possible for Reynor, but this is not a spot that I think Reynor was expecting himself to be in, with 174 supply against 160, not having an infestation pit, not having a hive on the way, not even truly having 5 bases yet.
It's hard to come into a series with a game plan when you just really don't know where this other man can go, what kind of things he's going to be doing to you. Disruptor shot, ooh, beautifully done actually over there. He still ends up losing the Disruptor, but picks off a lot of Lings because the Disruptor does not damage itself.
Yeah, but that was a great trade by Reynor, right? It's just a couple of Zerglings for one of these big, powerful key robo units. As Reynor has split up a couple of units, and he's going to try to run into the Natural. At the same time, he's going to try to make some magic happen at the 5th base of Australia, but Australia's got cannons here. The Banelings are connecting, but these Banelings did not have +2 yet. Look at that one hero Zergling that was left behind, getting a couple of hits up. More Banelings rolling into the 3rd, and Reynor creating chaos here. He says, all right, now it's my time to find some damage. But Australia still had that Prism, had a couple of Zealots in the top left side, but I think it's safe to say that that was an excellent attack by Reynor.
Absolutely, and we've been talking up about how much Estrella's been able to do with his aggression and everything, but it's all been with little caveats there of, but Reynor is defending really well, but Reynor's only losing 1 or 2 drones. When Reynor finally puts on his first bit of aggression in this game, you see how devastating some of that damage has been able to be.
And now +2 melee finished up, so from here on out the Banelings are actually going to one-shot the workers, a very important upgrade for Reynor. That was really cool, by the way, because a lot of probes survive with 5 HP, but somehow there was one hero Zergling in the back of this base getting like 1 hit up on 5 probes. So obviously going on a bit of a killing spree there. Reynor is now close to maxing out, and he's got Hive on the way. He's going to try to get the Observer, but Australia will not fall for that. Reynor found a lot of damage there, but there is still a pretty terrifying Protoss army to worry about. And without any Hive tech units, Reynor knows that this game is far from done.
Oh, gotta be very careful. The Disruptor's actually finding quite a few of those Banelings on one front, but there are still so many left over. They're running mostly around the Archon zone. The Archons actually managed to dispense with those Banelings pretty gosh darn quickly. Zealot counterattack on the other side of the map is able to once again disrupt the mining and a solid defense.
As good as that previous attack was for Reynor, this one was honestly a bit of a disaster. We had a battery overcharge for the entirety of the fight. The battery even survived. The Archons were soaking up a lot of Banelings, and we have Zealots finding a little bit of damage as well. But Hive is done, and I do think it's important for Australia to now capitalize on the fact that he just had a phenomenal trade. There are more Banelings heading his way, and these Banelings will one-shot all of these probes. That's painful, but it's about the army. It's 82 army supply against 96. Australia wants to make sure that he doesn't lose more probes, but no, that's the wrong angle for the probes. 28 workers have gone down, but more importantly for Reynor than killing these 28 workers is not killing the cybernetic score, but that's pretty nice too, is the fact that Australia turned around and went home, and that gives Reynor time to enjoy that 86 drone economy and rebuild a lot of these expensive units he lost in that previous attack.
And it's exactly to that point that Estrella had kept alive so many power units, so many of those Archons, so many of those Disruptors, that if they had been able to give it the opportunity to immediately dart across the map, to immediately get some big damage on, that could have been potentially game-ending. So a critical maneuver there from Raynor. The offense becomes a defense, and now Estrella is finally hitting, but at this point, so many of those Banelings have finished up. 38 or so extra Banelings, 39 Banelings have now completed, and some of them actually still looking to potentially go for a counterattack.
Yep, and if you're maxed out on this composition that Raynor is currently working with, you want to keep on trading, you want to keep on finding damage. You just want to make sure that you don't find yourself in that spot where you lose everything, and then the Protoss army can counterattack, as that's a juicy Nova. A couple of Ravages go down. Seems like most of those Banelings didn't get a whole lot done.
Yeah.
Estrella still has an army that is completely capable of winning this game. 106 and +3 attack is about to finish up for all these Archons. This is a nail-biter because this game is so damn close. If it goes on for another 5 minutes, there's a very good chance that Raynor is totally fine. But 5 minutes is a lifetime in a game of StarCraft 2 like this. I think Estrella can still do it.
I absolutely think so as well. And I mean, a lot of those Banelings actually just went down because they were trying to do that counterattack. They ran straight into the Archons, the last unit that they really want to run into, and pretty much all of them ended up dying there. We're going to see another big attack coming into this location. The Banelings connecting with some of the probes. They're looking for some final connections. They're not quite going to be able to find too many more, but still, 8 workers disrupting things, actually literally killing a disruptor as well, and forcing Estrella all the way this far back. And most of his disruptors also getting pulled back as well.
Yep.
Raynor's just buying himself time, like you were saying.
Exactly. +3 melee is on the way. I think Adrenal Gland's already finished up. I wouldn't hate to see a Viper or two from Raynor. I do really think it's time to get 1 or 2 Vipers, because if he's able to get rid of these disruptors, then he's totally fine. Oh, probes stacking up. Banelings turn around. 19 additional workers go down. How many probes have gone down in this game? We're looking at 70 or something. 81 workers have gone down in this 15-minute game. But this right here is still a terrifying army, because Raynor does not have any hive units other than Adrenal Gland Zerglings. And no matter how feisty and great these Zerglings are, that's too many Archons for Zerglings to fight.
Yeah, those Archons are going to be devastating. Even the Zealots are actually going to be pretty annoying for them to deal with. Disruptor are going to be able to try and get a little bit extra damage on that picture, but here we go. Estrella pushing forward with all of these Archons. The Archon's going to have a hard time with this kind of Roach Ravager army, though.
Yep, that's why the Disruptors are so important, right? But the Disruptor count is not crazy high. We're looking at 2 Disruptors at a time. Estrella really needs these shots to push away that Roach Ravager army. Raynor loses one of the 5 bases that he was working with, one of the 4 bases that he was working with, because that base in the center of the map, he hasn't really used at all. He's going to try, but if we get 1 or 2 additional Disruptors, there's a War Prism in the mix as well. I don't know if Raynor can truly defend this base, but he's absolutely going to try. By the looks of it, more High Templars being warped in as Raynor is morphing 49 Banelings further, and this game is great.
This is absolutely absurd. We're going to see again Estrella tries to move forward, but I think that might be the last Disruptor shot for at least a little bit longer. More of these Archons. There's so many Archons. This is such a weird angle to come in from. The Banelings are coming around. It looks like for a counterattack, but it might even just be for a flank. I'm not sure which one he's trying to commit to.
Raynor, you've killed all the probes there. There are no more probes to kill. And it seems that he was aware of it. The Archons do find it, and these Archons with +3, all they need is 1 or 2 hits on these Banelings. And Raynor is obviously losing a couple of expensive units. War Prism in a bit of trouble, and these Archons that were morphing here are also in trouble. Raynor gets all 3 of them. Estrella does blink forward. Obviously with the blink star, because he's got some micro potential. We need to address the Greatest Spire. That's on the way. Broodlords would be absolutely fantastic as more probes go down. Raynor has killed over 100 probes, but there is still this army to take care of in the first place. But Estrella needs to realize it's kind of go time. He needs to go for it. Whether it's pretty or not, you cannot let a game drag out if you have 30 workers.
Greater Spire is a straight up kill move for the army composition that Estrella has for himself. And on 32 workers, there is no transition. There is no slap down 3 or 5 Stargates, start pumping out Void Rays or something. No. This is actually a straight up kill move for Raynor if he can get to that stage.
Raynor just got one of the Disruptors there with his Ravagers. That is absolutely fantastic, but one Nova does connect with 1 or 2 Ravagers. Raynor loses another hatchery, but he's got some money. He's got a couple of Broodlords on the way. He's going to cancel one of the morphing Broodlords there in a vulnerable spot, and he's got 4 Broodlords morphing in his main base. How high is the Stalker count? Because Archons are are not great, but Starkers with +3, they could absolutely blink forward and snipe those Broodlords.
They absolutely could. There's not actually that much anti-air here either. I wonder if you can even start dropping with the Warp Prism Archons on the Broodlords to try and just close the gap.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it, Ravi, because how many queens are left? I see one queen on the production tab. We only have 2 queens remaining indeed. But now Australia is aware of the fact that there are a couple of Broodlords out. And the Broodlords, I heard, they're very quick right now.
They are so quick, and they're actually able to do some great kiting as well. Disruptor, not too bad over there, but this is getting so awkward.
Vin Diesel, eat your heart out. Boys are coming.
This is becoming such a hectic game right now. The Warp Prism is keeping an eye out like an observer on the opponent's army. The Zerg army is going to have to deal with these Disruptors, though. Another 2 Disruptors have joined the fray. The Archons, remember, they can deal with the Broodlings very, very quickly, but there is still a bit of additional damage that happens every single time.
Novas, will they go off? Oh, no, the Disruptors go down. The Novas don't quite connect, and that was obviously very painful. And I think now Australia is going to be forced to take this fight off this ramp. That was a good Nova. The Stalker count isn't high enough. He blinks forward. He gets one of the Broodlords, but that is not enough. GG. Raynor wins an absolutely fantastic Game 3 versus Australia and improves to a 2-0 record here in Group B. What a series, man. That was actually super fun.
Nail-bitingly fun series. Raynor walks away with a smile, breathing very deeply there. As you can see, it was not an easy series. Australia looking a little bit glum, but I think he definitely showed he is the master of coming up with these kind of prepared, very different off-meta styles and making the games look very, very difficult for his opponents.
If you would run into one of your StarCraft buddies and be like, hey man, I missed Raynor Australia, what happened? And you would tell them the openings Australia went for, they'd be like, no, seriously, like what happened? What kind of builds were used? Like, no, those were the builds. A fantastic series. Obviously a heartbreaking loss there in Game 3 because Australia was so close. Despite the fact that he lost over 100 probes, he had an army that could have won the game. But I think at one point a bit too indecisive, chasing units around a little bit too much. And Raynor in the end with a couple of these super speedy Broodlords does get the job done. Let's see what Kalaris, Piggy and Wadi have to say about that awesome PvZ.
Well, indeed, I have to agree. It was awesome here, as we saw. A bit of a slobber knocker of a match here, going 2-1. And I've got, as I say, Pig and Wadi here to talk about this one. Pig, I mean, yes, we can talk about Raynor winning and stuff like that, but I do want to start with, what was that Game 2 build? That was fantastic.
Dude, that was so sick. I mean, this is the sort of special stuff that only really Australia pulls out. I mean, you look at it, you're like, is he trying? Is this serious? And it's like, no, he is, and it's effective. I mean, you could tell the disruptor shots landing on both sides. I mean, it's just a great push. Zerg doesn't get air units that early. The one weakness to double robo play is air, but if you don't take a third base, you're getting in there well before a Spire can possibly come out.
Yeah, really worked out very nicely there for Australia. Not able to get the series as a whole, though. Raynor rounds things out here, Wardy, and in that final game, I mean, once again, Australia had a great army to try and contend with things, and it was taking a little while to chip away at it, but Raynor definitely did by the end.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those things where Raynor is like trying to kill you, and then he just takes a little while to get the army that can kill you, right? And that's almost where Australia gets back into. That's where Australia almost has its chance. You know, for me, this was a series that looked kind of how we thought it would, right? You know, Raynor was kind of the favorite. He kind of looked good. There's definitely chances for Australia. He definitely pushed it to, you know, the limits. Unfortunately, he couldn't get that because obviously that would have been a really nice upset for the group.
Yeah, the scoreline not quite as indicative as like, oh, Australia's now lost himself the first 2 series in his group. Yeah, I mean, he's really kind of fought for it here, Pig, to try and bring it.
No, I mean, the first series was a bit more rough one for him. This one was way better. And I think, honestly, I've just got to bring it back to this card. We didn't get a chance to talk about this before, but the way the pro players actually have gone and raided Australia is an absolute travesty. They've given him a 75 for versatility. Like, can you name a single pro gamer that is more versatile and creative than Australia? Because I can't think of a single one. I think that series just then goes to show why. So pro gamers, you're idiots. This guy should have a 100 here. Most versatile creative pro gamer out there. What a legend.
Do you think the offense should be a little bit higher as well than a 74? They were saying in the commentary.
The whole thing should be higher.
That's fair. All right, let's look and see what's going on for Group B then. As at the moment, we do have Mr. Gumiho himself sitting up towards the top alongside Raynor and Creator. Fortunately for Australia, Spirit and Showtime, Wardy, not been the easiest of starts.
Yeah, that is obviously a bit of a divide in the group, but I think what you've got to look at if you're Astrea, Spirit, and Showtime is that the top three still have to play against each other, right?
True.
So while those guys will at least start to come down a little bit, they will also have a chance to rise up. So definitely full of expectations for day 2, I expect. I really still think it's going to be quite the scrap in this group.
And the 3 towards the bottom pick, who do you think is going to be the one to potentially bump up?
We've seen, I think it might have even been like the championship that Sue won. I remember there was one where the champion was down 0-2 in their group, came back, won the next 3 matches, and won the whole thing. So I don't know if it was him or Rogue one of the years, but it's one of those things that can happen, because if you got your 2 roughest matches first and lose them, I mean, you might dominate the next 3. So there's a very good chance one of those players in the top 3 loses a few matches, finds himself in jeopardy, and one of the players, of course, in the bottom 3 could move up and take that spot.
All right, well, thanks, boys, of course, as we are almost ready for our interview, but a big thank you to Intel. At the Intel Extreme Masters, they are here representing Good to Go, and we do appreciate them always being here for especially the StarCraft 2 World Championship as we crown ourselves the very best. It is perfect a partnership. But now, let's head over to the interview as we have our winner, Good to Go, Reina, after that rigorous series with Zombie Group.
Hey guys, yeah, I am here with Rainer after a grueling 2-1. It does put you 2-0 in your group. So let's talk a little bit about that. How did you feel coming into this group?
Well, to be honest, coming into a group, I felt quite confident because I think my ZVP is very good now. And I have mostly Protoss players. And yeah, I had very specific responses to pretty much everything. But I actually forgot to do it game 3. I forgot that I had a specific response. I don't know what was going on in my head, and I just kind of mixed things up, and it was a very bad game by me in the early game, so yeah, it was a bit wild.
Okay, yeah, we'll talk about that. Let's go chronological here. In game number 1, you did that fast Overlord drop, right? So on Neo Humanity, was that just something that you had pre-planned? Were you surprised by what you saw that Astrea was doing?
I mean, I know Astrea is a bit of a wild guy, honestly. He loves the Nexus first. He loves the eco. He loves a lot of probes. I knew something was gonna happen on that map because it's a very weird map. You can do a lot of stuff, but yeah, I kind of prepared it. I like taking that base sometimes, and I think I pretty much always have a reaction to what they're doing. So like if I take that base, then I have like a very specific reaction to whatever I see. Like if it's target, if it's twilight cancel, whatever, you know. So I did not have a specific reaction for Nexus first into third Nexus at 2 minutes. I'm gonna be honest, but I kind of YOLO'd it, yeah, a little bit.
It worked out. Game 2 though was another surprising build from Astrea, which you actually did struggle with. So what happened there?
So yeah, game 2, I thought something was coming, like balls, but I did not expect the double robo balls. You know, it's that caught me off guard, and my brain kind of melted a little bit. I like made more drones, and then I thought I would die, and then like I made a bailing nest, and then I canceled it. I've never faced a double ball opening, I'm gonna be honest. So yeah, that was a bit wild for me, but yeah, that game was not it, honestly.
Thanks for describing it that way. Appreciate that.
No worries.
And then game 3, yeah, you said like you had a proper response, and then I know there was the Adept opener, right?
Yeah.
And you had talked a little bit about preparing for Adepts. So what was your preparation supposed to be, and then, yeah, where'd you go wrong?
Well, I can't really say because I still have
I'm sorry.
2 guys
You're
in my group.
You're right.
It's okay, Zuzi. I understand that you're trying to leak information over here, but I understand. Yeah, not getting baited, but yeah. So
Okay.
You will see. I'm sure these guys, they will make some glaives, and
Of course.
I'll maybe next time I won't forget about my reaction, and I actually get to show it, you know.
Yeah, well, fortunately, the rest of the game is really cool, so we don't have to focus on the build,
Yeah.
right? So the rest of the game, it was just like super back and forth. Is there any time there where you were worried, or a time where you realized, oh no, I've got this?
Oh yeah, pretty much the whole game I was worried, honestly, because I was in a very bad spot in the early game. I was like, damn, I was so far behind. And I started exploding his probes, but I couldn't kill his army, and his army was massive. I was like, damn, I'm never gonna kill this army, so I tried to avoid it as much as possible. I got 5 rulers out to kind of save the situation. Yeah, it was a wild game to the end, until like the very, very end where I got the rulers. I wasn't sure if I was gonna win. I knew like he probably had like 15 probes, because I killed like probably more than 100 probes, I would guess, in that game. So yeah, it was a bit of a wild game. Astrea loves making probes. I love killing them. It's a nice combination.
Yes, it is. And my last question here, of course, the rest of the group will be playing out over the next few days. Any surprises so far? Any worries now that you've seen some of the other series happen?
I think I got my hardest match out of the way. That is Spirit, I think. He was the guy that I feared the most, I would say. I can never tell if you're serious. 'Cause, like, he did beat you last week, so I don't know. He did beat me, yes. But yeah, I'm glad I got the hardest opponent out of the way. I think I can do good. We'll see. It depends on how I play. I'm confident in my preparation for this tournament. Now it's just up to me playing to my standard, you know. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
All right. Any shout outs before I go ahead and throw?
Shout out to Kaisi, shout out to Red Bull, and thank you for cheering for me. Thank you guys. Adios.
Nice. Kind of do it for me, actually. But I'll do my job now and say thank you so much. Congratulations once again. Good luck in the rest of your matches. And guys, we'll be heading to a break. When we're back, it is more of the Intel Extreme Masters.
Welcome back here. It's now time for Group C. We have already finished our matches for Group A and Group B, and now we have our 2 more groups to start things off. Get it rocking, get it raring to go. Joining me to my left-hand side, Loco, as well as Artosis here. Great attire as always, and we've got ourselves.
We are matching all together.
4 of us came in without talking to each other in exactly the same outfit.
Yeah.
In fact, mine and Roddy's colors are very close.
They're very close.
Yeah, you both have like a reddish type of
I was very embarrassed when he got to cast before me, and people are going to think, "Oh, Artosis, you just copied him."
You all just randomly turn up to a dinner, and everyone looks the same. You're like, "Whoa, well, there you go."
No originality amongst the versatility of StarCraft casters is like a 5.
You think
we just look at you, man. Yesterday you were wearing the jacket as well. We're like, well, we got to show up a little bit more professional today.
Do what you want. It's all good. It's all good. Let's talk about Group C then. Here, coming in for this one, another 6 players making their way to the gladiatorial arena. We have Hero, Serral, Solar, DRG, Special, and Elazer joins them off the back of the brackets after we saw him do very well down in the lower bracket, actually taking out Ryong 3-0. All of the other ones were really balls to the wall, absolutely going 3-2 all the way, but Elazer decided to just bop Ryong down all that way. But one big name to talk about here, of course, Loco, is Serral, a returning world champion to this stage. And I think a lot of eyes are on him once again to try and attain the top spot.
Oh, yeah. He is definitely one of the favorites going into this tournament. Basically ever since like 2018, right? Any tournament he enters, he's certainly one of the favorites. Back then, he won practically everything. These days, he seems a little bit more mortal, but there's no denying that Serral is still ridiculous.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if he wins again, it isn't like a huge surprise.
No,
right?
that's not an
He's on the
upset.
short list of people that you really look at and you're like, okay, this is like the 5 players that can really win this tournament. That like any of those 5 win, you're like, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, every single Premier tournament it feels like he's played in 2022 was nothing lower than a 5th through 6th place. Everything else is...
And that's like a disappointment for him almost, right? Like,
he gets round of 4s, he wins the World Championship, he's pretty good at the video game, and now there's been a bit of a change. It's, again, I've said it in day 1, Artosis, but it's very weird to see Serral not on Ents, now on Basilisk.
Yeah, but I mean, this happens sometimes,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Like esports teams, sometimes they shuffle it up a little bit, you know, whether this was Serral just getting a great offer or whatever. That's fantastic for him. Congrats to him. And
yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
Ents was a great sponsor for a long time, but it's nice to see Basilisk really entering the scene so strongly.
Okay, well, let's talk about the match that is coming up then, of course. It will be not quite Serral in terms of the Zergs, but we have plenty of other great Zergs in this group to talk about anyway. It's going to be Elazer going up against Solar for this one. In fact, there's Elazer right there.
Yeah.
Cool.
Getting 74 points overall on average. I mean, a respectable number for sure. Maybe not quite as good as his opponent, however. Solar, what score did he get?
We got a little 84.
That's a
We can
very
zoom
good
in on
score.
that one. It's
I love these cards. They're awesome.
No, they are. They're very cool, but I like finding fault in them. But for this one, I don't really find much fault. I think this is pretty good. I would give him, like, I mean, 81 versatility isn't bad. I do feel like he's a very versatile player, though. Like,
Yes.
Solar has actually invented a lot of what Zerg does in the last 8 years.
You know, Loco, I also really enjoyed these cards until I realized I had to be the one organizing them all. And then I suddenly realized,
Why are
wait
you
a minute.
flexing right now?
Because if I don't organize them all, they'll disappear, you'll all lose them, and I'll be
This is true.
responsible,
We are
probably.
very irresponsible gamers.
Do
That
you
is
have
correct.
like all the cards there?
Yes.
Is it possible to see Serral's card?
Do you want to see Serral's
I
card?
do.
Do you have it? I mean, you organized it,
I
right?
mean, we were just talking about it.
You wanna
I'd
see
like to
Serral's card?
Because he should have the 2nd highest score.
Yeah, I'm going through to Group C.
He
Wait a
should.
minute, I organized them all. Or I could just do that. I could cast a magic spell, and there's
That's not Serral, but, you know, also a very good Zerg.
I have Serral's
great
card.
too. He
Would
should
you like to see Serral's card?
Yes.
We have, interestingly, 92.
Under
Ooh.
Rainer.
If we could get a cheeky zoom in there and you can see all of the numbers. All right, what do you think?
88.
A lot of these numbers are always kind of difficult to judge, right? So again, it's the other pro players that
Other
are
pro players rating.
these gamers. I
think
actually
this
am a
is-
little surprised to see Serral not sitting at like the top.
I think this is kind of low.
It's
Yeah.
But it's like it's pretty good on everything, right? Like I'm not super disagreeing with anything I see there. He doesn't attack that much and everything.
Versatility 88 though.
I've messed up on my card order now. I can't believe it.
Sorry, man.
You've ruined my order.
I'm like, yeah, could you find a pass for me now?
No. I actually, that one's gone.
Oh, no.
I got all the eliminated
If you get eliminated,
cards.
you just get tossed off the
Yes.
disc? Is that what you're saying?
All
right
the
now?
eliminated cards, I was like, take these away. Out of my sight.
So over the weekend, we're just going to see the
Yes.
pile get smaller
It
and
makes
smaller.
it easier for me, I'm not going to lie.
Fair enough.
All right, well, gentlemen, the commentators are ready. This isn't quite how I expected this segment to go, but there we are. We're going to head over to Pig and ZG here to bring you this ZVZ.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, it's actually not Cyril at all. It is, in fact, Solar versus a laser. So focusing on that. To start off, Group C, what are you thinking about this one, Pig?
I think this is going to be a really interesting match. Now, a lot of people might think, oh, but couldn't we see the other match or this match? But this one, I think, is going to be very, very important for who gets the second or third slot kind of out of the group. Because a laser is a ZVZ sniper. He's very good in this matchup. Solar is, of course, always doing very well. But I do think, if Solar drops the map to a laser, he can start to get in trouble. Likewise, if a laser isn't able to take the map off Solar, I think he's obviously, in danger of not getting through at all. So, oh my lord, look at that exhaustion there already. Home ground advantage for the Polish player, I think, Zombie Grub.
He's like, I can't believe I have to play CDs. This is so stupid. Yeah, Solar, I had mentioned it previously on the desk. He kind of joked, and I hope is a joke. When I asked Crank to go ahead and contact some of the Korean players, get their thoughts and feelings, he said that he would be 5th in the group.
Yeah,
Solar.
It was very nice of you to share that. I mean, I actually had a chat to him as well just yesterday, and his attitude hasn't changed that much, but more about that in a moment. Down in the bottom right side, representing Team Liquid, it's none other than a laser. And crashing onto the scene in 2015, he's made a big name for himself.
Indeed. In the top left of Gressfun, we have Kaizi Gaming Solar. Which is actually onside gaming at this point. So, whoopsie-daisy.
Yep, onside gaming, of course, repping him, Nimaru, and Ryung as well, now joining their ranks. So Rex as well, can't forget Rex, unfortunately not here, but Solar is a beast. He's a monster. He's one of the most consistent Zergs. He's also got a bit of a nickname, and that is the unluckiest player in the world. Because of course, lots of reversals where he's up 2-0 and people bring it back 3-0, and more importantly, some of those moments where gigantic nukes have landed on him in this specific tournament. He was beating Maru, and a nuke landed on his entire army when he was distracted, and it's happened a few times since then with nukes. Single pylon wall-offs that nobody knew about, where Parting gets a free win versus him in GSL because the map wasn't properly tested. There's a long history of Solar being fantastic at the game, and he's won tournaments in 2014, 2016, this sort of stuff, but the last few years, he's had a lot of unfortunate events.
Yeah, I know unlucky isn't exactly a great term to use. It's very vague, doesn't really mean much, but those are great examples of that, and it is something that it happens so often. The build order counters, the rare in StarCraft, seem to happen to him more often. The nukes that everyone, like every other time that he would play against nukes, he would spot, just all of a sudden he doesn't in one of the biggest tournaments of his career. So, that in mind, plus his just kind of negative attitude overall, what we currently have is not just a clash of perhaps styles with Korean versus European ZVZ, but we also kind of have a clash of the super confident laser, particularly when it comes to ZVZ, and apparently a fairly unconfident Solar. But Solar may be looking to get that confidence ASAP, is hiding some wings up there. He's building a number there, Pig.
Yeah, gas pool opening, and he's stopped at 16 drones. This is an incredibly low worker count. This is essentially a massive attack that's going to be a giant Ling Flood. Solar is not building any more drones, and in about 20 seconds, he's going to be flooding across that map, looking to catch a laser off guard. A laser has not started the Baneling nest yet. He's going for a third hatchery, and against this, a laser's going to need to quickly pull his queens back to his ramp, hold position in there, get Banelings and Zerglings up on the high ground, and then try and defend in the choke point. But if Solar can get a big wraparound, a bigger bit of surface area, that'll be big. But we get seen, and a laser spots it. You can see the Overlord react immediately. A laser is going to be able to respond. Evo Chamber going down. He's going to try and wall off.
Yeah, which might just work. hopefully this is actually concrete. In fact, it is. And Solar, you know, he actually had an opportunity there. If he had known somehow magically that there was a sliver of dark space, he could have got in there without being seen. Now he's up against a full wall of evolution chambers already.
Baneling Nest getting targeted down there. He needs some more Banelings, but I don't think it's going to finish in time. Nice targeting by Solar, who's completely committed at this stage. Oh my lord, that goes down. It's just going to be Massling versus Massling, but these Broodlings will help a lot here. Every time an Evo Chamber dies, you can see he doesn't want to take that damage. Whoa, whoa, whoa! But actually, Alaza has the numbers to hold the choke point. It looks like he's confident defending there. He's up 7 workers behind this, puts a Baneling Nest down to complete the wall off behind it, and Solar is in big trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. What hopefully was going to give him that very nice, easy first victory is now turned on him. He's now behind, and he's got to make something happen against a Laser who is eventually going to have that Baneling Nest. That solid answer against a mass Ling Flood is once again walled, apparently, too, with that Queen in position. And Solar just finally has to shrug and say, I guess I got a drone, but he must know that he's in a very, very difficult position.
No Baneling tech. He doesn't have a good economy either. I mean, Solar's pretty desperate here. I like that Alaza gets these Lings out, because the only way this could go bad is if he lets all these Lings get surrounded, right? But Alaza's just being very chill, adding melee, upgrade. He's got a second gas mining, so he'll be able to go upwards. Or actually, maybe that was an extractor trick, because I think that second gas did actually get cancelled.
Yeah, I think so, because he did get supply blocks from, I guess, Solar's Queen, poking and prodding, and didn't take that into account, while, of course, building a humongous wall and double walling. So a little bit understandable, but that did also perhaps stop a Laser from gaining any more momentum afterwards. So it's just been a runaround game, and he has only kept that single worker lead, which is now gone. But he is working on that faster +1 melee. He is still on, I suppose, more Solar side of the map, and with Banelings on his side of the map, it's not like Solar can get much done unless suddenly his micro is just a lot better, which certainly they're both trying to force errors from their opponent.
Yeah, these Lings, you can see Alaza gets a good little fight and then runs away, looking to catch Solar with inferior numbers. Both sides making Banelings. Melee will be kicking in about a minute's time for Alaza, but he's not going to wait for that. He's going hard to get out on the map. Alaza, watch out for that Baneling bait! Oh!
Oh, no. George the Jungle running right into that tree. That did not work out super well. Solar now a little ahead on the drones with his own Baneling technology, having that very confident boosting Baneling hit. And maybe this actually isn't going to end so abruptly.
Alaza's looking a bit stubborn right now. No third hatchery on the way. I think he could have droned up. I mean, he had a big lead for a while, but he kind of loses it all in that Baneling hit. I don't think he's far behind by any means. I mean, Alaza's a little ahead in army, a little down in workers. His third slightly later. It's still a very even game on both sides, but I'm a little surprised that Alaza didn't just kind of get a third up and start heading towards Lair, because I think if you can get Mutas out in this sort of game, they are going to be just dominating.
He's going to have that +1 melee, which is going to make any Ling battle go in his favor, but is noticeably not the Carapace, which would give him a second chance against any of the Banelings of his opponents.
Good map for Massling as well, actually, because it's so wide open. There's so many paths. He's going to get a cancel on Solar's third. That is a massive victory. And he's going for Carapace behind it, which means Alaza's doubling down on this Massling style. He wants to play the big multi-prong game, while Solar is going into a more generic Roach style.
Couldn't help you more right there, right? Like you said, it was going to be great for all of the Lings running around. There you have it. Solar having to cancel a third base. Now we are adding a Roach Warren. So, I mean, yeah, I guess they're both going to go into Roaches. Of course, we're going to have a Laser with that +1 melee, always able to go for that run by. Where is the Roach Warren? Maybe we'll check that out a little later, but the lair is about halfway done for Solar now.
Yeah, a little bit hidden for Alaza since it's behind that wall that was already up from before. But going into a Roach versus Roach game, Solar's way up on workers. He doesn't have the hugest benefit of an income lead until his third finishes rebuilding. So, I mean, Alaza should have a chance to catch up on the economy, and he's going to always have a much scarier squad of Zerglings running around the map. A very even game, and how they make use of these early game Zerglings and Banelings is going to be really crucial to set up for the next stage.
The only reason I was asking about that Roach Warren is that I was wondering if it was going to be incredibly obvious, you know, like even too much, and then a Laser might actually go into something different, but he had no lair on the way, and then he started a +1 missile, so like that was just completely useless for me. It is Roach versus Roach. But if it's just Roach versus Roach, if it's just a numbers game, then Solar has had this economic benefit of the drone count at least for a little while. I guess with the third having to be displaced, then we see that there's not any arrows pointing either direction on the minerals has not been too bad, but now that third is back up and running. And we have that consistent scouting coming down, trying to determine exactly what this is. Certainly Spire play, if it goes unnoticed, is quite dangerous, but we are just going Roach.
Yep, Roach. Roaches are just going to be vomiting acid on each other in this one. And the Spy are pretty good for, like you said, cleaning up Overlords, all that sort of stuff. This is a Laser's vision, pulling Overlords back from the front, and you can see he's taking the gases, starting to spread those drones across those 3 bases. Probably thinking about a 4th. There we go. Yep, there is indeed a 4th started on that bottom side. So, yeah, he's going to be working forwards with the economy and going to be watching out to make sure those Overlords don't go down. Roach speed does get remembered there, a very important upgrade. And those Lings clearing up Solar's map vision. So very good control from a Laser. He's also trying to get the gas to start +2 range and carapace by the looks of it.
Indeed, yeah. Solar starts up +2. I mean, this has now gone past the point of where they both decided this was going to happen, right? They've chosen their builders coming in here. Clearly, Solar was the aggressive one. A Laser has responded, having to cancel his 4th base right there. But now we're getting into more of that macro-mechanical game, which a Laser, as I've been pointing out, down in the drones could hurt eventually because of it. But he does have that +1 carapace, at least in the lead. Their +2 is going to finish up quite similar to each other. Now the question is, who is going to be able to outposition each other, have those better fights? Do we actually get even perhaps a late game, which I'm not sure I was really expecting for ZVZ, but we might get it between these two.
Yep, still a little way to go until we get there. The players are matching each other in army supply, very similar. Big Roach army coming forward there. Solar has a slightly more mobile force, but Roach speed's going to kick in for a Laser in a second, and the Laser's Zerglings are still such a very present threat. If they can find an angle, those +1 Zerglings are going to slay. They've got the carapace as well, which is big. Like, if they're just fighting a few Roaches or Lings on their own, they can surround those and absolutely smash them.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. In case in point, you're just really calling this like a prophet right now. Those Roaches were a little alone, but not anymore. Their buddies do show up. Nice quick micro on the Ravager Cocoons. Wow, okay, I couldn't say that weirder. Cocoons as well.
It's if you use it defensively as a mover, it's a cocoon defense. I like it. Cocoon.
There you go. Yeah, but so there. I mean, you're going to be adding in Ravagers eventually. So now even they have a identical count, I believe. They've both moved their way into maxing out. Solar finally does have now an established economic lead. He's got those arrows pointing up. That means he's mining a little bit better. But both maxed out. It's going to come down to the concave, perhaps, who actually micros better with corrosive vials. And that's the hugest part of the battle. But even trying to catch something off guard. We have Burrow on the way, perhaps Tunneling Claws also. Yeah, actually, there it is, right? So Solar is going to go for some distraction eventually. But right now, just butting heads in the middle of the map.
Does land some nice biles on a Laser and cleans up the fight on the bottom side as well. The biles being dodged for the most part. A Laser's up in army supply, so Solar's got to be wary. He could get outnumbered. A pitched battle could turn very far in a Laser's favor very quickly. Solar has the economy advantage, so it's in his interest to draw the combat out as long as possible and let his economy do its work. Whereas a Laser is going to, on the other hand, look for one crushing engagement to smash through. But he can't eat biles, he can't get sloppy.
Yeah, well, now he's actually the one that's giving up his army, trying to take advantage of Solar on a bit of the run. As he is still on the run, he's getting pushed down the ramp and actually trying to get the last second concave, while also defending his 3rd base, where drones are in fact going down.
Wow.
The Laser with a nice 1-2 punch right here might have found the opening. Currently supplies are staying rather even, but the 4th base actually being ignored by a Laser right now as he goes for the throat.
Solar gets some amazing biles there. Parts of those fights went very well, but he loses his 4th base and 18 drones. Solar takes some big economic damage. I think a Laser's got to get out of here, though. He does not want to overextend on this one. He's now got the economic advantage. He's the one with the 4th base up, whereas Solar, look at that army coming through the middle. You don't want to let him wrap around and stop you from retreating. A Laser's going to pull back, gather up his forces, and he is now far ahead.
He has tons of Roaches that just popped out. Now, Solar did finally finish up the Tunneling Claws, which is a graphical upgrade, guys. So if Laser is paying attention, perhaps he's actually laid something down, but it doesn't look like it. There's been a lot happening in this game. So no Spore Crawlers, no Spines already in position. That could actually really buy Solar a lot of time and do a decent amount of damage. Currently only the 4 Roaches in the main, so maybe it's not going to be catastrophic, but again, maybe buy some time, let Solar get maxed out again, at least get kind of back on the even footing, even if his economy is still not as great.
Overseers still have not morphed reactively. A Laser seems to be sending units back to try and defend, but he's going to need Overseers to clean him up. Solar not actually burrowing those Roaches immediately, though, so a bunch of them did go down. Of course, there's so much multitasking on every side. A Laser's got a squad of Roaches running around the back. Solar's got a squad of Roaches burrowing around the back, and they're skirmishing with the main armies in the middle at the same time. It is a real test of the mechanics and the multitasking of both players, and Solar is not going to stop with that anytime soon. Another squad of Roaches work their way down the south side. It feels like a Laser might have got wind of that, though. His army's very close by.
It is, so looks like Solar is not going to depend too much, maybe just literally 2. kind of test the waters even. In fact, they might just be the guiding light here saying, yeah, green light, guys, let's go ahead and continue divvying ourselves up. So 2 here, 2 perhaps to the third, and even more in the natural. Solar even has another army going into the natural by looks of things. And just on the mini-map, you can see that it's all on Laser's side. Solar's been able to recover his 4th base. He's moving his army as well, hoping to find a Laser out of position. A Laser trying to take that into account, moves his army back, but is it going to be good enough? Who actually has the bigger army in this particular front? A Laser's also on the bottom of his own choke, a little uncomfortable, and the Ravager count looks way better for Solar.
Solar looking for the angle. A Laser's doing a good job of managing the concave, but of course he's bleeding Roaches out while trying to defend, and a lot of Roaches are popping up in his natural and his main right now. A Laser may have defended the front, but that comes at the cost of him pulling far too many units away from the defense.
Exactly. This is such a difficult game for a Laser. He's also going to bank quite a bit here. Well, of course, because they're almost maxed out. But if he can't remax fast enough, if Solar really does get the momentum, then that bank might not matter. But now it is a Laser actually punching back, sending Solar back home. He has lost a couple of drones, but he's quickly replaced them. He's finally cleaned up all the tunneling claws. Nope, just kidding. There's some in the main again. It's never going to end, basically. I mean, a Laser, he's going to always have to come back a little bit, but be very mindful of the ongoing attack in the middle of the map.
You never clean up all the tunneling claws, Zombie Grub. They just keep on going. An expert like Solar is so annoying with this, the way he's circling around the main, just making a Laser put so many actions and attention into cleaning them up. And you can see even there, a moment of inattention, and 2 Roaches do escape. He's trying to catch Solar's Overseer right now, going to Infestation Pit, +2 Carapace. And is going to be still skirmishing on the front lines. It feels like the game stabilized. A Laser with a very small worker advantage, a rather large bank advantage.
Yeah.
But of course, it still could go either player's way.
I mean, using the bank to try and get a lead on that technology would certainly be great for it. Again, sometimes it's more about you have time to remax, necessarily that bank, which would be my major concern if a Laser gets pushed back onto his back foot again. Currently, he's the one controlling the map, being mindful of any little run-bys back at home, and even apparently thinking, hey, that's a pretty good idea. I'm going to go ahead and also go for Tumbling Claws.
More Roaches coming in for Solar. He's going to find a bunch more workers. Laser not too happy with that. He's got so many of his Roaches on the front of the map. And that's always a problem. When you get aggressive in this scenario, you're much more open to the backstabs because you don't have units nearby to respond. You have to pull those up from the main and the natural, which opens up another potential tunneling claw path to kind of drill their way inside the Zerg base. A Laser still skirmishing on the front line. He's got a forward position, which is scary for Solar. He wants to heal those Roaches. Of course, increased regeneration rate whenever they're underground, which does mean you can use it as a healing mechanic as well.
Yeah, this actually is getting quite worrying for Solar. He has now no tunneling claws, so I'm like really quadruple checking, guys, but he's no longer harassing. He's been pushed back to his side of the base, and a Laser had that bank. He has the moment to go for not just Infestation Pit and his own tunneling claws, but also the Hive is on the way. Apparently no attempt to go into those lurkers, but we'll see what his plans are when we get there. Currently, he is actually back on the defense. It's just back and forth on Gresspawn for these 2 guys. Solar, though, did he just find an opening? He's chasing down some tunneling claws of a Laser. Nope, a Laser's army does get split at the last second, utilizing some of the high ground, utilizing some of his own chokes as well. And it looks like Solar's not going to be finding too many openings here.
A Laser doing really well in the units lost out. They had about 4,000 resources, but whenever you're on the defensive, you have much less room for error. If Solar loses a fight, he backs off, has time to rebuild. You got to keep in mind, though, a Laser has a Hydra Den, a high finishing. He's also built 7 spine crawlers while maintaining a worker advantage. So a Laser's building insurance for the late game. Solar is pretty much all in on Roach Ravager. He's a bit more desperate to find his way in, and find his way in he does.
Yeah, finally. It looked like it might be on the right, but it actually is on the left, just finding a Laser coming down his own ramp. Now a Laser has his full army back on the front lines, however, in an upgrade lead as well, with +2 Carapace having finished a few seconds ago. A Laser does lose his 4th base, but he has the mineral bank to replace that without being sweating about it too hard, and he did finish that Hydralisk Den, getting some of the upgrades, could be working his way to lurkers and the lurker upgrades as well. Also getting some of his own harassment finally on Solar's side of the map. Again, just back and forth between the 2, but a Laser's technology now very worrying.
Yeah, it's very important to keep swinging at your opponent. You can't just be on the defense for too long. Otherwise, there's too many chances of them just being the one who pulls your attention to the wrong area of the map and surprises you with a big haymaker. Solar is still all in on Roach Ravager, though. He's playing like this is Heart of the Swarm, Roach vs. Roach era with no transition. A Laser is getting towards that transition while being aggressive and forward of the map. Solar, only 45 drones. He's going for a super max army. he is going to try and win with a big knockout punch at some point. But the moment Lurkers are in there, that becomes harder. You add Vipers, it becomes harder again. The 3-3 upgrades, it becomes nearly impossible. Laser is doing a great job. And remember, he has been consistently winning these trades. He's been out microing Solar for the most part in these multitasking battles. That's why the unit's lost time is so good for him.
Yeah, and he continues pressuring. I do, if we have a moment, want to check what Solar's knowledge is of where Laser is at. When's the last time he got some of those tunneling claws into the natural or the main? Okay, so he saw the infestation pit, he saw the hive, so yeah, he's actually saw everything. He knows absolutely he is on a clock, but to be on a clock when you're only on your side of the map is not a particularly great place to be. It looks like his fifth base wants to be targeted by a Laser, decides not to go for it. Instead, a Laser continues pushing in on that third base with some
Oh, that's an overcommit. That's an overcommit.
Absolutely an overcommittal as he is now retreating the heck out of there.
Yeah, went in a little bit too deep. 22 Roaches there to remax for a Laser, but this is a costly trade for him. Hydras and Ravagers in the open on the other side of the map. You cannot let those expensive units get caught out. You can't afford to replace those. Remember, Solar wanted to fight right now. A Laser's upgrades, his Hive Tech, none of that's really kicked in just yet. He has to just pull back and make sure he survives. This may have been a huge misstep for a Laser to move across the map at that time. It looks like he's given Solar the opportunity he needed.
Absolutely, a Laser. If he loses right here, right now, he is going to be devastated. He had this game. He just needed to be a little more patient. He thought he smelled blood in the water, but it was a fake. Now it is Solar's turn to get across the map, dominate a Laser's army. Doesn't care about the technology that is only just now finishing. Solar takes his moment and takes game number 1.
He had to work for that one. It's the face of a man who goes, wow, my all-in got completely stuffed at the start of that game. But I found a way to get back into a relatively even game. Then I slowly fell behind. And honestly, a little bit of a Hail Mary situation. It's a spot where you're pinned back. You have an inferior army. You have no tech on the way. You're down in economy. All you can do in that scenario is just try to maintain a good position and extend the fights and just look for a good engagement. And that to some extent relies on your opponent making a misstep. But he fought so hard. He kept skirmishing and skirmishing. And a Laser just made the crucial mistake every Zerg player has made in this matchup, which is, of course, you're into Hydras, almost to Lurkers. You've got a lot of Ravagers, your Roach count's a bit lower. Splitting your army up at that point and trying to kind of outposition your opponent, not as effective because you've given up some mobility. You've got more fragile units in the mix, which will be amazing once you add Lurkers and those extra tier of upgrades. You're just not there just yet. You needed a little bit more time.
Yeah, I mean, a Laser does not seem phased at all. Neither did Solar, actually. He won that game by the skin of his teeth, and he was like, yep, that was easy. Thank you very much. But yeah, that's better news for a Laser not to be phased now that he is down a game where he was in that really solid area. If he had not overcommitted, if he had pulled back immediately, perhaps he could have bought some more time, reinforced just as much as he needed, and then still had a dicier game than you would hope, but actually live. Instead, he really did overcommit. Hell, there could have even been a bit of a misclick, right? He meant to move backwards, and instead the attack moved backwards, you know, started hitting the hatchery again, something like that. But that was really the crucial moment, and a Laser probably identifies it. Maybe he could look at that entire game and say, you know what, I did play that really well. So yeah, that sucks that I lost it in the end, but there's no reason to think that I can't overall beat Solar.
No, definitely not. Solar kind of is like, man, that wasn't working out, but hey, I made it happen. It feels good and bad at the same time because your build choices and the style was not working for you, but you managed to just kind of grit your teeth and work your way through it. So there's bonuses, positives, and negatives to kind of take from that. You want to maybe play a little bit more straight up of an opening in the next game and not rely on a Baneling killing 32 Zerglings to get you back in it. That was one of the biggest Baneling hits I've seen in a pro match in a long time.
Yeah, that was, that I guess maybe combined with a Laser being a little supply blocked, really to stop any momentum a Laser might have gained. But Laser really did play that so well. Continually watching that resource loss trade just look beneficial for the European Zerg. If he had just played a little more defensive, it would have gone well. We are just going ahead and fixing some technical things, guys, so very soon we'll be getting into game number 2, which will be on Ancient Cistern.
Yeah, it's going to be a map which is not quite as long a rush distance as Grasfin, which is one of the longest, of course. Shortens, though, once you take your third bases on that map. And Cistern, it's not really till the rocks go down that it becomes a much quicker, rush distance across this map as well. So definitely one where I would not be surprised to see more of the multi-prong action as it progresses. I think this new map pool is all about multiple angles and multitasking and map control. It's about If you get control of the board, you get control of the center, you can branch out and kind of punish your opponent and pick off their bases. So that's what I'm thinking of here. And in terms of Alaze's strategic follow-ups, I'm sure he's got to think to himself, hey, did I really need to go for just a mass +1 melee Ling Bane 2-base attack? No, not really. Like, you know, take the third, tech on upwards. Would have been a great map for Mutas. Gressven is just made for Muta Zergling play. Even after the Baneling hit, if you just don't go Carapace, but you just go the melee and then go Lair for Mutas, I think it's such a winning play on that map.
Yeah, I mean, could have been very fearful that Solar was going to try and do something all in again, but yeah, that's not how the game went. It was certainly a harder game for a Laser, one where he still managed to eke out the victories, just not the overall one, right? So we once again showing off the scorecards for the two. As far as ZVZ goes, I think a Laser is absolutely a killer. Again, he is very confident. Now Solar, if he was doubting himself, I feel like he should not anymore. He was able to take the moment when given to him, which is a lot about how I guess people win these series, win these championships as well.
That's StarCraft, you know, there's a lot of just looking at it in theory on paper and saying, well, this player should win because of this. And then there's a lot of, yeah, but then you're managing 400 things a second. Yeah. You're doing so much, there's stress, there's focus, and there is constant probing and looking for mistakes. This man down here was doing a fantastic job for 90% of that last game. Just a big upset mistake towards the end. He's going to need to clean it up in map number 2. It's Team Liquid's the Laser. The best song.
Absolutely, that's why we keep using it. In the top right of Ancient Cistern, now we have that beautiful logo correct. It is going to be Onside Gaming Solar.
All right, looks like it's going to be hatch first for both players, so very standard openings. And a Laser 1 second quicker to get the hatchery down. So that means, of course, that he's definitely got the game in the bag. But now it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. I think upgraded Zerglings can be good on pretty much any map in the pool. Last season, really the meta was dominated by Evolution Chamber, Carapace upgrade, Roach Baneling, smashing into each other. That was like the #1. You have to watch out for this build because I've got a wall off with a queen in it. You can't scout. You don't know if there's a lair and I'm droning up because I'm always sending drones to the third to make it look like I'm droning. Or am I massing roaches and going to come out with a big surprise attack? And in Korea, especially, Solar, Dark, these guys, it was every second game was that attack. But on the bigger map pool, it's not going to be quite as popular. A few seconds rush distance makes a massive difference. The other day I watched Sue defend Dark doing that build with a 30 worker advantage on Royal Blood. And I was like, okay, maybe this build is done. I'm not sure. So I'm just mentioning it because it was such a big part of the meta. I don't know if this is still something players are doing now.
Gotcha. Yeah, and we're having a basic ZVZ opener, guys, so we can kind of discuss the theory crafting, which really can be all over the place because even the players themselves, again, it's not just one or two. They're saying we really don't practice a whole lot of ZVZ. Either a problem about having other top-tier Zergs to practice against, or you do, but they're the guys you're going to be facing. So, like, why would you practice against them, right? So
yeah,
it gets a little bit weird, but at least one thing about this map pool also is that we don't have any, perhaps more of the trickier ones where that third base could be technically hidden, like a moon dance. So I believe most of them have said, like, it's, you know, average as far as ZVZ goes, nothing particularly tricky. But I think as we've continued seeing the maps played out at the highest level, and now seeing some of the high-level ZVZs too, as you were saying, it's a lot about that mobility, trying to use the fact that these maps are perhaps more spread out, even if the rush distance doesn't change too much, to try and get just those attacks where necessary. And now we just have, again, the CBZ developing normally with Baneling Nest coming down after third hatches.
Definitely thinking about Mutalisks a lot as well, personally, in terms of, you know, the strength that they could give as well with bigger rush distances and players leaning out of Roach Bane. If that happens, that's going to open up Mutalisks in a big way, because that was one of the biggest builds that stopped people from going quick mutas. There was a time maybe 2 years ago, +1 melee into mutas was like a very common build order. It really was huge. I guess it was probably early popularized by like Scarlet and Raynor trying to do it against Serral back when he was dominating in 2018. And a year or two after that, it started really getting popular around 2020. But it phased out because people just started hitting these big attacks before you could ever get the Mutalisks out. And definitely something to keep in mind as Solar goes for a quick Evo chamber. And the Laser getting completely scouted by Solar's Zergling.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, should be choosing what to add on very, very soon. If we do see Spire play, I'm actually curious about how that late game is going to change too. The Ultra in particular, you know, we usually would say like if you go into Ultras at any point, then it's going to be a bit of a throw. But now that they're better against SimCity, you know, that defensively plays Spore Crawler, Evolution Chamber, Wall of Lurkers can be a bit different, but that's very far in the future. Might not even happen in this game, probably will not. A Laser notably not going for an Evolution Chamber.
Yeah.
Just a Roach Warren.
And it's a sneaky Warren too. 16 more Lings on the way into a Roach Warren and a Lair.
Oh. Okay.
Are we Nidusing?
That's what I'm like, well, we have to be doing something, right? So, all right, well, so Solar would have to notice that lack of Evolution Chamber, right? 99% of the time, it is exactly where Solar has it, adding to the wall. So I wonder where like the mind game is with that.
Faking mutas potentially is a big one. Making so many Lings into the Roaches, but with no Evo Chamber, you can't play a proper Roach game. So that's what I'm very curious about. The Lings are going to try and flood in there. Baneling's out on the left side. Good drone pull to get him out of there. But a great retreat from a Laser doesn't overstay his welcome. And he's massing drones. 4 gases into Roaches now. But it's a surprising build. A Laser's got some sort of 300 IQ mind game. Does Solar fall for it? Sometimes when you play really tricky, Solar picks up a brick and just smashes it at you. Like, he doesn't overcomplicate things. He will just try and kill you if he's confused by what you're up to. And the thing is, we were saying, oh, it's fake mutas. But now he's actually going into Roaches. And it seems like he wants to commit to a big Roach attack, but with a massive worker count behind it. A Laser definitely doing some backflips right now. Let's just make sure he doesn't backflip over himself.
Exactly. If your opponent's doing something weird, just punch him in the face. That is another one for StarCraft 2 sayings. And Solar apparently going to punch in the face with a Ling surround. Banelings trying to wash away any Lings that are helpful for a Laser. And a Laser is just caught in such an awkward timing. Would have had enough Roaches up against the wall for sure, but being surrounded like that, now revealing his intentions as well and taking down some units. I mean, does a Laser actually have a plan B without that upgrade?
Yeah, without the Evo Chamber, it seems like it's just Roach speed, no upgrade timing from a Laser. Solar is droning a little bit, and he is way down on the Roach count, of course. But the Lings traded all right, I feel, against the Roaches. Took some of them in the Queens down, and he's kind of seen most of what a Laser's got behind it. Solar's not getting +2 range. He's very focused on really just pumping out Roaches, drones, gases right now. Solar was down on workers for a fair bit there. Nidus Worm does come in now for a Laser. So it is the eventual Nidus Worm finish that he's looking for, but he's going to be down an upgrade and only up a handful of Roaches. The army supply is way too close for comfort if you're a Polish fan.
Yeah, even with the Nidus Worm and the somewhat instant reinforcements, the numbers just really aren't going to be that different. And with the upgrade affecting Solar's Roaches too, I am very worried for a Laser. Perhaps this would have been an absolute brilliant move if Solar had more so anticipated either more macro or, of course, those mutas. But after seeing the Roaches getting further harassment as well as scouting, he's really figured things out. He is looking every direction. He's building up his unit count, and he is looking to defend a Laser's all-in. It's coming on that third base. So Solar moves his army in time, but the concave goes to a Laser.
Oh, the Nidus is going to pop. He's going to be reinforcing right into the battle. That gets rid of a lot of the defender's advantage. But remember, Solar has +1 range finish here. This army supply very even, but with Queens being pulled in, it's going to be hard for a Laser to break through. Almost identical Roach numbers on both sides, but Solar has the superior concave. More Roaches able to shoot at a moment, and the Nidus Worm gets taken out. But Nidus does pop in the main base. Some Roaches popping out and winning the fight there for a Laser, but he seems to have lost this main fight down here in the south.
Yeah, as soon as Solar actually got everything together, he pushes a Laser back. Takes out the Nidus Worm. Main base is not so much a problem, at least not yet. A couple more Roaches pop out there as we witness the remnants of the main attack on that retreat. It maybe could have been different if a Laser had been able to hide this longer, or if this attack had suddenly gotten those 20 drones he was perhaps looking for. But even as he continues hoping to double down and maybe find something, Solar's also reinforcing. He also is getting enough Roaches for that high ground, and the supplies are pretty much down the tail.
Yeah, the Roaches here, it looks like a good fight, but then the reinforcements come and it's running away, tail between their legs. You can see from a Laser's face, he's not too confident in this situation. Without any upgrades, his Roaches are simply trading worse this entire time. Starts an Evo Chamber here, but it's way too late for that. And the units lost tab telling a story of Solar just being rock solid in game number 2.
Yeah, that's actually game number 1, it was very, very scary for Solar. Perhaps if a laser had summed that up, taken that game, it would have been drastically different momentum-wise for game 2, but no. Solar has a little bit of trouble game 1, and then game 2 is like, yep, I'm the boss, I'm the king, this is me taking the ZVZ group, and walks off with actually not even a smile on his face, just like, yep, that's how I wanted it to go. Exactly. ZVZ to me.
Well, he looked kind of tired and almost, you know, maybe a bit of that jet lag kicking in for Solar at the start of the series, but he came out and played a very tight game, and we see that Solar is so damned consistent. And that's really what he's known for, bringing that same level of consistency over and over again and really performing at a level that is just, you know, representative of those stats that the players had given him. He's been top 5, you know, top 10 in the world a lot for the last year, and managed to survive what was a terrible situation in game 1. So hats off to him for hanging in there.
Yeah, absolutely. And then just dominating that game too. So congratulations to Solar, starting off the ZVZ group kind of very, very well. Let's go ahead and bring it to the analysts to discuss that further.
Yes, thank you. It felt like I was watching a ZVZ from 3 years ago with all the Roach Ravager going on, little constant back and forth. But Solar being able to dispatch Orbit Laser pretty handedly here, Loco. But it did feel like a bit of a throwback watching some of those moments.
Ling Bane into Roach Ravager isn't necessarily the most unique style, right? We've seen that a couple of times in StarCraft history.
It's ringing a bell.
Yeah. Versatility stat, 0.
We need to adjust them, man. We need like a caster score on them as well. Yeah. Not a bad idea.
Yeah, but good to see Solar coming out here swinging. That's a really good result for him to start things off. We actually also did have other games going on that we kind of want to talk about as well here whilst we continue on. Dan, you actually had Hero versus Donry Gu going on, or DRG. So what was happening over in that one?
Well, it was a little bit of a bop, to be honest.
Yeah?
Hero absolutely smashed him 2-0 the first game with an Oracle opener into double Forge, and he just hit a 4 Colossus timing, just rolled him over. The second game, DRG was trying to defend Oracle into Blink Stalker, you know, which is a very normal thing that Hero really likes to do. He's trying to defend that with Ling Ravager, but Hero's just like, okay, more Oracles, 5 Oracles, 6 Oracles, Mass Stalker, and just plowed right through him. Hero's looking absolutely fantastic.
Do you think he's definitely one of the contenders for the top spot?
Without a doubt. I mean, he's the best Protoss in the world. He's already shown he can beat absolutely everybody, and he plays so differently from other Protosses, it's really hard to prepare for him.
I'd like to see a Protoss in top 4, at least. Because
top 4 Protoss. Top 4. I'd like to see them win, man.
Last year, I feel like we were a bit deprived. But anyway, Loco, you actually had Serral versus Special. I think it concluded quite a while ago.
Yeah, it actually concluded, I believe, before the previous series, but that's okay. It was on the B stream. In that particular, first game on Neo Humanity, we had Mr. Special going for a pretty sick build where he ended up going for mass battlecruisers against Serral. Not a style we see all too often. Now, probably for a good reason. I mean, he did end up, getting smashed right there by Serral in the end, but it was a cool attempt.
It was a fun game. Yeah, I watched a little bit of that too.
And going up against Serral in the first place is an uphill battle. So yeah, it's cool to see at least a little bit of variety right there in that playstyle.
A little bit of a push towards it, yeah. And if anybody was going to do it out of the Terrans, Special was usually one of the guys to try and kind of do something like that, especially Mech. I mean, we all know how long he really enjoyed the attempts at making it work, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, the last series I remember between him and Special was that WCS Finals, right, where he went mass battlecruiser against him. It didn't work there either.
Yeah.
He thought he could bring it back. Unfortunately not.
All right, well, those are the results coming in here so far from Group C. And now we have another round of matches that are going to be coming here in a few minutes as well. And here on the main stage, we're actually going to have Hero going up against Solar. So, break time. When we return, Hero versus Solar. We'll see you soon.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
Who are you, anonymous Brits? We'll find out soon enough. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice World Championship 2023 for StarCraft 2. We have got ourselves another series on the way. It's going to be a PvZ. We've already seen Solar have himself a lovely time in the previous game and get himself a victory on the board. But now he's going to have to go up against a bit of a monster in Hero. I've got ZG as well as Artosis joining me. ZG, Hero is very good at this video game.
Yes, that is the segue. That is the lead-in. All right. Yes, he is. But, you know, back when he was first appearing with this style, actually shortly before, I guess, the GSL group in which he appeared with it, he was doing it against Solar in some of the Open Cups. And Solar was actually the one that was, like, combating him first. So that was a while ago at this point, but that's one of the reasons that I still love watching these two face off against each other. Even though I think Hero is now favored, he's shown that that is a proven style. I'll never forget Solar going toe-to-toe with them as far as the action goes. Just the multitasking and speed was crazy.
Nice, good to know. We have Dan, though, as well. Dan, I want you to talk about this matchup, talk about Hero, but also I want you to reveal the Hero card, because it's quite good.
It's pretty good. I'll show you that in just a minute, everybody.
Sure.
It's pretty impressive, but I definitely agree with Zombie Grub on that. Actually, Solar, I think, is one of the really smart Zergs out there and has actually invented as many things as Hero has, but for the Zerg race. So, like, this is a really cool matchup in that way. If there is going to be a Zerg that might be able to figure out some of his style, could be Solar. But let's take a look at Hero's card, because this is, I mean, he's the best Protoss in the world. Everyone knows it. Look at these numbers.
Ooh.
94 overall, 100 on offense. He is the best attacker in the world. I don't think anyone can complain about that.
I think that's pretty reasonable.
I think that's completely reasonable. Versatility 96 with the star, which means he's also the highest ranked on versatility. That's, I can kind of go with that, right?
Could do, yeah. I mean,
he's up there.
He's one of the guys that has pioneered some of these styles, and that kind of sends ripple effects through other Protoss players, other matchups, well, the matchups that impacts as well. So I think that's fair, ZG.
I think it's very fair. I love that card.
Yeah.
I'm going to take that card home with me.
Here you go.
Wait, no. Stop. I've got to protect the cards. Okay, but serious time here, though. Hero versus Solar. Who do you think is going to be able to vie for this victory here to be able to put themselves in a decent spot?
Well, notice how, like, I didn't even bother showing Solars.
Poor Solar card.
It's like 80s. It's like...
So, are we on the Hero train here?
Definitely on the Hero train. I love you, Solar. I do. I mean, I'll never forget. You're so good in that couple of series. But you didn't win, so...
Hero's going to win the group, to be honest.
You think so?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
well, I know, because I'm actually here also watching DRG versus Serral. And DRG is smashing Serral right now.
No way.
He is smashing Serral. Like, Serral's dead as can be.
Okay. There you go then. Well, thank you very much, guys. Of course, that was the Hero reveal card. But do bear in mind that later on in the day, we're going to reveal that Maru card. I want to see that Maru card for sure. But now, it is time to head over to the commentators here to bring you Hero versus Solar.
Thank you very much, Kalaris. It is time for our next best of 3 series of the day. We're going to continue Group C. 3 players so far, at the very least 2-0, but apparently, according to Artosis, Serral actually losing, who's one of the 3 players in this group that has gone 3-0, or 2-0, sorry, so far. The other 2 are going to be facing off against each other soon.
Yeah, Solar looked a bit shaky though, Visilaser. That first game, it took him a little while. He definitely had to fight from behind. There's obviously good things to be said about that, but there's also the trouble of, hey, you got behind in the first place. Hero, if you get behind versus him, it's extremely hard to bounce back because Hero is so good at keeping the momentum in his favor, taking great fights, and just being everywhere that you don't want him to be. So I think it's going to be a tough one for Solar, honestly, but we'll see if he can come with some solutions to the trickery that is Hero.
Yeah, wonderful to see him coming back from his mandatory military service and once again dominating the StarCraft 2 scene. Game number 1 in this best of 3 series takes place on the map Grassvan. And spotting right here in the bottom right-hand corner, we have Hero. Very focused. What are you giggling?
I'm giggling because I was like just waving a little bit and you started waving. Here's the thing.
Oh, yeah.
Top left-hand side from On-Side Gaming. Our blue Zerg player is Solar.
When you're a standing commentator, you start wiggling.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
I'm very fidgety when I stand. I was just like, I was looking at myself in the camera, like, oh, I'm just gonna do a little wave while we like body wave, and then you start doing this. I was like, just. Cool.
It was unintentional, man.
Yeah.
It's the StarCraft excitement coming in. Solar's natural expansion getting blocked. Hero going for that early game probe scout. That means that Solar is forced to go for the third hatchery first. But in the end, is that really a downside, right? For a long time, that was a little bit annoying because nobody really knew how to play it. But these days, it basically means that your first creep tumors, they get placed a little bit closer to the center of the map. And honestly, as long as they defend well at home, I don't even really know if it's that great.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose so, right? It's one of those things where I feel like you just got to take a base and take the forward one.
Yeah, whatever, yeah.
Why not, right? In a way, it's like maybe if you can hold this base early, it's like easier to take it than later. You know, get established there and just be happy.
Yep. Not really expecting any craziness in the early game in this particular series. Solar in general, pretty predictable in the early game, as in he likes to play a standard style of Zerg. Hero, 9 times out of 10 goes for that Stargate, so I'm expecting that one to come up as soon as the Cybernetics core finishes up here momentarily. But obviously, he does have some variety. And yeah, Protoss is going to be the one that will probably be the aggressor in the earlier stages of these games.
Yeah, Hero really does like to mix it up a bit as well. He can play Stargate, he can play Twilight, you know, it's just fun, and he has so many different ways to branch off of each of those openings, and that's what makes him so versatile. The most versatile player in the world, according to other players. So
He does, like, even when he's doing the same build 4 times in a row, he still does it ever so slightly different, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes double Adept into Stargate, sometimes, like, you know, Adept into... He's got so many small little varieties. There it is, however. It is going to be the Stargate. Sometimes he goes for, like, the Warp Gate upgrade first. You're like, you're not supposed to be doing that, but...
Yeah,
just to keep the opponent guessing.
Yeah, now Overlord, if it sees Warp Gate before Stargate, then you don't really think about Stargate as much. You think more Twilight Council. So there's mind games to be played here. That doesn't happen this time around. It's Stargate, then the Warp Gate starting up. And of course, we can still ask ourselves what we think Hero might do with the Stargate, but I think he has just been pretty fond of just going, well, you know, 2, maybe 3 Oracles, and just getting set up into his further pressure from there.
Yeah, sometimes he goes more now. I actually am a big fan of like the mass Oracle style that we see sometimes. Not very popular right now, but for a while Hero was going for like 6 Oracles, 7 Oracles. And the question is, well, if Zerg doesn't have anti-air, exactly when do you stop? In this case, though, with the new multiplayer patch, we've seen a lot of Hydra play as well, so I don't think we're going to be seeing anything along those lines, but it'd be kind of fun.
No, yeah, it's one of those things, right, where as long as your opponent isn't doing something that can shut down the Oracles easily, they can just be so freaking good, so annoying. How do you fight when there's 6 Oracles lasering down your Roaches every time?
Yeah, your Ravagers just get sniped right away, right? You never get any biles off.
Yeah, exactly. Solar in general in ZVP as well, quite an aggressive Zerg, I would say, actually. You know, he really does like the timings, he really does like trying to hit in the mid-game a lot of the time, so in my eyes, that's definitely something to think about with Solar. You know, what is he going to do to stop Hero? What's Hero going to do about that? Because obviously these two could then clash together quite nicely and kind of have all this aggression against each other, which can get a bit weird as our Oracle dives in. 2 nice drone kills, pretty easy for the Oracle to start off.
Yeah, considering there were 2 Queens there, but not quite in the perfect position. That's a good beginning, especially if you don't take any base energy. Okay, the Zerglings do go across, but an additional Oracle now scouts that too, and he is going to go for the 4th. So that is 4 Oracles now, right?
Yeah, unless... Yeah, it's the 3rd.
No, it's the 3rd. Okay.
You had me so convinced that those 3.
Yeah, so wait, did he send one of them back already? Okay.
Yeah, I guess so.
Interesting, okay.
You had me so, honestly, I was so convinced. I was like, I thought it was 3.
The 4 Oracles are back.
The 4 Oracles are back. And yeah, let's not start that one. Maybe not in Katowice, not just yet. As Stalker going to go pinging the Overlord away over the side, and we are now going to get the tech down without it being scouted in the main base. So Solar losing the Overlord. Twilight Council building. No Forge yet, right? Which is usually kind of something you get alongside the Twilight. Like after Stargate, you get, you know, Twilight, Forge, Robo, and there is another Oracle starting up. So there you go, loco.
Yeah. One thing I've seen Hero experiment with a little bit recently, and maybe the patch is a little too new for that, but is to go for a Twilight Council at a conventional time, but then double Forge later on.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's something he wants to bring out here, because he's really the one that popularized that, well, that Forge plus Twilight Council transition that we see so commonly right now in this matchup. There's 4 gateways going down though, and charge.
And Archon. Yeah, I guess you throw down Temple Archives as well, and you've got yourself the Archons, charge lots. But then why don't we have like a Robo for like a Prism or something as well? I guess just because he's running off of fairly low gas.
Yeah, is he just going to warp in over here?
I mean, I guess because the gas is going into the Oracles. I guess that's where it's going.
Careful.
So I guess you just warp in from over here, and that does limit how much you can do with this, because obviously not reinforcing directly across the map takes so much of the usual power out of these Protoss attacks.
Oracle number 5 coming up. So I think it's mostly just going to be Oracles and Zealots. Yeah. Which is a funny little unit composition. Solar right now going Roach-Warren into Spire with +1 melee. So he is definitely looking to transition towards some Mutalisk. Now, of course, that is an excellent unit if you can get him out in time, but I've got a feeling that Hero is going to hit far before those Mutas actually hit the battlefield. At least he should. I mean, he could stand at home and just warp in a bunch of times, but...
I mean, it really depends.
This is really good, though.
Yeah, I mean, you get a Queen already, you dive from another in the main base, and this is just going to add up, because that's meant to be your mobile anti-air as well, right? So the less Queens you have, the more difficult it's going to be to deal with those Oracles. You get a couple pylons coming down the bottom side. Some Zealots are going to march forward. I'm just going to get everything to begin moving across, and I guess this is it from Hero. This is the time where he's going to pull the trigger. Look at the army supplies, 52 to 18. Oh, Solar doesn't know. He sees the charge drop for the first time right now, and immediately he's like, oh my god, Roach speed, Roaches. Let's start producing units. But it might just be too late. You know, we are so far behind on unit production from Solar. He's down just straight up 20 supply in this game. That's a nice wall-off, but remember, we've got the Oracles to help us through here.
Yeah, so this is the reason why the man got a maximum score on versatility. This is not a build order you ever see, but still it works out right here in game number 1 against Solar. Completely caught off guard. No Roaches, no Mutas. Zorklings with +1 melee, but he had like 12 of those.
Yeah, he wasn't ready for an attack. He just completely thought this was Oracles into everything else. One of the big things Hero did is he never showed more than 3 Oracles, right? So it was always just 3, and so Solar's like, completely normal. Completely normal. You're probably just teching up back at home. And he never re-scouted. So then eventually, like, the 6 Oracles show up, and Solar's like, that's the first time I've heard of you having 6 Oracles. What? Yep. And there's a whole bunch of charge lots and everything to back it up, and, well, the supplies obviously just told the tale at the end there. Hero sweeping Solar in this first game, and, man, if Hero comes out with builds like this and aggression like this and looks good like that, it's going to be marvelous when he gets to play Serral in the next couple days.
Yeah, I think he specifically brought that out in Gresfan because of those third base locations. The reinforcements would still show up. Well, he didn't even really need reinforcements, right? But they would still show up relatively early there. I think he probably would have sent more and more units in if indeed a couple of Roaches were waiting, but yeah.
I guess he just has the backup plan too, where he's like, yeah, if this does damage but doesn't work out, then I've already got the Forge on the way now, and you start to look to the future. I mean, I think you're in a lot of trouble if you do no damage, right? But even if you get like a good amount of damage, there's a lot you can do there, and you know what? For the stats that are on the screen right now, that was a game full of offense and versatility from Heroes, so again, you cannot complain.
Oh, I thought he had the maximum score in versatility, but it was 100% in
It's 100 in offense, but it's the highest score in versatility out of everyone else,
So who out there gave him a lower versatility score, right? That's what you got to ask yourself. Apparently, everybody of the pro gamers, every single one of them agreed with 100 with offense. But someone out there gave him like 85.
So someone was like, you know what? I haven't ever seen Hero just sit on 3 bases and camp to Sky Toss. You know, if he can't sit on 3 bases and camp up to Sky Toss and spam A-click carriers in my face, is he really that versatile? Is he really utilizing the full range of Protoss? You know, have you seen this man cannon rush recently? You know.
Yeah, you know what? Fair enough. 96 indeed seems like the more reasonable score.
He's just not a Sky Toss Master logo. In the bottom right, will he master the Sky Toss in this event? Probably not. From DPG, it's Hero.
And his opponent in the opposite corner of Dragon Scales, currently 1-0 behind. He is Solar. Yeah, it's one of those losses where you just didn't know, right? Like, there's a lot of assumptions you can make in a game of StarCraft 2. Since you're always dealing with limited amounts of scouting information, it's really difficult to make those decisions. Solar never went for the Overseer follow-up scout. He just simply didn't know. And then a bunch of units showed up.
Yeah, he had no clue.
No.
And turns out, against Hero, you should probably scout. It's as simple as that, really. The thing is, like, it could have
You should be Solar's coach, man. Hey, bro, just scout.
Well, the thing is, there wasn't even anything to deny, like, any other kind of scout, right?
There was no anti-air.
Well, but it's just, like, the Spire was, like, finished, so you had so long to build an Overseer and send it in, and there was, literally, there was a Stalker from the start of the game. He could have scouted. He could have seen what was going on and had some amount of heads up, and he didn't. He chose not to. So, yeah, Solar just getting caught off guard, and I imagine this game, he's going to scout a little bit better.
I would not be surprised at all. Maybe he's gonna bring the aggression himself, although, yeah. Solar likes doing that in a mid-game, like you already mentioned, but usually the early game, it is pretty stock standard. We'll have to see what kind of strategy Hero decides to go for when that Cybernetics core finishes up. Wouldn't be surprised if it's gonna be a Stargate opener once again, although where's that second pylon? It's not in a... Wait, isn't there supposed to be... Oh, he starts it up right now, I think. Yeah, okay. So he's gonna be attaching his
leaning over the screen on our desk being like, I can't see it, my eyes are too old. Yeah, second pylon starts and just gonna be seeing Hero getting himself ready. Cyber cool. Obviously, once that finishes, we get a good idea of what he will try to do this game. This is a map where maybe he could just go Twilight and Adept if he wants to mix it up. He could obviously just play a very standard Stargate too, like there really is options, and obviously no Warp Gate starting, so Stargate it will be.
It's a pretty good, pretty good option. Phoenix is this time. No, probably not. I think he's probably gonna go Oracles every time.
I just think he goes 3 Oracle this time, like, or 2 Oracle and something else, you know, Twilight Forge. That's the thing, there's so much versatility, like, you can get through the first 3 minutes of PvZ and be like, yeah, not much really happens. But at 3 minutes, like, a lot of changes and a lot of decisions do get made, right? Where it's like, hey, how many Oracles do you build? Do you get a Phoenix? Sometimes we see that Void Ray. That's something that Classic used yesterday. Void Ray did nice scouting, an Oracle to make it look normal, then bang, Resonating Glaives.
Yeah, there's a lot of variety that you can do with the first, I want to say like 5 or so units you make as Protoss, right? It's always difficult for the opponent to see exactly what's going on because a lot of the builds do look pretty much identical. Once again, we're starting off at least with 1 Oracle, and we'll see how many Hero decides to go for this particular game. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to be 2 or 3. Maybe into a Twilight Council, that'd be fun.
I really like 3. I mean, I just think it gives you so much control, especially someone like Hero who's so good at moving those Oracles around, finding the openings. 3 just gives you so much opportunity. As the first one is about to pop out, the Overlord is going to get the full scout of the main base for now. We immediately start Overlord 2. And this is a game where there's just no Stalker yet, so this Overlord can kind of just waltz on in and, yeah, have a full scout. Hero's just going to focus on taking a nice, quick 3rd base.
Yep. 3rd Nexus coming up at 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
In this case, you definitely go for the 3rd Oracle, right? Because you just want to make sure you do have the damage output and the energy in case there is a bit of a link flood. And then if, you know, if nothing else, you send 2 on the map and you leave 1 at home to defend as well, so it just makes sense.
It's just a very versatile unit, especially if you keep it alive. Remember, once upon a time, it was quite standard to see a 3rd Nexus at like the 5-minute mark. And now like, no, 3:45, that's when we want to have it down at latest.
You said the Oracle is a versatile unit. Maybe we should get the players to rank the units next year.
Ooh.
We have the Oracle card. It's like offense, 90.
The Queen, 10.
The Queen wins every... Well, Queen would be 0 on speed, though.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty versatile, though.
Unless you play your creep land card, and then the Queen gets a speed buff.
Okay, 2 drones, 3 drones, 3.5. That doesn't count, though. 3 drones.
You can't round up in StarCraft, too. Maybe if you go back for the half damage in later, but...
So this time around, we do have the Twilight Council together with the Forge. So that is that deviation you were talking about, right? Small little change. There is a unit in the wall off, so Zerglings are not going to scout it. I would love to see an Overseer scout as soon as he gets to Lair Tech, but
I mean,
he hasn't started it yet.
This is just the super normal kind of follow-up, right, of Twilight, Forge, Robo. You just need all these things to typically play the game, right? So you just get all of that tech all at once here. After the Oracles, and these Oracles just continue to harass him. Solar is not having a pretty early game, right? Like, he is losing workers. He's not having a good time here so far. He's going to get that blink started up as well. So we will pressure with these Blink Stalkers. It's really just, it's not surprising. It's what we know Hero does. And look at the supply, right? Like, he's up 5 workers still at this point in the game. Usually this is when Zerg's already overtaking.
Yeah, this is what Hero has been perfecting over the last year or 2. Ever since the Void Ray meta ended, ever since the Void Ray was made a little bit weaker, Hero has been popularizing this style. And even then, he still has a lot of branches he can lean into, and apparently the Robo Bay is what he's going for pretty quickly here. So initially he was playing Mass Gateway a lot, as once again a couple drones end up going down. Now apparently we're going straight into the Robo Bay. What are you making of that?
Just a different way to do it, right? I mean, against what we're currently seeing from Solo, I guess obviously I kind of want to see Colossi, but then I'm always like, the moment you see a Hive and like a Viper's like, Colossi, no, you dead. So Yeah, intrigued to see what he does, because if this is just going to be disruptors against the Lings, then obviously don't like it a lot. Against Aspire, like, Robo Bay is generally not great, because the Robo just doesn't support you there. You'd much more rather be into a Templar Archives, get yourself Archons, maybe the potential of hitting Storm. And obviously Storm's also great against Lings, so that would be the preferred route right now, but Hero doesn't know, and Hero just gets a few more drones. I tell you what, though, I mean, Hero could just maybe go, like, 1-2 Colossi and just push with, like, +1 and Blink.
Yeah.
I mean, just go, maybe even just a 1 Colossus all in.
No, he's got 2 Robos, though. Is that going to be... Okay,
2
I was
Colossus
gonna say.
all in, then.
Yeah, maybe go for a Prism and an Observer on the Becketies out of this.
Doesn't even have to be all in, but just like a push with 2 Colossi would actually be pretty powerful with the way that Solar is setting up. The Blink Stalkers are going to be good against the initial attempt of Mutas. And then you've got yourself, as he scouts it too, I think there's no way Hero doesn't set up to attack.
Yeah. If he's just going to sit back and play defensively against the Mutas, that is frustrating, right? You just don't really enjoy playing against Mutas very much in this position. Sure, you have Blink. By the way, we must be up to like 15 drone kills, 16 drone kills at this point? Like,
this has been completely one-sided.
19, wow, okay. That is crazy.
Like, I actually don't think there's a way for Solar to defend if Hero just goes across the map. Like you say, Prism
I don't even think he really needs the Colossi. Just a lot of Stalkers will do quite well.
I mean, if the Mutas do begin to get aggressive first before Hero gets to move out, that's a great way for Solar to buy time, and that's pretty much his lifeline right now with 14 Mutas, so I think that's just what he's going to go for. As you see, Sporkroll again, a couple shots on our Oracle. We've not built any more than the first 2 Colossi. I think that's just because we might be getting ready to go.
Yeah, these next 2 minutes are going to be absolutely critical. Hero is ready to go across the map. He does not want to play defensively against the Mutas. Now, where are those Mutalisks going to go? Are they going to go for a counterattack? Because I think they likely should, but that does mean... Okay, he decides to turn around. It's really difficult, right? Where exactly do you commit these units?
I mean, just nowhere. Like, you're so far behind. You lost 20 workers and you've killed 1 probe this game. Like, there's no good decision. I think counterattacking has to be the decision, because you're never going to kill this army. There's nothing that kills Colossi unless you overwhelm the Stalkers, which you don't have the numbers to do. And I mean, Hero's just going to kill a base, recall home, take 0 damage to start off with. Yeah, I mean, what a great start. It's 3 bases against 3 bases. It's a dream position. All you have to make sure of right here as Hero is that you don't get overwhelmed by the Mutas. You don't let the Mutas start to dictate this game too heavily.
Yep.
And you really are just golden.
Okay, well, he's going to donate a Prism, maybe? Okay, not quite paying attention to that as well. Those Stalkers right there that we just saw going down, they were not part of the recall circle. You got to be careful, though. Don't keep rallying in too many units. But I think this is Hero just trying to see if he can... Well, go for the killing blow already. That might be a bit soon, but he certainly is in a fantastic position right now. The problem is Muta Link doesn't fight that well.
He's got the Stalkers intercepting, by the way.
Oh my god.
He has revelation on these Mutas all the way across the map, so he knows exactly where they are. Now he's going to chase so many Mutas going down, and of course this can just roll straight into a continued attack because his Colossi were already middle of the map, so assuming they're still nearby, I just don't think that what Solar has is really scary at all. Like, I'd be a little concerned that Hero's not really doing anything else, but his army's just so good that he is going to eventually attack. Like, this time he can't recall, so it will maybe become a bit base
maybe that's why he's a little passive right now as well, right? He's
but
no real reason to attack either. I could max out first.
He could just, build so many units at home. He's got the batteries and the cannon set up here to help, so this is just going to slow Solar down a lot. I mean, there's no contest against Hero's army over here, so he can do a ton of damage, keep warping in back at home. Yeah, you can just see these Mutas are good, taking way too many shots. Maybe this is what he's buying time for, just get the stack defense up on the 3rd base, and then you just have that ability to shut this down. He's going to kill the Spy, that's the only threat. The chance of Mutas overwhelming, and even that is not really a threat at this point in time.
Yeah, Solar is dealing a lot of damage on the other side of the map at this point. He's killed the 3rd base. He's now going after the probes that were previously mining in the natural. These Mutas do clump up together very nicely, and because of that, they can snipe those Stalkers relatively easily. Solar is making the best of a very bad situation, but at this point, the only units he can produce, well, it's the Zergling, because he lost both the Ro24 as well as the Spire, so he doesn't really have a whole lot available. Now the recall gets used once again as he's sending the units back home from the Protoss side of the map. A couple of them are left behind. Solar is forced to now retreat, but the worker count is, if you're just judging the game off of that, it's not looking too horrible for Solar in that department, but everything else is going pretty poorly. Although maybe he can snipe some of these units that didn't get recalled?
Yeah, I mean, it's still just down to these Mutas, but as we lose Muta after Muta, the Spy is dead, so you can't build any more. Hero just has the larger army. Solar has to do something. So what, you reinitiate a base trade, you're behind in that, you can't deal damage as quickly as Hero can, and these Stalkers just continue to chase the Mutas. The win condition for Solar would have been to kill every Stalker, and that's obviously not happening. Hero, I want to say pretty much just steamrolls Solar in these 2 games. Like, this was really kind of exactly what the player cards and the storylines we've been talking about set us up for. Like, I don't think there was a point where Solar really looked good in these games at all, or like looked hopeful. Like losing 20 drones, 14 lings before and you've killed one probe.
Yeah.
You can't win from there. Not against someone like Hero who loves to attack you.
Game number 1 was maybe a little bit unlucky, right? Where he just didn't see the attack coming up, and then, yeah, okay, he ends up losing the game. Game number 2, though, wasn't even close. You're maybe supposed to take a couple drone losses here and there, but going into, you know, double digits and then even significantly more than that, that is an awful situation for him to be in.
Yeah, no, absolutely not ideal in the slightest to really kind of take that kind of damage. You just can't play from those kind of spots. We are going to go to the desk and listen to Artosis get hyped up about Hero some more.
You know what? Yeah, he's right. Let's talk to Artosis about how cool Hero is. What do you think
He's
about
so
Hero?
cool, man.
He's so
it's
cool.
Crazy.
Yeah.
So cool.
The way he plays, the way he carries himself.
Yeah.
I'll never forget when he rode that skateboard to Super Tournament that won it. That's like the coolest thing you can do.
Yeah, okay.
Skateboarding and winning video game tournaments. Can't be beat.
And making it look as effortless maybe as going up against Solar there, ZG. That was pretty impressive there by Hero.
Kind of effortless, yeah. I mean, Solar might have already resigned himself to not taking that one. You know, there are some people in these groups, you look at him and you go like, all right, like I'll give it a go, you know. But like maybe I'll win these other ones. But yeah, Solo's definitely have to look to the ZVZs perhaps, as Hero is looking unbeatable in PVZ. We'll see more of that in the future, though.
Unbeatable and unbelievably cool, I think it's fair to say. But anyway, let's head over to Artosis as well, as he does have a match going on. It's DRG Serral, which is, we're in the midst of it, actually.
Yeah, like it is going to end very, very soon, and it's been an incredibly close game too. DRG did end up winning game 1, and I can talk about that in a minute, but as you can see, we're actually watching Serral's point of view, and he's kind of being frantic because DRG's been killing a lot of hatcheries.
Yes.
And they have about the same tech, similar upgrades, but 3-3 is about to finish here for DRG. It's like they both have looked almost dead several times. Like their drone counts have been going up and down together. They've been losing bases and sniping bases from each other. There's been tons of harassment. Maybe this is too frantic for people.
You do have a mouse. You can have a look around.
Oh, if you want to see me observe, it's actually more frantic than that.
Oh, is it really?
All right, there we go. We got the observer on it now. But
okay.
Yeah, game 1, by the way, was DRG like really crushed. It was a crazy game. He went like Ling Muta.
Yeah.
And Serral went like pretty standard Roche stuff. And like DRG sniped his hive, and it eventually turned into Mass Broodlords versus Hydra Queen. So that'll probably be a Loco video pretty soon.
Oh, yes. With a thumbnail, his face all a gasp. Oh,
Serral hates this strategy.
There's an arrow pointing at Loco's mouth for some reason. It's a bit strange.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that update. This was game 2, correct?
This is game 2. It's still going on.
Okay.
It's like, I mean, it could go either way. It's pretty close right now.
Fantastic. Thank you for that update. Yes, let's head over to Laptop 1 as well and check in with Zombie Grub, because there is another match going on there as well.
Another real banger, man. 28 minutes almost. TVZ, a laser versus Special. This has been super back and forth. Special did go battle mech. At some point, he had at least 4 battle cruisers, but I think they've been taken out of the equation. Oh, one's still alive. He's been anti-armor missiling. He's been interference bitches. I think infested at some point. Infestors have been neural parasiting battle cruisers and tanks to target fire down the Cyclones. You know, they 2-shot, so they're pretty good against it. At one point, Special came back. Actually, a laser was down 30 or 40 supply, I think, before we hopped into this. Bit of a bank, recovered. Now he's ahead 20 supply. And apparently this game is just not going to end relatively soon. I mean, maybe if Special can't get another base up, then he is on the losing side of this officially now. But considering how often it's gone back and forth beforehand, I don't know, maybe Special can do something here.
That composition is almost as cool as Hero. That's a lot of Cyclones.
That is pretty cool. If Hero was a Terran player, he would play with that comp.
Oh, yeah, look at it. Ooh, actually, you know, let's stick with this for a second. This looks nice.
Yeah. Well, you know, for a second we were looking at Creep Term. I don't know why, but like, look at this.
Guys,
this is actually really cool.
I know that's cool, but you know what else is cool? DRG, the oldest player in the tournament, just 2-0'd Serral.
Oh, my God. Man.
Done and done.
Oh, wow. He just turned his cat backwards and threw a Pokeball at him, just captured him. Like, whoa, that's pretty cool. Okay, well, this looks like this fight's wrapping up. The Vikings are even landing.
Is it though?
Is it though?
Is it though? Zoom.
Okay, we're picking up now.
Oh, okay, just kidding. Yeah, it's pretty over.
Wow. All right, well, that was that. Brilliant. What a segment, guys. This was pretty cool.
We're really starting to cover the tournament.
There we are, yeah. I love it. All right, thank you very much for the updates for the games going on. Of course, you can still continue to catch all of the group games going on the B and C streams that are continuing here whilst we cover things on the mainstream. I believe we may be ready to hear from the coolest player from the tournament, as well as Pig, as we head over to Hero and Pig.
Thank you very much, James. So we're over here with Hero. A very nice start to the tournament. Clean win. Was that how you were expecting it to go?
일단 김준호 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 정말 4승 0패, 그러니까 2승 0패를 2번 하시면서 굉장히 깔끔한 승리를 이끌어내셨는데 이렇게까지 순조롭게 갈 거라고 예상하셨나요?
일단은 오기 전에는 굉장히 자신 있었는데 또 경기 막상 들어가려고 하니까 긴장이 너무 되는 거예요. 이 IEM이 너무 큰 무대이기 때문에 그런 중압감도 있었고 그 큰 무대이기 때문에 상대방이 뭘 준비해 올지 모른다는 그런 압박감이 있었는데 그래도 저그가 많은 조이기 때문에 저그전을 많이 해가지고 자신이 있었는데 그게 그대로 나온 것 같아요.
So he says, before the games, I was pretty confident on the matches, but right before the start, the nerve kicked in. So I was pretty nervous in the start, but there was a lot of Zergs in the group, so I just prepared a lot of PvZ matches. So I think it went pretty well.
Fantastic. Well, you know, I heard a rumor that at Atlanta where you won, you'd realized there was a setting in-game that you'd never realized before at LAN, and you'd always played with like different mouse settings. So I was wondering if you could give us any information on what this setting was that you discovered you could fix.
그 애틀란타에서 이제 듣기로는 이제 김준호 선수가 그 마우스 관련해서 좀 세팅이 좀 다르게 설정되어 있었는데 그거를 이제 모른 채로 게임을 했다라고 이제 하더라고요. 그래서 그 뭐가 이제 잘못됐었는지 혹시 뭐 얘기해 줄 수 있나요? 그때 무슨 문제였는지.
그거 여러 번 일단 말씀드리긴 했는데 제가 인게임 내에서 마우스 체킹을 했었어야 되는데 마우스 컨트롤 근데 바탕화면에 있는 마우스 속도를 쓰다 보니까 장소가 바뀌면은 마우스 속도가 바뀌더라고요. 근데 그거를 이제 깨달아 버려가지고 이제는 좀 세팅이 잘 맞는 것 같아요. 해외 대회로 와도.
So he says, I was initially confused of in-game settings with the computer mouse settings. So it's like with the venue, I didn't really try to change the control settings of in-game rather than computers. So it was kind of messed up back there. But now I'm just adjusted pretty well. So it doesn't matter now.
And just to clarify, so was that all the tournaments leading up to that over the years, all the IEMs that you've won? Did we deal with that? Or was this just a single tournament where this setting was confused?
그러니까 그때 한때만 그랬던 거였나요? 아니면 그 전에도 뭐 그런 좀 실수가 좀 있었던 건가요?
Every day.
You won like three.
loop.
You won like 3 IEMs with inconsistent mouse settings. This is like just showing up with a different guitar to play a song constantly you've never used before. This is absolutely insane. So very impressive. Now that you've got consistent mouse control, I think it's going to be really good for you going forwards. Good start to the group. So how are you feeling just overall with the new balance, new map pool? Are you enjoying this new season and this new map pool?
일단은 그렇게 다른 세팅에서 했음에도 불구하고 3번의 IEM 우승을 일궈낸 것도 참 대단하다고 일단 여겨지고요. 일단 뭐 그런 것도 정말 대단하긴 한데 이제 밸런스나 이런 것들도 이제 새로 이제 환경이 바뀐 상태에서 게임 했는데도 이렇게 잘 됐잖아요. 밸런스나 지금 맵풀에 대해서는 좀 어떻게 생각을 하세요?
맵은 일단 무난한 양산형 맵이 좀 많은 것 같고요. 밸런스에 대해서는 예전 브루드워 시절처럼 물고 물리는 그런 상성이 있는 것 같아요. 종족 간에. 그래서 뭐 예를 들면은 토스가 저그한테 강하면 토스가 테란한테 약하고 이런 상성이 있는 것 같아요. 그래가지고 그 점을 좀 더 이번 대회를 통해서 좀 더 잡으면은 더 완벽한 밸런스가 되지 않을까 싶습니다.
So he says initially the map pool is kind of standard, I feel, but in the balance wise, I think overall like Protoss is more stronger than to Zerg, but weaker to Terran, I suppose. But I think overall wise, if the balance team could catch up on that, I think the balance would pretty much good. Yeah.
Awesome. Glad you're enjoying it. Well, before we let you go, one last question. The other pro gamers have rated you as having 100 attack rating, the highest in the world. We've got Kalaris reaching into shot just here. You can take a look. 100, highest aggressive score in the world. What do you have to say about that?
이제 다른 선수들이 이제 점수를 매겨줬는데 그 다른 선수들이 점수를 매겨준 거에서 이제 오버롤을 낸 거예요.
네.
근데 공격성에서 지금 100점을 받으셨거든요. 이거에 대해서 어떻게 좀 생각하시는지?
일단 이 선수들이 생각하는 제가 궁금하긴 했는데 이 정도로 몰빵이 됐구나 생각하는 계기가 됐고 사실 이거는 공격하는 이 병은 죽을 때까지 못 고칠 것 같아요.
So he says, I didn't really understand how they feel about me, but I think I understand better about this. They feel like I'm pretty much aggressive, but it feels like this is uncurable disease for me. Well, so I'm going to be attacking like endlessly.
Awesome. Well, I want to see more of these games attacking your way through to the championship. Thank you so much, Hero. And thank you everybody for watching. We're going to go to a very quick break. We'll be back with more games here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice.
If I was to build a house, I think I'd want a marine to help me, just so we would have a common language and easy time communicating.
솔직히 제가 캠페인을 안 해봐서 영웅 솔직히 짚레이너밖에 모르는데 영웅 말고 그냥 유닛 하나 고르라고 하면은 저는 사신 리퍼 고르고 싶어요. 리퍼가 그래도 저를 대표하는 유닛이기도 하고 내가 막 점프를 좀 잘 뛰어가지고 그냥 언덕도 점프 뛰고 막 그러니까 되게 다재다능할 것 같아요. 폭탄도 있고 막 철거하기도 쉬울 것 같고 그래서 저는 리퍼를 선택할 것 같아요.
그러면 아무래도 그 탐사정이 아닐까 싶습니다. 아무래도 뭐 모든 건물을 프로브가 지어주기 때문에 집 짓는 데 있어서 좀 아무래도 필수적인 것 같습니다.
매우 현실적으로 보면 이제 건설 로봇이죠. SCB가 이제 잘 짓잖아요. 아마 SCB를 뽑지 않을까.
maybe 토르? 제일 힘이 세 보이니까.
거시는 키가 커서 좋긴 하지만 너무 힘이 세서 안 될 것 같고 집을 지을 때 일단은 제일 싸고 일을 잘하는 프로브가 좀 잘 짓지 않을까 싶습니다. 일단은 많은 노동자를 뽑을 수 있고 일을 잘하기 때문에 잘 지을 것 같습니다.
건설 로봇 아닐까요? SCB? 잘 도와줄 것 같은데.
건설 로봇 SCB가 제일 도움 될 것 같아요. 일단 뭔가 같은 인간이다 보니까 믿음도 가고 건물도 되게 잘 지어서 좋을 것 같아요.
I think of course SCB because I need a worker. I don't want to work anything, and SCB is very good to build buildings. So I want an SCB.
Probably I will pick the unit to help me build a house. Probably the hatchery. I mean not the hatchery, the drone, because they sacrifice themselves to build the house, and it's so much faster to build than everything else. So I think probably the drone.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
Just one more group to get going here for day number 2 of the Intel Extreme Masters, and we have that Terran-filled Terra group here to round things off for today. Joining me, Pig, as well as Rotterdam, to talk about Group D, the startings of Group D, as well as our first match here in Group D. So first things first, let's take a look at who is going to be representing across Group D. Personally, I wanted another Terran in there to watch the world burn, but that was not going to be the case. We had Classic joining the group after, and we now have Maru, Bunny, Beyond, Hero Marine, and Lambo alongside him as well. So, Pig, your first thoughts coming into this group? I know a lot of people looked at this with actual terror. It's a scary group.
Yeah, I mean, for the Protoss fans out there, it was a little bit like watching a toddler get fed to a pit of ravenous bears, with Classic getting thrown in there. It's not a fun group to be thrown into for anybody. It's kind of the short straw, I would say, because, like, I mean, they're all absolute monsters. Hero Marine got top 4 last year.
Yes.
I mean, 6 months ago, people would have said, oh, Beyond's not that powerful. And then you look at his domination in every online circuit recently. There is just absolute monstrosities in this group.
Yeah, really feeling it here as we look a bit further on. Roddy, your thoughts coming into Group D?
D stands for
death.
But yes, it actually did this time around. This really is the scariest group on paper. It already was. Classic being thrown in there definitely makes the group a bit different, because not only is not all those TVTs and TVZs, everybody has to think a little bit about their versus Protoss as well. But I love this group. Obviously, everybody loves to see Maru. Maru and IEM Katowice, not necessarily the best marriage of all time, but it always feels it's inevitable that one day the Maru that we see in the GSL studio will show up in Poland as well. Excited for Bunny, of course, the man who made it to the finals of the DreamHack Masters Atlanta. It's a great group. And of course, who doesn't love our 2 Germans, James? Come on now.
Oh, indeed, indeed. Especially if Hero Marine is able to replicate something as magical as he did last year, because that was pretty special in itself. But let's talk about our first matchup here for Group D. It will be Lambo going up against Bjorn. And for a lot of people from the inside, from the outside looking in, for Lambo, this is not exactly the easiest of groups. It's gonna be an uphill struggle, but
yeah, it really is. But of course, you know, if you're gonna get through, this is one of the matchups. You're up against a teammate. You've got a bit more inside information there against Beyond as Lambo, and there's always the possibility to come up with some clever builds and take him out. Of course, there's also, you know, the moment that camera gets turned on, we know Beyond is not as comfortable. Something where his wrists tend to get inflamed. He gets a little bit tense in his play. His tendons get on fire. And that's something he's been getting better with, but there's always still the question of, can he kind of bring out that A-game form? Because honestly, what he's shown in the last month or 2 of online competition, Beyond has looked like the best player in the world. Can he bring that here to LAN is the big question in this match.
And he's not even getting carried away there. He's not even doing the caster thing where, like, there are 7 best players in the world. Like, no, Beyond has looked absolutely ridiculous over the last few months. And now, indeed, the big question is, will he play as well as he did from home? Because there is definitely something to be said. The wrist thing that he mentioned as well a few times. He said, like, it's not so much that my wrist hurt from playing. It's more just when I travel and I sit on a different chair and the desk is different and the height. That's when he starts feeling it. So obviously for Beyond, it's all about getting comfortable, because if he gets half as comfortable as he's home, then he's definitely a force to be reckoned with, and he should make it out of this group. But his teammate is going to try to do his best to prevent it. Lambo's incredibly motivated. He's been talking about this tournament for a long time, and he saw the group and he said obviously he didn't feel like he got lucky, but he still believes that he can make it out, and he's done his best to get it as ready for this tournament as possible.
How's Lambo's card looking? I think you have Lambo's, right?
I have Lambo's card.
Oh.
I don't know if he would like it.
No, you don't.
Slow reveal.
Okay, 72. Oh, 78, sorry. My eyes are going bad. 78 is pretty good. I'm going to go, that's pretty good.
It's pretty good, but Lambo is better than pretty good. Come on now.
Okay.
Lambo's top tier.
Is he this good, though? Because these are some scary numbers over here, Kevin. I think they're pretty accurate. It's an 87 overall, but what's interesting about this card and these stats is Beyond, I believe, has the highest disparity between his strongest attribute, his offense at 96, and his defense at only 76. That is a massive gap, and it shows that people say, look, when he's in charge and he's attacking and he's all over you, it's really hard to deal with, but sometimes not as good when he's put on the back foot. I gotta say, recently online, though, he's kind of filled in that gap. Like the number of times he's been attacking and just expanding and defending and just kind of covering all the different options, it feels like he's at an insane level of skill. And I think this matchup specifically very hard for Lambo because he's such a clever build order player. Yeah. But clever builds, they're good in TVZ, but it's only, if you can handle the mechanical strain. And when you're playing at someone as good as Beyond, you need to be able to play to his level mechanically or you'll get overrun.
You know what's bizarre is that these two have been around in the pro scene forever, and somehow they've only had one recorded professional match ever against one another, a best of one in 2018. To me, that makes absolutely no sense. Now, that doesn't mean that they've never played, because they are teammates for the Shopify Rebellion, and clearly they've done plenty of custom games in the past. I don't know how that would have worked for this tournament, right?
Yeah.
It would really help Lambo to still play some with Beyond, so he can get ready for Bunny and he can get ready for Maru. But on the other hand, Beyond is probably like, bro, like we literally have to play, man. Like, I want to make it out of the group as well. So I don't know if they helped to get each other ready for this event. I'm sure they did to some degree, but yeah, really unique because Lambo and Beyond are two household names in professional StarCraft.
Yes.
Yet they've only ever played against each other once 4 or 5 years ago.
That is actually very surprising. Yeah, I didn't expect that either. So, I mean, actually, Roddy, to what Pig's saying here about the stats when it comes to Beyond, do you think that maybe, based on the fact that Beyond's been looking so fantastic recently, 87, he could be a little bit higher than that at the moment?
Yeah, if you would definitely, if you rate his performance over the last month alone in a couple of those online tournaments, you'd be like, hey, he should maybe have like a yellow star somewhere. I don't know, we don't have like a micro specific thing, but Beyond's micro, obviously, especially if he's really feeling it, if he's in the zone, then he can control these Marines like no other. I feel like overall, if I looked at Lambo's numbers too, like I feel like Lambo is actually quite quick. Like speed 76, I think that's kind of mean. I feel like it's very rarely that people get the best of Lambo in speed, like maybe a Clem or something if he's truly on fire, but yeah, I feel like Lambo could have been in the 80s. I'm not saying that Lambo should be a 90 plus, but definitely somewhere in the 80s. Yeah, Beyond could have been a 90 plus guy, but I think it really depends just on what Beyond is going to show up, because we've done this before, right? When we go into a tournament and we hype him up and we hope to see that BlizzCon 2016 Beyond, and then we simply don't. But right now, if you're a Beyond fan, you have all the right reasons to be very excited.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head on over to the commentators here to bring you this one. ZG and Tasteless, gonna take it away.
Excellent work at the desk, guys. I'm excited to go into this match. This is kind of the weird group that has lots of Terrans, and with Lambo being the only Zerg, you got to look at this and think he has to have a lot of stuff planned for us going up against Terran.
It's actually something that I was able to talk to him about pretty extensively. He said that, and other pros have said this too, he's been practicing really hard for specifically Zerg versus Terran, and the other Terrans noted it has worked. He is better at ZVT than ever before. To quote, I think, Clem, like, actually really scary. It's kind of what they said. So now, is that good enough to beat all these Korean Terrans? That's always up in the air. And the Korean Terrans in this group are all so different too. They go up first against his teammate. I wonder what he is thinking is going to happen as we head into the game. On to Dragon Scales.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. I also want to point out, Beyond is a scary Terran. I don't think he's the scariest Terran in the group. So it's going to be cool to see what Lambo elects to do here, and then the other openings he's going to be doing going forward as the group really begins to unfold.
Yeah, Lambo, I mean, he says his practice is going really, really well, but with the new maps, the new patch, and just the way that TVZ can work, it's about more what the Terran has planned. And Beyond is a bit of a build order king, man, a bit of like an MVP thing going on. He has so many build orders.
All right, let's get this going. Down in the bottom right, in the red, our Zerg player from Germany. He is Lambo.
In the top left of Dragon Scales, coming from Korea, repping the same team, Shopify Rebellion, he is Beyond.
So this was mentioned a little bit earlier over at the desk, but it is worth pointing out. Bjorn has had some issues with his wrists and forearms. This does happen to pro gamers, especially if you're not stretching or not doing some of the workouts you need to do to take care of yourself. I don't think it's going to be an issue today or maybe not tomorrow, but I want to point out, this is a very massive tournament. There are so many games that are played, and endurance is key. And that's not just mental endurance. I'm talking about physical endurance as well. So I'm hoping he's going to be okay here today and through the rest of the tournament. But this is one of the pitfalls of being a pro gamer, is that, especially with the Terran race, it's very mechanical and it can kind of burn up those tendons.
Yeah, absolutely. Bjorn has talked extensively about it, but also has been trying to work on it. But I think it's an excellent point, because as far as groups go, maybe the new format is better for him. He's not playing all of his games in one day. He's coming in fresh as possible for this particular best of 3. It might be an issue for some of those longer days, like Saturday and definitely Sunday if he does get there. We have a command center first coming out from Bjorn, though, which Lambo's not going to be able to punish. And I'm already kind of feeling like Bjorn has his preparation set, right? Like, he knows exactly how he's going to play out this best of 3.
Yeah, I think this is a smart move. It is a bit of a roll of the dice, right? If the Zerg was to do something crazy, you could be punished for that. But Lambo's not really doing that. So the command center is going to finish up. And it's going to be a comfortable position for Bjorn to start things off. The Overlord only just now is going to identify what's actually happening here. And one of the things that's important to remember is that, this game is, of course, going to impact the thought process for Lambo in games 2 and 3. And I think especially in like a best of 3 like this, in a group that's going to be this Terran heavy, why not just open up with a quick command center? He's probably not going to do it in game 2 or game 3. Doesn't really give Bjorn's play style away at all.
No. And actually, Lambo is such a usually macro-oriented. I mean, he can get aggressive for sure, but just as far as the openers go, he's usually more of that macro guy. Maybe on specific maps, he might have something like a Roach attack. Moondance was big last map pool for that, but not necessarily for this map pool. So he's going to be reacting more to what Bjorn is doing. Command center first with an all-right scout. He wants to get in there and see exactly what the follow-up is. So the supply depot absolutely should be raised. All he's got is that it's a reactor on a single barracks.
Yeah, and
not even that.
One thing to note is that we've had some games where Bjorn will, make more barracks and be aggressive. This is a game where he is setting up for an early mid-game fight here. He's got his stim coming. The factory's almost done. That second barracks is also producing as well. And, from the Zerg's perspective, a lot of times you get over there and you see a command center right away, right? And, of course, a bit of panic sets in and you think, okay, I gotta figure out how I'm supposed to get ahead here.
Yep.
And I think when you see these 2 build orders coming out, I think Lambo could have a tough time with this push that's coming in here. You could see Lambo's going to try to drone up as much as he can, but when this push comes out, it could be tricky to deal with.
Bjorn still loves that 2-on-1, right? I mean, he was doing it back when it was popular for everyone, but then he came back into StarCraft 2 professional gaming, and he's like, I still want to do it. I don't care what you guys are saying. So everyone has kind of rolled it into their build orders, but Bjorn, it feels like his specialty. He is so good with it. So as Lambo did see 2 Marines pop out of a barracks, he does know that was a reactor, even though he didn't technically see the buildings. And then from that, he probably can already kind of guess what Bjorn is doing to an extent. Bjorn is tricky, but this would not be a surprising build order. And if Lambo could just get maybe sight in some of the more Marines, then he would know for a fact. I wouldn't be surprised if he already did. Well, yeah, that should tell him.
Yeah, he's going to see that number and know what's coming here. The 2 medevacs are going to come out here, and that's when the push is really going to begin. Now, Lambo is generally pretty good at the balancing act of droning up and at the same time having enough to defend here. But let's see how this first engagement goes. The Marines are outbound now. There is a tank being made as well. He's going to try to find an angle to come in here and start to clean up that creep.
Yeah, this is actually kind of an interesting way to approach the initial drop. Well, usually what would be an initial drop of 2-1-1 actually just sends his Marines across the map and whatever else he had kind of trickled in at the last second with reinforcements. But after this, he's going to be going into a 2-base push. That's really what that single engineering base signifies. Something that he is kind of hoping to hide a little bit from Lambo. Lambo is prepared for this. Did he underestimate it a little bit, though?
Yeah, he gets the queen. You could see the Lings try to come in there and get the block off, but he actually managed to get in and then get back out without it really suffering any major losses. Good transfuses, so a second queen isn't quite sniped. And to what you were saying earlier, Zombie Grub, this is going to be a setup for a push. Now, each queen that drops is a bigger indicator that things could fall apart. Really, the Queens are the backbone of the defense here, trying to just gun down the medevacs or, fight on the ground, whatever they need, as more Lings are going to be refreshed in here and thrown into the fight. Here comes the next wave. It's important to note that Beyond is very cognizant of the fact that there could be Lings that would be trying to intercept smaller units that would be trying to merge up with the main army. So he's been really patient. He's gotten damage done with the initial group of Marines and medevacs, but at the same time, he's ready to send this next wave. You can see it right there to merge down here. And with siege tanks at play here, that's when the threat of the push really kicks in.
Yeah, if he finds a really decent position and kind of just gets locked in there, then that is problematic. And that was really a lot of what that initial push wanted to do, stop any of the creep spread from slowing him down from a particularly problematic area. Dragon Scales actually shares all of these bases as reinforcements, but nice move there from Lambo, coming from behind, going for the sandwich. He's going to take out the tanks at the very least, but the Marines are left over.
Oh, what a weird situation. You don't normally see the Banelings going on the tanks, and the Marines are the ones that are going to stay alive. Oh, God! He does manage to get at least, the Marines that could fit in the medevacs out there. But yeah, funny moment. So the tanks go down. Normally it's the Marines being traded out and the tanks are the last to fall. This time it was reversed, even though Banelings were going on to tanks. And so the push is going to be a little bit squishier now here from Beyond. He doesn't have that kind of consistent damage from the siege tanks for any time you get into range.
Lambo just read this so perfectly, I think is really what happened, right? He stays on a lower gas count, 3 gases, I believe, only, not even up to 4. He stays on a lower drone count as well. The real issue, in my opinion, might have been some of the Queen losses impacting his injects. Maybe he would have fizzled out unexpectedly, but when he stopped on that as good as he did, as well as he did initially, I think it puts him in a fantastic position. Again, just make sure not to fizzle out, because that can be how Beyond still wins these types of games.
A really good wraparound here from Beyond, but it looks like the City Banelings might just manage to catch up anyways. Again, not having those extra tanks to splash down the Banes, and once more, the tank is taken out, but the Marines remain. The issue, though, is that, obviously with more Marines still out and with medevacs, you can keep pushing. You're not going to be able to shell these bases, so he's going to run over here, try to generate a threat on this hatchery, but of course, with the number of Queens already out, he can't stay there.
Yeah, to extrapolate on my point earlier, too, Lambo might have been able to dominate that first push. If this really was not like all in, like actually like poker all in, you can't get your chips back, then Lambo wins no problem. But that's not really how StarCraft 2 works, right? So Beyond is really good at still getting out of these pretty dedicated builds, even when it doesn't look like it's going particularly well, because at the end of the day, Lambo is still not in a prime Zerg position. He's not rich. He hasn't taken the map. He doesn't have creep spread everywhere, so he still has to be very careful.
Okay, Lambo took a lot of damage over here at this base. These units have been fished into the Marines and tanks like so many times. It's getting kind of wild. But, in that process, he does set up a very nice surround. Once more, the tank is going to fall. The Marines just cannot touch the ground. There's nowhere safe to unload here. And I'm starting to think that Lambo has basically gotten to where he needs to be. To what you were saying earlier, Zombie, about the fact that it's not truly an all-in, like, if you lose the hand, the chips are all gone. You're right. But at the same time, the momentum of growth that Beyond could have had he gotten a third base very early, that's going to be hurting. One unique feature about just full 2-base powering pushes is that you can always mine out your main and then just lift the command center and chuck it over at another base and kind of continue to try to keep the pressure going. So that should be something we'll probably be seeing coming up here.
Yeah, no, you definitely nailed it. It's exactly the scenario at hand. Lambo should have a lead from that, especially in the last minute. He was able to push that back a little more than before and got those drones in. It's still 67 drones. Doesn't sound that impressive, but of course, Beyond doesn't have a very good economy himself. Lambo just needs to make sure not to take a really bad fight and basically just kind of keep his head down and do the work, and he should be in a great position.
Now, the CC's down there. We're going to have a transfer shortly. But I'm starting to get a little bit worried here for Beyond. I think we might be getting to the point where, we're going to see 1 or 2 more pushes fail, and then it's going to be the Zerg's turn to move across the map. He's still coming in here and hammering these different bases. This is from Beyond's perspective. As you can see, there's a reason why this guy has some of the absolute scariest control in the entire industry.
Yeah, he's got good control, but Lambo has been setting these up so wonderfully. Exactly what a Zerg should be doing, right? Setting it up and then pulling the trigger when it is best to do so. Lambo making his way onto that hive. As we continue on here on Dragon Scales, Beyond might have gotten a third CC, but it's actually going to have to lift as his Marines get taken down. I was just going to point out how difficult it would be to actually hold this position, and there you have it. Beyond broken on the economy once again, going to try and get some retribution, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, you know, for every tank that's been picked off, you can see that Terran just never really has a very strong long-term position, whether that's on the offense or on the defense, and so the command center was forced to lift there. Beyond's trying to, you know, make good with what he has, which is through most of this game, Marines and medevacs, so he's trying to drop in locations and draw the army away, but I would not be surprised if we see another command center mining interruption come in here, as Lambo is going to be able to amass even more units and probably hit it again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a third CC, it can be hit by so many angles on this map, and it can also, like, it's so hard to cover it. Again, like the tanks, if we did have them, even Widow Mines, can only cover a certain portion of that third base. So I actually don't really know how Beyond is planning on truly playing this out, just hoping perhaps that some of his aggression finally kind of like digs under Lambo's skin, and then Lambo gets, you know, really uncomfortable. But it shouldn't happen that way. Lambo is maxing out. He's got good technology, and he's decent creep spread as well, which is at least something that Beyond would have had to hope he would have held up, but not really.
Yeah, Lambo with another shutdown here, and I think we're starting to get to the point of no return. I mean, the game may still go on for a while, but Lambo's beginning to hit the ceiling in supply. He's basically weathered the storm. He's done what he's needed to do. It wasn't easy, but now Beyond is fairly small as far as map presence, and in supply, he's fairly low too.
Yeah. Beyond's 2-2 finishes up. He adds 3 more barracks, so just looking to pile on the pressure again. If he ever finds that momentum, if Lambo ever, you know, miscounts his bailing or something like that, then it could still be dangerous. But Beyond has been committed and then committed and then committed again. Lambo has been slapping down the major pushes, so even though some of the drops have gotten some damage, it hasn't snowballed.
Okay, another drop coming in here. I got to say, actually, Beyond it's getting impressive now. He has 2 different drops in 2 different areas, and you know, one of the issues for Lambo might be that he's got all these lings moving in the same location at once, and you know you can get punished very easily if you can't attend to each of these areas. So a hatchery goes down, 19 drones killed. The harass isn't done yet. And, you know, I was talking about Beyond be at the point of no return. Well, if he can keep playing like this, he will certainly recover.
And I was saying that his drops and his chip damage wasn't really doing enough, but 25 drones certainly ain't bad. Finally gets most of it cleaned up, and Lambo does still have foundationally, you know, the bases, a little bit of creep to work with, but his drone count really has taken a hit. He hasn't built up that much of a bank of minerals, and certainly not gas. So replacing Banelings, actually trying to get to this Ultralisk Cavern, it's not going to happen particularly quickly.
Yeah, and with that moment, you know, occurring here, and actually these drops continuing to come in, I mean, this is getting better and better. I do feel like there's been a little bit of a lapse in control here from Lambo for about a minute and a half now. And, I mean, if this keeps up, who knows what's going to happen next in this game? I mean, Beyond has not really been touched in a while back at his own base. Instead, he's continuing to harass. We're now up to 35 drone kills, Zombie Grub.
Yeah, it just keeps happening, so we never get that moved off to the side.
Yeah.
Lambo now sub 50 drones, struggling to replace them. Larva might be an issue. No, actually, it's not. So he's trying to do everything at once, and it's not really gelling, whereas Beyond refusing to let go of this game, constantly on the attack, has wiggled his way back into the macro game, and now has a supply lead.
Yeah, the main push has come out, but it does seem like Lambo will be able to fend it off, as we've seen supplies drop pretty massively here. Lambo now almost to sub 100 supply. He's going to pick up Beyond and try to look for a location to attack in, but he pulls back, deciding maybe he needs to regroup. It's an important decision that Terran has to make. Do I want to try to divide and conquer, or do I want to try to regroup and actually overpower them with the units that I have? Lambo, at one point in time, was at about 190 supply. He was way past Beyond. Beyond went crazy with the drops, and here we are there, neck and neck.
Yeah, Beyond just did not let Lambo actually get control of this game. That one run by in the third was really it. Now we have Beyond killing a hatchery, finishing his 3-3 upgrades. Lambo can't afford any type of tech addition, so he's just going to be on Ling Baneling, and Beyond is showing his strength as a Terran player right now. Yes, some of his builds look dedicated. They look like they're not exactly working as he snipes the Ultralisk Cavern, but then he's just so aggressive. He takes control, and he doesn't actually actually give up?
You know, it just seems like Bjorn is just a little bit too fast for Lambo right now. Lambo just isn't able to quite keep up. We've got Widow Mines hitting everywhere. Drops are continuing onward. The one thing Bjorn hasn't really been able to do is come in here with a killing push. Every time he tries to back off from hitting everywhere and then regroup and attack, that's where Lambo manages to find his own way out of it. But at the same time, if we're seeing too many hatcheries go down, Bjorn is continuing to grow. He's got a fourth base and a forward position, so he can push from there and defend it at the same time. He's looking very good.
Yeah, finally takes care of that drop, but Bjorn has taken his fourth base, even in a kind of aggressive position. Lambo would have had to have gotten something on the other side of the map in the last few minutes to really make this a bit more of a tango. It's just been him being slaughtered left and right. Now his supply dipping even further down. He's not going to perhaps lose right here, right now, because it is so many just pushes and prods on a huge killing blow, but we can see that Lambo is bleeding out.
Yeah, Lambo, it's getting worse and worse. He doesn't have a lot of gas or minerals banked up here. He's very, very low. There's going to be a point where there just won't be enough Banelings for the Terran to be concerned. They're going to be able to just kite away and then gun them down. And in fact, we may actually have that killing blow coming in here right now.
Yeah, I think so. This might just do it. Not a whole lot of Banelings left over, and the concave is already there. The split, the Widow Mines do splash back a little bit, as they tend to do. But there you have it. Bjorn will take game number 1. Again, really want to emphasize, this is why Bjorn has been so scary. And it feels like his perfecting moment, you know? Like, he's finally perfect Cell, man. He can do anything. He can do his builds that would get him behind when he first came back from military, and then he'd just be like, oh, sorry, Bjorn, you're dead. He does them, and then it just doesn't really matter if it was, like, effective or not, quote unquote. He's kind of changing how you expect the rest of a TVZ to go. It's funny because, you know, it was a very Bjorn start, right? I think he had the right strategy there to set himself up in a good spot against a very ZVT prepped Lambo. But then he comes out with the push, and it seemed like Lambo was playing his part. He was doing his dance. He was basically denying the pushes from doing anything too impactful by shutting down the tanks instead of the Marines. And then, you know, as both you and I were talking about, you know, this seems like we're kind of getting to a point where it's pretty clear what's happening here. Not the case at all. You know, in sort of a Hail Mary play moment, Bjorn comes out and just starts to hit enough locations. And there's too many fires in too many places, and suddenly Lambo can't keep up, and the whole set burns down. And that was just an incredible moment there. And by the way, a very tilting loss for Lambo, because he knows he did what he needed to do, but you know, eventually Bjorn just becomes too fast. Yeah, exactly. I think that's exactly what he's thinking, you know? He said that he was going to come into this kind of having to react to the Terran, and he did, but then still the macro game unraveled before his very eyes, guys. We are going to go ahead and take a break. I believe Bjorn was asking for a few minutes, so let's go to that break. When we come back, we're continuing Lambo versus Bjorn.
I would consider myself a pro at absolutely nothing. I would say if there was no StarCraft 2, I'd be a bit worried, but yeah, I don't think I'm a pro at anything. Chilling, I'm a big fan of chilling, and I think I'm good at it. So maybe pro at chilling.
Nothing. I don't think I'm professional at anything besides StarCraft. Since I consider being professional, making money with it. So maybe streaming, but other than that, not really anything.
I consider myself a pro at making pizza, though I would never say I make the best pizza in the world, but I think it's pretty solid, and everybody that has had my pizza so far liked it.
What's your favorite flavor?
My favorite type of pizza, I prefer just the classic margarita pizza.
Nice. Sounds good. Have you made one for us?
I can't make pizza here. I don't have my oven, unfortunately.
I don't really have a good answer of what I would consider myself a pro at outside of StarCraft 2, since that's been pretty much what I've been doing or committing most of my life to for the past like 7 or more years. But I'm going to school now full time, so it's not really professional, but you know, like that's what I'm committing most time to.
At school.
I guess you could say that, although it's not technically a professional because I don't really make money, or it's not my job or anything.
Outside of StarCraft 2, I really wouldn't consider myself a pro at anything, but I would say I do have a lot of hobbies I'm proficient at, like rock climbing and recently playing pickleball.
집에서 놀고 먹는 거? 그거 말고 딱히 제가 프로처럼 할 수 있는 게 없는 것 같은데요.
除了心理争霸以外，我觉得我认为比较方便的专家，应该目前的话，应该是在运动方面吧。因为我其实之前打电竞的时候，就是有一阵身体不太好，然后后边就一直专注于运动，所以后边现在可能运动方面会更好一点。
And honestly, I'm not sure. I don't think there's anything I'm like particularly super good at outside of SC2.
아무것도 없어요.
I would say I'm pretty good at chess.
Did you participate in tournaments?
No, but I've gotten into chess with like the chess boom somewhat, and like it's calmed down a bit recently. But I've been playing for like 2 years or so, and I think I'm not too bad.
So you're like a strategy mastermind.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
I really like that segment. That was actually very funny. I also am not good at anything, including StarCraft, but I'm okay at talking about it.
Yeah.
And we're going to be going into our next match in a second here. We do allow our players to take a break or request a break if they need it. And so right now it is 1-0 in favor of Beyond versus Lambo. I'm curious if Lambo can pull it together and come back. It did seem like he was on the path to victory until he lost control of that game. But of course, that's why we have this as a series. So you can't just make one, loss into, we know who's better now, right?
Yeah, it's not as simple as that. And even when you look historically, it's not simple. It's not like Lambo has lost 10 times in the last month against this guy. They've played once in 2018.
Yeah, these guys have actually almost never crossed paths in the competitive environment. So, anyways, let's go into our game in the upper left in the red. He needs to turn this best of 3 around. He is Lambo.
In the bottom right of Grestfon, we have the blue Terran. It's Björn.
So the first thing I'm looking for here is what exactly is Björn going to open up with? Let's not forget, he did actually, if you want to call it this way, the build order win, right? He kind of got the upper hand by getting that command center out first, but then it was the actual execution of Lambo that shut it down.
Yeah.
Anyways, I mean, he was really good at holding off those ground pushes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure we've heard that the Zergs kind of murmur about that command center first into aggressive build, and it can be very tough. But specifically that Björn plays the way that he does afterwards. I think a lot of other Terrans would have done that thing where they kind of just like throw up their hands after one of their pushes doesn't work, and they're like, well, I guess I turtle. And that 100% would not have worked, especially I think on that map. But Björn has been just continuously aggressive, able to move a dedicated build into a macro build or more macro-looking build, able to move a very heavy bio mid-game emphasis into even a late game like Ghost style, while still, again, being aggressive. Just very, very impressive from Björn. I'm glad we got to see that in that last game, because kind of like living up to the hype that the desk was building and we've been building for him. But I don't want to count Lambo out. Strategically, he is fantastic. I know he said he wasn't good at anything other than StarCraft, but his comments on his signature series about being a coach was so spot on. Like, he is strategically super smart. He just needs to make sure not to let a game like that go.
Yeah, and, Björn, we should remember, this guy became a world champion off the back of basically, juggling so many different tasks in a game that people just weren't able to keep up with him. And that's what he did exactly in that first game, is pull that off. And, there's not a lot of players that you can say that's their strongest point. Most of the time, it's about very clean openers and having that balanced play, knowing how to pick out certain builds. I don't even think that's Björn's greatest point. I think Björn knows how to crank it up to 11 and rip off the knob and just keep doing, dropping in different places, attacking other areas, burrowing Widow Mines there, that you can suddenly just get overpowered.
Yeah, he was just showcasing that wonderfully in the last game. Once again, command center first into a 2-1-1, so he's not showing that very different build order beyond that we've seen sometimes in other tournaments where he goes from this into a medevac drop into some type of like cyclone thing into maybe a proxy racks. Now he's actually finding that that worked out so well, that really worked out as far as the mid game went, that hopefully he can even make the early game a bit better, because that was maybe not the best. I guess we brought up the tanks being targeted, and that does take away the anchor of that particular push. But I do want to say, imagine if Lambo had actually connected the Banelings with the Marines, with the first one and the second push too. That's a complete obliteration. That would have been actually like game over. In a way, yeah, the push didn't necessarily work as the tanks got destroyed. He had to move back. Beyond still kind of retained a decent army supply.
Yeah, and I said earlier in game one that like Bjorn wouldn't do this again, and here he is totally doing the same build again.
I wasn't going to bring that up.
Yeah, well, I mean, I find it interesting, honestly.
Yeah.
He's just going to go ahead and go for a build that, honestly, the build itself didn't win him the game, right? Lambo clearly knows how to handle it. So I find the decision-making here honestly pretty fascinating. But we're going to see this next time around if Bjorn can change anything, and maybe these pushes are going to look a little bit stronger.
Yeah. Well, one thing about this map, it's actually a really well-crafted map. So shout out to the creator. The Terrans and the Zergs both find something good about it for them. But we got to bring up, with a potentially very dedicated push once again from Bjorn, that the way that you attack through the center of the map is really nice for Terran. You actually get to, well, of course, if you're on 2 bases, hole up on your 2 bases, no attempt at a run by there. You also are reinforcing through the same path that they would be trying to run by you on, and then you can abuse this low ground choke in the middle of, or outside of Lambo's 3rd base. So yeah, exactly where the observer is pointing. So I'm thinking that Bjorn's going to try and do that, bring those tanks along, and it can be very difficult for the Zerg to hold.
Here come those Marines now. I want to try to push through here, and I'm glad you pointed that out, Zombie Grub. That quick access push path here through the middle of the map, so you can get there very, very quickly. This time around, we've got Lambo very much so in position. Let's remember that in the game 1, we saw Queens get sniped a couple times. It seemed like Bjorn was beginning to kind of pick up momentum. I imagine we're going to see Lambo even more cautious to not have any loose hanging Queens that could be picked off this time around.
Yeah. I certainly hope that Lambo has practiced against something as strong as this, because I really think that positioning and anticipation is going to be really important here. He's figured out that it's once again the same build. He's probably already thinking of exactly those weak points I was talking about, and he's trying to cover them.
Jeez.
But in the attempt to cover them, he actually goes too far forward to the Queens, loses a handful of them.
Yeah, that was actually insane. Kind of a weird moment. He unloads there in a moment where he can't win. The Marines can't get out of the medevacs fast enough to kill off the Lings, but he did get 3 Queens. He's going to have the next wave come in here just like game 1. The 2 tanks, the Marines, all here to merge up. Now, it did seem like in game 1, Bjorn was a bit neglectful with the tanks. He lost the tanks, and therefore, eventually you don't have the shelling capabilities to really, stay on the map and kind of hammer away at the Zerg. But if he can keep these tanks covered this time around, he should be in good shape.
If Lambo's thinking that run-bys to hold this up is going to be better, I kind of wonder if that is actually true. But if he Baneling busts this, and maybe it would be, I guess he did set up similar last game, actually. He ended up going back home, and that's how he got those tanks. But, you're pointing out that Bjorn probably even realized he was a little carefree with those. He's doing a better job protecting them, pushing them to the front, too. So now it's the Marines that would catch any Lings that would come back. As they try and dive after the Queens, though, that might be the opening Lambo needs.
Okay, he's going to reposition that tank once more here. He's got the Marines to try to block off from the interception on the other side. Very good control by Bjorn so far. Now, Lambo had a tough decision to make. He decides to pull back and try to regroup and maybe come in here with a surround once more. And he's going to be doing that right now here. He's going to go ahead and pick up whatever he can. The tanks are not going to survive. The infantry will stay alive. And he's going to make a U-turn, I think, up into the main base and try to drop there.
That could be effective. I mean, Lambo is quick to notice. He will jump to the main base, but it's not effective necessarily because they were going to all drop out and kill the hatchery. Like, that would have been way too much to ask. Rather, it's effective in that, once again, Bjorn has saved a lot of army, a very mobile army, an army that even if it wasn't 3 medevacs, it was just 1, would still be scary if you lost track of it. That's what we saw in the last game. So Lambo still has to take this army seriously, which means maybe he's not going for the run-bys, he's not controlling the map, and we could have a repeat of last game.
He literally didn't lose a Marine back there. When he was microing that, he perfectly filled up all 3 medevacs and got a little bit further away. But we got to wait for this next push. Oh, excuse me. He's not going to do a full-on push together. He's going to try to split things up. So he's going to come out here. We're looking from Lambo's perspective right now, actually. But Lambo's got to be careful because these Marines at the top, he's trying to draw some attention up here. There's going to be a push coming down from the bottom, and there's always the option for these medevacs to dive into his main. So there's really 3 different points that Lambo's going to have to try to defend.
Exactly. That's a very good point. You know, the creep spread is great to the bottom left, but only for now. You know, when's the next time he's going to get down there and do that again? So that will be an open point for Beyond alongside everything else you just talked about. Now, Lambo, I think, has gotten like a foundation set a little bit faster, a little bit better. He's chosen to go for Hydras as well, so he's going to try and have something against all of those drops, as well as a bit of a backbone as well to the army. But Beyond's third CC is going to come down. He's adding in Liberators, which are a little bit cheaper now, and I think Zergs have noted like this can be a powerful addition, even more so than previously with more of those anchor-based pushes, the siege pushes. It's just siege on siege, extremely difficult for Zergs to handle.
Okay, he is unloading over here, and he's going to try to come and push up. This is a very scary spot for the Zerg. This is a very secure position. He's got Banes in the back, but this is going to be a really difficult position. Okay, Lambo going to try to come in here for a perfect surround. Can he actually manage to overrun this? It looks like the Banes are going to hit from both sides, and beautifully done by Lambo, annihilating everything that Beyond had worked his way up to.
Yeah, that was beautiful. That was exactly what Lambo needed to do. Coming in from all of the angles, getting that surround, making Beyond sweat. He didn't know which way to turn to actually evacuate, and eventually said, I guess I have to fully evacuate. Into the medevacs I go, which was really not what he wanted to do. He wanted to have that last longer, perhaps even reinforce and continue to hit this area that is vulnerable to the siege units. But Lambo's preparation is fantastic. He's got a decent drone count. The 5th base is problematic if you let Beyond stay in his current position, as those tanks can shell from the high ground. But Lambo, probably taking that into consideration, also has a run by intercepting the reinforcements, and this is locking up the game in a way he could not do in the last map.
Yeah, and you know, we saw Beyond's push get stopped in game 1, but he at least had enough Marines and medevacs to maybe make something happen. And he did have Widow Mines, which in this case, he wasn't making Widow Mines this time around. I don't think there's going to be the same kind of opportunities to find a way out here. And, you know, it's very, very tempting now for the Zerg to try to gather up and maybe start to hammer at this 3rd base. Because if you get rid of the 3rd base, which is already pretty late, it's a pretty easy win from there.
Yes, yes it is. So initially with this map, there wasn't a lot of abuse of exactly where Lambo is, but I think especially the map's been played out, but Lambo has found himself in a good position. Again, he's going to set up all of the abusive attack points, all the surrounds, all the run-bys. So he just literally leaves the army there because he doesn't need it back at home right now. So Beyond can't really just say like, oh, well, my 3 bases are fine back at home. They're not. They're going to be under pressure.
It's got these Liberators coming up here. Just anything you can do to try to draw some attention away from your 3rd base to try to keep the Zerg busy. But, you know, again, there's just not the same kind of dynamic here that was allowed, that was made possible in game 1, where I think Beyond can try to come back in some different way here. We already see the SCVs have been pulled away. We're going to have more Banelings come down here. The tank is actually plugging up, I believe, fully the entrance over there. And this is tough. There is a small group of Marines coming out here to try to harass. I just don't know what he's going to be able to get done with this.
Yeah, Beyond hasn't even started his upgrade. So as the supplies get like a little bit closer than they were just a minute ago, Beyond's army's not really all that much better. It's kind of the same army, but at a, you know, farther along in the game, which Lambo has actually been stepping forward. So assuming he doesn't mishandle a surround here, he just goes in through one direction. You know, one direction, that'd actually be still pretty nasty. Gets into the surround, Lambo should have this.
Yeah, I mean, Lambo is going to try to stay out here. I'm glad you pointed out the upgrade, Zombie Grub. I mean, you know, as big as this gets, it's just never going to be able to compete with an upgraded army. And once again, just cornered and smashed. You could see the rest of the Liberators are going to be killed off here by these Queens. He's going to try to relocate up here. And there's a possibility we see Beyond tap out. It looks like he's going to try to reinforce his push one more time.
He's tenacious, man. He's not going to give up anytime soon, but he really has nothing to look forward to in the future. You know, this is really it. Again, maybe hoping Lambo doesn't have enough Banelings at some certain point, but Lambo continuing to reinforce, even mining off of that 5th that I said would be difficult because the tanks aren't even in that position to abuse it.
You could see there were Lings and Banes there to try to intercept those units. They were a little bit misclicked, and so they weren't able to actually catch their targets. He's going to go in maybe for a counterattack instead. It'll once again force the SCVs to be pulled away. The Banelings are going to come down. And I think this is not a bad idea. Meanwhile, the push is going to come up even further here. The tanks are not shelling the hatchery, but he can hit them from the low ground. These drones that are mining there. And so he's going to get something done here.
Yeah, 2 drones, a little delayed mining, and something that Lambo doesn't. I mean, he definitely doesn't want to like give it up entirely, but he doesn't necessarily need to make sure that it's mining, especially as he grabs, let's call it a backup 5th to the bottom left. It actually looks like he's taking this super seriously. He doesn't want to let the game go like last time, so he's going to actually abandon that base, or maybe not, saves it, and just lets the Banelings roll through to scare Bjorn away. There's the Baneling bust counterattack that is going to make sure Bjorn is completely all in.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point in time, you know, there it is, GG. That push was eventually going to be cleaned up. I am a little bit shocked that it stayed around as long as it did. I thought we were going to see Bjorn tap out a little bit earlier, but, you know, good play there by Lambo to basically go in there and kill all the remaining SCVs, because after that, besides the mules, you're not, you know, able to have enough workers to make a tank or a marine or whatever else you need to reinforce. So let's go big picture here for a second. I said in game 1 that Bjorn wouldn't use that opening again. And then here he is. He does literally the exact same build. 2 times in a row. Now, I'm a little bit bothered by that, but I shouldn't be that surprised. I have this a lot when I cast Bjorn's games at GSL, is that he seems to be more about technique and less about kind of the big idea or, you know, playing the poker game of the build order.
Yes.
But, you know, Lambo made the correct adjustments that he needed to make from game 1.
Yeah.
He was more conservative in his defense and did not expand as aggressively as he did in game 1. And he was able to stop Bjorn. Now I'm wondering, is Bjorn going to do the same thing a 3rd time? Maybe. I wouldn't put it past him. I think he's one of the few guys that would just continue to do this, even though I think game 1 really was won by him kind of being incredible with his multitasking and less about having a build that countered what the other guy was doing. I had no idea this was Lambo's photo for this.
I love their little silly ones, man. But no, I'm going to be the one that actually says I don't think Bjorn does it again. I'm going to go ahead and be embarrassed if it happens again. Because I think not only did he
You're braver than me, Zombie Grub.
I mean, you know, what can I say? But not only did he win game 1, so like, oh, why not do it again? But I think also that map was great for that type of aggression. He really did try to abuse everything that Terrans say they can abuse, and Zerg say is hard to defend against. It's just that Lambo, he knows it. I think he already predicted it, and he just kind of lined up the mechanical aspect of it as well. So I'm not sure that we're going, you know, game 3 is going to be on Royal Blood. It's going to be the same type of map for Bjorn to do that a 3rd time.
In the upper right, in the red, our Zerg player, he is Lambo.
In the bottom left for Shopify Rebellion, he is Bjorn. Yeah, Royal Blood, it's just, I don't think we see as direct of that push. We just, I love the zoom up on the spot depot. And then we do have more of a very sprawling map. Grestfawn is big, but you could see how the architecture kind of allows for these alleyways that you would say, oh, okay, I see how a Terran would push there. Royal Blood is more just like that open spaces. There are some nice tank spots. There are definitely some push points, but it's more on that expansive side. It's not terrible. You know, I know some Terrans are saying like some of the maps are too big, right? Definitely not terrible, but it kind of plays into maybe more of the expansive game. 2, 3 base, 4 base even.
Well, we do have this game, you know, not a command center right away on the low ground. Okay, so he is going to go for a little bit of a different style here. We're going to see what type of style that's going to be exactly. Bjorn has always played a very different kind of RTS theory. A lot, you know, most of the really good players, if you're like take a percentage of all the great players, a lot of them are really focused on their openings on getting into a much better spot in mid-game and past that. Or at least that's kind of one of the key ways they're going to approach it. Where Bjorn is almost always trying to get an advantage like in the mid-game or before the mid-game really kicks in.
I see.
And, you know, the problem is that when you get better and better players, they're so solid at stopping things early on. Because everybody who's ever played StarCraft has more experience in the earlier part of the game because you never get to the late game without going through the early part of the game to the mid game to the later part. So it just, because of that, you end up seeing players who are just really good at dealing with weird stuff or micro situations early on because they practice it more. Where late game is always, even for the very best players, you have to go deep into that journey to then get there, to then have that experience and that expertise.
You can kind of dedicate practice to the first 6 minutes. That's your build order. That's you versus AI. You can't really do that for the next however many because too many things happen. So yeah, I think that you're spot on. You know, a lot of Terrans will say, I do need to do something to get ahead in the mid and then actually play out the late game. And that something is often a 3cc. Clem, just like always 3cc, right? Byun, to your point, more like the 2-1-1.
Innovation in the past, another guy who loved 3cc. But, you know, with Byun, it's interesting. He just really will try to get in there and do the damage and just win with his impeccable control. And so even though this is a different build, I don't know if this game is necessarily going to have different ideas. He may be trying to come in here with something, again, early on, attacking, dropping, trying to get ahead. And, you know, Byun is one of the few guys that will be a bit too cavalier with his Marines. He'll move him out early on like that. And, you know, that's a double-edged sword. It was actually a great example of what I was talking about. Most people don't have 4 Marines roaming the map like that, looking for maybe an Overlord or something like that to kill. So he drops those Marines, and that may make him a little bit squishier in the pushes later on.
Right, yes. He's done that before, and he's gotten 2 Overlords and a handful of Lings, because they have 2, and then they have 4, and then they have 2. You know, it's a kind of weird thing. And sometimes he even includes an SCV scout with it to block the 3rd, and then puts them into the bunker, and that's really annoying, too. But I think it has been done before. It's not completely new. Lambo took control of it. He got enough scouting and just kind of, again, knowing what Byun is like to say that it is a 2-1-1 once again. So you're right. It's not the same exact build, but it's a similar idea. As far as following up into a 2-base, though, again, the map is so different. I think Lambo's actually quite happy that this map is played in this best of 3. So maybe Byun's going to prove me wrong and still be really aggressive, but before I say, you know, Byun has to do something early on to win, absolutely not, guys. He's played this map out macro-wise beautifully before in online cups. I'm just curious on how he is going to follow this up, considering the last 2 games.
Yeah, you know, we were talking earlier about how Lambo, you know, he has so many Terrans he has to go up against in this group that he has to be a god at this matchup if he wants to win. Like, this matchup is just literally more important than his game versus Classic, where, like, okay, maybe he's good against Protoss, maybe he's not, but really, you know, his future in this tournament is hinged on him being able to kill Terrans. Now, the funny thing, though, for Byun, it's literally the opposite. It's like, well, this matchup also doesn't matter as much.
True.
Whatever is the best stuff he's got in TVZ in this group, he's going to be using it right now. And then, because he doesn't have to worry about that, you know, after it's done. So we're going to have the infantry come out. Now, this looks a lot like the other games, but the timings are actually a bit different. But the ideas are actually, you know, of what you're trying to do with this, you know, this army here, the same, right?
Yes.
So he's going to come out here with these Marines. He's going to try to stem. He's been pretty successful about getting Queens, except for this time around, Lambo does not drop a single one.
Yeah, it is actually kind of bewildering. I really do consider Byun still a player who does have a variety of build orders, but he is just sticking with this one, man. And perhaps it can still go to a point like the first game where even though initially it doesn't look that great, he can show his multitasking. It still becomes one of those like 25-minute 6-base versus 8-base situations. But right now, he is doing a 2-base build on a map that I'm not sure is actually as good for it, but he clearly thinks it's okay. And that Lambo has proven he's kind of figured out. So what is going to happen differently here?
Well, that's what we got to wait and see for. We've got 2 more barracks coming down. Tanks are coming out. Byun has been, minus those few Marines that were killed like really early on, the 4 that were just out before Medivacs were even out. Byun's been very careful with the infantry he's had. He's trying to not overextend. But look, here we are. Every game, we have 2 tanks come out with 2 Medivacs and a bunch of Marines, and it doesn't seem like Lambo struggles with that. One thing I've noticed from Lambo, by the way, he's really good at setting up surrounds.
Yes.
He will, like, eat so much damage and lose so many Queens just so that he knows he can get the surround in perfectly. And speaking of which, we have that coming in here right now. Now, the tank is left on the outside, and so it is picked off, but there's another one over here on the far right, and so the push isn't done yet.
Yeah, actually, I would say that's a bit worse, right? Because they didn't get both tanks. Beyond actually split them up a little bit more. And that tank didn't go down just like instantly either. It got a couple of shots. So this is the one like really particularly difficult spot. So I was expecting this push to come in here. I'm still not quite sure if it's as good as the last map. But Beyond has had at least one tank survive a bit longer. The drop into the main is actually going to do something. No, banelings are coming in, so actually not a whole lot there either. And then, yeah, how is the follow-up going to be as Lambo replants the creep and moves on into at least more lings and banlings? I think he knows exactly what's happening after this, right?
You know, generally when you see the Zerg try to hit the Terran who's got the push set up there, what you want to watch for is, did every single tank go down? Because then there's no longer an anchor holding that spot. So, I mean, it didn't go great at the start there. I thought Beyond had kind of a cool tactic, but as we can see here, it didn't really work. He sent like half of his units up into the main. But the push is going to continue here. Basically, Beyond is going to keep trying to hit around this area in the map, from the main to the low ground of that third base.
Oh, Jesus. Sorry. Thought he was going to lose all his Marines in the main, man.
That could have been bad.
Yeah. Yes, could have been very bad. But you're right. So Liberator positions also, once again, trying to be abused. So you can add those in quicker. And again, they're a little bit cheaper. The surround has been set up in the Queens. Plentiful to take out the Liberator. But the surrounds just aren't happening. The jaw is not closing as tightly as the last couple of games.
You know what he did back there? He actually bum rushed the banelings that were going to come in from the bottom. And then killed that off and then came back up and intercepted that. And that's the kind of play we need to see. Now, there's a little bit of miscontrol here. He has most of his Marines inside the medevacs. They're going to be emptied out now. This push is starting to work, Zombie Grub.
Yeah, man. I wasn't sure how this was going to be better, but clearly it is. Beyond able to find another abusive position, utilize it correctly, and Lambo is struggling in a way that he did not even in literally both games. In the first game that he lost, he still held those couple of attacks initially better than this. Now he is struggling. I think there's also some mismacro perhaps at play where he was banking a bit more than he actually could, and now he's paying for it, you know? He's really struggling against this, and the Baneling snipes from Beyond. I mean, he's still going to have to get out of there, but Lambo is in a ton of trouble.
And the next wave is about to come here. The Queens are not off the creep just yet. They could get gunned down. He's going to come in here from the side, and he's going to siege these tanks right square up over here. I don't see a lot of Banes here. Certainly not enough to deal with this. I think that's GG.
Yeah.
Here we go. Beyond takes that 2-1 in a very exciting series where Beyond won in a very Beyond-like fashion. I mean, just, you know, microing perfectly, relying on tactics, not focused on late game, but getting right into the mid game and getting that killing blow.
Yeah, just a drastic difference between the second and the third game in particular. Lambo had set up in a very similar, I'm pretty sure the exact same way, same drone count, same gas count, even took less damage with the very initial 2 medevac push out, and yet struggled so much more on this map.
All right, we are going to throw it over to the analyst desk. Claris, what are you guys thinking about Beyond?
Good stuff overall here. It was a hard-fought victory by Beyond here against Lambo that really brought a lot of firepower to the table, but Beyond will be victorious. We've got Pig as well as Rotterdam here to talk about this one. Roddy, I see that you had a shocked face because your series is just finished, so I don't know what you want to talk about. Beyond and Lambo or what just happened?
No, we'll talk about Beyond and Lambo, obviously, but if I see a victory screen for Big Gabriel over Maru in the TVT...
Wait, what?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, I don't know if this was...
tied up 1-1 now.
Yeah. But still, that's a victory. That's a map win.
We can talk about that after. Let's talk about Beyond Lambo.
Well, that was a really good fight for Lambo, I think. Like, very, very good holds and lots of... I think the flanks were really pretty. You know, 3-sided flanks. I love that.
Absolutely. What I had the feeling is that Beyond has played a lot of TVT, right? They're like, hey, Beyond, you're in Group D. You've got Maru. You've got Gabe. You've got Bonnie. He's like, oh, my goodness, I'm going to build Ravens for like 3 months straight. And then he showed up, and they're like, all right, you ready for your match against Lambo? And he's like, Lambo? I've got a TVZ here as well. And he's like, 2-1-1? Like, obviously that first game was spectacular. Lambo was in an amazing spot, and Lambo will absolutely be kicking himself for letting go of that game. But yeah, this was just Beyond kind of displaying some two-base aggression, and yeah, in that first game he managed to still find a way to victory with non-stop multitasking. It was all very impressive, but when it comes to pure strategies, Beyond didn't really show us a whole lot today, guys.
Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I know Maru in 2018, he had an entire season of GSL where he only did the same thing. It was like every single game, 2-on-1, tank push, and I'm like, hey, Champion players have done it in the past, so why not?
I do get exactly what you're saying, Roddy, because especially in that first game, I thought to myself, like, the first half of that game was a different Beyond to the second half of that game. It's like, oh, okay, now I really actually have to turn this on to save this, because it was not looking pretty at the beginning of that at all.
No. Raynor actually walked into our green room for a split second. He looks at the monitor, and like I could see him do that meme thing where they shake their head. He's like, what happened in this game? He's like, this game was ultra over, and it really was. It felt that Lambo had some beautiful engagements. I really loved the way that Lambo was kind of pre-splitting his army, setting up these traps almost, where he's like, hey, you should come forward with the Marines, and that allowed the Lings and Banes to come in from different angles. I felt that Lambo did a lot of things right in the first two games, and honestly, the biggest story of this entire best of three, I think, is that first game, and Lambo will definitely be kicking himself for letting go of that, because he really had that one in the bag.
But yeah, this was just definitely a tough situation, but I got to admire Lambo's three-pronged surrounds in game 2, some very nice victories and so on, but yeah, Beyond digs deep, dude. He's done it so many times. Like, I've seen him against guys like Solar, you know, fail the 2-base push, you think he gets shut down. He always finds the best tank positions on these maps. Every time there's a new map pool, he did on the previous one with like Data C, who'd find those little tank areas. He's done it again.
Definitely so. All right, well, let's take a look now because we have the interview ready. Then we're going to come back here, actually, to talk about some of those other games. So let's hear from Beyond after that great win.
All right, thank you very much there, Claris and everyone else. Björn, congratulations on that win. Looked very good against Lambo, but in between the games, we did see you grabbing your wrists a little bit. You know, in the past, your wrists and your hands have bothered you some. How are they feeling overall lately? Are they going to give you trouble during this event?
일단 변현 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째로 아까 경기 도중에 약간 손목을 좀 부여잡는 모습이 좀 보였었는데 요즘에는 예전엔 또 손목 문제 때문에 좀 여러 가지로 좀 변현 선수가 되게 부담스러워하는 모습도 좀 보이셨는데 지금은 좀 어떠신가요? 요즘은 좀 괜찮으신가요?
일단은 손목이 많이 나아진 줄 알았는데 아무래도 월드 챔피언십이라는 이 중압감이다 보니 또 이게 손목이 최근에는 한 반년 동안 안 그러다가 오늘 갑자기 그러더라고요. 이게 확실히 월드 챔피언십 결산대라는 중압감이구나 라는 생각을 했고 게임 해봤는데 조금 되게 많이 힘들 줄 알았는데 1경기 해보고 되게 손목도 저리고 그래서 다행히 그래도 빌드 준비한 게 잘 먹혀가지고 다행히 이긴 것 같아요.
So he says, recently I didn't really have that problem much, but coming here in IEM Katowice at the big stage, it actually came back. So I was having really trouble playing there, but after game 1, I kind of struggled, but my build, I prepared my builds and I think it worked. So I think it went well.
All right, speaking of builds, Björn, in the past, you have seen maybe, I don't know if stubborn is the word, but you've used a lot of the same builds over and over, like the 2-1-1 is one that you're very well known for. Would you say that this is like a strength or a weakness of you? Because it doesn't feel like you necessarily use as many different openers as some of the other top Terran players.
이제 변현 선수가 가끔씩은 이제 상징적인 뭐 2-1-1처럼 이제 좀 특정한 빌드들을 좀 아집이다 좀 싶을 정도로 어떻게 보면 좀 고수하시는 좀 경향이 좀 있으셨던 것 같기도 한데 뭐 그것들이 좀 변현 선수 입장에서는 좀 어떻게 좀 보이시는지 그거를 하는 게 뭐 딱히 뭐 이유가 있으셔서 그런 건지 아니면은 좀 변현 선수의 생각을 좀 듣고 싶습니다.
일단은 토너를 자주 그러니까 다른 테란들도 쓰긴 하는데 유독 제가 칭찬은 아니고 자랑은 아니고 유독 그 임팩트가 큰 것 같긴 해요. 컨트롤을 잘하다 보니까 느낌이 좀 다르다 보니까. 근데 투원원만 쓴다는 거는 동의하지 못하겠고 제가 지금 남아있는 테란들 중에서 그래도 다양성은 전략의 다양성은 제가 조금 상위 클래스라고 생각하거든요. 그러니까 누가 지금 시즌에 막 340 같은 거 쓰겠어요. 저는 아직도 쓰고 있거든요. 근데 211이 그러니까 제 211이 그만큼 대표적이라는 빌드라는 인식이 강해가지고 그런 것 같아요. 이길 때 나올 때마다 이기기도 하고요.
So he says, I think most of all, I'm using stuck in one build like 2-on-1 is kind of a misunderstanding. I mean, for versatility, I think I'm really at the top. I mean, who used 3 Rex Reapers at these times, but only I use those builds. And so at the openers, I usually use 2-on-1 because I'm quite confident in my micro, but still I'm kind of disagreeing about like staying at one build.
Okay, fair enough. One final question for you here, Björn. In the past year or so, maybe your results weren't as good as you would normally hope. But recently, a lot of people have been saying that you're playing very, very well. Do you think you have the skills at this tournament to become the world champion once again?
이제 요즘에 또 변현 선수가 굉장히 또 잘한다라는 평가를 계속 받고 있기 때문에 올해 한번 또 우승을 좀 노릴 수 있다고 생각하시는지 그게 좀 궁금하네요.
사실 한 2주 전까지는 그래도 우승까지는 아니라도 좋은 성적 낼 수 있겠다 생각을 했는데 최근 2주간 조금 많이 연습을 하는데 계속 실력이 주는 듯한 느낌이 들더라고요. 그러니까 줄어버리는 듯한. 그래서 지금은 자신감이 많이 떨어진 상태이기도 하고 그래도 지금 다음 경기가 마루랑 성주랑 하는데 아무래도 그 선수랑 할 때 그 느낌을 한번 봐야 될 것 같아요. 제가 그 성주랑 하면서 이번 시즌 이 대회 내가 어느 정도 올라갈 수 있겠다 감을 잡을 수 있을 것 같아요. 그 경기가 되게 중요할 것 같아요.
So he says over like 2 weeks ago, I think I was quite confident to win, but coming here actually like practicing recently was not that quite I expected. So my mood was quite low. But it's hard to say if I can win, if I'm confident to win, but next match is against Maru, so I have to see about that. If I win Maru, then I think I have higher chance to win, but we'll see.
All right, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you very much, Björn. Good luck in your future matches, especially against Maru coming up. Right now, we're going to throw it back to the desk, guys, and we do have some more games to take a look at.
Yes, we do. Thank you very much, Katowice. We have other games going on. The reasons we are really back here is because we're waiting on the winners of these matches to then, or winners or losers of these matches, potentially go on into the main stage for their next match. So let's head over to Rotterdam because you are in a... Is it a 1-1 scenario between them?
That is correct, and Game 3 is actually heating up, and I don't think it's going to take a whole lot longer because I want to show you guys the main base of Big Gabriel real quick. Double factory, 1 starport, reactive Viking, Maru is on triple base, Gabe is making a push, and I don't think that Maru necessarily saw this coming, even though he's been a bit in the face of Gabe. Up to this point, resources lost is dead even, so it really comes down to this push. So I think it's time for Kalaris to give us a little bit of hype casting. What do you see, James?
I don't think so. I mean, interference matrix on some of the siege tanks.
He's pushing from the east into the west, James. Aren't you excited? The Vikings are landing from the north to the south.
Can't believe it. He's going to push on with that siege tank. He's going to siege up in range of those Marines. Maybe fire those. No, we'll see.
This looks good, man. Oh my goodness, Gabriel. How big is he, guys? How big is he? He's just got a couple of tanks, and he still has 1 Raven, 5 Vikings, 6 tanks.
He can just attack that siege tank. He can just overwhelm it.
This is happening, no? Isn't this happening?
Yeah. This is ridiculous. I don't think Big Gabe has ever beaten Maru. I think he's lost to him like 8 or 9 times.
He normally gets slaughtered by him.
Even when he gets way ahead, right? There have been epic comebacks, but this is huge.
You guys thought he was big last year when he made it into the semifinals. Gabe said 2023, I'll be bigger than ever before. I'll defeat Maru in the TVT.
What is this?
I mean, he's not quite there yet, but this is looking incredibly good. He's on top of the E-base. He's going to get cancel on these upgrades. Obviously, Maru's not able to mine from it. Gabe should know about that other base. He does, but he just cannot be bothered. Gabe just wants to make it into the main base. And I mean, even if he doesn't end the game right now, this has honestly gone absolutely fantastic for Gabe so far. But there's no way that Gabe is going to go home. And he's got 5 tanks versus Maru 0 tanks.
Yeah, that is massive. And that position is brutal. The reactor is going to go down on the starport. And then, you know, you've got half the production. You maybe have equal income for the moment, but at any moment, Marine could go cut off that 3rd base as well. That's a really nasty push and a good way to mix things up for Marine.
What a result. If this is actually able to round out here, though.
This was still Maru, though, right? Now he took out the Vikings, now he's got a Liberator. So look at this, so awkward for the tanks because they have to avoid the Liberator, but they are still getting a couple of very big shots off. More and more SCVs are dying. I think it'd be very sick for Gabe to send like 1 tank into the 3rd base, right? Because there are a bunch of SCVs there, and if you can just deny that, like what are we playing here? World of Tanks? What is happening?
Where's the Marines? Where's anything else?
It is a 5v5 game. They've paid a lot to get all the different upgrades upgrades, the new special tanks, the skins, and all that sort of stuff.
Ammunition?
The gold oh no! Forgot to get it on his loadout. Oh, come on, Gabriel.
I do feel that Gabe really should have sent one tank into the third base though. Because
he's also landed the natural to the right as well. So he's Maru has 3 bases.
He
has 3 bases mining right now. Literally can get them shut down at any moment. I mean,
he's still just building tanks. He has completely given up on Marines. It's like I've got a barracks, but I don't want a barracks. It's 2 tanks and Vikings, and that is all that Gabriel is building.
Yeah, it would be nice if he had a transition behind this. He does start a 3rd command center, and he doesn't get rid of that base on the right. I mean, we know he gets a bit excited, and who doesn't? I mean, if you're beating Maru, you get very excited, but Maru is a wizard. He's made some epic comebacks over the years, and if you let him mine from over here, I mean, this is silly. Those units are just to the right. Finally, he splits some tanks over there.
It's rare we say this, but Maru looks almost in shock down there in the camera at the moment. This is quite a wild scenario for him to try and get out of.
Yeah, for those who don't know Maru, I've seen him utterly shocked by crazy strategies, and the physical reaction is there's like a slight puckering of his lips. Maybe an eyebrow raises for half a second. He just keeps playing. He is the most unshakable player. It's part of what makes him such a great.
Maru can land a nuke on a Zerg army, kill everything. He'd be like, wow.
Yeah, he's like
raise the eyebrows for like half a second.
Cool.
Guys, what is happening? Look, Maru's now the top right, bottom left,
happening?
And Gabe is hunting down SCVs with tanks.
The drilly boys, they're gonna fight. They're gonna take the tank out. Oh
Drop
man,
a mule, repair it. Would have been a great play.
A sick play.
Revenge of the drilly boys, man, blowing the conch of war and just getting on right in there. Trapped in his main, there's no way out for Maru, and with the Viking advantage, I mean, he's got to start putting a single medevac. Marines, they don't really have any upgrades. A desperate Raven counterattack that's been picked up by the Viking. This is actually very good play by Gabe to just keep control in this situation.
How did Maru kill this many SCVs though? 17, isn't that like kind of an insane amount? I know there's a Viking with a couple of kills here that has landed a couple of times. There's still a tank, another tank getting surrounded by SCVs in the top right. All right. You do get scared though, because you all know what Maru is capable of, and Gabe has been here before, where he had Maru on the ropes and you think he's knocked out, but somehow he gets back. Are these tanks in range of Stimpak? I think they are, right? Yeah. That's big.
Oh, this is looking like he's very close to sealing the deal on this best of 3. Of course, the scoreboard not able to be updated just because of a technical difficulty over here, but it looks like that base is lifted and shut down. The top right base is lifted and shut down as well. This is a very bad situation for Maru, and it looks like he's out of options.
Yep, because now Gabe is the one with the Liberator too, and he obviously still has more Vikings. There are 8 tanks now basically in the main base of Maru, who's going to be forced to lift up just another orbital. What's happening over here? Maru's repairing one of his medevacs, but I think this orbital will fall.
Well, he's actually playing a holdout challenge now. This is not really about... I mean, that's like sick that he's got an auto turret and marine drop over there. These are the sort of moves you need to do to get back in the game. The supply is surprisingly close right now. Maru, the magician, hanging on. He just makes himself...
There's no way, though.
I don't think that... there should not
even
be
Maru.
No, dude, he needs
Stim, though. 80 Marines with Stim definitely have some potential.
Yeah?
Maybe Maru's able to fly a couple of these barracks away. He tried to rebuild.
He needs to pull a pregnant rabbit out of the hat that then gives birth to more rabbits. Like he needs. This is not one you get out of here.
The most important thing for Gabe is that he makes sure that he keeps on having some income, and it seems that the natural is safe, right? He's got a couple of tanks. He's got a couple of Vikings. Sniped the medevac. Yeah, not even Maru is going to turn this one around. Wow, what a start for Gabe in this tournament. That's crazy.
That's historic as well. I think a lot of people really just doubted his chances, especially because they think of that time in, I think it was 2021, Katowice, where they played and he got in a good position and then just was not able to seal the deal, and he got demotivated, but he's changed that story here. Big reaction on the camera as well, you could see. He was looking really excited there.
That is a result and a half. I mean, even here at the desk, we're looking at these 3 games going on, and I'm going to be candid. We said, yeah, I mean, Hero Marine normally gets obliterated by Maru, so what's the point? But look at that. What a win for Hero Marine. At the same time, though, thanks very much for that, Roddy. We do have another game going on, and it's actually hitting things on game.
It's crazy.
It's a crazy game, too, between Bunny and Classic right now. They are down to their, 5 workers versus 17, and actually, we just missed it. We just missed it. Classic gets the 2-0.
Can you rewind, maybe?
Yeah, we
take a look back.
We can rewind and look at kind of towards the end of that game. There was some cool moments there, so we can just watch the last like minute or two. I think
because we're still basically the next match here on the mainstream is going to be Hero Marine going up against Classic, and we're going to be waiting for them to get set up and good to go anyway.
That's honestly crazy, man. Like Classic, there's just not a single caster who saw this coming. Like not even Artosis.
You guys
Dan saw it coming, guys.
He's pretty good. He is pretty good. All right, let's have a look. What's going on?
This here is a base trade. I mean, it has been absolute madness. It was ranged libs with +2 versus triple Robo Disruptor for a long time. The Zealots have been harassing like mad. I mean, you can just see that this game devolved into craziness, and that's what Altitude tends to be if the Protoss can survive the Terran multi-prong, which Classic was doing a fantastic job of. And you can see that the game got down and dirty. Buildings migrating to the top left, command centers burning down in the deep red. But there just wasn't enough material, I think, for Bunny to completely shut things down, because those disruptors, a lot of Stalkers supporting them. Classic was really good at managing the ball shots to just keep him zoned out.
Can you give me a quick recap of game 1 as well? Because we were watching that one.
That was adorable. Great wall of Bunny.
Yes. I looked over to Pig's laptop and I was like, what is happening? How is this happening?
It was insane. I mean, Classic kind of shut down 2-base push, really good hold, technical. And then Bunny was like, well, when your 2-base push fails, build back up and go again. He built, I think it was 6 bunkers, 3 depots to wall off like 1/3 of the map, basically, outside his base. And Classic just refused to attack into it, just kept backstabbing him until Classic had almost triple his supply. It was a really fun situation, but Classic's just shown really clean technical defense, and that's a huge result for him, because I was actually going into it and I was saying, I think Classic's going to be in trouble. He's very turtley in the matchup. I think the maps are too big. It's going to be hard for him to deal with the mobility. He shuts down 2 very mobile, aggressive styles in that first series. It's a really promising one, especially since Bunny's been leading the charge in aggressive TVP.
Yeah, Bunny made it to the finals of the DreamHack Masters Atlanta, so obviously we expect a lot of big things from him. And last year he had a pretty good showing in Katowice as well, made it into the playoffs. Group D is just off to a very wild start. Like beyond defeating Lambo and a nil-biter 2-1, that's not too crazy. But Gabriel defeating Maru, that's surprising, and I think Classic 2-0ing Bunny. Even Artosis has to admit that that is a little bit surprising as well. But that's actually going to make the rest of this group even more fun than it already was, because now it's just a wild west, and every single best of 3 is going to be so important for all of these guys, because it seems quite obvious that all 6 players have a chance on making it out of this group. And of course, we still expect Maru to make it, but who the other 2 are going to be, anybody's guess.
Yeah, and we have 2 more series that are going to be here on the mainstream throughout the day. So thanks very much for those recaps, guys. That was good. We haven't been able to properly jump into some of these throughout the tournament just yet, but here on day number 2, we've done that in spades. I'm a little bit scared to show the Maru card now a little later on, but we'll be showing that later on. I guess it's time
Should be scared to show the Gabe card, man, unless I see like 98s across the board there for Gabriel. You're in trouble.
Yeah, I'll have to find that a little later on.
He has an extra stat. It's just size. We're like, we didn't see that one.
Yellow star.
Yellow star.
You want to see his torso on the card? I'm like, where's it? I don't know. I guess it's time for a break. In just a few moments' time. But yeah, Pig, what a wild start to Group D.
This is fun, man. You look at these groups and you go, you know, these are the favorites. This is going to be that. But Hero Marine got top 4 last year, and to come out like that, it's like, okay, it wasn't just a flash in the pan. He's got a really good start. Classic is adding that flair to the group as well. We're talking about him like he was a sacrificial wolf going into, you know, this terrible situation, but hey, he's already beaten one of the best TVP players out.
Even Artosis gave up on Classic.
You're saying this, he's going to come storming in that door.
I was joking backstage. We were watching the games. I was like, man, Classic won over Bunny. Like, absolutely nobody saw this coming. You should have seen Dan's face. He looks at me and he's just such he's like, I'm coming to get you, Roddy. No, absolutely amazing showing so far by Classic, but I still think it's going to be very difficult for him in this group. I'm just excited, man. I'm excited to see more Hero Marine, more Lambo, and I really hope that Beyond just keeps on feeling well, because I do get scared when he starts looking at the wrist. I'm like, don't do it, Beyond. We just want to see the very best of you, and hopefully he feels fantastic, because if he plays half as well as he did online, he's got a realistic shot at going very far. Group D is sick, man. Let's go.
Definitely so. All right, well, thank you very much, guys. Time to go to that break here. Group D is well underway, and it seems like everybody, even in losses, is delivering here in Group D. So we'll see you for more right after this.
The big feature about Group D is the fact that it's a very Terran-heavy group.
We have a huge Terran presence there. Lambo right now, a Zerg player that, I mean, he's been very good for a very long time, but when you're going up against 3 Korean Terrans, it's going to be very, very difficult. Maru and Bunny are 2 of the absolute best Terrans in the world, if not the 2 best Terrans in the world.
Looking at Maru in this group, I think it's obvious he should be moving on. If he doesn't get out of this group, it's one of the biggest upsets in the entire tournament. And look, he might even take this entire tournament.
When it comes down to Byun and Hero Marine, I could see that going either way. Byun is not quite the championship caliber that he once was, so I think if Hero Marine has a very strong showing in this group, he can make it out.
Hero Marine, I think this is an excellent player. I don't think this is going to be an easy group, though. I think if he gets out of this group, he has to bring his absolute best. He's got a shot, but it will not be easy for him to advance.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
Welcome back. Just a few series remaining here as we have what are already surprising results in Group D. At the moment, we just witnessed Hero Marine taking down Maru in what was a ridiculous series. Classic looking fantastic here as well. Moving on into his next game as we continue things. Tasteless and Artosis here joining me to talk about the next one. But a big thank you first off to Blizzard Entertainment for joining us here at the Intel Extreme Masters for, well, I mean, it's been here as long as StarCraft 2 has been here when it comes to supporting StarCraft, because they made the game. That's pretty cool. All right, well,
that is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
They made the game?
They did.
Okay. Oh. I was always wondering who made this game.
I just thought StarCraft was always here.
It was a mystery until now. Which came first? No.
I thought it's something we discovered, like the elements, you know?
All right, we're discovering this match as well then. We've got Hero Marine going up against Classic for this one. And as we say, Dan, Hero Marine just came off an amazing win against arguably the best in the world.
Yeah, no, that's a gigantic win right there. I can't believe that Maru has dropped a set in this phase of the tournament, and I mean, you know, Cyril as well dropping a set. So the two probably biggest favorites overall having a hard time to start.
Yeah, definitely so. And looking at the other side of this as well, Classic coming off the back of just a win as well. This is actually a pretty big fixture. You go 2-0 up in the group, in a group full of Titans, so getting the win here will be amazing.
Absolutely. And look, Classic is he's looking very strong. I mean, he took down Bunny. This is, of course, a guy who was such a god in the past. He's done with his military service. He's back, and if he can keep going, I think he can take this. I think Bunny is a very worthy opponent to take on. And I think this match specifically should be a really interesting one. I'm really curious who's going to come out on top, because honestly, I can't tell you.
No, you don't think so, Dan?
No, I think it's too hard to call.
Well, I mean, I've been saying all along, I think Classic's going to do really well in this tournament, so I am thinking him. But Hero Marine can't be underestimated. Top 4 last year. He's been doing so well. You know, he's got his little card here. I do have a little problem with this, like offense, defense, versatility, multitasking, mechanics, speed. Who came up with this? Who's playing God? Where's the ESL Open Cups
Where's
score?
the Big Game Weekly?
Because he would have 100 on that, and suddenly he's one of the favorites of the tournament.
Where is the Big Game Weekly on this card? Everybody else has 0. Big Game has 100.
Oh, I know. It's crazy, right? His average would go so far. Only Maru would still be ahead of him, but now he's beaten Maru. We give him another little calendar thing there. It's like,
there you go. That's science.
Have you beaten Maru recently? He's the only one that gets points for that.
That's also true. Guys, great segment. That's what
we're here for.
All right, we're heading over to the casters to bring you this next game. The winner will go 2-0 up in this group and set themselves above the rest with Rotterdam and Fear Dragon.
A great segment indeed, Claras. We are getting ready for another series here of Group D between two guys who came off to a perfect start. Hero Marine, I would almost say against all odds. Now, we almost never count Gabe out, but TVT against Maru Even Gabe would say, yeah, that's going to be pretty hard, but he gets the job done. He wins it, and Classic obviously with not just a win, but a 2-0 over Bunny. Fear Dragon, I'm excited for this TVP.
I'm super excited for this one. This is, I feel like already, it's not that we were expecting not a lot from Hero Marine, it's that this is still already a stellar start for Hero Marine, and I think a lot of people, you were talking about this before, not one commentator, except for Artosis, expected Classic to also be doing this well. So it's two players that are performing better than I think a lot of the general public would have expected. And now they're going to go at it, and one of them's going to get even further ahead.
Yeah, I do think that Classic making it out of the round of 36 is, of course, not the greatest surprise, right? Yeah. Classic is widely regarded as one of the best Protoss players of all time. He absolutely deserves that title. But to enter Group D, the toughest group on paper, and kick it off with a 2-0 over the guy who took second place at DreamHack Masters Atlanta, yeah, that's pretty spectacular. But this man also had that spectacular W in TVT, and now he has entered his stomping ground, TVP. I like to call him the best TVP player on the planet in the first 10 minutes of this matchup, because he truly does it better than anybody else. Representing Mouse Sports, hailing from Germany, it's Hero Marine.
And up here in the top right-hand side of the map, our blue Protoss, a player, an absolute legend in his own right. He is Classic.
Before we start talking about why we are excited for this TVP or why Gabe is so good in TVP, and especially in the first 10 minutes, I don't think we have to address the elephant in the room. We are kicking a best of 3 off on Altitude. And I know Classic just played Altitude against Bonnie, and that turned into a 20+ minute pretty crazy game. But to see Altitude as opening map in a TVP best of 3, especially from Gabe's side, I find it very surprising, Fear Dragon, because if I think of Gabe, I think of small maps where he just gets Protoss players out of there in the first 10 minutes. But it takes 10 minutes to make it to the other side of the map here. So I find it surprising that we're starting.
Yeah, I find it very surprising, just because it's also, I mean, it is by a pretty large margin the least played map at this entire event, and for a good reason. It's definitely one of the stranger maps. It's definitely a little bit more out there, so I think a lot of players don't really enjoy playing it, and for exactly the reasons that you were talking about, it's interesting to see it make it through the map vetoes. So I'm curious if we're going to see any of the interesting aspects of this map also come into play. There are some stranger things around the Xel'Naga watchtowers and some destructible rocks, but here's the thing. I actually feel like if we bother explaining this, and then it's like 90% of the time it never actually comes into effect. So, you know, we'll talk about it if maybe it actually comes up.
I still think it'd be funny. I would love to hear your explanation. Fear Dragon, I'm a Protoss player. I play on Altitude. I want to take the gold. How do I go about this?
All right. So Altitude is a very, very unique map. There is a Xel'Naga watchtower blocking you from taking the base of the gold. You have to knock down the cooling tower over there that our wonderful observer map was showing you. If you want to actually... Ooh, Reaper pickup. Oh, Gabe. Little unfortunate there. Not the greatest start for someone who just came off a victory versus Maru, by the way.
Nope, and you could see there as well, that's obviously not something he's happy with. Now, sometimes we are okay with losing a Reaper if we play Terran, because we're like, all right, we get a probe or we get a perfect scout off, and then it's kind of acceptable to lose that early game unit. But now Gabe lost the Reaper without getting the scout off, and that's just really frustrating. What is less frustrating, though, is that he's playing triple CC against Stargate, and I do have the feeling that is exactly what Gabe wants to go up against if he's playing triple CC. But he's already struggling a little bit dealing with this first Adept. As he lost a Marine, he's in danger of losing another Marine and an SCV. A lot of units are very low on HP here, but 2 additional Hero Marines show up from the ramp, but a new Adept shows up as well. And this is just going to be a little bit of a messy fight. A lot of low HP units. 1 shot, 1 kill for this Adept. Gonna get the final Marine as well. Goes for the SCV instead.
Yeah, and the Adept, okay, is going to cancel the Shade over there as it doesn't feel confident. The Adept actually takes a little bit of time to wind up its attack and fire. The Marines themselves fire almost instantly, and that Adept is going to be healing its shields. His Marines, not so much. So Classic is going to just try and make do with the damage he's already done. He's sending a Stalker across the map, and I mean, there's still no signs of a bunker because they haven't had a chance to.
It's not just the Stalker, don't forget about the Oracle, right? The Oracle doesn't always just have to drop a Revelation in the main base. That Oracle can just get get on top of the Marines and SCVs in the natural, and a lot of units are very low on HP already. Big Gabriel's in serious trouble here in this TVP because he doesn't have a lot of firepower. Here comes the Adept, and a lot of Marines will fall, and this Stalker will go completely uncontested. On top of that, Classic now gets picture perfect scout off as well. A nightmare start for Big Gabe, and it all started with him losing the Reaper, and because he lost the Reaper couldn't help out dealing with the Adepts.
Oh my god, the Oracle wreaking so much havoc. It's taking out all the SCVs that are working on that extra building as well. And the Stalker, it's actually complementing the Oracle so well. Normally the Oracle will take 3 ticks to kill Marines, to kill SCVs, to kill any of these units that are popping out. But the Stalker just popping them once, the Oracle has been able to 2-shot them instead. They just die so much faster.
I think this is the worst start that Gabe has had in PvP since the summer of 2017, man. Like, this just does not happen to Gabe normally. Obviously, well done by Classic, getting some good damage with the Adepts at first, and realizing that there is more damage to be dealt, and that's why he never slowed down. And I think even Classic is shocked by how well all of this is going. He's like, cool, very big map, but hey, you didn't have a bunker, you lost your Reaper very quickly, and at this point we can just drop a Revelation, so we keep high ground vision. These Stalkers are having a field day, and Gabe is having a little bit of a nightmare start here.
15 seconds till Stim finishes up. That normally would be a danger point, but look at how low hit points all of these Marines are now. And Kev, so many Marines have died. Would you even Stim onto the Stalker force with the Marines? I mean, maybe with the Marauder, it looks like the answer is yes. He's going to be able to dive in, snipes off one of the Stalkers, but the Marauder goes down. The Immortal is complementing this army so well. And even though the Stalkers are getting low, even though Stim is doing so much damage, who is really coming out ahead on this?
I actually think in the end this wasn't all that bad for Gabe, because as the Observer here is showing us as well, because of the triple CC, or triple orbital obviously at this point, Gabe still has a pretty decent economy, and Classic just lost a pretty important unit there, the Oracle. That's the only unit he made out of the Stargate. This should have been so much worse for Gabe than what it is. If you're loading into this game right now, you're opening up the stream and like, little macro-oriented PvT, Classic couple workers ahead, doesn't look too bad for the Terran. This should have been absolutely horrific for Gabe, with how many units he lost and how he was just not ready to deal with these Adepts and the Stalkers. On top of that, Classic doesn't have a Twilight, doesn't have a Forge. Like, I'm actually shocked. Classic going triple or mortar in this specific scenario I thought was a bit weird. I don't think that Gabe is totally out of the woods yet, because his production is going to be a little bit slower than the one of Classic. And Classic has a lot of force fields here. This is some good old Wings of Liberty Protoss. Just run to the other side of the map with some Immortals, force fields, and a Colossus. But if Gabe can just hang in there for another minute, I think he's actually kind of fine in this game, and I don't think he should have been fine.
Yeah, I'm with you, and I think economically it seems like he's still doing pretty well. I think my fear is just how many Marines died earlier, and I guess that is compensated by how many Stalkers and other Protoss units also died. So it's going to be really a good question, like you were saying, what is going to be the strength of this Protoss push? How powerful is this attack going to be hitting? And with all those gateways finishing up, this looks scary. Oh my god, and Hero Marine's actually loading up 2 medevacs and heading across the map right now.
Yeah, I mean, that could obviously turn into a funny base trading scenario where Gabe actually gets a lot of damage, but Classic should always have a recall available. So there is a good chance that Classic will just get a couple of Marauders here, take out 40 SCVs, and then recalls a couple of units home. The fact that Gabe is already building Vikings, though, that's kind of like his only saving grace here. I also like that he's running the SCVs to the top left and not trying to save them into the natural, because that would never work. But this Orbital is most likely going to fall. Gabe is going to try to repair it, but the SCVs cannot out-repair the DPS, this Protoss army. And how's that double drop doing? The double drop has turned around, and Gabe's is going to try to defend, but yeah, he's already lost the base at this point. It's a bit of a nightmare game.
That's really unfortunate. Right as that double drop would have been landing in the main, we saw a big warp-in round from the Warp Prism for the Classic, so we would have had no warp-ins available back at home to defend a double drop if it had committed. But Hero Marine clearly feels like he does actually need those units to the double drop. He's going to be pulling the boys as well. 23 workers, 27 already going down. The Vikings trying to target fire down the Warp Prism. They are able to get it, but at what cost, Kev? We've seen every single one of those workers die, every single one of the Marines die at this point, and even the Marauders are on a retreat up the ramp.
Yeah, and even though Classic lost the Colossus, he's obviously done more than enough damage to justify this attack. And this man just keeps on rolling through this tournament, as he's now 3-0 in this group. And he takes the 1-0 lead over Gabe, takes a sip of water, and he's like, wasn't all that hard. How many weeklies did this guy win? Well, normally he's got much better starts, Classic. Gabe, it's so funny and so brutal how StarCraft 2 is, because it really all goes back to that Reaper. If the Reaper does not die to that first final Adept shot that went from the high ground to the low ground, that Reaper can just make its way home to the other side of the map. The Reaper will help the Marines fight the Adepts, then there are way more Marines that survive, then the Oracle is absolutely not an issue to deal with, and then suddenly Gabe has triple CC against the 2-base Protoss opening, and Gabe is loving life. But it all starts with a Reaper, and it basically, it was a bit of a snowball effect, and that snowball just never kept on rolling, and everything that could have gone wrong for Gabe pretty much went wrong in that game. Even the timing of picking up those units, because if he knows that this attack is coming, then maybe he's able to get a couple of Vikings out, and he's actually able to put up a bit of a fight, but now he just was not ready to receive that army at all.
No, I think you really summed it up quite well, and it's really unfortunate too, because again, I think back to just the fact that 20 minutes ago, maybe actually even less at this point, he had just defeated Maru. That should be one of the biggest confidence boosts, one of the biggest momentum boosters that you could ask for in this group stage. And now I feel like a lot of that momentum has probably just been halted because, again, of a bad start with a Reaper.
Yeah, Gabe is a veteran though, and I've asked him about these kinds of games specifically in the past, where it's like, oh man, weren't you like super annoyed or tilted after going down 0-1, and were you worried? And Gabe can actually be very chill about it. He's like, oh no, I pretty much always go down 0-1 or 0-2. It doesn't really bother me. So I think he will look at that game and be like, all right, well, that was just a bit of a disaster. When it rains, it pours, and it was pouring for Gabriel in that game. Let's move on, forget about it, and just do better in game 2, and hopefully for him, a game 3, and hopefully for us as well, because we like to see as many games as possible. In the top left side of a much smaller and much more normal map, we are looking at the main base of the man from Miles Sports, down 0-1, it's Hero Marine.
And down over here on the bottom right-hand side of the map, we have our blue Protoss player currently sitting up 1-0. He is Classic. I believe one of the 3 players that has not dropped a map yet in the group stage.
Yeah, we definitely had quite a few upsets today. Yeah. We had Serral losing 0-2 against Dongray Gu, obviously Gabriel defeating Maru. It's been a very fun opening day of the round of 24 here. There's one thing that I do really want to compliment Classic for in that previous game, is that obviously his plan was never to rally a Stalker and rally an Immortal to the other side of the map and fight that with another Stalker. But that was more just him reacting to how well things were going. And he probably had his little plan set up where he's like, I'm gonna go with an Oracle and try to drop a Revelation, figure out what's happening, and I'll make a Colossus. Maybe I'll make one safety Immortal, and then I go into an Observer, then I go Colossus. But he's like, wait a minute, this opportunity has just presented itself right in front of my eyes, and even though this is the largest map that we've had in a very long time in StarCraft 2, I'm going to rally these units to the other side of the map because there is potential in these units, and it's safe to say that everything he did, it just kind of worked out.
Yeah, there might, of course, be a little bit of luck involved in terms of how his opponent reacted, how the Reaper ended up dying and everything, but it's the fact that Classic was ready to seize that opportunity that really allowed him to take advantage of that and turn it into not just an advantage, a straight-up win.
And also that follow-up attack, because once Gabe finally did have Stim in that game, and Gabe did pull a couple of SCVs, and he kind of got the Oracle, he got a couple of Stalkers, you know, you could be a bit intimidated as a pro, be like, oh, whoa, maybe I should actually slow down my roll, because I just lost a couple of precious units, my opponent does have Stim, but Classic is like, nah, I still have another Immortal at home, I've got a Colossus, I'm just going to warp in a couple of Sentries, because there is no way that he's going to have Ghost and Vikings at this point. If he has Vikings, sure, my Colossus is somewhat vulnerable, but his bio is going to struggle with the force fields. And if he has Ghost, well, then my Colossus are just going to have a field day. So I loved how decisive he was. I'm just running to the other side of the map and ending the game.
Yeah, beautifully done. He is going to be opening up yet again with another one of these Stargate openings. The Oracle clearly got some value last time. The Adept clearly got some value last time. This time, Hero Marine is not going to have any of it. Already softens up that Adept quite a bit, and that Adept Shade is going to finish up. Going to try and delay this command center a little bit. Actually does manage to successfully stall out the command center.
Yep, just the wrapping paper still left on that CC. The SCV is going to finish it up. The other Marine is still in the center though, and Classic did not change the direction of his Shade. So he does end up losing an Adept, and obviously it's not the biggest of deals, but as a Protoss player you don't have too many units in the beginning of the game, so you don't have too much DPS, and if Marines and Hellions run to the other side of the map, it can actually be kind of annoying to deal with this kind of stuff.
No, absolutely. You do really want to have some of those units. And HeroMarine is, I would almost say, a little bit infamous of doing these little move outs of, here's 8 to 10 Marines. Are you actually building your shield battery and getting up all your units? There is a shield battery about to finish up over here. It is going to finish up in time, and there is a cost for doing this. And that's that the Stalker has a higher movement speed than the Marines. It will be able to just infinitely pick away at these Marines as they head back home.
Yep, we have a couple of Hellions, though, now driving into the main base as the Adept and the Stalker were chasing these Marines. So even though the Marines didn't get a whole lot done, the Hellions will. And don't forget that there is a Widow Mine drop heading towards the natural, I believe, of Classic as well. And these two Hellions are already having a very good time. There is an Oracle on the other side of the map, activating Pulsar Beam, grabbing a single SCV, double SCV does fall. But there are Widow Mines. I was wondering if we're going to see an Armory or not. The Armory does go down now, but it's a little bit later than I expected it to be.
Yeah, Widow Mines all burrowed by the ramp, none of them actually by the mineral line. The Stalker actually also went all the way across the map as well, so it manages to do a little bit of pick away damage at the medevac. It also knows that the Widow Mines are loaded up into that. It gets so much damage done to it.
This is actually pretty bad because there is a Phoenix being produced as well. One Phoenix is out already. That Phoenix is going to look for the medevac. Gabe has changed the direction, but obviously Classic is still going to be hunting for this bad boy. But it is very important right now because we cannot forget about the fact that the Armory is going to finish up and the Oracle just used all of its energy. But then again, the Robo is done. The Observer is pretty much out. A single Ops is not always necessarily enough against these kinds of Widow Mine drops, as Gabe has 7 Widow Mines right now and 2 medevacs. Here comes the first one, and all 3 Widow Mines do manage to burrow.
Ooh, yeah, successfully burrowing, not actually being able to pick them off in time. 5 workers going down for 3 Widow Mines. Not the best start, but I actually really like for HeroMarine that the medevac at least gets out. That's a saving grace.
Yeah, that's actually not too bad, right? Because the units were in position, so that should have been a whole lot worse.
Ooh, this one's going to be tougher.
Yes, but 3 Phoenixes is not enough to deal with 4 Widow Mines. So let's see how Classic is going to deal with this. Will he be able to lift all these Widow Mines in time? He's not paying attention. The Observer is there as well. The Observer could take some splash damage. That is not happening. So he ends up losing only a couple of probes for now, but he doesn't have enough DPS to kill both mines, so he needs to lift that mine again, and he does. Well done by Classic.
And actually what Classic was looking at during that entire thing was the Oracles on the other side of the map, and it ended up dying to a Viking and a handful of Marines. That is where Classic's attention was, so he reacted to the Widow Mines really late, ended up losing the Oracle because he was defending back at home.
Feels like right now both guys are playing zero defense, all offense pretty much. Work accounts are still pretty close here. That's 38 SCVs on the side of HeroMarine, 40 probes for Classic. No third base for Classic. We are past the 6-minute mark. I don't think that Classic is necessarily in love with the position that he's in, but he should be totally fine to stabilize on 2 bases. If he wants to stay on 2 bases a little bit longer, maybe drop a Forge on 2 bases as well, and just crank out a Colossus or 2.
That's going to be really interesting to see how these 2 players are going to decide to play it out from here. It is kind of funny to see the Terran player also sitting at a relatively even work account and everything, but well, the Phoenix should have a good bit of map control over here. What are your thoughts as a avid Phoenix player on how aggressive a Terran player is allowed to be when there are this many Phoenix out on the map?
It really depends on the opening you went for, and it depends on how the game is going. I think at this point it makes sense that Gabe is not sending out another drop, because the Observer count is high, the Phoenix count is a lot higher than it was before. So I think it makes perfect sense that HeroMarines is focusing on the defense. If Gabe can get a Phoenix here, that would be big. Phoenixes are very expensive units. Good job there by Classic. He turns the other Phoenixes around, wants to fight that Viking, and he's actually forcing HeroMarine to land the Viking. It feels that Gabe is going to be pretty committed to his 2-base move out. Tanks and Vikings being produced off 2 bases. He's not dropping a 3rd CC yet. He's not building any additional SCVs at the moment. This could very well be a 2-base special from Big Gabe.
Are there any big things that these Phoenix can see from the army of Big Gabe to actually identify that this is going to be this committed?
I think tank count. I feel like if you see 3 or 4 tanks and you know that Vikings are already being produced, you're like, okay, he's most likely going to be pretty serious about this move out. And obviously you fly around, as long as you don't see a 3rd CC, you have to respect the army that Terran players can produce and will most likely send your way.
Well, a lot of these units actually pulling back to deal with the Phoenix. They do manage to snipe one of them off. Is that going to be a little bit of a tip-off there for Classic? That army is starting to grow pretty heavily in size.
Yep, it's 68 army supply against 49. Hero Marine has +1 as well. Wouldn't hate a couple of SCVs being sent to the other side of the map, and that is exactly what's being done. Sometimes you can build a turret near the tanks. That's actually pretty useful, but I think the Phoenix gun is not high enough to truly justify that. But just the ability to repair your tanks is very important as a Terran.
Thermal Lance about to finish up. Concussive Shell's also finishing up, and we're seeing force fields have to be thrown down at the ramp to try and delay this army from moving across the map. Sentries do get picked off in the process, though. I don't believe there's one sentry left over for a Guardian Shield for any additional forces. He's going to try and move in. Yeah, quickly reconsiders that decision as the siege tanks are already sieged up in a very aggressive position.
So many tanks, man. This is so difficult for Classic. How do you engage a Terran with this many tanks? Of course, in a perfect world, you find the sweet spot for your Phoenix, you lift the tank, and then the rest of the army does its thing. But Big Gabe is looking for that. He's waiting for it. And Gabe knows that all he wants is Classic to run into the tanks while the tanks are already sieged up, and then he's just going to gun down these Phoenixes. Another Phoenix falls against the Vikings. Ooh. I don't know how Classic is supposed to engage this, but he's going to try.
He pretty much has to as the siege tank gets in range of the Nexus. We end up seeing that siege tank getting taken out. Shield battery overcharge, working overtime, keeping the Phoenix alive, so the Colossus are not the first target, but all of the ground units have died here for Classic. Hero Marine is stepping his way forward to victory. The final Colossus falls, and it looks like Big Gabe is going to be able to seize game number 2.
In 9 minutes and 46 seconds, and that's what he does best. Obviously, this was a pretty messy game, and I know Gabe, he's always critical. I think he's a very honest player as well. If you ask him about this game, he will not tell you that he was happy with it. He won't be happy that the Adept was able to stall the CC. He won't be happy with the amount of SCVs he lost to the Oracle, and then he probably felt that he could have done a little bit better with the Widowmine drops as well, but none of that matters. Gabe realized the situation that he was in, and I always have to give kudos to the ability of non-stop producing SCVs by Gabe. No matter how hectic or scrappy or messy games get, this man does not skip a beat on building SCVs. And there are scenarios where you feel the Terran should be down 7, 10 or 15 workers. He's so close in the worker count, and that obviously is what allows these follow-up pushes this time around with all these tanks to be as powerful and hit as hard as they do.
I love that we kind of, with game number 1 and game number 2 combined, we've seen both of these players basically look at situations in a game arise and say, oh, okay, this wasn't necessarily my big end game plan of how I wanted to win this game, but I can adjust my plans a little bit and say, yeah, you know what, this is going to be the best thing for this situation. And I love that we've seen it from both these players now.
I think you're spot on. And obviously a couple of cute little moves being brought out there in the early game as well, right? Where it looks like Hero Marine is just donating 5 Marines. He's like, what is he doing with these Marines? But hey, the Adept and the Stalker are chasing these Marines. 2 Hellions say, thank you very much, drive into the main base. And 2 Hellions getting 6 probes that early on. Yeah, that's obviously massive damage for a man like Gabe.
That's going to be a big victory there. And of course, that means that we head into game number 3. That also is the first map that Classic has lost in this group stage. So he's going to have that little title taken away. We're still very early on in the group stage, but I think that actually only leaves 2 other players who have gone undefeated so far. Already an exciting Katowice, I would say. We're only 2 days in, and we've already had kind of some of the records broken from previous years.
And we had a couple of phenomenal games yesterday, man, especially the TVTs. It doesn't happen quite often that TVTs are the highlight of the day, but yesterday that matchup delivered. Today, man, I think it keeps all of us super hungry and excited for more group stage action. Obviously, we're doing things a bit different this year, right? We're not playing out the entire group in a single day. Every single group, we play 2 series, and then we kind of, you know, build up the storylines for the upcoming days. And I cannot wait to see how all the other series are going to play out tomorrow and the following day. But for now, let's see what happens in Game 3 on Royal Blood. In the top right side, the man from Mouse Sports, our German Terran, Hero Marine.
And over here on the top bottom left-hand side of the map, we have our blue Protoss player. He is Classic.
2 games with 2 completely different stories and obviously different outcomes. What would you like to see from Classic here in Game 3?
Ooh, good question. We're headed on to Royal Blood. You know, I feel like one thing that's kind of been interesting, I'd say, just from not just this series, but I feel like the entire day of games I've seen from Classic so far, is that I will say the games haven't been like the cleanest. And I think one thing that would give me the biggest boost of confidence in Classic is that if we can see a game where he just wins in a kind of a clean fashion, where it doesn't feel like the game just gets really messy early on, I think that would actually be the biggest thing for me to be like, you know what? I take back everything I've said about Classic. I thought he would do pretty well, but I think he can go really far if he can just show that he can do a really, really nice, clean game versus Big Gabe.
Yeah, I guess the only way to truly get there is if he would open up with a Twilight console. I think every other style is very difficult. Maybe you can go Stargate, Oracle, Phoenix, and then try to play Colossus, take all 4 gases and take a little bit of a later third. But it's so hard to get clean games against Gabe because Gabe is incredibly good in punishing Stargate openings. If they open up Twilight console, the Protoss players, obviously sometimes as a Terran, just feel like you're forced to defend for a little while. You're forced to get a couple of tanks up, or just wait until you have Stim Bio. So we'll see what Classic decides to go for here. Haven't seen him do anything super out of the ordinary, right? Throughout all of the games that we've seen him play so far in this tournament. No Australia builds.
Yeah, one of the interesting things I know Zombie Grub had asked Hero Marine about just kind of before the event was how Hero Marine was feeling about PvT builds and everything, especially one of the notable differences in this map pool versus some of the previous ones is there are a lot of large main bases. I think Royal Blood also has relatively large main bases for the most part, so she was asking him about it and kind of how do you feel about Blink Stalkers and things like that, and he actually seemed like he felt very comfortable and confident about defending against Blink Stalker aggression on this map pool. He said actually the map being so big, the main base being so big, means that it was actually pretty easy to just try and keep all your buildings a lot further tucked back, not feel like anything would get sniped off very easily. So it seemed like he was pretty happy when a Protoss player was opening up Blink Stalker.
He also gets to play a lot against Max Pax and Skillus, so
that's true.
He's got a decent amount of practice against it. It is going to be Phoenixes right off the get-go here for Classic. Now there are some different ways to play Phoenix, of course. Something we haven't really seen at all throughout this tournament are the Phoenix Zealot openings. I feel like it's pretty much always Phoenix Robo for these guys, and Classic will once more go Phoenix Robo. Hero Marine has a Cyclone on the way. There are a couple of very cool Cyclone Viking builds that you could go for as a Terran player, where you can actually punish some of these Phoenix openings that basically are Phoenix immediately, and it's not Oracle Phoenix, but it's pretty good in both scenarios, to be honest. We have a Medevac on the way. I find that a bit surprising. So maybe Gabe is going to be a bit aggressive with just Cyclones, a Medevac, and a couple of Marines.
I think it's something I really appreciate about Hero Marine is I feel like he has found these really interesting timings of early game units, just, 1 to like 5 or 6 early game units, pushes across the map and kind of puts mild pressure on the Protoss player. And sometimes it doesn't go well, as we saw in that last game. Those Marines just basically all ended up dying to the Stalker, but sometimes he just finds a surprising amount of damage.
This really is a big Gabe special. This is the kind of stuff that you see him do each and every single Monday, and sometimes in the Monday night if he plays in the American Weekly too. Gabe will feel that there is a lot of micro potential in his army, and until Classic has Colossus, it's very difficult to fight all these Marines. But the one thing that's ultra important for Classic is that he has that shield battery. But having a battery is not enough. What he also needs to do is make sure that he protects the battery, right? You can't just hide behind your battery, because then Gabe is going to lock on that battery, he's going to kill it. This push is arriving very, very early. We're not even 5 minutes into the game. There's an Immortal on the way. Phoenixes go out. Classic will look at his army and says, hey, I can fight it, but there are more Cyclones, more Vikings on the way. I think Classic needs to be careful, and this right here, I think, is the sweet spot of where his army should be. Far enough forward that he can utilize that battery, that he can fight the army, but also protect the battery at all costs.
Yeah, I feel like so far Classic's been doing a great job of towing that line, finding a lot of damage without actually losing a lot of units. Gets a lift up on one of the Cyclones, but the other Cyclone able to pick off one of these Stalkers. A Phoenix also ends up falling. Marine's going to be a bit more barren, and it seems like Hero Marine's mostly on a retreat, locked onto another Phoenix, takes out the shields, but not able to actually do any real significant damage. And he's continuing to bleed out Marines. The Siege Tank will be the saving grace there for Hero Marine, though.
Yep, I think that Classic was already a bit adventurous going out that far while going up to 3 bases, but the man is just full of confidence, and I guess confidence is very important, but you definitely don't want to run into the tank. Gabe is not totally done yet though, and he's not all in at all, because there is a 3rd command center on the way on the other side of the map, and an eBay, extra refineries, but Gabe still feels that he can poke and prod a little bit here and maybe get some lock-ons going, pick off a couple of these Phoenixes, because just resetting the Phoenix count would already be a very big victory for Gabe, because opening up Stargate is obviously a pretty committed choice. Building multiple Phoenixes, that's all very expensive. So Classic really wants to keep those bad boys alive, and Gabe kind of wants to reset that Phoenix count, but Classic is too good to let that happen.
Yeah, it's also pretty interesting though, because the one Phoenix that died, it never got replaced. There's only been the 2 Phoenix so far.
And it's crazy as well that despite all of this, Gabe has now taken a 6-worker lead. So yes, that's painful, but they both live. Very important for Classic. Gabe is so good at producing SCVs, man. He can micro, he can lock on, he can like dart back and forth, in and out of range. But one thing he will never do, and that is stop building SCVs. Well, you can see some of the Protoss players, if they're under a lot of pressure, they'll be like, okay, I really shouldn't be building any probes right now because he could be doubling down on the aggression and then I'm in trouble. And Gabe hasn't done that, but he has created a 5-worker lead for himself as a Terran against the Protoss. That's something that he's got to be very, very happy with.
Oh, he's got to be thrilled about that right now. And I mean, even just little things like those Phoenix when they were trying to move across the map, they're not trying, 2 Phoenix are not there to try and do a lot of harassment. They're there to get scouting information. They're there to see where things are at. Being able to deny little things like that, sniping off or pushing back a hallucinating Phoenix scout, Gabe is just doing a great job as we move into kind of the later stages of the mid game.
We must have a War Prism on the way. Okay, yeah, there we go. War Prism gets fired up because Classic has clearly invested in a lot of gateways. The Templar Archives even being done already. So Classic can make the old school Colossus, Zealot with charge and Archon attack. And that is a very, very difficult attack to deal with as a Terran player. Getting Bonkers is an excellent choice for Gabe. What a perfect scan. Because seeing the Archons this early on is going to give Gabe all the information that he truly needs. And it will tell him what he needs to worry about. And I feel that Classic is switching gears immediately by dropping a 4th base. And he's probably not going to commit as much. Oh, that's actually sick by both players. Because I do really believe that Classic wanted to attack. But the moment he got scanned there, the Archons got revealed. He's like, yeah, now my opponent's probably going to be too ready. So he flips the script immediately, goes 2nd robo and drops a 4th base. Really cool play from both players.
Yeah, really, really nice adjustments from both of these players. I'm actually really curious. I thought maybe Hero Marine, the adjustment he would be making is saying, okay, do I need to start thinking about getting up Ghost a little bit sooner rather than later? But now I'm actually very interested. Is it something or you think, don't worry about the Ghost right now if you think the attack was going to immediately come, but now maybe if the attack isn't coming, you start investing in them?
Yep, Ghosts are very important, but what's even more important is having an answer for the Colossus. And Gabe clearly prioritized Vikings, and he's like, well, Archons alone are not going to kill me. Classic right now is finding some really good damage with just a couple of Zealots. 4 more Zealots get unloaded in the main base, and there are Vikings, and there is a missile turret, so the War Prism will fall, but not before 23 SCVs go down against 8 Zealots or so. Gabe does get a cancel on that Nexus at 6 o'clock, and now I feel like here we are again. But you know, with Zealots and Archons, I feel that Classic has a much, much better chance at holding than he did in the previous game.
Oh, absolutely. This is going to be very, very awkward now, it feels like, for Hero Marine. He's going to be able to find a nice angle over there against that Colossus. Definitely chips away its hit points.
That's so many Zealots, though, Ravi. I actually don't think that Gabe can end the game, even though he may be tempted, and he wants to. I don't think he can, and he is indeed wisely retreating to the other side of the map, because Zealots and Immortals would be too powerful here defensively. Gabe needs a bigger army, needs more firepower, as now the armies are flirting with each other in the center of the map. Classic indecisive and gets punished for it. Loses a couple of Zealots.
Yeah, a lot of those Zealots are losing their shields as well, so going to need a few extra seconds, but it's just going to send him straight across the map. It says that counterattacks have been working for me pretty well so far. Why stop now? Colossus going to be in some trouble as the Phoenix get picked off. Now those Vikings don't really have anything to attack except for the Colossus, and those Zealots are actually, okay, well, I was going to say they look like they were being dealt with, but in fact, after we move out of the picture, we see those Zealots arrive, and they are going to be annoying to be cleaned up.
Yep, Classic is going to have Blink soon, and that's very important, because then he can finally protect these Colossus a little bit better. Gabe is going to reinforce this army with Liberators, so Gabe is then going to be even more committed than he already was. He's got 124 army supply, no armory, no Ghost Academy, no 4th base. It does feel that Gabe is really looking to end this game in the next 90 seconds. It's not going to be easy, but I will never count Gabe out.
Really cool decision. We're seeing Immortals being added in over here because Classic's identifying that it's going to be hard to keep the Colossus alive against this many of these Vikings. So many Immortals actually in the mix alongside those Archons, and this may be where Classic has to make his big stand. He cannot give up ground on this location, because if he does, he loses the base, the most important base.
Gabe's scans have just been cash money, man. Like, seeing this army and preventing the flank has been big, but Classic is going to try one more time. Gabe is already aware of it, sends a lot of Marines to the right side, but there are Colossus losses there too. The Liberators are not really taking part of this fight, but Classic is losing a lot of units. All the Vikings are going to land on top of the Immortals. And does Hero Marine have enough firepower in this Terran army? It seems that the answer is yes. It seems that it's always yes when it's Gabe and TVP.
Big Gabe is too big to be stopped. And Classic, he's going to fire out one disruptor shot, but Big Gabe is on top of it. Does actually fall literally on top of that one, so takes some big hits. He's also stimming really heavily right now. I think he just double stimmed. I think he still should have enough to clean up over here. He has more than double his opponent's army supply, or overall supply. It's 63 army supply to 5 now. But man, Big Gabe being able to pull this off, that was a really, really well done engagement.
The ultimate TVP best of 3 from Gabe here as he alienated those disruptors from the rest of the army. Now he's having a little bit of fun with the medevac pickup micro, but Classic has 0 army supplies. So Gabriel gets the job done and improves to 2-0 in the toughest group of the Intel Extreme Masters 2023. And even Gabe can't hide the smiles, and he had to work for it, man, because Classic was playing pretty damn well in Game 3. Those Zealot run-bys were fantastic. I love that he didn't commit with the initial plan after Gabe scanned it, but that second scan, when Gabe saw that Classic was working on those rocks, that actually was a game-saving scan, man, because if he would have been flanked in that position, he would have been in all sorts of trouble. Well done by Gabe. The man truly is a TVP magician.
He is a master of it. Really, really incredible work. We are going to hear from the desk and their thoughts on that series in just a little bit. So we'll head over to James, and it looks like also Nick and Dan.
Wow, wow, wow. It is Big Gabe all the way. He gets himself not only a win against Maru, now a win against Classic as well, and he's going to be sitting at #1 in this group. Tasteless Artosis. Artosis, this is amazing for Gabe. Huh.
Dude, I tell you what, I really like to see this because there are like players that are really talented. Yeah. That's not Hero Marine. And there are players that are really consistently working hard. This guy's got great work ethic. He takes the game very seriously. I mean, we call it the Gabe Weekly for a reason, because he's always playing, he's always competing, he's always practicing. Every time he has a match, he'll take the day off streaming and just prepare for it, right? This is what you get over time when you apply yourself like he has. Very well deserved. He's playing fantastically. Maybe a repeat of how well he did last year. Maybe even better.
Maybe. If there is a repeat, I mean, to go to the round of 4 again would be massive. But then, looking at the form he's in here, Tasteless, there is no denying that he could potentially challenge for that final.
Yeah, you know, he's been bringing a better iteration of himself every year, and I like what you said. He's not just like a talented player. And there are actually a lot of talented players that just
naturally.
It comes to them, right?
Yes,
I mean, they have a very deep understanding of the math of the game or the spacing or how the units interact. This is a guy that I think for anybody who's been wanting to pick up the game or has been a student of the game for a long time, you can really appreciate what he's doing, and that hard work is really paying off in dividends here.
Yeah, definitely so. There were other games going on whilst that was going on. Again, huge congratulations to Hero Marine. It's just concluded, though. Artosis over there. Which series did you have?
We had Bunny against Lambo, and Bunny did end up coming back. Lambo actually won game #1, and then Bunny came back. Just solid macro games. They were good games overall, but he takes down Lambo.
Okay, so Lambo has actually gone 2-1 in both of his series now, correct?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
That's actually, I mean, all things considered, though, Lambo is playing some excellent games here, just being pipped at the post Tasteless by these great Terrans that he's having to go up against. It's a very tough group.
It's like, you know, with this Terran group that he's in, it's like when you go through a game and then you've beaten each boss on each stage, but in the final stage, you have to face all the bosses again in a row. That's this for ZVT. He's got a whole lineup of crazy good Terrans. And we're going to see if he can come out on top, but it's going to be one of his biggest challenges yet.
Definitely. Did you think that this was how this group was going to go, Dan? Because this is a bit crazy.
Well, what can you say? Like, Maru dropping anything is going to be a surprise because he has to be one of the big favorites overall. You know, obviously, I think Classic's going to do well. To have him fall to Hero Marine, I like the story of that in a lot of ways. Like I mentioned, I actually appreciate the hardworking players more than anyone else. You know, it's like, I don't care how talented you are, but if you're putting in that dedication, I can respect that completely. So it's awesome to see.
Yeah, definitely so. I think we're just waiting actually for Hero Marine to show up so we can actually have an interview with him, but he's currently not here. So he is on his way. I just got word he's on his way, so we just wait a moment before we actually get to that. I think from this point on, though, Tasteless, when you look at Classic off the backside of this, he can still bounce back. He is now 1-1 in the group, and he showed some excellent games before this series actually went down.
Yeah, I think he's looking to be in good form. I mean, we're not going to be able to draw any major conclusions here today as things are still unfolding, but, you know, the games that we saw, like, he's playing well, he's done the prep. And, you know, just like we were saying with Lambo earlier, I mean, he's got a whole gauntlet of Terrans. He's going to have to really deliver in that matchup and really give us a masterclass on PvT if he's going to come out. But if he can do that, I think it's okay. And again, you know, look, Hero Marine already beating Maru. I think there's no shame in then, you know, losing to him in this group. He might just actually be the best player in the group right now.
No, indeed. As we take a look back at this series, how it went down, a little bit of an odd game one as it did stand here, Artosis, with the Stalker, with the Immortal rallying over, causing as much disruption as they did. But Hero Marine in the whole series, to this point, he just was not deterred.
Yeah, no, the fact that he just kind of stays in it and grinds it out over time is fantastic. And the thing is, Classic didn't play poorly in this series. I would agree that he's not like completely the cleanest player like Flare Dragon, like Flare Dragon was saying before. But no, you know, I think that
Yu-Gi-Oh monster.
Both these guys can definitely still make it out of this group, which is insane because then it's like, wait, what about Bjorn and Bunny and Maru, and you know, Lambo is playing well as well. Like he's right on the brink of having a great score.
Surely for Hero Marine, it can only get easier than this. He just the
right?
opponents, the caliber of the opponents.
That's true.
He's just taken out. Yeah, looking good. So a great recovery here. We move into game number 2 here. The tank positioning to be able to force the brunt of this army from Protoss to really take heavy damage here. Tasteless, not easy for Classic to deal with.
No, certainly not. And you know, you're seeing in the twilight of this fight, the completely defenseless Colossi here just gunned down there. You know, a lot of times when those Vikings land and they're not going to be killed right away, that is the signal the game is about to end.
And we get into game number 3 here, Artosis.
Yeah. This was kind of a cool chase sequence where the siege tank actually helps them out there at the end. Some very good micro on both sides. But it's really these entrenched pushes that we're seeing out of Hero Marine where the Protoss can't quite engage in. Like, look at this. Dude, that army looked insane. 6 Immortals in that army. Like, the Vikings landed and killed Immortals.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was pretty wild, and it looked like, you know, at a glance at least, the Protoss had a better angle, right? It was like this really huge arc to hit from both sides, but not the case at all. And here we're seeing the closer as, you know, there's just no sophisticated tech left to fight. The Warpins, by the way, are staggered there for Classic. You don't see everything warping at once. You see Warpin getting killed, Warpin like that.
And it's a sign of desperation right on the army. It's being gunned down as it warps in. It's just
he's trying to spam it out, and it's not working.
There's just no way out. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time to head over to the interview. Ask him about Maru. Ask him about Classic Fear Dragon. Talk to Hero Marine.
Much, James. I believe it's Flare Dragon now. I have been dubbed by Artosis, and what I've learned from Idra is that you can't really fight him on that. I'm joined here by Big Gabe, the biggest of Gabes, who currently now is doing really, really well in your group, man. I got to ask the obvious question: how are you feeling coming off of 2 victories, big victories?
For today, I mean, before the group, like before any matches started, my goal was to obviously advance. However, it was more like the goal to win against Maru, Bunny, or Bjorn. And I already won against Maru, so I still have 2 TVTs against those left. Against Lambo and Classic, like if I want to advance, I feel like I have to win. So yeah, I mean, now I'm feeling pretty relieved that I've already done the one thing I wanted, which is beat one of the Terrans. And now maybe I can even look at the first place at this point in the group.
That's so awesome. Just going time-wise, let's go into the Maru match really quickly because that did happen on not the mainstream, so some people may not have caught it. What's your really quick breakdown of like what went so well for you to beat Maru?
At the openings in the, let me think, like even in the last game, yeah, like in every game, it felt like I had pretty good openings. In the first game, he caught me a little bit off guard. I was a little bit shaky there against the first Reaper. He poked with like a Reaper and SCV, did some damage, killed an SCV, killed a Reaper, I killed his Reaper. And then I actually managed to do some damage, and I executed a 2-base all-in with like double factory, 2 Raven push, a lot of Vikings. I didn't want to go into a longer game against Maurer, especially if it's like the first series that he's going to play of the day. So I really wanted to end the game early against him. That's also kind of my specialty. It didn't go so well in the first game. In the second game, I feel like he gave me an opening because he opened out of like a double barracks opening, and I caught a lot of Reapers in the middle. He killed like an SCV here and there. Like he killed 2 SCVs, bought some time, but I killed 2 of his Reapers. And I played pretty safe, so I had like a little counter attack force with Reaper Hellion, which managed to do a lot of damage. And back on, like, with that lead, I was able to just close out the game, actually. Which against Maurer, that's why I say actually, because closing out the game against Maurer, even if it's like over, you still have to close it out. And that's kind of what happened in the last game. I once again had a good opening, went for the double factory, 2 bays all in again, because he was actually being pretty greedy, and I felt like that has some potential. And in that game, it actually worked out pretty well. He did his Maurer thing, like trying to come back, and at some point I was like freezing in game. It's like he has a Viking there, auto turrets there, like he is out multitasking me, but I had such a lead that I could just like F2A move and win the game as long as I defend against this drop, which I did.
That's awesome. And I do want to kind of do this mix thing really quickly and say, going into the series that you just played, let's talk about the game that you lost. So the game that you did end up losing, it kind of felt like it was really quickly early on in the game. One thing went wrong, and then everything sort of snowballed from there. Does that kind of stuff actually mess with you? Roddy was saying that you actually feel like you're pretty good at shaking that off.
No, I mean, nothing really bothers me in game. It's obviously a very silly mistake to lose to Reaper, but it was very close, to be honest. Like, there are reasons for that. Like, for example, like, there's so many things to think about, especially when you play against like someone like Classic, who I'm not really used to. I thought he would open up Stargate, which is why I opened up like triple CC, and that was a very good choice, I think, especially on a larger map like Altitude. I definitely think that was like the correct choice. But then I lost my Reaper, which is a huge part of that strategy. Without the Reaper, it's like the Reaper died, I jumped into the main, and the adept was already shading across the map, and then like the shade was about to finish, but it still got the last hit off, and then he could finish the shade, which is already like going to my side of the map. So it's like, you know, really bad at that point, because he gets to be on my side of the map before I have like more than 2 Marines, and at that point it just kind of snowballs. Like I think I'm very good at shaking that off, but if you make such a silly mistake like that, it's like very easy to lose. And in this case, he went Oracle, so I did lose.
Yeah. Well, regardless, you did end up actually coming back in the series 2-1 eventually in the end. So with that, you're sitting in a really phenomenal position in the group, like you were saying, potentially making it first place. Did you have any big goals coming into Katowice? I mean, this actually has been an event that you've done really well in the past sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, over the last couple of years, like last year and 2 years ago, I managed to advance twice in the group. This time I think my group is a little bit harder. I did win the first 2 series. I dropped the map each, so I still have to win some series. Maybe even winning one more is not good enough to advance, because map score, you know. So anything can still happen. I still have to play my best, and yeah, I think in general, you know, like in my player card, because the other players and so on, they voted for that, and people always, like, that's why I saw, like, my score at a 72 at versatility. Like, people actually think they know how I play, but then I come into this tournament. Only some players respect it, and I bring, like, completely different stuff. I think, like, I mean, Roddy is casting every weekly, and he's seen some crazy builds in that tournament, and I guess it's because I'm streaming so much that they think I'm, like, predictable, but I think with the way that I played today, I once again... yeah, I mean, that's like, you know, that's the good thing. Like, people think that I'm predictable, but I don't think I am, and I feel like that helped me a lot today.
I love that, taking advantage of people's perception of you. I have one final question, because it was something that we were on the same shuttle from the airport over to our hotel and everything. Did you play in the Big Game Weekly after arriving?
Actually, in the hotel, it didn't work out. The internet wasn't, it was good enough to play. The table was very, very small. Like, I'm a very big guy, so I need like, my keyboard is like extra size, and like they scaled me down just to fit me in this picture. And not many hotel rooms can fit in my keyboard, my laptop. I tried, ultimately the main, like, I could have played on the floor, it's fine. That's big enough, but ultimately, because I couldn't stream, I didn't play.
All right, guys. He tried to play in the Big Game Weekly, but he was simply too big to do so. Thank you so much, Heromarine. Congratulations. Best of luck in the rest of your group. Guys, we're going to be heading to a break before we hop into, I believe, our final series of the day. Stay tuned for more action.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
All right, one more series here to get things finished up for day number 2, and we are in Group D. Joining me to my left-hand side, Fear Dragon and Rotterdam. Roddy, Big Gabe, he's doing a solid right now. It's very, very impressive.
Yeah, it's always nice to see a happy Gabe. I just passed him in the hallway, and he looks at me, he's like, "Oh, so far so good." Like, yeah, that's obviously a fantastic start, but you can definitely not celebrate anything too early in this Group D. There is a very realistic chance that he loses 2 games tomorrow, and then suddenly things still get very difficult because we've got these 2 Korean titans, and that is going to be our final series of the day.
It's Maru versus Beyond, kicking things into gear for our final series here. Fear Dragon, this is quite the TVT that I think a lot of people have been hyped about to get into Group D.
This is a super hype match. I think like you said, a lot of people would be hyped about it because both of them are massive fan favorites. Maru is a player that I think a lot of people wouldn't have been surprised how many players probably just gave him all 10s. He is a stellar player. His player card has got to be looking amazing, Kalaris.
Speaking of which, would we like to see the Maru player card?
Oh, wow.
This is your moment, James. Show it.
I had no idea you wanted to show it. It just happened that I asked that.
Okay, we got to reveal the Maru player card. Are you ready? Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Ooh.
He's the best in 3 categories out of 6. He's literally the best at half of the categories.
That's quite the card here, Roddy.
That's a very beautiful card.
Yeah.
I spoke with some of the foreigners, and they think there was some Korean bias in making the player cards. But apparently the Koreans voted more than the foreigners did.
Jeez Louise.
Now, obviously, Maru deserves all the love. The man has won 5 GSL code S. We know what he's capable of, but none of that matters, and these stats don't matter. The player card is beautiful, but he needs to win here. If he loses, he's definitely not out of the tournament, because Maru is absolutely capable of winning the final 3 series.
Yeah.
But then it becomes this weird story again, where it's like, is Maru not delivering again in an IEM Katowice? And this is an opponent. No matter how good Beyond is, historically, Maru has just done fantastic against Beyond, has done fantastic in TVT overall, but he does still need to get the job done. It's a very important series for Maru.
Only a round of 8 last year for Maru, and I mean, arguably everyone expects Maru to go deeper than that in a tournament like this. But thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's get to it. It's the final series of the day here for day number 2. Maru versus Beyond. Let's head over to Tastosis.
Excellent work at the desk, boys. This is going to be a match we have casted many times in the past, Artosis.
Many times indeed.
Beyond versus the player card MVP, Maru himself.
Well, I got to be honest with you, Tasteless. I'm a little bit disappointed. I was expecting a clean 100 for Maru. He's the best in the world at everything. So the fact that he got a 96, he was literally wrong.
I was almost thinking that his player card should have like a gold edge around it, like it's a valuable Hearthstone card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Instead of a player card, he should have had a box that you put the other player cards into.
His card should have had an animation of him that moves, unlike all the rest.
The holo
His
cards,
is a hologram, and Claris moves it from side to side. We get to see Maru gaming at his PC.
It's made out of recycled Black Lotuses, Tasteless.
Top left in the red, our Terran, 1 of 2. He is Beyond.
I want to talk about the player card more, Tasteless. You stop introing these players.
Quit messing around and introing these players. Bottom right in the blue, the player card MVP, Maru.
Hands aren't even on the keyboard.
No.
Doesn't even care. All right.
Now, it's been too long. We don't know how to cast anymore together.
We don't have it anymore.
We had Beyond playing very well earlier. I got to cast his match with Zombie Grub.
Oh, yeah,
He did have, I would say, some build order redundancy. He pushed back on that when you asked him, which I thought was funny. Now, the only reason why I'm bringing that up is that, there's a ton of Terrans in this group, and, I understand that Bjorn had some minor alterations in what he was doing in each of those games, but I do feel like if he's going to play this out and get through this group, he's going to have a really wide range of Terran play.
Yeah, I would definitely tend to agree with you on that. Like, here's my problem with Bjorn in this particular matchup here. Like, yeah, Maru lost to Hero Marine, but you know what? Things happen. I do feel like Bjorn is better at the other two matchups than he is at TVT. I've never been a strong believer in Bjorn TVT. He's oftentimes very, very aggressive, and it doesn't feel like he plays like the late game tank Viking type of composition very well. He kind of avoids that. So that makes me nervous for him against Maru, who is the best TVT in the world until TY is back in shape.
Yeah, I think you're spot on that. Bjorn, he is extremely aggressive in TVT. He is a player that does tend to take some fights I think a lot of other players wouldn't take.
Yeah.
But he does, he's built his success on that. He's a player that seems to focus a lot less on getting to end game and being in the right spot, and instead interrupting the player somewhere in the mid game.
That's very, very true. Now, will he be able to do that tomorrow, who has just unfathomably strong defense? It's hard to imagine. Now, both sides are reactoring out 2 Reapers at a time. The reactor was pretty quick down there for Bjorn, so I'm interested to see if he once again goes for like heavy Reaper. He does love his Reapers, Tasteless.
Yeah.
He is, I believe he is the only player ever that single-handedly caused a nerf to a unit.
Yeah, I mean, if there was a player that could be represented by one unit for Bjorn, it would be the Reaper, and so way by far more than anybody else. I guess if I had to pick somebody else for number 2, it'd be like Maka 12 years ago.
Yeah, maybe.
When the Reaper was busted and it needed to get its initial nerf. But let's see how he does here. I would say, too, Maru also extremely good with his control on that.
Yeah, he is. But, in Bjorn's prime, no one could really touch his micro. I remember specifically, like, he would win every game with the Reaper builds, and then Maru would try and couldn't win. So nowadays, I think it is different. I think Maru has as good or better micro than Bjorn, but we'll see what Bjorn can get done. He's made quite a few Reapers here, 4 with a couple Hellions roaming about as he gets that expansion going.
So we haven't had any full-on engages here, although it looks like Bjorn is set up nicely. If Maru gets a little bit too, gets too far out, he would be overextending. Bjorn going to come in once more now.
It's a lot of units, man.
Yeah, there's a lot. And, Maru's teching more normally, so he may actually get caught off guard. In fact, he's going to get hit at an angle. This is so bad here for Maru.
Yeah, we did see Bjorn do this a little bit earlier, I believe. But look, this attack, oh my God, look at that damage coming out. Yeah. Maru comes down the ramp. Can he actually break back through? He does have a medevac here, which can help quite a bit.
Bjorn was really taking advantage of the angle that you'd come down from that ramp, and he could just kind of have all the damage come in and hit that area in a bit of a funnel. But, Maru, he's very cool and very calculated in moments like that. He kind of just controlled that correctly, pushed back out, and is in a pretty good spot so far.
Yeah, I tell you, that was it was kind of interesting seeing Bjorn try to get that aggressive, but Maru countering it very, very well. They're at equal workers right now, very similar army supply. Bjorn does have a Banshee going out right now, though. That could prove to be very powerful.
Oh, especially with Maru moving across the map with basically everything that he has right now. He's going to siege up, and I think that tank is just barely in range. It should be, yes, as long as the Viking's there to spot it. And unless he can try to dive on that tank, he does not do it in time. The Vikings are going to land now. And although the tank is picked off, it looks like Maru just barely has enough to keep forcing his way through.
Yeah, look at that. Continues to push forward. That landed Viking doing so much for him so far. Another grenade thrown down. The SCV still being pulled. In the meantime, you can see in that picture-in-picture, the Banshee getting some damage done as well. 6 SCVs of Maru being picked off.
Yeah, the pressure continues to mount. Obviously, he's going to be a little bit slowed down there in his income because he was stopped in mining and had those workers killed. But it seems like Maru feels like there's an opening. As far as the tank comparison goes, it's one tank on each side right now. So you want to watch those tanks very carefully and see, who's going to get their tank dropped first. Because once that tank drops, you can. Oh, hold on. All right, he's going to try to actually dive back in. He could land those Vikings, I think.
He got that first shot. Yeah, I think that might be the plan. Now he's trying to kill off the actual Raven first. Picks up that disabled siege tank. Really beautifully done by Maru. He is certainly out-controlling by a bit here.
This is a real action-packed game right now.
It really is.
We have basically not had a break from the first fight. He's going to get over here. The Liberator is going to work in tandem with the siege tank to try to leapfrog. 2 tanks versus 1. But an overextension here from Beyond. He's dropped 2 Marines in the process.
What a technical game. The 4 Vikings come over and fight against 2. They pick off both without losing any. Very damaged Vikings right now, though. I swear, I would not mind him dropping a mule right now to help repair those. They are so low.
I agree. Now it's 2 tanks coming out here. 3 tanks coming out here. Liberation zone set up. 1 tank further into the back. SCV's pulled as well. Air dominance continues on. He picks up that tank at the last second.
Man, and look at this. The Vikings flying in the main base. They are going to go ahead and land and help pick off some of these units in the main. Go ahead, get rid of that SCV that was building. I believe that is an extra command center. So Maru this is the craziest, most technical push that I think I've ever seen in TVT.
Yeah, I mean, the way that he's been juggling the tanks in and out, using the Vikings to kind of lead and spot for the tanks, knowing when to pull the Marines away. I think Beyond narrowly survived that, but it wasn't without taking quite a beating here from Maru.
Dude, that was like watching someone that can play every instrument in a symphony. Like that,
yeah.
That was something else. Like every single unit that came up, he used in like 3 different ways to eke out damage. Saved every unit multiple times as well. And now we're going to see him fly back in. This is Maru's point of view, landing those Vikings in the main base. Picking off anything he can. Now the Vikings above, as these ones lift up, he is going to get those volleys. An extra Viking came in for Maru, and he's trying to get out with as much as he can, but I think he's only going to get home with like maybe 1.
Yeah. Oh, that's so funny looking from his perspective that he's got like the shadow color for his stuff. Yeah, I mean, he's done a lot of damage. He did drop some of those Vikings earlier on. It's important to note, too, that it's 3 base versus 2. Bjorn is about to land his 3rd command center, but that's also about to be attacked here from Maru.
Yeah, really good point. Nice scan going down there as he's trying to figure out if he can go in and push onto this 3rd before it gets up. Sieges up his own tanks, but the tank count is really, really similar right now. It doesn't look like there's a huge air advantage either, and of course, with that high ground, going to be really hard for Maru to get any more damage done at this point.
You know, a good player knows when to attack, but an even better player knows when to identify that it is not worth it and to pull away and look for a new opportunity. And that's exactly what Maru's doing here. He was going to try to get to that 3rd base basically before it could get set up, but Bjorn was pretty fast there. And now he's going to pull back around and basically shark around the map with his Vikings and tanks and Marines and look for another opportunity.
Well, right now, Maru taking that additional command center. You know, Bjorn just expanded, and Maru's staying on his side of the map. So really threatening damage, right? He's keeping that pressure on. Trying to fly around and find places he can place his siege tanks here. Ooh, but Bjorn comes over and does a little bit of a punch, gets that big siege tank volley, and in fact, it looks like he will just slightly win this air war.
Yeah, Maru expanding in the upper right again. He's just always one step ahead. The Marines are stimmed. They're going to come down here. The other Marines here from Maru actually get in the way to protect the tank. Beautifully done. And while we watch these tanks and Marines on the ground, you want to always keep one eye on the Vikings. Yeah. Whoever has more Vikings can ultimately win that air fight and then spot for the tanks without having to rely on scan. Tanks, of course, shoot further than they can see.
Yeah, it's a huge deal. So those Vikings, so important. By the way, one thing I've noticed over and over, and I know you have too, these are the greatest unsieges I've ever seen. It's not something that we would normally talk about, but Maru is literally unsieging and moving his tanks at the last possible second every time to save them.
I feel like we've had at least 3 or 4 moments where we've seen a tank just barely unsiege in time and be saved.
Yeah.
And tank counts are one of the biggest indicators of who's going to be winning in the long run here. Maru's going to come in once more. He is getting a pretty massive supply advantage as his production is really kicking in. You know, it's really this game of trying to make sure that, you know, your tanks can hit their Marines and tanks. But the moment that you see that the tanks are too isolated, you do want to stim and dive in to try to take those tanks out. And the way to prevent that is to have your own Marines come in the way and block.
Maru continuing to rotate around a little bit. Dude, he's up like 40 supply. It's so crazy. It's been a non-stop attack, and he's expanding during it. Maru really the king of everything right now. But don't count Byun completely out. Byun just needs like one little opening here, and he might be able to get some serious damage.
Yeah, everything is continuing to parade out here from Maru's base. And, you know, although Byun hasn't taken any critical damage right now, he also can't really grow.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Like, Byun, it feels urgent for him.
Yeah, he needs to do something here because Maru's kind of already made it to where he needs to be. You know, we can watch these fights all day, but he's getting more of the map on his side, and we just don't see... Even now that things have quieted down for, you know, a little bit, he still hasn't taken a new base.
Well, Byun right now trying to get something done, lands just outside of that sensor turret range, and gonna stem forward, going after these SCVs. Okay, so it's some nice harassment here from Byun. We'll see how much he can actually get done.
And he pulls out immediately, drops back down when he realizes there isn't really that much coming in here to chase him. And this is going to be cleaned up. Byun does manage to take an additional base over in the lower left. Meanwhile, in the middle of the map, we're about to see these two armies collide.
Yeah, quick siege there from Byun. Maru pulls back a little bit more. A couple volleys are exchanged. Liberators pushing the siege tanks back. And, of course, Liberators always a strong add into this type of army if you already have that Viking advantage.
All right, he's going to put these Liberators down here, chase these tanks away, getting those numbers a little bit lower. Meanwhile, the Marines are going to stem and come in right now. He does not have enough as Byun pushes him back.
Wow, he thought he had enough there for sure. The way he stemmed in, I'm like, is Maru going to win? That seems like a lot of tanks, and in fact, it was too much left over there for Byun. So he will continue to hold on. Still down about 30 supply. SCV's very, very similar, but Byun trying to force his way across the map. Not working so far, though.
Yeah, a little bit of an overextension there. As he's going to have to back up. We do have the medevacs down here in the south trying to come into the main. No, excuse me, he's going to drop outside here. As he probably realizes that was maybe too obvious of a play when those medevacs went down there.
Yeah, now, I don't know, like, Byun, it feels like not a lot of progress is being made. I like that he's down on this side now, right? He was kind of pushing through the middle before, but now he's checking the south. Like, that would be a place that Maru would want to expand at this point. But Maru just has so much. Hold on, Byun coming from the top now with more Marines, pushing those Vikings away, but a ton of siege tanks join up from Maru and will hold that area.
A lot of medevacs gunned down back there. He's going to try to regroup and come up as Maru continues to grow up into the top part of the map here, now filling in the upper right quadrant with his command centers. Byun looking for an opening. He is down number-wise. Maru's basically finished with making the stuff he needs to make for now. Next step is to take a fight.
Yeah, you know, Maru, I think, like he's kind of deflected the last few things Byun was doing while continuing to grow himself, and now he is going to start pushing through the center. Byun maybe spread a bit too much, but a lot of tanks Maru runs into, so he loses a huge amount of Marines there, but his siege tank count, I believe, is quite a bit higher. Yeah, 14 to 8 right now.
Yeah, that's a huge difference.
Byun doesn't have any Vikings, so, like, complete control is in Maru's hands.
It does seem like Byun is going to get up to 5 bases here. But again, Maru is itching for a fight, and he is going to take it. He is going to start to sneak up here towards the 3rd, maybe the 5th as well.
Looks like a couple Liberators getting in here as well.
Another tank save, man.
Yeah.
He's so good.
The greatest unsieger ever, Tasteless.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing to be the best at, but he should be proud.
Yeah, he does manage to save that tank there as well. Byun pulling that back at the last second. Another drop. He scooped it up, and I think this went just by the vision of Maru. He may not be ready. I think the vast majority of his supply is just here on screen. So 3 medevacs dropping into the main. That's enough to really start to blow things up if you don't have something there to defend. It's much different than 1 medevac.
It's a good point. Like, he's going to have some units popping out, but that's not going to be enough. Like, units popping out of barracks aren't going to be able to fight against this at all. This is a huge drop from Byun. He's going to be able to target down this orbital immediately. A tank pops out. I'm sure he'll get that as well. And this is a big problem for Maru.
Yeah, Maru's scrambling to get back there. He just didn't really have anything. He's taken out a factory now. You know, this ramp is a pretty good location to try to fight at. It's hard to get your army to filter up. He's going to gun down, I think, some of these add-ons. or just barely not killed him.
That really did a fantastic job from Bjorn. I think totally worth it. He's down in supply still, but he certainly slowed Maru, and he got a lot of Maru's army to get out of position. So Bjorn is taking more of the center of the map on the heels of Maru clearing that out. But Bjorn needs to do even more than this. This is a great move. If he can siege this planetary, get rid of it, one less space for Maru at least.
Yeah, sieging up over here. This is a planetary, so it's, he can't just jump right on top of it. But I guess Bjorn's not going to get anything from this position. I thought this was going to go a little bit better, but now that I look at it, it's just not an opportune moment to try to come in. He may end up getting intercepted here, though, onto the side.
Ooh, nice quick stim there from Bjorn, forcing everything back. Maru, though, still positionally is parrying most of what Bjorn is doing. Now, that was a pretty good siege up from Bjorn. He is still way down in that siege tank count, but doing a good job of maintaining that small high ground position and forcing Maru to run around in the back.
Okay, we've got another attack coming up here. He's going to start to clear out these tanks. These tanks are so precious, allowing you to basically control the ebb and flow of movement on the map. And ideally eventually shell down another base. Maru really hasn't been dropping that much, by the way. It's mostly been him roaming and intercepting, where it's Bjorn that's been coming in here. And, drops like this, it can be the whole double-edged sword thing we've always talked about in the past. Like, you have a move like that, 3 medevacs full of units killed off for nothing.
4 now.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah, it looked like it was a decent idea from Bjorn. The last one did a good job, but this one getting completely shut down. I mean, that's 40 supply just gone.
Yeah, huge moment there. And this may be what will allow Maru to try to actually move in here and try to attack. The medevacs are going to be shot down here by these Vikings as the Marines continue to come forward.
Yeah, Bjorn's still maintaining a pretty darn good Marine count. His siege tank's giving him just enough support here not to be overrun by Maru. Maru's still stemming forward there, a little bit surprisingly, as the siege tanks are pelting his Marines. Now, Bjorn rotating down towards this new base. There is a single siege tank here as well, and those Marines are pretty badly hurt, so not sure how much damage he'll get done here.
Yeah, it is a good interruption in the mining, though. Bjorn has managed to stay in his on his 5 bases for quite some time now. Again, he's been fighting from behind for pretty much this whole game, but he's still kind of making it work.
Yeah, I really like the way he's trying to do it as well. He's really forcing medevac production out to try to get some of these drops. And in fact, these Marines that were just kind of hurt and couldn't do too much, they picked off the turrets down there. So that might open up another drop for later on.
All right, another big attack in here. This means a lot of these tanks are going to be taken out. Bjorn playing out of his mind.
Dude, the old Bjorn is back.
Yeah.
Look at what he's doing with, like, pure Marine against Marine tank here. His Marines are all over the place. He is fighting back after being so far behind for so long. But look at that. The worker count, very, very similar. Upgrade-wise, very similar as well. And, I mean, just a ton of Marines being pumped out from Bjorn and getting value all over the place now.
Yeah, there's a few stray tanks here and there, and Maru may be able to kind of isolate these and eventually pick them off. Maru's still staying ahead in bases, by the way, and continuing to crank out tanks 2 at a time. But this has been, I think, one of the craziest games we've casted in a long time, Artos. I mean, this is just so action-packed. There's been so many fights, so many moments where it's back and forth. Bjorn continuing to try to stay on the offense here as Maru's going to try to retreat and then cover these tanks.
I tell you, Bjorn really can make magic. With how much Maru did against him in the early game and how many bases he got up and just the domination, I think a lot of players would have lost already. But Bjorn is running around still finding locations. Look at this. Sieges up, forces everything back. Ooh, he does eat quite a few tank shots there, reducing that Marine count once again. Still in that supply deficit, but also still in this game.
Yeah, you know, it's going to be harder and harder here for Maru if Bjorn can stay this aggressive, because the rest of the expansions are going to be pretty far out. Actually, big win while I was talking about that over there. Maru ends up killing off those tanks and is going to deny the position for this command center to land at.
Yeah, Bjorn bringing some tanks just to make sure those Marines can't close anymore. But with Maru's tanks on the other side, kind of hard for him to get back and actually secure that command center. Instead, going to float it up to 12 o'clock.
Yeah, going to send that all the way up and over there. Maru staying very fluid here on the map. We're going to have another engage over here in this valley.
big hits there on Maru's infantry. He does back up unsieging and relocating. We see in the picture-in-picture the Liberator actually finding that command center down there to deny some mining.
And Bjorn takes the supply lead. Look at that. 191, 182. They both do have a little bit of a bank here. We'll see what Maru wants to kind of finish his supply off on as he does get back to that max supply. But, like, I got to tell you, I'm just so impressed with Bjorn, the way that he's playing right now. He really is putting out some top quality play. And the way that he is fighting back against Maru is not something that you see every day.
Yeah, I mean, it's really something else, man. He's hanging on and doing an incredible job here. We actually have both sides hitting in different locations. Looks like Bjorn's going to take a big victory in the bottom and at the same time defend what's going on at the top. How far can Bjorn go, though? He's going to come even further up here into this third base. But, of course, there's enough siege tanks there to deny that.
Yeah, two or three plus 2 siege tanks just splatter his Marines so quickly, and he has to pull back at that point.
It's important to note that these are the remaining bases that can be taken are a lot harder to defend and a lot easier to attack on both sides here. For a while, it didn't seem like either side was able to make a lot of headway. But Bjorn is going to come down here again. You could see Maru running parallel across the map here to try to match him, and he does. He's going to force him back. Going to have to try to find another place to enter into.
Yeah, a lot more gases being added for Bjorn right now, so not entirely sure what he wants his production to look like. Maybe some more starports going to be coming up here, maybe more siege tanks as well. Of course, you got to keep those siege tanks going. But Maru, it feels like he's starting to gain more of the map once again.
Yeah, he's coming in now. And again, this is a very wide arc. It's going to be hard for Bjorn to kind of make anything work there. And it seems like every time he stops Bjorn from moving, he's almost already ready to unsiege and then try to meet them in the next spot. Bjorn eating a lot of damage. I mean, he will kill these tanks off, but these siege tanks are going to do so much damage to the remaining infantry.
Yeah, he's losing a lot of Marines throughout this. The spread of siege tanks from Maru is so difficult to deal with.
So it looks like he does manage to kill off that tank right there. Big drop in his scan, and he just barely dodges that. Beautifully done.
Wow.
He's going to say okay, he knows exactly when that scan ends, Artosis. He's going to go over here into the main.
Oh, dude, this could be absolutely huge. That siege tank siege is so close. He's going to be able to pick that off. I'm not sure how many siege tanks he has in this drop, but even just a couple could be huge. Yeah, 2 siege tanks in here, so suddenly you can't clear this with the Marines so easily. Can Bjorn take this game? I'm not so sure, though. Maru with this counterattack. That third base, though, is pretty dry, so I don't know that that matters as much.
Yeah, but he is going to go up into 12 o'clock and try to take that location out. Meanwhile, Bjorn taking Maru out from the inside out. He's going to destroy all the infrastructure, halting production.
Look at this, Bjorn sieging some Liberators. He's going to get rid of the tanks and stim in as they unsiege. Another great unsiege there from Maru, picking up a couple and running away. He's killed 2 command centers, which is nice. He's going to be able to probably catch some of these SCVs and kill them off as well. But how much damage are we actually going to see over at Maru's base?
Oh my God, a lot of these SCVs are going to be picked off. 34 now down here for Bjorn.
And it looks like finally the main base of Maru will be cleared. It seems like he did lose some good production, though. Like, look at Maru's actual production. It's not that high. He's down to 4 racks at the moment. So Bjorn has twice the Marine production that Maru has. This might be the moment that he can take that kind of tempo advantage with that additional production and break Maru.
Yeah, I mean, Maru really got beat up back there, so anything that Maru loses, it's going to be harder to recover, or it'll just take a little bit more time. You could just see how action-packed this is by the units lost. This is insane.
This is a wild TVT. Right now, Bjorn has a much bigger army, but a much worse economy than Maru. Maru moving up into the center of the map. These siege tanks are so critical. His siege tanks, he's not in an advantage number-wise anymore, but if he has them siege correctly, Bjorn can't utilize those extra Marines he has.
Yeah, at the same time, Bjorn needs to be careful not to overextend here. He doesn't have anywhere near the amount of bases over here on the map. I mean, I think there's actually 2 healthy bases here for Bjorn. Am I correct about that?
I don't know if it's there's one,
and then
I mean, not too healthy.
That
there.
one's not great. That one's might as well be empty.
Yeah.
And I know that Maru is just kind of mining for more of that. But Bjorn is here with the bigger army.
Dude, that is a lot of Marines, okay? Yeah. Maru has a lot of medevacs at this point as well, so definitely can be mobile with his Marine force, but with fewer barracks, he's having a hard time catching up to that number. You can see it's like 5 Marines versus 13 plus at a time.
Yeah, and Maru's did a good job of keeping the tank count low, though.
Yeah.
You know, a big blob of Marines, it still has a hard time trying to engage into mass siege tanks unless you drop on them. So there may be a little bit more sophistication here from the army here of, oh, hold on, here we go.
I don't know about that one. Ooh. Tasteless.
That was,
oh my God. That could have been like game ending, but here we go. Oh my God, he's going for it again as he unsieges. Oh, look at that spread right there. He picks off a few of the tanks, lifts up his remaining Marines and gets out. He spent a lot of Marines there.
I am on the edge of my seat right now. That was a perfect click with the tanks into the center of the Marine clumps, taking out a huge amount of what Bjorn had.
Just crazy watching these two go at it at their full power. Maru going to pick off another Bjorn command center. That was not his best mining base, but it was his second best. So the economy's still pretty weak for Bjorn.
Okay, so there's a push coming here from Bjorn into the top right. I don't see counterplay. Instead, I see Maru bringing everything back to try to defend. He wants to take a fight. Remember, Maru is mining more. The tanks are going to siege up. A lot more tanks are coming.
Bjorn actually has more tanks than Maru right now. And the Marine count is pretty darn close. Their medevac count is pretty close as well. Maru with a lot more SCVs, so he can get that production maybe going a bit better. But it's wild to see how this game has shifted. Remember how this started. Maru had a huge containment on. He had done damage. He had way more bases more quickly, way more siege tanks. And Bjorn, his mobility, his killer instinct, his micro with these Marines, unreal, takes out another base of Maru's.
Dude, this is so crazy. He's going to go for a big counterattack. He knows he can't deal with that army, but at the same time, you know, there's more bases for Maru to try to, that he can give up, right? Where Bjorn has been operating off of very little. In fact, I don't really think he's mining right now.
Now, I believe he's not. He just lost his best base, his base that had the most saturation.
Oh, Artosis. Oh my God, he needs to protect those tanks.
Yeah, Maru's stimming back very, very quickly there.
Oh my God, I think that we may see Bjorn bleeding off just a little bit too much here. Just a little bit too much.
Well,
there's 3 patches there. Okay, he's got some SCVs up there. And he's going to force a lift. Can he actually kill the command center? I don't think there's any way that he can protect it.
I don't know. The siege tanks are making it a little bit harder, but he does pick it off while his siege tanks come up and get a kill on one of Maru's siege tanks there as well.
The thing is, there's just some Marines being made. Where
are they mining?
Yeah,
who's mining minerals?
Are these guys both broke?
I believe they're not mining minerals. Very little.
Bjorn is.
Okay.
Maru is now jettisoned his command center, a new one up over to the top right. Okay, can he siege up here? Oh, he should have sieged up a few seconds ago.
Oh, no. Bjorn jumping on those tanks, gets the picks. He has a lot of tanks here. It's like 5 against 2, so he will be able to keep this base alive. Look at this. Maru is mining just next to it.
He can get the siege tanks at the SCVs.
Dude, this is crazy right now. Sets up a Liberator. Bjorn has to pull back, takes a bit of damage there on the tank. The Liberator is a key unit right now.
Yeah, the Liberator is MVP right now. Moving in, and he's just going to try to clip at these tanks. Doesn't quite get it. He's going to do a drop. Nope, just decides it's unwise to go in there any further. And right now, Maru is in a better economic situation than Bjorn. Bjorn is mining from this base, but you can see the tanks are going to get in range. That's going to muddy that endeavor.
That one Liberator did all that work by itself, so they pushed everything back, and that is a clean sweep of that base. Bjorn trying to go for some sort of counterattack, and I mean, maybe he can get something done here. He has the siege tanks as well. He's getting on top of a lot of this production.
Yeah, I don't know that he can quite get into the main.
Can he lift up and go into the main? Is there anything there to really stop him?
I think he can, but he's afraid that then the Marines of Maru's are going to jump on the tanks and kill him.
Yeah, he might be right about
Here
that.
we go. Let's see what happens here.
You've got to take the risk, man. He gets up into that main base, but the tank...
the Liberator!
Oh, no, it's back. The king of all Liberators. Destroying Bjorn's chances in this game.
I think that Maru has just barely won this game. Oh, my God. There's a Liberator over here, so Maru's not mining again.
Oh,
I think that Maru's just barely won.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like, Bjorn had the sickest comeback ever, and literally the one Liberator won this game, Tasteless. Bjorn was mining more than Maru at that point. The Liberator pushed everything back. He had nothing that could hit it. He didn't have a Viking. He didn't have a counter Liberator.
That's insane.
Yeah, and Beyond, I think he really tried to force his hand with the armies that he had. Maro actually had less, but basically traded a little bit better throughout this, and then covered his base. And he's going to continue to be able to mine from the top right.
Well, yeah. Maru really in control at this point. Beyond, it's slowed down because he just doesn't have anything left. He's not mining any minerals. He's looking for something to do.
That's it.
Yeah. What a game.
What a game. God.
That was insane.
What is going on?
That incredibly impressive from really both sides, but Beyond, dude, he is in championship quality according to that game, because everything went wrong for him early on, and he was so close. If he had one Viking at the end, he would have won.
Yeah. He had this moment where he was going to finally not be behind. He got in and he blew up so much of the infrastructure. And then he powered up and produced as much as he could, and he became this this incredible force, smashing location after location. But Maro was very, very slippery that game.
Yeah.
If he was losing a fight somewhere else or a base, he would grow into the other part of the map. And he was very focused on trying to take out tanks, trying to keep his tech going. And the end result was that he was able to recover. And there was this crazy moment, both players expanding to the upper right.
Yeah.
And Maro is in a very funny moment. He's able to both defend, hit the top right base, and then hit the base next to that. Beyond probably should have gone to the bottom in that moment.
Maybe.
Left.
It was such an important location, and literally the one Liberator Beyond had no way to deal with. You can see he is a little bit distraught over that game because he fought so hard to take it, and then, man, seriously, like a game like that where you're basically out of everything, and Beyond seems crushed.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was one of the best games I've ever seen him play, and he lost.
Yes.
I mean, he knows that, too. I mean, I can't imagine how impossible this feeling is.
Well, when you play a game of this caliber, when you come back that strongly, and then Maru still has the resiliency to fight back and end up defeating you just so slimly, I can imagine it's not the best feeling. And yeah, I mean, look at Maru's stats, man. These are pretty darn accurate. He probably has the most accurate card out of everybody. He's just top tier in all ways. But that, I mean, Beyond was insane there too.
I mean, he played. They basically almost played perfectly, both of them.
Yeah.
But Maru just sort of he knows how to look at all these crazy situations happening in the game, and then figure out how to hang on and win. When Beyond had basically set up what should have been a winnable spot. From that big drop in the main.
And he seems really emotional. I hope that he can check those emotions. He's always been a very emotional player, but if he can just keep that level tasteless, he can still do it.
All right, into game 2 we go. In the bottom right, in the red, he is Beyond. And his opponent here in the top left in the blue, he is Maru.
All right. Very excited to see how they want to go ahead and open. That's a quick SCV out in the map from Beyond, so maybe a proxy racks.
Yeah, I was thinking about bringing this up before we started, and I thought, no, let's just let the game's going to start right away. But I thought, in the most tilting games, even if it's just ladder, you play an epic game like that, there can be the temptation to cheese.
Sure.
And I'm not even against it.
No. You know what? 2 racks Reaper is just like, it's a good build. And it's like cheese, but how many games do we see where it gets blocked, but they're almost exactly even?
Yeah, it is one of the ones where, if you do enough damage, you're not screwed.
Yeah.
You can actually go recover from that.
It happens to be a good opening against it from Maru. He is going double gas, which signals he will be going up to factory. If you go for like the quicker command center, it can be a lot harder to end up holding on. But I think it's likely that this game will be one where there's some amount of damage done, but it just kind of goes on.
Now, the SCV that was sent out from Maru did not spot the double barracks that were put there. But when you get into the main and you see that nothing's there, then that sounds the alarms for you that clearly you're about to be rushed.
you know, I think at this point in time you look at this and you think, okay, Reaper Rush from Beyond, because he doesn't want to play me in a long game. Oh, is he going to lose that SCV?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, there it goes.
Not the most common thing to see at the highest level of play. So he's gonna pull the Reapers until about 3. He's gonna peek confirm. He's gonna come back. The SCVs need to basically bodyguard that entrance over there. Now he can't see up there because it's on the high ground.
Yeah, this is.
That was very strange. Like it looked like they were trapped, and then they weren't.
Yeah, it was just slightly off there, but that's a great way to block it, right? Is you have the SCVs, they're ready to do damage to the Reapers, and it stops the micro as well.
Yeah. And so he's going to try to look in from the front. And keep in mind, if you don't get in their base with the Reapers, then you're in trouble.
Yeah, you
need to actually do some damage here. So he's going to come in here. He'll kill that SCV, making the command center.
And he wants to do something here. The first Hellion is out. Some nice micro there. He picks off one of the Reapers. He's going to get a second one, but he is losing some of his own. Only 2 Reapers remain. Going after that Hellion.
Run!
Ooh, very, very close to getting the kill on the Hellion as well, but can't quite close the deal.
Yeah. He does save that Hellion, repairing it. And, you know, remember that Morrow is more angled towards developing in this game. I mean, economically, which is, you know, what most StarCraft games are won on long term, right? Mm-hmm. But Beyond's not done making Reapers. Now, Reapers, by the way, you know, they really drop in value the longer the game goes on.
Yeah.
To the point where there are no more Reapers in the game. There's no reason to make a Reaper.
Yeah.
Now that we're not at that point, obviously, but I just want to point that out. I mean, Beyond is kind of setting up for a healthier spot in the later game. He has lifted the barracks off. This is very standard. You send one barracks back home, or I guess he will later, but the other barracks can be used to basically force your way into seeing what they have in their base. And you try to confirm the tech and play, you know, from a little bit behind.
Yeah, and he can do little tricks, like, for instance, leave his Reapers down where you see them right here. And as units try to come down the ramp, sometimes you hit them with grenades. You just kind of make it difficult for your opponent to really move down and take their natural.
Yeah, it's a cool tactic to set up. Oh, is he going to get the kill on that?
Oh, that's so annoying.
Yeah, and that's a great usage of that Reaper in, you know, the last few moments of the game where it can really do anything. The Reaper's going to come up here and probably snipe this Hellion. And a bit of a misplay there from Morrow. You know, when you see the barracks there, you should know that this is coming. They don't just leave the barracks there for no other reason, you know.
For sure.
Now, keep in mind that isn't a barracks that can be sent back home. It's okay, but, you know, there's going to have to be a lot more rebuilding here on that end. Mm-hmm. The barracks goes down, the command center will land. And Morrow, it's fair to say he is a little bit ahead here.
Yeah, I would say so. The SCV count is the same. And as far as army goes, certainly Morrow does have a bit of a lead there. But Beyond is doing some interesting things. Like, he's getting some Cloak Banshees out. And don't ever underestimate middle game Reapers for Beyond, right? He's the only person we've ever actually seen utilize Reapers past those first few minutes. And he sometimes can make some magic with them still.
And so now we're going to have to wait because both sides are making a third command center. I mean, Beyond is going to, like you were saying, Artosis, he's going to try to do something with those Reapers. But, you know, maybe the Banshee can get some kills, maybe not. It is important to note that Morrow is basically not interested in trying to really do any major harass here.
Yeah,
he's scouting with the Hellions. He's not, like, running inside the base and trying to kill stuff. And he's making Ravens, Artosis.
Ooh, he's making Ravens tasteless.
And, you know, Ravens are just better to use in a longer game, right? I mean, you can disable stuff. I don't know. I mean, the Raven is sort of like the TVT Swiss Army knife unit. Mm-hmm. There's so many little situations you can get into that a Raven can solve.
Definitely a fantastic unit, no doubt about that. The patch definitely changing them up quite a bit as well. Now, the Reapers are still running around, and the Cloak is done. 2 Banshees are out, but we haven't seen him actually fly in yet. It looks like this one just kind of waiting maybe for the second one to get into a different position so that he has more of a chance of
getting some damage. But it looks like this one from Bjorn gets caught by that Hellion, which it then ends up killing off.
So this is going to be a little quiet here before the storm, as there's going to be the race to development. Upgrades are coming in now for Maro. The stim has started, +1 attack has started. We're seeing Bjorn fill in his combat shields. But everything that we're watching does indicate Bjorn is just a little bit ahead. You know, he gets to land that third there. And these things do begin to compound. You know, if you get your third base up a little bit faster, then the fourth comes, and, you know, you might be able to get that fourth base up and start to attack them at the same time. Here come those double Banshees with the cloak. What do we have in the main? Or do we even have anything?
Maru sent the 2 Vikings to look for these, but he had just cloaked, so Maru completely missed it. And look at this. A lot of damage can be dealt. 6 SCVs already killed off. And a little run in here, still utilizing those Reapers, using a medevac with them as well, and the 2 Cyclones, which, again, don't scale much. What a cool move here from Bjorn.
Yeah, I mean, that was actually insane.
Dude,
and the
18 SCV kills.
The Banshees are not done. Another SCV is going to go down. This is going to be almost 20 kills as far as workers go.
Oh my god! Oh, the disable was so smart, and he targeted the more damaged Banshee and barely kept the tank alive. Oh, the moves of these 2.
It's pretty impressive, man. And so Maro now has to play a little bit of catch-up in a moment that was actually a shocking amount of damage that Bjorn was able to pull off.
Yeah.
And Bjorn knows now, okay, I'm not in such a bad spot anymore. My opening failed, but I did manage to get in there. And I mean, that was at 8 minutes, Artosis. We had an 8-minute marker where Reapers were doing a bunch of damage.
Yeah, yeah. Watching Bjorn play against Maru, I feel like I'm watching like YouTube trick shot videos, you know, where it's like, okay, Bjorn, how many times did it take you to get that basketball in the hoop over there? And he's like, no, I'm just doing it live here against the best player in the world.
I just stand with my back facing it, and with one hand I throw it over my head and it goes in there.
Some great moves there from Bjorn, no doubt. But Maru's starting to push in now. Look at this, the disable on the tank, getting into position with some of his Marines. The Vikings going to town on these medevacs. The disable's so strong. But hold on, look at this, picture-in-picture. We have a counterattack from Bjorn into the natural of Maru doing a lot of damage as well.
Yeah, I was getting confused. I'm like, well, how is he just beating him up now? And then we realize, oh, because all of his Marines were here. This is starting to look a little base tradey, but keep in mind that Bjorn is inside the main, whereas Maru is trying to fight up into the main.
That's true, but Maru's army is a lot stronger. Bjorn gets forced out of there for now. He's going to drop at that third and deal some damage. Bjorn still has his SCVs mining at his third base, so maybe his economy is slightly better just at this moment, but it feels like Maru's army is better here. Look at this. Gets in, gets on top of that C-chain, kills it off, forces the lift off, and the SCV's likely to be killed as well.
Yeah, and he's going to keep trying to chase down that command center. He sees the SCVs are isolated down here, but the command center is the more important target for him. He is going to take that out. And, you know, I don't know that Bjorn can really recover. He doesn't have any way to counterattack there. The SCVs are actually stuck on the map. So when you look at the worker count, that in of itself is misleading, although I guess we're going to finally get those cleaned up here as well.
Yeah.
You know, TVT is such an incredible matchup, but when you watch these two play it, it looks like it's the best matchup in the game, man.
Yeah, honestly, so far this week, it has been the best matchup in the game.
GG, Maru takes it.
And with a 2-0, which is important for him right now, right? He did end up losing 2 Hero Marines, so that's a huge victory for him because Bjorn is playing extremely well.
Yeah, that was very cool to see. I mean, Maru, he's one of those guys where you look at him and you can't tell if he won or lost.
Yeah,
by the emotions. Bjorn quite the opposite. Yeah, I mean, you can see Bjorn very, very tilted by that game. But, you know, it's a funny thing watching Maru. I can never tell you exactly what you would have needed to do to beat him in games like that, you know?
Well, I think nobody really knows exactly what that is. That's what happens when you're top of the world.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, well, I don't know. You have to do something more than what he's doing. And, like, how do you do that without being better than him?
It's insane. This is, of course, after we had this huge attack where, you know, I think Bjorn did exactly what we said he kind of needed to do to
create an environment where he would be able to succeed in game 2. He got in there and I think he killed 19 SCVs total.
Yeah.
But I think the counterattack was a bit of a mistake. The
Marine counterattack?
Yeah, I think he needed to try to hold his own. He had a lead, and I mean, I guess that's what he could have done differently. But honestly, it is just another case study into why Maru is, you know, in many ways the most feared StarCraft 2 player of all time.
Yeah. I mean, showing unreal strength, but the group is really still up in the air. We've just started it. That's the last game for tonight. And tomorrow we're going to figure out who goes forward. Bjorn, I think, still has a good chance, but when you look at the group, there's so many heavy hitters in here.
Yeah.
It's like impossible to tell how it's going to go at the end.
Yeah, this group specifically is becoming a really tough one to predict.
Yeah.
We're going to throw it over to the analyst desk and see what their thoughts are on that insane 2-0 there from Maru. Claris?
Thanks very much, gents. Yep, that is Maru being able to redeem his position in the group after taking the first loss there, taking out Bjorn 2-0. And as they mentioned, a 2-0 is very important in a group like this, obviously, to be able to put yourself in a better position when it comes to those eventual potential map differences. But, Roddy, looking at how this played out, Maru looked great.
Maru did look great, and that's kind of what we expected of him. Obviously, we know how good his TVT is. There was something I wanted to bring up in the pre-show, but we didn't really have a lot of time. And if the nerds are ready, it's been a long day. We're just going to go ahead and hop on into the series. But in the last 10 times that these two guys went up against each other, Maru won 9 out of 10.
Jeez.
So obviously, he was an overwhelming favorite going into this, and I think he just kind of lived up to this, man. As they say, Claris, Terrans lie, Zergs lie in particular, but numbers never lie. And Maru looked good again against Bjorn. That first game was fantastic, and I gotta say, for a man who was down 4 upgrades, because Bjorn literally was down 4 upgrades, he didn't have +3 armor, and he was down 3 upgrades in the vehicle weapons.
Yeah.
He made one hell of a game out of that, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, it was a great game one, with a real fighting tenacity coming out from Bjorn, but also likewise Maru on the opposite side here, Fear Dragon. Game 2, a little bit topsy-turvy.
Yeah, game 2 got a little bit wild as we are looking at the highlights. We're starting with game 1. I mean, these are just kind of like, this is what made it really, really exciting and awesome, is that Bjorn was doing such an amazing job finding ways to put pressure on. And I love the way Artosis actually was describing it, was that Bjorn found mobility options when Maru was just this solid, hard wall at the front lines. He was finding ways to the back lines and able to do a lot more damage to make things chaotic. But then eventually it was Maru becoming Maru.
Yeah, there were some moments where you see Bjorn move in against some of the positions of Maru, and I'm thinking to myself, that's a very Bjorn move, not necessarily a Maru move. Maru is very efficient about his unit control in these moments here, Rotterdam. When it comes down to the wire, you're low econ, he's trying to retain every unit he can.
Maru has always been the bigger Raven lover between these two, and that's why Maru is so damn good in TVT. But Bjorn managed to make this game scrappy enough that it wasn't so much about Ravens anymore. It was a lot more about Marine Tank, and if Bjorn is ever going to get the best of Maru, that's kind of the scenario where he's supposed to get the best of him, but it wasn't enough. And in the second game, I can only agree with what Tesla said. Imagine if all of these Marines were at home. He'd be able to protect his tanks. Bjorn felt safe with his tanks, but obviously there are still Ravens, and Interference Matrix is just too damn good. Like, it's awesome if you have 2 Banshees killing that many SCVs, but there is a reason why people go Raven, and that is just because Ravens are incredibly good in breaking these defensive positions that we often see in TVT.
Incredibly good, and got even better. So that's a good position for the Raven here, and Maru was able to utilize it in spades as we saw these final moments round out the game. Maru with a 2-0 victory here against Bjorn. And I think if there is anybody who's going to make a decent recovery in this group after going down in a match in the start of this group, it is Maru, looking primed to do so, even in the TVT matchup.
I mean, even I think as Rotterdam was talking about in the pre-show before that series, it's not that we're thinking, oh, Maru, like, he can bounce back in the group. It's like, Maru, of course, still is going to probably advance out from this group. I don't think anyone's looking at it and being like, oh man, Maru started down 0-1. Is he going to advance out? So he's still in a really, really good spot in the sense that he's going to have picked up a little bit more steam with this victory. But it is really important that he is the person that still wants to advance out, you know, second seed or first seed potentially.
Yeah, it helps that there is now 4 players in there that are 1-1. So it's kind of that even playing field at the moment.
And to give some love to Lambo and give some hope to all the Lambo fans out there, Lambo may have lost 2 series, but he did take a map in both the series that he lost. So he's absolutely still in the running too. Of course, he's going to need a big performance tomorrow. He's going to need to get a couple of W's in this super stacked Group D. But the fact that he took a map in both the losing best of 3s is super important to keep his hopes and dreams alive.
Yeah, you lose those series, but Lambo still looked great in both of them. He's really had a fighting spirit there. Thank you very much, gents. We'll go to the interview now and hear from Maru, who's with Artosis, to hear about that series and maybe the whole group.
All right, thanks you very much, Calaris. Maru, congratulations on taking down Byun. Obviously, that was a crazy game number 1. It felt like you had a big advantage there. I'm just wondering, in your mind, what went wrong where Byun was able to come back and make that game so close?
일단 조성주 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 1세트 얘기부터 해볼게요. 자, 1세트 때 그래도 크게 앞서 계셨는데 경기가 생각보다 좀 이상하게 흘러가지고 변현 선수가 거의 다 따라잡고 역전까지 할 뻔했어요. 좀 거기서 뭐가 좀 잘못됐다고 좀 생각이 좀 드시나요?
일단 평소에 안 하던 플레이를 해가지고 거기서부터 좀 말린 것 같고 현우 형이 움직임이 너무 좋았어서 거기서 좀 따라다니다 보니까 좀 힘들었던 것 같아요.
He says Byun did the movement that he didn't anticipate. I didn't anticipate. So I was pretty much caught off guard back there. So it was pretty much different than back then, and it was really hard to cope with.
Okay. I want to know, like, you've probably seen your own card, and Maru, you got actually the highest overall score out of all pro gamers as rated by other pro gamers. We can see it actually right there from Calaris as well. He's going to go ahead and bring that up. I just want to know, do you think, are you overall the strongest StarCraft 2 player?
이제 다른 선수들이 이제 평가를 매긴 거를 이제 카드로 해서 제가 이제 배분을 했는데 모든 선수 중에서 이제 가장 높은 점수를 받으셨고 다른 선수들이 조성주 선수를 굉장히 이제 높이 평가를 하는 것 같은데 조성주 선수는 자신이 지금 가장 최고라고 생각하시나요?
솔직히 오기 전까지는 제가 최고라고 생각했었는데 오늘 경기하고 나서 좀 제 마음대로 안 되는 것도 있고 좀 잘 안 움직이더라고요. 그래서 평소처럼 하면은 최고라고 생각합니다.
He says, before I was coming here, I thought I was definitely the best, but it feels like it was hard to micromanage everything on the games. So I felt a little bit struggling, but if I do what I do usual stuff, I think I'm still the best.
All right, well, that is excellent to hear. Speaking of that, obviously you lost that series to Hero Marine, and the top seed from each group gets to go directly to the round of 8. Are you nervous that you might not be able to win the group now at this point?
이제 히어로마인 선수에게 2대1로 졌기 때문에 지금 1등 해야지 이제 8강으로 직행을 할 수가 있잖아요. 그래서 지금 이 1패를 한 것 때문에 혹시 좀 8강으로 직행하는 자리가 조금 위협받았다고 좀 생각이 드시는지 좀 그게 궁금하네요.
뭐 솔직히 올라가기만 하면 상관없다고 생각해가지고 뭐 3등이라도 좋으니까 그냥 올라가고만 싶어요.
So he says, I don't really care about how winning the group because all I want is trying to advance. So I don't mind going to round of 8 straight or just going to round of 12.
All right. One final question before we throw it back to the desk, Maru. Who in this player has the best chance of knocking you out once we get to the bracket stage?
이제 만약에 이제 플레이오프에 들어가게 된다면 조성주 선수를 가장 이제 탈락시킬 확률이 높은 선수가 누구라고 좀 생각하시는지 그게 좀 궁금하네요.
솔직히 토스전이랑 저거전은 잘한다고 생각해서 그냥 테란 선수 만나면 좀 힘들 것 같아요. 나머지는 다 이길 만한 것 같습니다.
So he says, I'm really comfortable with both TVP and TVZ. So all I worried about is the mirror matchups TVT. So I'm really worried about Terran players.
All right, not actually what I expected to hear there. Thank you very much, Maru. Best of luck to you in tomorrow's games. And let's throw it back up to the desk. James, take it away.
Cool, thank you very much. Yes, I need that card back, Maru, so you can leave it there. But of course, yes, great victory by Maru. Thank you very much. And we have got ourselves the results as a whole coming in from the day. Plenty of awesome StarCraft games that happened here, Roddy. It's been a rip-roaring adventure today. Jeez.
And upsets, man. Upsets. Like Dongray Good defeating Sero is obviously an upset, but the way he did it makes it perhaps an even bigger upset because there was nothing gimmicky about that. Sometimes we talk about, oh, ZVZ, random build order, crazy cheese. No, those were long games, man. Both of them went past like the 15-minute mark, and Dongray Good just played fantastic ZVZ. So he's obviously someone to get very excited over for tomorrow. Hero looked great, you know, Protoss player looking great. That obviously gives us a lot of hope as well. I really enjoyed the games of today.
All right, let's look at the results from Group D then, as we've just finished things up, as we do have now Hero Marine sat at the top, and the big headline story for today truly is that victory for him against Maru, because again, traditionally Fear Dragon, he kind of got smashed by Maru, but that was anything but what happened here today for Hero Marine.
Everyone usually gets smashed by Maru, but like it's incredible that Hero Marine is able to get such a great start. We were talking about this. He has been Big Gabe, like every day is a Monday, it feels like sometimes when he shows her some of these events, and it really feels like this has been one of those kind of events for him so far.
It's a very exciting start, but as you said, Rotterdam, not over by any means just yet.
No, and he knows that too.
Yes,
like, clearly he's happy and he's smiling and he can't really hide it. But he wants to calm himself down, and he should, because every single player in this group is so damn good. Classic has looked fantastic, and he got a victory over him as well, so that's awesome. But you still have these TVTs with Bunny and Beyond, and just because you defeated Maru, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're now also going to do well against a Beyond or a Bunny. So Gabe still has a long way to go, but the start couldn't be any better. And as you said, like traditionally or historically, it didn't go well against Maru. It truly was a historic victory, like the first time ever in his career that he gets a dub over Maru. So even if he doesn't want to celebrate, he should celebrate a little.
Yeah, it's quite impressive to say the least. Well, thank you very much, guys, and a huge thank you not only to everybody tuning in around the world, but a huge thank you to our sponsors that have joined us here as well. In Intel, Monster, Blizzard, ESL, Shop, Faceit, and of course, the city of Katowice, because we have been here for so many years now, 11 years of Katowice running, and it seems like it's not slowing down anytime soon, which is always nice. Fear Dragon, you've been now at a few of them and very much enjoying yourself.
Yeah, I actually really enjoy the city. In fact, I think I was even messaging how I got lost because I went the wrong way. But
how did you do that?
Okay, let me defend myself. I went and bought a guitar 2 days ago.
Not today.
And so I got to actually explore the city a little bit. Really beautiful city, walked around a little bit. Then I left the hotel this morning and I'm like, oh yes, I know the way. It's the familiar way. And I went the way that I went to go buy a guitar. So I went the wrong way. But I got to see even more of the city. It's a beautiful city.
That's still no justification. But okay. Nice.
I feel like everyone won on the
story go exactly?
Guitar.
This was just another ad, guys, for Katowice. Okay, but
and guitar.
You know what? I'll sneak in another one. Katowice is way better than Hanover. I'm so glad we never have to go to Hanover again.
God, yes.
Sorry, Germany, no offense, but Hanover kind of sucks. Go Katowice.
I agree after experiencing it back in the day at CeBIT. But anyway, that is it. We are done. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you to everybody tuning in around the world. That has been day 2 of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. Tomorrow we are back with more group games, so make sure you stay tuned for more StarCraft. We'll see you then.
you